CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It is sport, as Shakespeare said, to have the engineer hoist by his own petard. The spider that becomes enmeshed in its own web. The boomerang that returns to strike its hurler. Yes, these are the delicious ironies of life, or death. And these are also the unusual, the striking, the dramatic examples. Much too commonplace are the multitude of little unseen, unknown traps most of us are constantly setting to ensnare ourselves.
Peter, you have to see reason.
Reason? Reason is all on my side.
Well, you should know. The sheriff and the others, they've decided to bribe you.
I have never in my life let money influence my decision. Go back and tell them it's a waste of time.
But they don't intend to offer you money.
What else could they use for a bribe?
Me.
Our mystery drama, The Elixir of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Well, let's get away from it all. From the rat race, the hurly-burly, the hustle-bustle. How many times have you heard someone say that? How many times have you said it yourself? Well, Peter Nevins has been saying it quite often, as a matter of fact. And everyone who knows him kind of smiles tolerantly. Peter Nevins, a brilliant young physician with a fantastically promising career, Peter is going to cast this all aside for the life of a country doctor.
You actually seriously intend to resign?
That's what it says on the paper.
Yeah, but why?
Because I've had it.
Had what?
The rat race. I'm fed up with it. I want to live.
Live?
I want to breathe clean, pure air. I want to know the woods and the mountains.
That's nonsense.
Dr. Stern, I respect your ability as a man of medicine,
Now,
but...
come off it. You made your choice long ago.
What choice?
You could have chosen something easy, pleasant, but you didn't. You chose medicine.
You mean doctors don't have a right to live?
Why are we indulging in this nonsense? You're a very special doctor, and you know it.
I don't know anything of the kind.
Why are you angry?
I don't like it here.
Here? In the hospital?
The city here, the hopeless, helpless mess that life has become.
But here's where you're needed. This can't be you talking. You know the level I'm talking about. You get something more than a headache or a bellyache, and you have to send that patient into a clinic for sophisticated treatment. What are you going to do out there, anyhow?
Fish. Take pictures. Write poetry.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Nobody ever listens to me. I've been saying it all along. Oh, look, Doctor, I like the work here, but I just can't stand the life.
The life? I think you should see George Harris.
I don't need a psychiatrist.
Everybody needs a psychiatrist.
Take the word city itself. The Greeks have a word for it, polis. We live in a metropolis, which means the mother city. The word police, it literally means the force of the city, you see?
No.
Politics, the affairs of the city.
What does all this nonsense have to do with medicine?
Everything. because this is what life here is all about. Here we express our lives in rituals. We live by artificial rules.
Oh, aren't all rules artificial?
People who live close to the soil, to nature, to the elements find greater and more genuine rewards in life.
Oh, you think so?
Dr. Stern, my mind is made up.
Well, come to dinner tonight. It's probably the last decent meal you'll ever have.
That's exactly what I mean. This chauvinism of yours, this belief that once you leave the city behind you, all you encounter is barbarism.
Where exactly is this place where you intend to vegetate for the rest of your life?
It is high in the mountains. It's 50 miles from anything that could be called a town.
I give you 6 months.
Good morning, Doctor.
Oh, good morning, Miss Renshaw.
Oh, you can't do that up here, Doctor.
Do what?
Call people by their last name.
Well, I don't know your first name.
It's Carolyn.
Oh, mine's Peter.
Oh, no, we have to call you Doctor.
Why?
Oh, I suppose it's one of the rules.
That's funny. I just had a talk with a man before I left, and I contended that there was less artificiality and fewer rules in the country.
That's not true. We have more rules here than anywhere else.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Oh, you'll find out.
How'd you like my sign?
Very neat. Peter Curtis Nevins, M.D.
You know, that's what I always dreamed of doing. Personally hanging up my shingle.
Oh, I'm sure you must have done that before.
I had an office in a building made of glass and granite. My sign was inserted into place for me.
You'll be the first doctor this village has ever had.
You see? Already I own the distinction.
I'd like to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Whatever made you decide to leave a wonderful job in the big city and come here to this godforsaken place?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, the tendency is for most folks around here to move out. But you're the first within recent memory to move in.
You mean people actually leave here?
Oh, every chance they get.
Would you leave too?
I can't very well. Not anymore.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand.
It's 8 o'clock. I'll be late for classes.
Oh, that's right. I remember now. You're a school teacher.
Doctor, I am the school teacher.
Missed him, Doc.
Yes, well, I didn't want to hit anything anyhow. To me, this is just an excuse for a walk through the woods.
How do you like it up here so far?
Oh, it's fine. Just fine.
Sure it's active enough for you?
Sheriff, a man likes to have time for himself just to think and relax.
Yeah, you'll get a chance to do plenty of that up here. Mind if I ask you a question?
No, not at all. I bet I know what it is.
Do you?
Oh, yes. You probably want to know why I left a very lucrative situation in the city to come out here to the boondocks.
Yeah. I confess it crossed my mind.
Well, maybe I want the simple life.
Well, life ain't simple no place anymore.
I worked under a great physician, but it wasn't really medicine.
Well, I don't really follow that.
You see, Sheriff, one treated people, and one could cure the illness, but not the disease.
Now I'm lost.
The illness, in most cases, is a particular bug. So you kill that with a drug, or you cut away whatever that bug has infected or destroyed. But the disease itself remains because it was created by society.
Yeah, well, what disease is this?
Look, what good is it to tell people that a balanced diet is vital if they have neither the education to understand you nor the means to afford it? How can you tell a man he simply must keep off his feet when the only job he can get forces him to stand 8 hours a day?
And that's what bothered you?
It was too much, too complicated. I just felt my life was slipping away.
It'll slip away from you here, too, Doc.
Yes, but not so fast.
Oh, by the way, you got yourself a new job. You're the health officer.
Health officer?
Well, we got to have one. We've been using doctors from over at Selwyn's Corners in Centerville. But now that we got one of our own, might as well throw the business his way.
Oh, what business?
Well, the pay ain't much, but then the job ain't much either. Let's see, got to inspect Ed's Market and Shorty's Diner. That's all the food places we got. And the bottling plant.
Well, that doesn't sound very arduous.
Well, you just know Ed and Shorty run clean places. As for the plant, you won't find more modern machinery anyplace.
What about the plant, Sheriff?
Well, it's the lifeblood of this little town. That's where the famous ELIXIR Vita comes from.
Well, I'm ashamed to say I've never heard of it.
You better get with it, Doc. That's your part of this town. It's your bread and butter, too. It's a gourmet water.
A what?
It's the only way I can describe it. Comes up out of the spring. It's on town property. The town owns the bottling plant. And since you're a taxpayer here now, you got a piece of it, too.
Oh, and it's one of these spring waters that's sold for people to drink, huh?
Only if you're rich.
Oh.
I mean, that's an expensive bottle, Doc.
Oh, right.
Mostly it's not for drinking.
Well, if you don't drink it...
No, it's used for cooking, for mixing drinks.
You're kidding.
Well, between you and me, it's a snob thing. Then you got these great gourmet cooks, and you say to them you can ruin all them expensive items in that recipe with ordinary tap water.
And this bottling plant sustains the economy of the village, huh?
This plant nourishes every one of us, Doc.
Huh. Well, what kind of water is it, Sheriff?
You want the truth? To me, it tastes the same as any other kind.
I'd like to try it.
Now that you got yourself this new job and you're making extra money, you can afford to buy yourself some.
May I propose a toast?
Oh, of course.
To a successful and happy practice in our fair little village.
Well, I'll drink to that.
Why did you order Elixir Vita?
Well, it cost as much as a cocktail. I had to try it.
What do you think?
Well, it's rather pleasant. Do you like it?
Well, it doesn't taste like anything at all to me. Tell me, are you glad you came here?
Oh, yes. I feel completely at home now.
You're not bored?
Bored? Huh. The kind of sunsets you have up here, the lakes, the woods, the air.
Well, that'll last a while.
You happened to mention that people leave here. Why?
Well, after a while, I suppose the sunsets just aren't enough.
You said you would leave, too.
I would, if I could.
Well, if that's how you feel.
I should have left 10 years ago.
Why didn't you?
My mother wasn't well. Oh, but that could have been an excuse. I probably didn't have the courage. Now it's too late.
Oh, it's never too late to do what you want. I wanted to be free, to be my own man, so I walked out. I came here.
You think you can be your own man here?
Absolutely.
I hope so.
What's to stop me?
I don't know. But all places are the same.
Oh, don't say that. You don't know how different this place is.
Different from what?
The big city.
On the surface, Doctor. Only on the surface.
Dr. Stern.
Dr. Stern.
Peter, when are you ending the foolishness and coming back to work?
Never. Doctor, did you get the water sample I sent you?
Yes, Peter. What is it?
Well, I can't tell you right now. Listen, did you isolate a certain substance? Has a kind of alkaline trace?
Yes. And I don't know what it is.
You don't,
No. I've called in Stecker and Connolly. And they also say it's something brand new to them. It defies analysis.
Yeah, I couldn't break it down myself, which is why I sent it to you.
Of what is this a sample?
Oh, it's just some water.
What are you looking for?
I am not even sure.
Stecker says it looks vaguely like a substance that has found to be lethal when consumed by people who have certain protein allergies.
How's that?
But she's not sure, and it's just a wild guess on her part.
Yeah. But the substance you found in the sample I sent you can't identify that at all?
No. Nobody can remember coming across it before. Listen, Peter, come back.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Stern.
You want to see me, Doc?
Oh, yes, come in, please, Sheriff.
Okay.
Sheriff, as health officer of this village, I am health officer, am I not?
Oh, yes, Doctor. That was made official last week by the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah. Well, I may be compelled to make an official decision.
You mean you found something out of line?
I may have. The bottling plant, I'm talking about Elixir Vita.
Oh, no. No, you can't be.
Yes, Sheriff. We may have to close it down.
We may have to close it down. A simple statement, and yet it can can mean financial ruin and economic doom for an entire town. At this point, all we know is that Dr. Peter Nevins has fled to the country in order to find the simple life. What he and we are about to learn when I return shortly with Act Two is that there is no such thing as a simple life for Elixir Vita, the elixir, the essence of life. It is supposed to be a delicious aid to the true gourmet, and it is the economic mainstay of an entire town. Is this happy equilibrium about to be upset? And by a man who has always been extremely reluctant to make waves? It appears to be true.
Close the plant down?
Well, Sheriff,
Well, you can't do that, Doctor.
I understand what the plant means to this community.
Oh, no, you don't. Without that plant, we don't have a town. You can't do that.
Now, look, I didn't say we were going to do it. I said we may have to do it.
Why?
Because I think there's something in that water.
What?
I'm not sure.
And what does it do?
Well, I'm not sure of that either.
Now, let me understand just what you're saying. There may be something in the water, but you don't know what. Is that right?
Right.
And it may be doing something, but you don't know what that is either.
Not yet.
And on the basis of that kind of evidence, you want to close down the plant?
It's not evidence. It's just a suspicion.
That's even worse. You mean you close down the plant on just a suspicion?
Well,
Doc, you can't even convict a guy for murder if all you got is just plain suspicion.
Now, this is a pretty strong suspicion.
About what?
About something in that water.
All right. You're a health officer, and you could close us down if you felt it was your duty. But you'd have to say why. Unless you could do that, we could go to a judge.
I know.
On the other hand, if there was something wrong with our elixir vita and it harmed folks, we wouldn't want to be responsible. See what I mean?
Oh, yes. I see what you mean. When do the fish bite?
Well, these are mountain country fish, you know. They're supposed to be highly individualistic.
Well, at any rate, it's a beautiful day.
Beautiful lake.
Beautiful girl.
When are you going to toss it all over and go back to the city?
Never?
You sure?
Positive.
The other night, you said this was so different from the city. And I said, only on the surface. You asked how. And I said you'd find out.
And I remember I didn't agree with you at all.
You also said, in the city you couldn't be your own man. Whereas here...
What brings all this on?
The city may have just caught up with you.
In what way?
In every way.
Name one.
Intrigue.
Intrigue? Up here?
You'd be surprised. Sheriff Blakely took me into his confidence.
Oh.
I'm supposed to use my wiles to worm something out of you.
Well, I can't imagine what that could be.
Oh, yes, you can. I'm supposed to find out just what it is you know, or think you know about the elixir vita.
Aha. And how far will you go to discover the secret?
Oh, Peter, I don't know. This thing has acquired a life of its own. We'll just have to see how it develops.
I feel like an enemy general in a movie about to be done in by a beautiful spy.
You see, there is intrigue in this town. And once you dig down deep enough beneath the surface, you may never have left the big city at all.
Peter. Hello, come in. When I heard it was you, I couldn't believe it.
Morning, Dr. Stern.
How did you ever manage to tear yourself away from your busy practice?
That is a low blow.
And unworthy as well. Forgive me.
Has Stecker done the lab work I asked for?
Yes. And you must allow me this one little I told you so.
Oh, what's that?
I told you that if ever you needed anything the least bit sophisticated, you'd have to come running back to civilization.
A tiny correction. I'd have to come running back here because civilization is where I am now.
I figured it out, Peter.
You figured what out?
The whole thing. Do you know the answer to what you're doing? You're afraid.
Oh, what am I afraid of?
medicine.
I love medicine.
Maybe I should say the human aspect of it.
But medicine is concerned with humanity.
Yes, yes. And it's also practiced by human beings. And some of those human beings had started to scare you.
I don't follow this.
You were a bright young man, Peter, the brightest in your class. You showed the most promise. Well, maybe you feel you haven't lived up to that promise.
I never thought about it one way or another.
A few years have gone by. You see other bright young men coming up. You're afraid of them.
Oh, that's not true.
You're afraid to compete. That's why you create this fantasy about the country, the purity of the simple life.
Well, maybe I just love to fish, the way you love gourmet cooking.
Yes, I'm a gourmet cook, and I'm a master bridge player, but I'm a doctor first.
Oh, we're having this argument again.
Peter, why are you afraid? Afraid of the city?
Look, I came here to say hello, to take you to lunch, and to see if Stecker has got anywhere on my lab work.
We've already said hello, and you can't take me to lunch because I'm preparing it here. And about Stecker and your lab work, why don't you ask her?
I do not know what this is, Peter.
And you can't guess?
You do not come here for guesses. What kind of water is this?
Oh, it's just water from a spring.
And you wish to know if you can drink this water?
Well, I thought I'd analyze it myself, and when I did, I saw this substance in it that I couldn't identify.
What it is, we do not know. Let us call it X.
Well, for some reason, one that I can't understand myself, I have a feeling that X is harmful. Is that true?
I cannot yet be sure. X reminds me of something. It is not the same thing, but it could be similar.
What's that?
It could be dangerous for people who suffer from a protein deficiency.
Are you sure?
No. I suspect. That is all.
Can you find out?
I can try.
Well, how long will it take?
Peter, you know how long these things may take. 10 minutes, 10 days, 10 years, forever.
Have some more of this wine.
No, thanks, Doctor. I'm really in a hurry to get back.
You see how the roles have been reversed. I, the busy city doctor, am relaxed. You, the calm country doctor, are nervous and impatient.
I'd like you to understand one thing, Doctor. I am happy where I am. For the first time in my life, I know what it is to live through my senses. It's very important to me, Doctor. I wish you would see it that way.
What do you really want me to understand?
Oh, I'm not sure. The part of medicine that frightens me.
You have to tell me what that is.
Well, it has nothing to do with anatomy or physiology or surgery or any of the things we study.
Then what does it have to do with...
I guess you could call it doctoring.
I don't follow you.
Well, if I'm going to say this, I may need some more of that wine after all. Okay. Doctors practice medicine. Why do we say practice? Why don't we say perform? Surely after all of our training, we're qualified, aren't we?
No. We say practice because we hope to learn each time we work with a patient.
Practice. Well, we never really know.
Well, we're only human.
If it were pure science, we'd know, wouldn't we? But we are buffeted about by other factors.
What are you driving at?
The decisions we have to make.
Ah, yes. We are faced with difficult decisions.
And have you ever asked yourself why? It's because we allow other than medical factors to influence our judgment.
You can't practice medicine in a vacuum, Peter.
Yes.
Is that what you're beginning to find out there in the utopia?
Thanks for the lunch, Doc. And the wine.
Ah, Peter, you belong in the city. Don't try to fight it. Whatever it is you've got in your system right now, get rid of it and come back home.
My home is up there.
I hope.
What do you hope?
I hope it doesn't destroy you.
Well, how does it feel to be a hero?
I never thought about it one way or the other. Look, why don't we step outside for a breath of fresh air?
As they say, you're the doctor.
Nice of you folks to give me a party.
Well, everybody wanted to meet the new doctor.
I don't seem to be getting much work. It's a healthy town.
You can't have everything.
Carolyn, why did you stay?
Remember I told you it just worked out that way?
Oh, yes. Well, I'm glad you did.
Why?
Because I think I may have fallen in love with you.
Well, that should make my job easier.
What job?
My, Mata Hari thing. You know, most folks here don't know about that conversation you had with the sheriff about the water. Oh, you know, the ELIXIR Vita. But the few of us who do are scared stiff.
I know. But
But what?
as a doctor, I feel I really have no choice.
No choice. Oh, Peter, tell me what you're saying.
My decision simply has to be to close down the plant.
But do you realize that if you close down the plant, you destroy the entire town?
I know. I've taken all the facts into consideration. But the right thing to do is to close the plant.
How quickly we come to realize that right and wrong are really relative matters. Once we get out into that hard, cold world, how soon we perceive the incredibly complex web of conflicting interests that surround each act we perform. How rapidly we learn that there are two sides to each story. Well, that's life. And that's also the third act, which I shall bring here in just a few moments. As one of the world's greatest realists once said, you can't make an omelet without breaking eggs. And we have here a Dr. Nevins who, figuratively, is going to break some eggs, simply because it's a matter of duty. The problem is, he's talking to one of the eggs right now.
You're going to close down our bottling plant? Why?
Because I suspect something harmful in the elixir.
What?
I don't know yet.
But if you can't be sure, why should you close the plant?
It's possible that there could be danger.
And also possible that there isn't any.
Yes. And so, until we find out...
You order the place shut down.
Look, it's entirely possible that these suspicions I have are unfounded. And then the plant can open up again.
The plant can never open up again.
Why not? Once it receives a clean bill of health.
The damage will have been done. People will never have confidence in it again.
Carolyn, I understand.
No, you don't understand. This town will be wiped out. My mother and my father, they're old, and everything they own is tied up in that elixir. Well, there isn't a family in this town that...
The right thing to do...
Right thing to do for whom?
I wish... Oh, I wish I really knew what to do.
Peter, are you happy here?
Yes.
Do you want to stay?
Of course.
Well, you won't be able to if you close the plant. That should be obvious.
I know.
Everybody in this town will shun you as if you were a leper.
Because I told the truth. And you?
Me?
Will you also shun me?
Yes, I think so.
I told you I loved you.
Yes, I know.
And the reason I told you, I was very sure. I just knew you felt the same way about me. Do you?
Yes?
And you would still side against me.
Yes. But I don't want to be in love with a fanatic, a zealot.
Is that how you see me?
Oh, that's what you'll be.
Oh, Carolyn.
We've been bottling ELIXIR Vita for 80 years. There's never been any kind of suspicion about it whatsoever.
But that doesn't mean to say...
Peter, there's such a thing as simple justice. You're innocent till you're proven guilty. Give ELIXIR a chance.
Put on your shirt, Doctor.
What's the verdict, Doctor?
You need a doctor, you come back to the city. You mean there are no doctors in the nearby town?
All right. Am I all right?
Yes. Bit run down, some protein deficiency.
Oh, I don't get very much sleep.
You mean the country air, it's all a fake?
I have nightmares.
What's bothering you?
I wish I knew.
You leave here, you think you've discovered a Garden of Eden?
It is, in many respects. I found a girl.
A girl you could have found anywhere.
I have found a lovely, peaceful community. Friendly, happy people. And nature. Nature is gone from your life in the city.
A Garden of Eden. But in every Garden of Eden, there has to be a snake. What's yours?
Who says there's a snake?
What else has been keeping you awake nights? Come home, Peter.
You keep asking me to come home, and I keep telling you that I just can't.
Well, you talk as if it's something terrible.
It is. Look, I was born here, in the southeast section. You know what that used to be. I used to be one of the worst slums in America. That's where I come from.
So do I.
Yes. Doctor, I never told you this before, but my father just disappeared one day. My mother was killed in an accident, and one night there was a fire, and I couldn't get out of that hole they called a room. The ceiling fell down. It would have killed me, except I was under the bed, and for hours I lay there suffocating and choking. How I fought to breathe. It was quite by accident that the firemen found me. Nobody thought I would live.
Ah, but you did.
Yes, and I never forgot it. I can't forget it.
Well, do you want to keep savoring?
I wanted to make something of myself so I could leave the city, this terrible city, the killer city, and I did. I found a place where I can breathe.
So, what's your problem?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I have done the studies, Peter, and this thing we call X.
You know what it is, Dr. Stecker?
No. But I know what it does.
Yes?
It can be harmful to people who suffer from protein deficiency.
How harmful?
That would depend on the individual.
Uh-huh.
You know that, Peter.
Yeah.
It could result in mild discomfort for some, to acute symptoms, and in rare cases, even death.
Then there is a danger in this water.
For the most part, a remote danger. But it cannot be disregarded.
I still don't follow you, Doctor.
For certain people, Sheriff, this water could be dangerous, even lethal.
Well, how come there's never been any complaint?
We have experimental data to prove there may be a danger in the elixir for people who have a protein deficiency.
That's the first I ever heard of it.
I'll just have to close the plant.
Now, Peter, you got to understand.
All right, Sheriff. There is a way out. It's a compromise.
The town will take whatever it can get.
Good. Now, on each label, we'll print the warning. Dangerous for people with protein.
No. We can't take that.
Why not?
It'll kill us. You put something like that on the label, and who's going to buy it? Now, why can't we wait till we're sure? Now, just take a few days, Peter, and think about it. Think about it.
Peter?
I must have dozed off.
Oh, I don't know. You suggest a ride. I agree. You suggest we park. It's all right with me. And then you just fall asleep. I must really be exciting company.
No, it's not that. I'm just a little bit out of sorts, I guess.
You know, that must have been a harrowing experience.
What was?
Fire.
Fire?
When you were a boy.
How did you know about that?
You talk in your sleep. I wouldn't make that admission in public. After all, I'm not supposed to find that out till after we're married. You called for help. You couldn't breathe. You were terrified.
Yes.
And you kept saying the word city. City.
The city.
Is that why you hate the city? Because of that fire?
No, the fire was... That was just the climax of it. My mother, she and my father had come to the city from the farm. They thought they could get rich.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, things turned into a nightmare, and my mother blamed the city for all her troubles. That's why I can't live in the city anymore.
You may have to.
Why?
Because if you close the plant...
I'm not closing the plant. All I propose is
whatever you put on the label will amount to the same thing.
Carolyn, there's proof.
How conclusive. Oh, well, You can look at it in a number of ways.
I have a protein deficiency myself. It's a hangover from my childhood.
So you don't have to use the elixir.
But there are unsuspecting people.
Very well, Peter. Theoretically, you're in the right. Now, let me tell you what happened last night. My mom and dad, the sheriff, the selectmen, they held a kind of private meeting about you.
About me?
Mm-hmm. What to do about you. Well, they didn't say it in so many words, but it was decided to offer you a bribe.
Money?
Not as blatant as that. Since you're an important member of the community now, you should own a larger share of the bottling plant.
If anybody tries...
They won't. They soon saw it was foolish.
Well, one thing I can tell you, I can't be bribed.
But you are, Peter. You are being bribed.
How?
By this life. This kind of existence you've always longed for. The kind of town you always pictured. Even by me. For some reason, I'm the kind of girl you always wanted. If you insist on destroying the elixir, you lose all of it. That's the bribe, Peter.
Yes, that's the bribe.
And you have to decide whether or not you'll take it.
Will you come back to the city with me, Carolyn?
Could you go back to the city, Peter?
I think more time is needed to form a definite conclusion. After all, there's no proof it ever killed anybody.
Oh, Peter, darling, hello. You're early. Dinner isn't quite ready.
That divine aroma. Carolyn, I didn't know you could cook like this.
Hello, Peter.
Ah, Dr. Stern.
I can't. Dr. Stern decided to come up early for the wedding, and he insisted on preparing dinner. Oh, he's a genius.
I always really wanted to be a chef. Peter, you're not looking well. I'll stay a couple of days and see that you eat properly.
I don't know when I've ever enjoyed such a splendid dinner. We'll have to invite the doctor often, Peter.
And when I can't come, I'll give you some of my recipes.
Will you gentlemen excuse me? I'll bring in the coffee.
So, are you happy?
I'll settle. Dr. Stern, have you ever been bribed?
I've never accepted money that...
No. I don't mean by money.
Well, yes. By the prospect of position. Reputation.
I see.
All of us, whoever we are, whatever we are, can be bribed by something.
I know.
What all this means is that you have already taken a bribe. Isn't that so?
That's right.
What?
A way of life?
Was it worth it?
Oh, yes.
What did you have to give up?
Just a little bit of integrity.
Then it wasn't worth it.
Oh, it was a tiny, insignificant bit, Doctor.
The trouble with integrity is that it doesn't come in bits and pieces. It's either all or nothing.
I had to do it, Doctor. I couldn't give all this up.
Well,
what?
We're doing what we command our patients never to do after a meal. Get excited.
You know, Dr. Stern, tonight's dinner was the most delicious meal you ever cooked.
You know something? I agree with you. Carolyn helped me with something I never heard of. It's marvelous. You could actually taste the difference in the soup.
The soup? The soup was never better.
It's something you people bottle up here.
What? What are you talking about?
It's that water, what do you call it? The elixir vita.
Doctor, you mean you prepared the dinner with elixir vita?
I always considered myself a gourmet, and here I'd never even heard of. But you should know all about it. You've been having it every time Carolyn made dinner for you. I imagine, back home, I buy the most expensive ingredients, and then I use ordinary water. It just doesn't make sense.
Carolyn!
Peter, is something the matter?
What is it, darling?
All the time I've been having dinner here at your house. Have you been cooking with Elixir Vita?
Well, of course.
You mean I've been ingesting that stuff?
Ingesting? Well, that's kind of a strange word to use with Elixir Vita.
Now, just tell me the truth.
Every meal you've had since you've come to this village, wherever you've eaten it, contains Elixir Vita.
What?
Well, we all use it. That's why the food tastes so good.
No wonder I'm starting to feel like this.
Peter, are you all right?
No. He looks a little bit tired, run down, but I think he's all right.
No, Doctor. If you examined me, you'd see that I am on my way to severe illness.
Elixir Vita?
Maybe. Tell me the truth.
Every meal you've
Just tell me the truth.
Every meal you've had since you've come to this village.
I know. But the others, how many others will suffer and never know why? Until one day.
Peter.
One day. I'm sorry, Carolyn. I am very sorry, but as the health officer and as a doctor, I really have no choice. And if that means the sky will fall, well, let it.
And when you look at a bottle of Elixir Vita, you might notice a warning sentence on the label. Should not be consumed by persons with protein deficiency. And you know something? The sky didn't fall. Things went on as usual. Peter married Carolyn, and everybody's happy. This story was designed especially for those of you who complain we don't have enough happy endings. I'll have other happy tidings in just a few moments. It's all relative, the physical and even the mental. Something that can nourish me might destroy you. We're all so different, so contrary, so inexplicable, and so unpredictable. And this is certainly cause for joy and great celebration. For it is these human and not-so-human foibles that give us the material to enchant you here 7 times each week. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Evie Juster, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
The Chamber of Commerce dinner was long and tedious. I was sent home early with the lieutenant governor's wife. But not before Lewis had informed me that John, contrary to his normal habits, had been drinking quite a bit. But he assured me that it would be all right and that he would make sure he got safely home. I was sitting at my dressing table taking off my makeup when suddenly, impossibly, Lewis was beside me, visibly shaken and frantic.
Deborah.
How the devil did you get in here?
That doesn't matter for the moment. I'm here to tell you to lock your door when I leave. And whatever you do, don't let John come in. And remember the pistol I gave you.
What are you talking about?
He's found out about you and Nicholas.
How?
Never mind how. When I left him, he was loading his hunting rifle. For heaven's sake, when I leave, lock your door.
Are you suggesting that I should be afraid of John, the most...
Debbie, he is not himself. He's out of his mind. Good Lord, here he comes. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is House A. House A's owner pays an annual percentage rate up around 18% on his second trust deed loan, which is the typical cost at most companies. This is House B. House B's owner pays an annual percentage rate of only 13.68% on his second trust deed loan, which is the typical cost at Reliable Mortgage Corporation. That's because at Reliable, the interest rate is lower, the commission is lower, and you get more time to fully repay your loan, and there are no balloon payments. As you can see, there is a big difference in second trust deed loans. That's why the federal government has given you a foolproof way of comparing the overall cost of any loan, the annual percentage rate. The lower the rate, the lower the cost. 13.68% is lower than 18%. Call Reliable Mortgage Corporation, the brokers who know it's good business to give you the facts and more money for your money. First and second trust deed loans from $1,000 to $50,000.
Find Reliable in your white or yellow pages. This is KNX Los Angeles. The time is 10 o'clock.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the halls of mystery. The corridors of terror, where the impossible becomes the probable, and the unexpected becomes the accepted. Because in this exciting theater of the mind, the things you don't see but imagine are far more terrifying than anything we might show you. Oh, you'll hear strange things, and these will conjure pictures that only you can produce. For starters, let's listen in on a phone conversation between electronics engineer Roy Watson and his boss, Andy Carter.
Hello, Roy. I know it's 10 o'clock at night, but I've got something strange over here at the lab. Can you come right over?
Well, sure, Andy. Well, what's up?
It's something on the L43 tape recorder.
The one I brought home the other night?
Yeah, and while you were using it, it picked up those sounds you've been telling me about.
Well, the mice?
I don't know what you've got in those walls of yours, but they're sure not mice. I want you to get over here and listen to them.
Our mystery drama, Sagamore Cottage, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Bob Caliban and Carmen Matthews. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Large houses have large shadows and large secrets. Far out on Long Island, New York, sits a large house with very large shadows. The Sagamore Estate, once the showplace of the island. The estate still stands, but the happy days have died with the generations. To make ends meet in maintaining the estate, Miss Eleanor Sagamore, the last remaining family member, rents out a small cottage, the caretaker's cottage in better days. And it's to this cottage and this foreboding estate that young Roy and Peggy Watson are now traveling. Two destinies are fast approaching each other, and what will happen, only time can tell.
Well, we ought to be within sight of it soon. The real estate agent said it was only 10 miles.
Roy, did you think he acted funny?
About our renting the cottage?
Yes.
Well, frankly, I did. He insisted there were better and more attractive places, but not for the price.
We don't have to take it. Oh, there, up ahead. That must be it.
Oh, it has to be it. From the description we got. We'll be there in a minute.
I don't see any cottage yet. It must be behind the house.
Yeah, it probably is. The gatehouses were near the front of the estates. The caretakers live back in the gardens.
It's been some time since anyone cared for these grounds.
Well, I imagine the old girl has little enough to live on without expensive gardeners.
Oh, the house doesn't look too bad. But I'm sure it's nothing like it was.
Huh? Let's go. She must have seen us arriving.
It's so still. How does she stand it all alone?
That's her problem. Come on.
You didn't have to ring. I saw you.
Miss Sagamore, we're the people about renting the cottage.
I know it. Who else would be coming up to Sagamore?
Well, can we see it?
You'll have to see Miss Sagamore first. She must decide if you're right for it.
Well, then you're not...
I'm Margareta.
Show them in, Margareta. Don't stand there crabbing.
You heard her. Come in.
I'm Miss Sagamore. How do you do? That will be all, Margareta.
Yes, Miss Sagamore.
Shall we retire to the library? Actually, I could answer the door faster than Margareta, but she's been here so long I couldn't hurt her feelings. I have to allow her the chores.
I understand. It's nice of you.
We arrived at Sagamore the very same day. She came to work as a housemaid the day I was born. But you're interested in the cottage, not in us?
Well, we would like to see it.
Please sit down. What brings you to the island, Mr. Watson, is it?
Yes. I'm starting a new job out here with Crown Electronics.
Oh, that ghastly building 2 miles down. I've heard they do evil things in there.
No, it's an electronics research firm.
Ray guns and weapons.
Not quite. We're experimenting with a new transistor. I've been hired to head a team. It's my specialty.
I know nothing about it except it's evil, but I won't hold it against you. I like you both. You know, Mrs. Watson, you strongly resemble Marie Antoinette. Has anyone ever told you that?
Well, no.
A striking resemblance. Turn your head a little to the side.
Oh, well.
Yes, even the profile.
Perhaps we could see the cottage?
Oh, of course. I get carried away sometimes.
That's all right. I knew I married a queen.
It's quite remarkable. Quite. Well, what do you think?
It's absolutely charming.
Suits me fine.
Then you'll take it. I'm so glad. The rent's only $200 a month.
That's the best part about it.
We hope to have our own place by next summer, but living here will be a delight.
It has a lot of character.
Well, then let's go back to the main house, and I'll give you a receipt for the first month's rent. I don't ask for a lease or anything like that. You look like reliable people.
Thank you.
And desirable people. Very desirable.
Even the china's expensive, Roy. Limoges yet. In a rental cottage.
First class all the way. Look, you get settled in. I'm going to run over to the labs and let Andy know I've arrived.
Okay. The place is so clean, there's not much to do.
I'll see you later, my queen.
Roy, she gave me the creeps when she told me I looked like Marie Antoinette.
Why? I thought it was a compliment.
Well, probably was, but the way she looked at me, scrutinized is the word, I felt so uncomfortable.
Forget it. She probably won't mention it again.
Roy, I didn't expect you till Monday. When'd you get in town?
Yesterday. We wanted to get settled first, so we drove in and got us a place to stay.
Great. But you don't have to be on the job till Monday.
Oh, I thought I'd take a couple of days to look around, get familiar with the plan ahead of time.
I like that kind of attitude. I think we're going to work well together.
Well, that's why I took the job.
Come on this way. I'll show you your office. Where are you staying? You find an apartment in town?
Oh, better than that. We took the cottage on the Sagamore estate, 2 miles down the road.
Oh, the Sagamore place with that wacky old dame?
Well, she seemed okay to us. Peg loves the place.
You wish you weren't renting there.
Why? Because Miss Sagamore is different?
The last 2 tenants in that cottage, first an elderly man, and then after him a young widow, disappeared.
Disappeared?
They apparently left and never came back. Nobody bothered about the old man, but when the young widow disappeared, her folks came looking for her. They were frantic.
And she was never found?
I don't know. Never heard any more about it. That was 3 or 4 months ago. They passed her picture out all over the place, hoping someone had seen her.
But surely they didn't think Miss Sagamore...
Oh, no. She seemed as surprised as anyone else that they'd left. In fact, I still have one of the pictures here. Kept it just in case there was a way to help those people.
Oh, attractive, isn't she?
Yeah, just 26. Sort of looks like Marilyn Monroe in a way. Little darker, though. I still wish you'd move out of there.
You find me 2 bedrooms, carpeting, fireplace, and utilities for $200 a month, and I will.
Well, you win. But watch your step. I don't know what it is about that place, but I don't want to lose a good assistant.
Hello. May I come up?
Oh,
Oh, Miss Sagamore, of course.
Well, I just stopped by to see if everything's all right.
Just perfect. It's beautiful.
Yes, it is a charming cottage. And it's so nice to have someone in it again. It's been vacant for several months.
I can't imagine why. It's so lovely.
Oh, people around here have strange ideas. Oh, I did want to mention, Mrs. Watson, not to let Margaretta bother you. Sometimes she says and does things that, oh, well, she's getting on in years.
I understand.
Oh, and by the way, should you hear music from the main house tonight, it's just a little party I'm having. I do hope you won't feel offended that I haven't invited you. It's just some very close friends.
Oh, of course I won't. We've only just met. I wouldn't expect.
I do love my little parties. I'll have you and Mr. Watson over soon.
Oh, that's very kind, but I expect he'll be working late a lot with the new job and all.
Oh, of course. Well, there's lots of time. I must get back. I don't like to leave Margaretta alone too long.
Thanks for coming by.
Oh, Mr. Watson's coming up the drive.
Oh, he's home sooner than I expected.
I'm so glad to have you both, my dear. My Marie Antoinette. I hope you'll stay a long, long time.
Certainly, till we get a place of our own.
Hi, honey.
Hi, Roy.
Well, I'll leave you two to each other. Good day, Mrs. Watson.
Oh, hi, Miss Sagamore.
Good day, Mr. Watson.
You're back early.
Oh, not really. Andy and I went over the plant, and I'll go back early tomorrow. Yeah. What did Miss Sagamore want?
Oh, just to see if everything was all right.
Oh,
What's the matter?
nothing. Why?
You look... Well, a cloud passed over your face.
Oh, I'm just thinking about the new job, I guess. Come on. Let's go out for dinner.
You should eat your potatoes.
I'm not hungry. You know I never eat very much before a party. I don't know why you insist on filling my plate with a lot of food I won't eat.
It's not the party. It's them, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you think it's wise so soon?
I don't care. I must.
Do you want me to begin?
You can start the preparations. But I want to think a little more about him.
Oh, I'm bushed. I'm not even going to watch the news.
Sounds as though things are in full swing at the main house. You said she was having a party, huh?
Mm-hmm. Some close friends. She apologized for not inviting us. That's funny. I didn't see any cars parked out there.
I'll get the light. I wonder why she has a party on the second floor. Looks like there's dancing going on behind the curtains.
With a house that size, she's probably got 10 living rooms. Unzip, please, huh?
I want to get an early start at the plant tomorrow.
I still wonder why there weren't any cars out front.
What?
If Miss Sagamore's having a party, well, wouldn't there be cars?
I didn't think so, but who knows? Maybe they all came in one car, parked in the garage. I'm too tired to care.
Maybe I'll take the train into New York City next week. I'm dying to see Fifth Avenue.
Oh, you'll love it. You ready for the light out?
I was ready an hour ago.
Listen.
You're lucky I'm not afraid of mice. Sounds like we have a visitor. See it?
It's behind her, in the wall.
Oh, I guess the fields are full of them. Oh, if he's not bothering you, he won't bother me. They're kind of cute anyway.
Okay. Good night, honey.
Night.
Persistent little character.
It seems that Sagamore Cottage has more than Peggy and Roy Watson for tenants. But then, as Peggy said, field mice are kind of cute. They're really not undesirable, and they generally mind their own business. So Roy and Peggy really have nothing to worry about with a field mouse in the walls. That is, if it is only a field mouse. We'll return to Sagamore Cottage shortly with Act 2. skittering in the walls of your bedroom is not exactly conducive to sleep. And for Peggy and Roy Watson, it was a restless night. The rustling in the bedroom wall stopped after a while, but the next day at Roy's office...
Morning, Roy. Hey, why the long face?
Oh, not much sleep last night.
Oh?
Mice kept us awake half the night.
Mice?
In the walls, rustling and squeaking.
Yeah, I told you shouldn't have rented that place.
And Peg's going in to get some traps when she goes shopping.
A cat's better, if they're field mice. And they probably are. They can grab that bait without setting off the trap. They don't weigh half an ounce, you know. But a cat, now he'll take care of them.
Yeah, maybe you got a point. I'll talk to Peg about it tonight.
Feel like starting on that transistor scheme today?
Sure.
Fine. I'll have Jim McDonald set you up. And say, you might check with him about a cat. His house usually has a litter or two. His wife has a soft heart for strays.
Okay, I'll get me a cat.
Oh, isn't he sweet?
Hey, Jim said he's almost a year. Just right for mousing.
Well, the traps didn't catch anything in 2 days. Maybe just having the cat around will scare the mice off. Oh, you're beautiful. I'm going to call you Tiger because you're such a ferocious-looking fellow. I love you already. There, down you go. And scare some mice.
You want some help with dinner?
Nope, everything's ready. Mix us a cocktail. What's the matter, Tiger? Oh, he's backing away from something, but what?
Oh, great. Our first cat, and he's afraid of mice.
Oh, come here, Tiger. What's the matter?
Well, he seemed to be calming down a little.
Something frightened him.
Well, he's supposed to do the frightening. The sounds haven't been too bad for the past couple of nights, though. You seen anything of Miss Sagamore?
Oh, she dropped by this afternoon with some flowers. Pathetic little violets she said she grew herself. I think they're growing wild all around the property. She talks too much, but she's really very pleasant. That housekeeper gives me the willies, though. I don't know how she stands her.
Time for your tea, Miss Sagamore.
Oh, I don't want it, Margaret.
That doesn't matter. It's time.
Oh,
If things are to work, they must be done exactly. It's always been that way, you know it.
but I still can't see what my tea time has to do with it.
It has always worked. Don't question it. The violets are in the house.
Yes. She didn't seem surprised or anything.
No reason to be surprised over a few violets.
Is it ready yet?
Almost.
I can hardly wait.
You know they all take time. And some are slower than others. Drink your tea. And I want you to stay in bed tomorrow.
But I was going...
You'll stay in bed tomorrow.
Yes, Margareta. I'll stay in bed.
That's strange. I was sure I closed the house door behind me when I left. Oh, hello, Tiger. Hey, you didn't open the door, did you? Well, it's a good thing I came back for the tape measure. I'll be sure to lock it this time. Oh, Margareta.
Oh, Mrs. Watson.
What are you doing here?
Well, I just came to see if everything was all right, if you needed anything. I am the housekeeper.
I keep my own house, thank you. I don't mean to be rude, but I don't want you or Miss Sagamore coming in here when we're not home.
Oh, I'm sorry if I've upset you, Mrs. Watson. Good morning.
Goodbye.
If there is a way I can be of service, please call.
That chance.
I don't like that woman. The sooner things start working, the better.
It can't be too soon to suit me.
I wish she hadn't surprised me in the cottage. It's just liable to make her too suspicious.
I suppose I was rude, but I didn't like her snooping. And I'm sure that's what it was, snooping.
You want me to speak to Miss Sagamore?
Oh, no, I don't think we'll have any more trouble with Margareta. I let her know how I felt. What's the matter, dear?
Do you notice a funny odor?
No, not really.
Sort of like seaweed.
Well, a little. Not that you've got me thinking about it. But this is Long Island. Nothing but salt air and seaweed.
Yeah, I suppose. I just hadn't noticed it before. Here's your drink.
Thanks. Good grief, my rings.
I've heard of throwing your weight around, but not your rings.
That's never happened before. My engagement and my wedding ring, both. They just slipped off when I reached for the glass.
Here they are.
Oh, they're usually too snug. Why? Look how they slide on my finger. I don't understand it all of a sudden.
Beats me.
I don't see how they could get larger just like that.
You'll have to have a jeweler put those doohickeys on them to make them smaller.
I'd better keep them off for now. I'll lose them if I try to wear them like this.
I have some work to do tonight. I thought it'd be easier to do here. Uh-oh.
There they go again.
Oh, I've given up on Tiger. We're just going to have to live with those noises. Here. Look at this.
Looks like a watch.
No, a tape recorder.
You're kidding. That small?
Oh, this is nothing to what we expect to do. Someday a recorder smaller than a diamond in that ring of yours. This one actually works. Microphone, tape, speaker, all in this little case, no bigger than a pocket watch.
Fascinating. But you have to work. I better get dinner. I'll have my second drink in the kitchen. Oh.
Honey, take it easy.
I'm all right. My right shoe just slipped off when I stood up.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Watson. I hope you don't mind a visit.
No, of course not.
I want to apologize for Margareta being here yesterday. As I told you, she's getting on in years, and sometimes, well, she's set in her ways. Always has to have someone or something to care for.
Well, I'm sorry if I was rude to her, but I didn't like her being in the house that way.
How are you feeling?
Feeling? Fine. Why?
You're looking a little thinner.
You notice?
Well, I'm afraid so, but, then it's probably just a change, the adjustment to a new life.
I have found that my clothes, my rings are looser.
Well, it's not so bad. Overweight can be a problem.
But I was never... It doesn't matter.
I'm having another party next Saturday night. The last one didn't disturb you, did it?
Oh, no.
Good. One of these days, you and Mr. Watson must come to the ballroom. You particularly. I know you'll find it enchanting someday. You'll see.
Yes. That's very nice of you.
Well, I must go. Margareta gets nervous when I'm out of her sight for too long. Good day, Mrs. Watson.
Well, let's face it, Peg. We've both got to see a doctor. This weight loss isn't natural.
I know. I'm feeling weaker, too.
My suits are all a size too big. We've been losing weight. Now, Andy wants us to see the company doctor. He says she's great, and we don't know any other.
She?
Yeah, a lady doctor. She has a private practice in town, but she treats all the company employees.
Well, all right. Maybe we'd better. Maybe it's a virus or something. I mean, for both of us to be this way.
Every test is negative, Mr. Watson. No anemia, no tumors, no blood infection, no problem in the digestive tract. Nothing that would produce such a weight loss in you and Mrs. Watson.
Well, it's encouraging, Doctor, to know we're healthy, but we are getting thinner.
Yes, well, the only thing I can suggest is going into the hospital for extended observation.
Oh, no.
I can't do that.
Well, Andy will give you the time off if I feel it's necessary.
I don't see what more you can do. You've made all the tests, and there's nothing wrong.
Oh, there is something wrong, but we have to search further than the lab tests and x-rays. There seems to be no pathological cause for your condition.
Well, I don't want to go into the hospital now.
We'll wait a while. If we keep losing, well, then we may think differently, but it's probably just fatigue. Roy starting the new job and the change for me.
Mm-hmm. That's possible, but look, if the condition persists, I urge you to do it my way.
Oh, I get it. Hello?
Hello, Roy. I know it's 10 o'clock at night, but I've got something strange over here at the lab. Can you come over?
Well, sure. What's up?
It's on that tape in the L43 tape recorder.
Well, the one I brought home the other night?
Yeah, I don't know what you've got in those walls of yours, but they sure aren't mice. I want you to get over here and listen to them.
Hi, Peg.
I hope you don't mind my tagging along, Andy. I'm curious, too.
Not at all. Let's go in the lab. What's the sound, Andy? I was testing the L43 and discovered you must have had it going while you had it home. Yeah, I was showing it to Peg. Whether you knew it or not, you were taping the sounds in your walls. They came in very distinctly. But when I played it back at half speed, it seemed to talk. What? Well, here, listen. Now, this is the sound at normal speed. Now, at half. A human voice. I don't know if it's human, but it is a voice saying something. We can't slow the L43 anymore, but if we re-record and slowed the master tape further, we might understand it.
But what can it be? There's no one behind the wall, unless they're ghosts.
Or coincidence. Variable speeds on tape recorders can produce curious sounds. I'd like to do some more taping in the cottage, Roy, with more refined equipment. Well, I have no objections. Well, how about tomorrow night? The sounds get going at nighttime, don't they? Usually. I'll bring over the M2400 model. It's the most sensitive recorder we've got. Okay. Well, there's no harm in experimenting.
If you two insist, then come for dinner, Andy. You can have your fun over brandy. I hope Andy likes sauerbraten. I guess I should have asked.
I think he'll eat anything as long as it's home cooked and not his usual bachelor fare.
Well, there you are, Tiger. Your dinner's in the corner.
Oh, His Highness finally showed up, huh?
Well, he's not wet. He must have been in the bedroom. Look. Wait, he's got something in his mouth. Oh, I'll bet he finally caught one of the... Oh, what'd he catch?
Well, let's see. What you got, Tiger? Come on, drop it. What is it?
Tiger, that's no way to ask.
Oh, it's nothing but a hunk of straw. Oh. Well, there's your seaweed smell.
Well, let's see. It's a little straw doll.
Oh.
I wonder where he found it.
Well, he seems to like it. It's his toy. Look at him play with it.
Well, I've got to look at the potatoes.
Oh, there's Andy. I'll get it. Hi, Roy. Not too early, I hope. No, never. Come on in. Where can I put this tape machine? Over here on the table. We'll set it up after dinner. Oh, things have been quiet tonight.
Hi, Andy. The cook will be with you for cocktails in a minute.
Yeah, good time. Charming little place here, all right. What's going on up at the main house? Oh, another of Miss Sagamore's parties, probably. I thought I heard music up there.
Fix the drinks, Roy. I'll be right in.
Andy? Scotch is fine. Something wrong? Just an odor. I've smelled somewhere before. Oh, yeah. That's Peg's sauerbraten. No, it's not that. Well, what is it, Andy? Oh, you must have noticed it. Oh, that damp seaweed smell. Yeah, we have it all the time.
Well, we've gotten used to it. You can't live near the beach without sea smells.
Andy, what's the matter, for heaven's sake? That's not seaweed. It's straw. An unmistakable odor. And there's only one thing that smells like that. Just exactly like that.
What?
The straw in a voodoo doll.
Things at Sagamore Cottage seem stranger all the time. Noises in the walls, the Watsons' weight problem, and now voodoo? In the 1970s on Long Island? Well, they tell me it's not limited to Haiti. But is it really a voodoo doll? Or just something the cat dragged in? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. Good rentals are hard to come by these days. To get a delightful cottage on Long Island with wall-to-wall carpeting, fireplace, utilities, 2 bedrooms furnished, and all for $200 a month? Well, you've got to expect some drawbacks, like noises in the walls and perhaps voodoo dolls the cat brings in.
Are you serious, Andy? I had some experience with them when I was on college field training in the West Indies. And there's no smell quite like the straw of a voodoo doll. It's quite unmistakable.
But voodoo here?
Oh, good Lord, that thing Tiger brought in.
It was a hunk of straw.
Shaped like a little doll.
What? Well, the cat had a straw thing in here earlier. We didn't think anything about it.
Where is it?
Well, Tiger was playing with it like a toy. It must be around here someplace.
Well, forget dinner for the moment, please. I must see that thing.
Well, I'll see if Tiger's in the bedroom.
Well, he brought it into the kitchen first. Let's try there, Andy.
Now, you may think I'm making too much of this.
Well, I don't know what to think, but you don't expect me to believe Miss Sagamore and that weirdo maid of hers are bewitching us.
Look, I smell something I don't like. You describe a straw doll the cat found. Now, that's a hex, no matter who's pulling it off.
Somehow, I just can't take this seriously.
Tiger's in the bedroom sleeping, but I can't find that thing. I don't know what he did with it.
You say it's not doing you any harm, Roy. What about your weight loss?
What?
Just tension and fatigue.
Dr. Mason didn't think so. She wanted more tests.
You're suggesting our weight loss is due to a hex?
I suggest you both get out of this cottage as fast as you can. Now, forget the recording we were going to do. Forget looking for the straw thing. Pack up and get out tonight.
Roy, I'm frightened.
And you better be. I told you about the others, Roy.
What others?
I never told her.
An older man who lived here before, then a young girl after him. Both disappeared, never a trace.
Roy, is that true?
All I know is what Andy tells me.
It's true. How or where they disappeared to, no one knows. But there's something unholy here. And I want you two out of it.
Roy, that odor we thought was seaweed. We first noticed it the day after I surprised Margaretta in the cottage. Do you think
she was planting the doll here? Could be.
It's been hidden in here all the time until Tiger found it.
Okay. Let's not lose our scientific heads.
I wouldn't wait, Roy. Just leave. You're paid in advance. Take my apartment. I'll bunk in with Jim McDonough.
Okay, Andy. We'll get out, but one more night's not going to make any difference.
Okay, that's up to you. But you'll leave in the morning?
I'll tell Miss Sagamore. First thing.
Oh, what a heavenly morning. It makes last night seem like a nightmare.
Yeah, I'll go up and tell Miss Sagamore we're leaving.
I'll come.
You don't have to.
You're not leaving me alone.
It's too bad we couldn't get any more tapings last night. Not a sound in the walls.
Frankly, I don't care. I'm sorry to leave this charming cottage. We won't find another one as pretty, but I hope we don't find another one as sinister.
Oh, come on, Peg. I don't think there's anything sinister here. I really don't understand Andy. For a scientist like him to go ape over what he thinks might be voodoo.
That is what frightens me. Andy's a reasonable, logical man, and he's concerned. He's no superstitious kook.
Well, we'll have done with it. Goodbye, Miss Sagamore.
I looked all over for that straw thing this morning. I couldn't find it.
Oh, Tiger probably took it out in the rain and it's gone.
I can't believe neither of them aren't home.
I'll try the door. It's not locked. Miss Sagamore?
Hello?
Still as a tomb.
Miss Sagamore? Should we go in?
Oh, no reason to. I'll leave a note in the cottage.
Well, they're evidently not here. But I would love to see upstairs before we go.
Now who's snooping?
You're right. But let's just take a peek, huh?
Okay. Maybe they're upstairs and didn't hear us. Yeah, I still think we should leave a note.
Miss Sagamore?
place is like a museum.
Oh, I can't imagine living here. How does she stand it?
I guess in its day it was fantastic. Now it's just old and dingy.
Let's go upstairs. I've just got to see that ballroom. Oh, Roy.
What a room.
Oh, well, there must be hundreds of them.
Is this where she holds her parties?
I don't see how she'd dare with all this china. Hundreds and hundreds of figurines.
But we saw people dancing. There were shadows on the curtains.
Maybe this isn't the same room.
Well, it has to be.
Oh, look. On the table by the window.
The clowns?
Pierrot and Pirouette from the old Italian Commedia dell'arte.
The figures are so lifelike. So smooth.
Oh, I wouldn't touch it if I were you.
Oh, it's a music box. They dance.
Those must have been the shadows we saw against the curtains.
These are Miss Sagamore's party guests?
Oh, she's an old woman lost in her memories and souvenirs.
I think we ought to get going.
These things are all so beautiful. Oh, this table seems to be all fairy tale characters. And over there, a complete English drawing room.
Well, even Bo Peep's sheep look real. Except for the size.
Oh, I'm going to take a chance and hold Bo Peep. Oh, it's just perfect. But no name. Usually the designer's mark is on the bottom. But such perfect features. She sort of looks like Marilyn Monroe, only darker.
What?
What's the matter? You've gone white as a sheet.
Let me see that.
Well, be careful with it.
It can't be.
Roy, what is it, for heaven's sake?
When Andy told me about the girl who had the cottage before us, the one who disappeared, he showed me a picture her parents had sent around. Come on. We've got to get out of here fast. And I mean fast. Hurry. Just hurry. Don't pack. Just get the stuff out of the car as fast as you can.
I'm hurrying. Oh, get out of the way, Tiger. Oh, Roy!
What is it?
In the drawer. Another doll.
Don't touch it.
It wouldn't matter. The spell is cast.
Oh.
How did you get in here?
There is no escape.
Roy, what's happening?
There is no escape.
Roy, I'm shrinking. We're both shrinking.
Maggie, run. Try to get away.
I can't.
The cat! Tiger! It's gigantic! Run! Hide!
There is no escape.
Help me.
You'll be all right. Lucky I got you in here. Sorry I couldn't get your wife in time.
What is this? Where am I?
Behind the baseboard in the bedroom.
What?
You're only 4 inches high, as I am. Margaretta's voodoo works well. I'm sorry about your wife, though. She got to her before I could help.
She...
Margaretta.
I'm dreaming. I'm in the middle of a nightmare. There's too much listening to Andy.
It is nightmarish. I tried so hard to warn you.
Who are you?
George Dolbert's the name. I've been hiding from them for more than a year.
You mean you?
I was one of the former tenants, yes.
I don't believe any of this.
Very well. Look out there, then. There, through the opening in the baseboard.
Good Lord. That's the bedroom. 100 times as big.
Now you believe me. I tried to warn you. I tried to warn that young girl a few months ago. But neither of you could understand my squeaks.
That was you we heard in the walls?
Yes.
Peggy. Where is Peggy?
Margaretta got her before the cat did. That's all they wanted. I don't think they're interested in you yet.
I've got to find her. Help her.
Oh, that's impossible. Don't dare venture out.
I'm not staying here. Peggy's in danger.
Roy! Peggy!
It's Andy. Andy, help us.
Roy! Where are you two?
Andy, in here, behind the baseboard. You've got to help us. You've got to find Peggy. Find Peggy!
It's no use, you know. All he can hear are your little squeaks. Little mouse squeaks. Just like you heard from me.
I'm going out there.
No. If you value your life.
My life? Don't be funny. I've got to get to Peggy somehow. I'm not staying here if Peggy's in danger.
Don't. You can't help her. I'll show you how to live in here, how to get food, how to avoid them.
Not a chance. I'm going after Peg.
Stop, Mr. Watson. Don't go out there.
I'm going to find my wife. I don't care about anything else.
Come back, please. I tried to warn you.
Yes?
Miss Sagamore?
Oh, you're from the weapons factory. I remember you.
Oh, forget about our past differences. I want to know what happened to the Watsons.
What happened? What do you...
Don't play games, Miss Sagamore. I was there in the cottage last night. I know about the voodoo doll. And now they're gone.
Gone?
I warned them to get out, but all their things are still in the cottage. They didn't leave of their own accord.
Well, I'm sure I don't know. I don't keep track of my tenants coming and going.
Okay, Miss Sagamore. Have it your way. But you haven't heard the end of this. They were friends of mine. And I'm following this one up.
You should have let me handle him.
Perhaps I will. He was always a bother, and now it appears he's becoming troublesome. Besides, I do need a taller Louis XIV for my Marie. Is she ready?
Here.
Margareta. She's perfect. One of your best to date.
I'm pleased with it myself. The glaze is particularly good, I think.
Her, Margareta. Her. Not it. My Marie Antoinette. My beautiful Marie Antoinette. Your court is waiting, my dear. Over here, by the window. And soon we'll have a nice, tall, handsome Louis XIV for you.
Well, at least this Marie Antoinette won't lose her head. Unless, of course, she happens to fall to the floor. Which seems unlikely under Miss Sagamore's watchful eye and loving care. Her figurine collection is her life. I suppose for Peggy Watson, it was her fate. She ended as she did for two reasons, really. The first, she was the spitting image of Marie Antoinette. The second, she made the mistake of renting Sagamore Cottage. I'll be back shortly. And there lies our tale. Except for one thing that bothers me a little. Tiger. Now that Roy and Peggy won't be around to care for him, he's going to find it tough going. I do hope someone remembers to feed him, poor kitten. He hasn't had a thing since Roy. Our cast included Bob Caliban, Carmen Matthews, Janet Waldo, Bryna Rayburn, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live.
What's happened? I can't open my eyes. Whose voice is that? Sounds like my commanding officer.
And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. I know that my Redeemer lives.
Those are the words of the burial service. Who are they burying?
And though his body be destroyed, yet shall I see God.
That huge explosion. That's it.
We brought
An enemy shell must have hit the frame of the shed Ransom and I were standing on, just as I was about to pull the trigger of my rifle.
The Lord gave and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. May the Lord receive the soul of Jerome Searing.
They're burying me.
Amen.
No. It must not be.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In Shakespeare's play, Hamlet asks the question, to be or not to be. For hundreds of years, thinking men have tried to define precisely what we mean by those words, to be or not to be. Because there are times when the line between being and not being, the distinction between what some of us call life and death, is such a thin line that it is difficult to say whether at some particular point a human being actually is or is not. Our mystery drama, One of the Missing, was especially adapted from the Ambrose Bierce classic For the Mystery Theater by Stella and Arnold Moss. It stars Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's an insufferably hot day near the end of June. The year is 1864. The place, northern Georgia, in the shadow of an 1,800-foot elevation called Kennesaw Mountain. The Confederate Army has stopped here in retreat from the advancing troops of the Union General William Tecumseh Sherman. In his tent, a Union captain speaks.
Private Searing? Sir. And you are Private Daniel Ransom?
Yes, sir, I am.
You know our position, Searing?
Well, I'm not sure, sir. But there's been talk in the ranks that we're getting close to Atlanta.
Not more than 20 miles.
Yes, sir.
You both know what the fall of Atlanta will mean to us. Ransom?
I think I do, sir. It could mean the end of the war.
We've been ordered to advance upon the enemy, leave him no quarter, no time to rest or to reassemble his troops. General McPherson is a cautious man.
We know that, sir.
He's not content to obey an order blindly without knowing exactly and specifically what's in front of him. He wants the most complete, the most detailed intelligence possible, and I've been ordered to get it. That's where you two soldiers come in.
Yes, sir.
We believe the enemy to be in a strong position. You are to pass our own picket lines, travel through the forest, and get as near to the enemy's lines as you possibly can.
And learn all that we can. Is that correct, sir?
Exactly, Searing. One last word. The outcome of this long, bloody war may well depend on our success or failure in taking Atlanta.
We understand that, sir. When do we start?
Immediately. If you accomplish this mission this day, the 30th day of June, 1864, may well go down as one of the most important dates in the history of our country. Good luck to you both.
In no time at all, Ransom and I were creeping stealthily forward on our hands and knees, past our own men in blue on picket duty, lying in groups of 2 and 4 behind little banks of red earth. Dan, it's got so quiet and peaceful.
All of a sudden, Jerry. How do you explain it?
Got no idea.
How much further do you figure we have to go?
No way of telling yet. Why?
I don't know. Maybe I'm a little afraid. I don't think I'm quite ready to die. Not just yet.
Oh, now, you've never been afraid of anything in your whole life. Any more than I have.
Yeah, but this is different. Why is it all so quiet?
Just keep your eyes and ears open. Look for everything. Listen for everything. And take your time.
Yeah. It's slow going.
Oh, we'll get there. Hey, wait a minute. Flatten yourself down. Low as you can get. And don't move.
What is it? What do you see? What do you hear?
take a look through that narrow opening in the bushes, and you tell me. Tell me what you see, Dan.
A little mound of yellow clay. Not more than 10 feet from here.
You know what it is, don't you?
Of course. It's one of their rifle pits.
Where are the men?
Be careful, Jerry. Don't worry. Jerry, what are you doing?
Look over there, Dan. 2 boys in gray, sitting with their backs leaning against that sycamore tree.
What do we do?
Well, capture them, Dan. You and I capture them.
You're fast asleep.
The captain never counted on this. Information from 2 prisoners of war. You cover the one on the left. I'll cover the other one.
All right.
Oh, Johnny Reb. The war's going to be over for you. On your feet. Hands over your head.
They don't hear you.
Get up off your bottoms before I...
What is it?
They're not asleep, Dan. They're dead. Come on, let's get moving.
Hey, you'll get your head blown off. Keep down. There may be some live ones about.
Are you coming? Dan. Hey, Dan, look at this rifle pit. Nobody. There's been nobody in this pit for the last couple of hours. Same's true for that pit over here. And this one. No, Dan. It's just the 2 of us.
Where do you suppose they've gone?
I'm not sure. But I'll tell you one thing. We're damn well going to find out. We pushed across the line of abandoned rifle pits, running from one cover to another in the open forest, looking into every conceivable hiding place to discover any possible stragglers. Not a soul. The enemy was gone. After a while, we came to the edge of a plantation. One of those forlorn, deserted homesteads, upgrown by now with brambles, ugly broken fences, and desolate with blank openings, where there once were doors and windows. Hey, watch your step, Dan. You can't tell what might be in there.
Could be a trap.
No, I don't think so. We're not going to take any chances.
How long do you figure we've been out?
Well, not as long as it feels. We can't have come too far. We're still alive. Dan, look over there.
A little building?
What is it? Oh, what was it? Looks like a single room sitting on top of 4 high posts.
Yeah, about 10 feet off of the ground.
What do you say we take a look? Be a fine place to get a good peek at the country from all angles. And maybe find out the direction they took when they withdrew. Keep your rifle steady, just in case.
Hey, this little shack has certainly taken a beating.
It's hardly more than a roof on stilts.
Most of the flooring has fallen away.
The joists, the planks, just rotten away.
Looks as if the whole thing would go down at the touch of a finger.
If we move slowly, I think we can get to the top there without anything happening. I think it will bear our weight.
Careful now, Jerry.
Here we go. Come on. Give me a hand, Dan. There we are. You all right?
Fine. Here, take my field glasses.
That's quite a view from up. No. Dan, will you take a look at that?
Where?
That way. They can't be more than half a mile away. There must be thousands of them on that narrow road.
It's their rear guard covering their retreat. See how their gun barrels gleam in the morning sunlight?
They're heading south, towards that river. That could be the next stand.
Well, we better get back to our command as fast as we can and report what we found.
Oh, wait a minute. I was just thinking. That's a temptation, a real big temptation.
What are you talking about?
You remember Missionary Ridge?
I wasn't there.
The Confederate lines were extended all the way from the ridge, straight across the whole Chattanooga Valley, all the way to Lookout Mountain. Just the way they are down there.
Jerry, we've got to get back.
Long gray columns of Confederates slogging down the other side of that mountain road, almost exactly the way they're toiling up this one. And there was this heavy gun of theirs.
On top of the mountain?
It had been throwing charge after charge of grape at us. When we got to it, the cannon was still hot. Ammunition, right behind us.
Jerry, that's all very well, but...
I looked into that round, brazen ring of its muzzle, and I knew what I had to do. One last parting shot at them. A peck of iron from their own gun as they swarmed down the mountainside like so many ants.
And did you?
Just as I'm about to do right now. Oh, you should have seen them scatter. Doesn't the sight of those Rebs tempt you, Danny?
To do what?
All I have to do is take this beautiful Springfield rifle of mine, put it to my shoulder like this.
Jerry, what are you doing?
With this old globe sight and this hair trigger, all I have to do is take careful aim, press the trigger ever so gently. Ever so gently.
Jerry, put that down. You'll have the whole enemy army down on the 2 of us.
Easiest thing in the world to send 1.25 ounces of lead hissing right through into their midst.
Are you out of your mind, Jerry? Put that gone down.
It's the business of a soldier to kill.
Not now, Jerry. We've got to get back.
It also becomes a soldier's habit to kill.
What is the matter with you, Jerry?
Just one little shot.
Jerry, you have gone crazy.
One little shot.
Jerry, put down that gun.
I won't miss. I just draw back the hammer like this.
Jerry, don't do it.
I set the trigger, aim into the sight carefully like this, and I bring my finger ever so slowly to the hair trigger and...
I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live.
What's happened? I can't open my eyes. Whose voice is that? Sounds like my commanding officer.
And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. I know that my Redeemer liveth.
Those are the words of the burial service. Who are they burying?
And though his body be destroyed, yet will I see God.
That huge explosion. That's it. An enemy shell must have hit the frame of the shed Ransom and I was standing on, just as I was about to pull the trigger of my rifle.
The Lord gave and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. May the Lord receive the soul of Jerome Searing.
They're burying me.
Amen.
No. It can't be. No. It must not be.
Someone once called life a means to an end that sooner or later catches up with all of us. Someone else compared life to a cup of tea. The more deeply we drink of it, the more quickly we reach the dregs. For Private Jerome Searing, the question has become, is the cup still full? Is he still alive? Or by an accident of fate, has he been forced to drain the cup to the very bottom? I shall return shortly with Act 2. When that day comes, as it must to all men, when we have drawn our last breath, will there be some signal, some way of knowing that the end indeed has come? Or do we, as Jerome Searing may be doing, settle for the idea that our whole life is a kind of dream within a dream, from which we are awakened by death itself?
I finally managed to open my eyes. I saw a patch of gray sky rising from a fringe on top of the trees. In the foreground, there was a crazy crisscross pattern of heavy, black, straight lines that blacked out part of the sky. I felt drained, exhausted. Once more, I shut my eyes. I heard what seemed to be the rhythmic breaking of waves upon a beach. Over it, I could hear a familiar voice, repeating over and over again,
Jerome Searing. Jerome Searing. You are caught. Caught like a rat in a trap. A rat in a trap. A rat in a trap.
And then I heard something else. What's that? Who is that? Who is it? Walking there above my head.
It's me, Jerry.
Marion.
Your wife, Jerry.
Why are you here?
I came to mourn at your grave.
My grave?
To add my weight and the weight of our child to the weight of the earth upon your breast.
Why are you saying these things, Marion?
Why did you throw your life away?
I've done no such thing.
The brave Private Jerome Searing. Young, handsome, intelligent. A good father. A good husband. Those are the things you were, Jerry. Now you're a hero. A dead hero.
I don't believe you.
You don't want to believe me. Open your eyes. Wide. If you can, Jerry. What do you see?
Nothing. Everything's become black. And outside of your voice up there, I hear nothing.
Then admit it, Jerry.
Admit what?
The simple fact that you are dead. that you are buried, that I am up here, your widow, kneeling now in sorrow on your grave.
I tried to open my eyes a second time. I took a deep breath, but breathing was difficult. Everything about me was so still. And then it all came back. The shack, the retreating enemy troops, my sighting the rifle, the explosion of the Confederate artillery. And I remembered Danny. Dan? Danny! Where are you, Danny? Where are you? Are you here?
Jerry, are you all right?
I can't see you, Dan. Where are you?
I can see you. Just about. I'm over here, not more than 10 feet from you.
I hear your voice. My eyes are open, but I can't see you. I can't move. Can you, Danny?
I don't know. Very little. Maybe just enough to... What's wrong, Jerry?
I'm lying here flat on my back, but on an angle. My head's a little higher than my feet. My back is supported by some kind of solid wooden beam.
You can't move at all.
Not an inch. There's another tremendous piece of timber lying right on my chest, much too heavy to move. And there's a kind of brace that joins at right angles that has me wedged against a pile of boards on my left. Can't move my left arm at all.
How about your legs?
They're straight out, I think. I've no feeling in them. My head feels as if it were being held in some kind of tight vice. I can move my eyes and my chin, but that's all. How about you, Dan?
Not quite that bad, I guess. Even if I could move, this whole mess might come down on us and make things worse than they are. The slightest move.
Yeah, you may be right, Dan.
But if we don't take that chance, we could be here forever. And nobody would ever know.
Dan, I can move the fingers of my right hand.
Anything else?
No, nothing else.
I'm going to try to move, Jerry. I've got a little support here at my back. I may be able to loosen my right leg.
Be careful, Dan.
I might just be able to push myself.
Oh, watch it, Danny.
Oh, there. I got my hand free. Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Jerry.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. You?
Well, the dirt and the rubble are up to my chin now.
Well, one thing is for sure. We can't just lie here like a couple of corpses. We've got to get out and report to headquarters.
What'd you just say, Dan?
They'll be expecting us. Headquarters will be waiting for us.
No, before that. You said we can't just lie here like a couple of corpses.
Well, can we? Answer me, Jerry. Can we?
As I tried to find an answer to Denny's question, once more I heard the voice of my wife, Marion. We were both standing at the mouth of Dead Man's Cave. It seemed like 1,000 years ago.
Oh, we finally made it, Jerry.
Dead Man's Cave. What a climb.
I was sure once we made it past Ghost Rock, the rest would be easy.
Now, as soon as we catch our breath, we'll have a look inside. And we're going to find out why they say it's haunted.
Let's rest a little first. Oh, Jerry, darling. You know there's going to be a war.
It looks that way.
Promise me one thing.
If I can.
Wait until your time comes. Don't volunteer. Let's have as much time together as we can before you feel you have to go.
I can't promise that.
Why not? Oh, please, Jerry.
Because I've already volunteered. Yesterday.
Oh, Jerry, you don't have the remotest idea of the meaning of the word fear, do you? Jerry! Those shots are coming from inside Dead Man's Cave.
Who's in there? Whoever you are. Come out of there. I'm going in to see.
Wait, Jerry. Look up at the mouth of the cave.
What is that? A huge ring of black metal is forming a circle around the entrance.
Let's get out of here.
It's like looking into the muzzle of a giant rifle. Who are you in there? Answer me. You answer me.
Private Jerome Searing, you are caught, like a rat in a trap. Like a rat in a trap.
At that point, I found myself staring into two beady, red little eyes. They came closer and closer. They became larger and larger. I was staring into the eyes of an oversized rat that must have lived in the shed where we were standing on before it collapsed. Get away. You've no business here. The creature scampered away.
We're alive, all right. Why we should be, I hardly know after practically the whole world fell down on us. We're alive, no question about it.
What makes you so sure?
Well, you hear me, don't you?
Yeah, I hear you.
The dead have no voices, Jerry. I'm alive, and you're alive. And we've got to find some way to get out of here. Are you in pain?
There may be something wrong with my right hand. There's a sharp, smarting pain there.
Can you move your fingers? Try to work them.
They feel wet and slippery. I can't see the hand, but I know the sensation. It's running blood. I must have ripped it on a piece of metal where the shed collapsed. How long do you think we've been in here, Dan?
I haven't any idea.
Seconds? Minutes? Possibly hours?
Well, it couldn't have been too long. The dust is still settling. There's still dust in the air.
The way I'm held by these beams, I can't see.
Whatever we're going to do, Jerry, we'd better get some rest first. We'll need every ounce of strength we've got.
That's a good idea, Dan.
Some of our boys are sure to stray out here. Either foraging or maybe even looking for us.
Yes, of course. And they'll find us, too. Somebody will surely find us.
Private Searing, I'm glad I found you.
Yes, sir.
What took you so long?
Well, sir, just as we were about to return to headquarters...
Yes?
There was this explosion. Everything collapsed, sir.
And that's the sum total of your intelligence report?
No, sir. The enemy has started to retreat. They're moving southeast toward the river. There must be at least 2,000 of them. I should judge they began their retreat about 2 hours ago.
Fine work, Searing. Excellent. I'll see that you're properly rewarded. Your country will be very proud of you.
Yes, thank you, sir. And now, would it be possible to get us out of here? We can't stay here like this forever.
You won't have to, Searing.
Thank you, sir.
Sooner or later, you'll be taken out.
Sooner or later?
There's nothing we can do at this moment, Private. Too many other things to do. Priorities.
You mean you're going to let me stay here? As good as dead. Dead. As good as dead.
Jerry, wake up. Wake up. What's wrong?
I must have been dreaming. How long was I asleep?
No idea. I dozed off a bit, too.
Oh, if I could only get this right hand free. Then I could try to get this piece of timber off my chest. Oh, but there's not a chance.
Jerry, I think some of this junk has moved. It begins to look as though I might have the faintest chance of getting some of this stuff off of me. Can you move at all, Jerry?
No, not as much as a hair. Except for the fingers of my right hand. Dan?
Yeah?
The strangest thing. I couldn't see it before, but now that the sun has risen, everything's a whole lot clearer.
What are you talking about?
There's something inches away from my forehead. Pointed right at it.
What kind of thing?
I'm not sure. It's something like a ring of black shining metal. Right in front of my eyes.
How big can you see?
It's so close, it's hard to tell. I think I know what it is, Danny. It's my rifle.
What?
It's the muzzle of my rifle. The barrel's being held in place by the debris and rubbish. The gun is still cocked, just as it was when I was about to fire it. The slightest movement, the slightest touch on the trigger will set it off. And it's aimed at the exact center of my forehead.
Do you remember the story of the ancient Greek Damocles, who was invited to a sumptuous banquet? As he dined, without a care in the world, he happened to look up above his head to discover a sharp-edged sword dangling by a single hair directly over his head. His host had placed it there to impress Damocles with the dangerous nature of life itself. Private Jerome Searing finds that his life is hanging by the same sort of fragile thread. The outcome? I'll return shortly with Act 3. Ambrose Bierce, the author of One of the Missing, cynically defined man as an animal so lost in contemplation of what he thinks he is that he tends to overlook what he really ought to be. And among man's chief occupations, he added, is the extermination of other animals, his own species included. With his loaded rifle pointed at his head, unable to move, and having lost all sense of the passing of time, Private Jerome Searing's chief occupation is to find some way of preventing his accidental extermination by his own hand.
Jerry? Jerry, are you awake?
Yeah, I'm awake.
You all right?
The barrel of my rifle seems to be closer to my head than it was before. I can't breathe for fear of setting it off. I'm afraid to move.
How's your hand?
It's still losing blood. It's begun to throb, a slow, regular pulsation, each one sharper than the one before.
Now that we've rested a bit, we'll figure something out.
Dan.
What is it?
That rat that was here before. It's come back again.
It won't harm you, I'm sure.
It's slowly making its way up the wooden stock of the rifle. Its eyes are looking straight into mine as it moves forward. Now it's sniffing around the hair trigger. Dan, what do I do?
Just keep still. Don't move.
If its nose or tail so much as touches the trigger. I'm not afraid to die, Dan. But not this way. Not like this.
He was not afraid to live dangerously. He was not afraid to die.
What was I hearing? Where was that voice coming from?
Private Jerome Searing, cut off from his fellows by an accident of destiny, did not fear to yield to the ultimate act of courage that brought him to his fatal end.
Those words made no sense. I was not dead. Yet, I was still very much alive. And all the time, I listened to the drone of that voice. I kept my eyes glued onto that loathsome little animal that was sniffing its slow way up along the rifle stock. A flick of its tail, and I'd be gone. Then suddenly it stopped, turned around, scampered off. With the free fingers of my torn and bleeding hand, moving nothing else but my eyes, I groped for whatever might be in reach. Dan, something's happened.
What is it?
My fingers have touched a strip of board, a building lath of some kind. I can just barely touch it.
Where is it, Jerry?
Right alongside my body. If I can just bend my elbow as much as an inch, I think I might be able to get hold of it with the tips of my fingers.
Well, if you can do that.
Then I might be able to work it upward. That's to say backward, toward me. Far enough to lift the end of it and try to push the rifle away from my head.
Try, Jerry. You've got to try.
If the worst happens, and I can't push the gun away, if it's wedged too tightly into the ground, I can always try to touch the strip of board to the trigger itself.
What kind of solution is that?
It may be the only one that's left, Danny. My fingers reached out for the length of wood. Slowly, the real world began to come into focus once again. Here in this confusion of timber and boards, this was the soul universe. The only thing that was. Here was immortality in time. Forever and ever.
Jerry, something's happened over here.
What?
If I'm very careful, I think I may be able to loosen some more of this stuff around me. I'm going to push down with my hands, very gently, against the ground, and come out backwards. I hope.
A stone, a pebble, a clump of earth dropped against this trigger would be the end of me. And maybe of both of us.
I know that, Jerry. I'll be as careful as I can.
Wait a minute. If by some miracle you can get out of this mess without sending a bullet through the middle of my head, you leave me here, just as I am, while you hurry back to headquarters, is that it?
I didn't say that.
Not in so many words. Then you deliver to the captain the intelligence report of the enemy movements that you observed, that you discovered, and you, Private Ransom, great hero that you are promoted in the field and become Lieutenant Ransom. Is that it, Danny?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Meantime, poor unfortunate Private Searing lies buried under this pile of garbage, with the inside of his head scattered all over the place. Too bad. Just one of the missing.
If any of what you're saying were true, Jerry, just exactly what could you do to prevent it?
At the moment, not a blessed thing. I suppose if this rifle of mine should go off while you're getting out of here, you might call it an accident of fate, wouldn't you?
What would you call it, Private Searing?
I would call it plain and simple murder. For a moment in time, there was nothing. I must have blacked out. Soon I found myself trembling in every fiber of my body, drenched in my own sweat. Dan? Danny! There was no answer. Of course, Danny had managed to escape. Well, hadn't he? Then a terrifying thought gripped my mind. Who was I calling? Danny? Danny Ransom? In a flash of clarity, it came to me. I had never in my life even known a Danny Ransom. How could he answer me? There is no Danny. There never was a Danny. Danny was a creation of my own fevered imagination. From the very beginning, I was sent out on this mission alone.
Detail, halt! Men, we've now spent 2 whole days in search of Private Searing. We've not been able to find a single trace of him.
I'm here, Captain. Right here. Practically under your nose.
Having done everything within our power to find him or his body with no success, I feel that we would be justified in calling off the search.
You can't do that. I'll die if you leave me, and you're so close.
We'll return to quarters. Forward! Halt!
Dan! Danny! No. I'd forgotten. There's no Danny. But if he had never existed, at least Marion did. My wife was no invention. If I could only be with her, this whole nightmare would go away.
Who are
Marion, it's me, Jerry. I've come home from the war.
you? You've changed so? I didn't recognize you. Is the war ended?
For me, it is.
Why have you come here?
This is my home. You're my wife.
Why have you come?
Take me back, Marion. Let me come home.
I cannot. Too many things have changed. You'll have to excuse me now. It's begun to rain.
Don't leave me.
I have so many things to do. Please don't try to stop me. I'm due somewhere. Somewhere very important.
Where do you have to go?
This bouquet of flowers. Very important. Goodbye, Jerome.
I'm going to go with you, wherever it is.
If you like, Jerome. If you like.
Where are we, Marion?
Don't you recognize the place? It's the old burial ground, next to the church. Would you like to stand under my umbrella? The rain is coming down harder.
No, I'm fine the way I am.
In recognition of his devotion to his country, above and beyond the call of duty.
What's he doing here? He's no reason to...
Quiet, Jerome. The captain is speaking.
It is my honor and privilege on this solemn occasion to bestow upon his widow, Marion, his country's acknowledgement of its gratitude in the form of this Medal of Honor awarded posthumously. Mr. Searing, will you kindly step forward?
Stop, Marion. Stop what you're doing. All of you. There's been a mistake. A huge mistake. I was alone again, buried in the rubble. Alone, except maybe for the rats. The fingers of my torn hand reach out for the strip of wood I had discovered. But somewhere the piece of wood met some kind of an obstruction. I was not able to touch the trigger. The black mouth of that rifle is still growing sharper and sharper. I can already feel the track of the bullet burning its way into my head. 6 o'clock? Morning? Evening? What difference does it make? Oh, come on, hand, do something. Get that stick to touch off the trigger of the rifle. Good, hand, good. Now touch the trigger. Stick. Touch it. What happened? I set the trigger off, but there's been no shot. No! No! No!
Sergeant?
Sir?
The squad ready?
Yes, Captain.
This will be our final attempt to locate Private Searing. Alive, if he's still alive, or dead.
I understand, sir.
Now, let me see now. It's exactly 1 minute past 6 a.m. Note that, won't you, for the report? And the date is...
6th of July, Captain.
6th of July. I sent him out on the 30th. He's been gone a week.
Well, the chances of finding him alive...
What was that? Look through your field glasses, Sergeant. Over in that direction. Now, what do you see?
That old shack we've had under observation. The dust is still rising. Must have just collapsed. How was the noise we heard?
We had no shots. No explosion of any kind?
Seems to have fallen by itself. It's a complete wreck.
That's interesting. Well, while we're looking for Searing, we might take a quick look at it. Sergeant, will you come here, please? Look there.
Is that him?
I almost didn't recognize him. He's so covered with dust. I've seen a good many dead men, none ever with a face of that color.
The cheeks are falling in, the temples are sunken.
Look at the mouth, the upper lip pulled back, showing his clenched teeth. Give me a hand here. Let's try to get him out.
Here we go.
Yeah, it was easier than I thought it would be. The body outside of the right hand seems to be in excellent shape.
No bones appear to be broken.
Help me turn him over.
Yep.
Not a sign of any kind of a gun wound any place on the body. Do you see any?
No, sir, none at all.
There's his rifle. May I have it, please? Thank you. That's strange.
What's that, Captain?
There's no shell in the chamber of the rifle. Not even a spent one. Searing's gun was not loaded. That's peculiar.
It is strange. Such a good soldier. What would you suppose was the cause of death?
It's hard to say. Maybe simple starvation or thirst, or a combination of both. After all, he's been dead a week. What time do you have, Sergeant?
6:18, sir.
Remember that for the report.
Yes, sir.
And have your men carry the body back to camp. We'll give this soldier a burial befitting one of the bravest men our country will ever know.
You were right, Captain. In my first excitement, good soldier that I was supposed to be, I did forget to load my rifle. I remember that now. So my fears as I lay there in the rubble with the gun pointed at my head were groundless. But you're wrong, Captain, about everything else. I have not been dead a week, Captain. I have been dead just a bare 18 minutes. You should have noticed that my body is still warm, and I did not die of starvation or of thirst. This brave soldier, this formidable warrior died as much as he did from anything else. Of fear. The fear of dying.
We know that the feeling of love and the feeling of hatred are very often confused. That the line that separates our feelings of love and hatred can be a very thin one. By the same token, the distinction between fear and courage can be equally narrow. When we think a person is motivated by the noblest kind of courage and bravery, it might just be possible that the driving factor is nothing more than fear, as in the case of Private Jerome Searing. An interesting footnote. Ambrose Bierce, author of this story, volunteered as a private in the Indiana Infantry at the outbreak of the Civil War in 1861. He served for the entire duration of the war, was twice wounded, once in the heel, and once more severely in the head. This occurred in the same battle of Kennesaw Mountain, which was the setting of our tale. I wonder if Bierce's head wound could have had anything to do with Jerome Searing's difficulties. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Jennifer Harmon, Arnold Moss, and Mason Adams. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you any idea of the meaning of paramnesia? Neither did I until I heard the strange story, later confirmed by an arrest, of Mr. Terence Pierce. The word paramnesia means the illusion of remembering scenes and events experienced for the first time. You find yourself somewhere, or you meet someone, and you know you've been there before, or that you've once met that person. It's an odd experience. For Terence Pierce, it once was fatal. Our mystery drama, Insight into Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Gordon Gould and Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Abnormal psychology is the study of mental processes that deviate from the imagined norm. The key to understanding it is the concept of the unconscious, which we owe essentially to Freud. One aspect of this complex subject is fantasy life. Investigation into such phenomena as déjà vu, the sense of familiarity in a new situation. And that, it seems, is what has suddenly possessed Terence Pierce. Call it paramnesia or déjà vu. He's seen something he's seen before.
Let me see the newspaper, Terry.
Yeah, it's on the lower right-hand side.
Sybil Harrison strangled. Maintenance man arrested and charged with murder. Body discovered by husband Rodney Harrison and his close friend Seward Black, a film producer. Oh, how awful.
What's the name of the man accused of the strangling?
Philip Donato.
He didn't do it.
Terry, I don't understand you.
I don't understand myself, Meg.
You said Sybil Harrison and some English lady. What did you say?
Lady Sybil Millbrook and Sybil Harrison are the same woman. Now, don't look at me that way. I know it sounds bizarre.
Terry, that makes no sense.
No, I suppose it doesn't. Let me see that picture again.
What would you know about some Lady Millbrook? Didn't you say she was murdered in 1810? And how do you know that? Who was Lady Millbrook, anyway, and how could you have seen a picture of her?
It was a portrait.
Where did you see it?
In Lord Millbrook's home.
In 1810? Oh, Terry. Listen, I'm glad we're leaving on vacation at the end of the week. The Arizona air will clear your mind.
I suppose so.
Yeah, you've been working terribly hard defending my brother. And what a marvelous job you've done.
Thank you, darling.
Ben will be grateful for the rest of his life.
He was innocent, Meg.
Yes, but to be accused of taking dirty money from a mob leader still makes me furious.
Well, the department stood behind him. They knew he was an outstanding detective.
Still, it could have broken him.
As a police officer, but not as a man. Your brother Ben is a real man.
Well, it's behind us now, thank goodness. Terry, you're still bothered by that picture in the newspaper, aren't you?
Huh? Oh, not really. No, forget it. It's just a coincidence.
That's not what you really think, though, is it? Come on now, I'm your wife. I won't send for the man in the white coat.
I hope not. Just take me out of town. I look forward to our trip. You know, I miss the parishes, George and Kim. Oh, no.
For heaven's sake, now what?
They lived in England near Enfield School. One of the boys from the school was Charles Cowden Clark. And he had a young friend named John Keats. I met them at the parishes. Keats the poet.
You remember John Keats?
Yeah.
Terry, you've got me scared half to death. You know that.
Well, it scares me, too.
Look, should I telephone Dr. Fisher?
No. I'm all right.
I wonder.
No, really, darling. What is the matter with me? That picture in the paper.
And Lady Millbrook and Sybil Harrison being lookalikes?
Even the names are vaguely familiar. I seem to be experiencing something I experienced before.
That's déjà vu.
Yeah.
Your imagination is playing tricks.
Well, could be, but it's also vivid. I've never had an experience like it before.
Did I exist in this fantasy land of yours?
Yes. Yes, you did. That's vague now. Like something seen through a mist. Mist from the Thames. Oh, no.
Darling.
The parish has warned me. For my sake, they feared Lord Millbrook. And then I was swallowed up in the mist. I wandered into it, and I was drowned in the River Thames.
To you, Terry, for saving my life and my career.
You thanked me in court, then?
Yeah, and I'll go on thank you as long as I live. I hope you like this joint.
I do. I like its old-fashioned flavor. The dark paneling and the red and white checked tablecloths.
Now, the food's plain, but very good. Oh, I got that table over there, the one for two.
Ben.
Yeah?
Isn't that a man named Seward Black?
Huh? Oh, yeah, looks like him. The friend of Rod Harrison.
Whose wife was strangled a few nights ago?
Yeah, the actress. Hey, what a dirty shame, huh? She really was a beautiful woman.
And a pretty good performer.
Well, I wouldn't know. She could light up the screen, though.
I've seen him before.
Sure, why not? His picture's been in the paper before. He's a producer. Nasty case. No, that's not right. It's no case at all. Donato was found in the bedroom with a picture wire in his hands and lipstick on his face, smeared all over. Drunk as the Lord. He'll go up the river for life. Should.
Donato didn't commit that murder, Ben.
Huh? Oh, of course he did. Harrison and this guy, Seward Black, walked in and found the wife strangled and Donato sprawled on the floor with the evidence in his hands. It's an open and shut case. What are you talking about, Terry?
Excuse me for just a minute.
Oh, well, I'll meet you back at our table.
Mr. Black?
Yes?
You are Seward Black.
Is there something I can do for you, Mr...
Terrence Pierce. I'm an attorney. Don't you remember me?
I've never seen you before in my life. Now, if you don't mind...
Not in this life, no, Mr. Black.
You've had one too many, Miss Pierce. I don't want to be rude.
You don't remember 1810? And the murder of Lady Rodney Millbrook? Or the Lord's close friend, Sir Seward Humphrey?
You're drunk or insane, Mr. Pierce. Or a little bit of both. Please leave me alone. 1810, that's 165 years ago. Well, what was that all about, Terry?
I wish I knew.
Well, why did you want to speak to Seward Black?
I'd prefer not to risk it. You locked me up.
That'll be the day. Come on. Yeah, you worked up my curiosity.
Well, Seward Black, the man who murdered Sybil Harrison.
Are you serious?
Dead serious.
Explain it?
No, you'll think I'm crazy.
Well, what I think isn't important. Well, now, we've locked up Phil Donato for the murder of Mrs. Harrison. Now, you're saying that Black committed the murder, huh? What's your evidence for making such a charge?
I haven't got any.
Well, you're talking like you really are balmy, Terry.
Tell you what, Ben. You are coming over for dinner.
Sure. Makes fixing corned beef and cabbage to celebrate my being cleared, and you know how a Kelly likes corned beef and cabbage.
Right. Well, let me hold my story until then.
Okay. Does Meg know anything about this?
Yeah, I told her over breakfast. It was the picture in the morning paper that started it.
Started it? Started what?
A journey into the unconscious.
Ah, holy Saint Simon.
And I traveled all the way back to the year 1810.
And what's that year got to do with how you're acting now, going up to a stranger and getting his back up, huh? Now, I could tell you were annoying it.
He was annoyed.
Now, don't tell me you accused him of murdering Sybil Harrison, huh?
No. But he knew I knew. I could see it in his eyes.
Oh, Terry, my friend, forget it. Talk to Meg and me all you want to about the murdered woman and whatever it was you bumped into on your journey backwards in time, but you're a lawyer. Cases are decided on evidence. Now, if you made an accusation against Seward Black, Mr. Harrison's best friend, what do you think would happen?
I know, Ben, I know.
Yeah, sure, you'd be laughed out of court.
Nevertheless, I have just spoken with the man who murdered Sybil Harrison.
Hi.
Don't you look lovely, Meg? What's that color?
Primrose. You like it?
That's a beautiful blouse. And you become it.
Well, thank you. My goodness, after 20 years, how nice. Many men take their wives for granted.
Not this man. I hear we're having corned beef and cabbage for dinner.
How did you... Oh, of course, you were having lunch with Ben. Oh, he ought to be along soon. So, come on, sit down and tell me about your day.
Oh, there isn't much to tell. My partners were very happy. I proved that Ben was not guilty. I got dizzy from their pats on the head.
Well, you deserved them, and I expect you got a really big one from my brother.
Better than that. I got lunch at Chris's Chop House. Yeah, it was a rewarding day.
No daydreaming?
I'm sorry about this morning. I must have sounded a little wild.
Well, that was an odd story you told me.
I had a funny experience at lunch. Ben and I were having a drink at the bar when I saw him.
You saw?
Seward Black. That wasn't his name 165 years ago.
Oh, no.
It was Sir Seward something.
And?
He committed a murder for which a vagrant was arrested and hanged.
Terry.
Yeah, I know.
Did you mention this to Ben?
I told him I'd tell him the story tonight.
Seward Black, he's that producer friend of Rodney Harrison.
That's right. I spoke to him.
Not about...
No, I just asked him if he remembered me. He denied it, of course. He intimated that I was drunk or crazy or a little bit of each.
I'd deny it, too.
Meg, I've got to resolve this puzzle. Will you help me?
Of course, Terry.
Then try to get to the library tomorrow and look at back issues of London newspapers or periodicals for 1810. Find out if there was a Lord Millbrook and a Lady Sybil. Did he have a friend named Seward? Was a man, a vagrant, convicted for the woman's murder? Will you do that for me?
Certainly, Governor.
Really research it, Meg. As Ben pointed out, cases at law are decided by evidence. I don't have any. All I've got is a picture in my mind of a murder and of an innocent man being hanged for the crime. It's a very long time ago, but the same crime has been repeated. I just know that. If there's any substance to what I've seen in my mind's eye, I'm going to defend the man now being accused of murder.
A long journey back into time. Paramnesia or deja vu. Give it either name or call it nonsense. But I've experienced it, and so I imagine have you. You find yourself in a place you've never been before, and it's familiar to you. Or you meet someone you know you've known before. Is it nonsense? Daydreaming? It wasn't for Terence Pierce, as we'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2. Can anyone have an insight into murder? Terence Pierce sees a photograph in a newspaper and declares that a murdered woman, an actress named Sybil Harrison, is the same woman who, as Lady Sybil Millbrook, was murdered in England in the year 1810. Offhand, that seems to be absurd. But so are many of our dreams. Can you deny it? I can't.
Hey, hi, Meg.
Come in, Dan.
Well, corned beef and cabbage last night and cocktails tonight. What a sister you are.
You're always welcome. How was your day?
Well, I'm back in the routine.
It's been a bad time, Ben.
Yeah. I never expected to be accused of taking payoffs from that gang and then have to prove my innocence.
Well, you did.
Well, Terry did. He's something else as a lawyer. Is he home from work?
Any minute now. Would you like a drink?
No, thanks. I'll wait. You're really worried about Terry, aren't you?
Well, not worried. Concerned. It's all been very funny.
Yeah, I thought so, too, when we had lunch. He left me at the bar, and he walked over to a stranger.
Yes, he told me. Seward Black. Terry has convinced himself that Seward Black murdered Sybil Harrison.
Yeah, and it's just not so. Now, we got the guy who committed the murder. Philip Donato. But that way you know all that. It's been all over the papers. Now, what's gotten into Terry, huh? What was all that last night after dinner about some murder that took place in England in 1810?
Well, that's what I wanted to see you about, Ben.
Huh?
Terry asked me to do some research on the subject. He wanted to convince himself that he wasn't just a little crazy. So I went to the public library and looked over old copies of newspapers from that period.
Well, they had newspapers then?
Well, of a sort, yes, and periodicals.
And is Terry just a little crazy?
No.
You mean there was a murder back then when he said there was?
Oh, there's Terry now. Why would he ring the doorbell?
Before you ask me why I rang the doorbell, I rang it to get into my castle. I left my keys on the dresser this morning.
What? Tidy Terry?
Hi, Ben.
Oh, hi.
He forgot his keys.
Well, he's had a lot on his mind, Meg. And my guess is that you're not going to relieve the situation.
Did you turn up anything, Meg?
I was just about to tell Ben.
All right, researcher. Let's hear.
Now, you're certain you haven't been cheating, reading up on some old murder case? I know you still read Walter Scott.
Scott never recorded what jumped off that newspaper page and into my head. What I saw in my mind's eye, I saw. I still see it, in fact. And you found something?
Yes, I did. It's rather terrifying, Terry.
There really was a Lord Millbrook?
There was. And a lady, Sybil Millbrook.
Was she an actress?
Oh, she had been. Rodney Millbrook was what was then called a womanizer. Before he ascended to his title of Lord, he seems to have been a very gay blade around London. He ran with a wild crowd, and they drank, fought, generally were a nuisance to the police. He bought himself out of scrapes many times.
Oh, it was going on even then, huh?
It's always been going on, Ben.
Well, Millbrook's buddy was a baronet.
Hey, what's a baronet, Meg?
A commoner, a person of common birth who's somehow distinguished himself.
Oh.
The crown then might bestow a Sir on him. Seward Humphrey became Sir Seward because of some service, I'm not clear on this, which he performed for the king. A spy mission, I think.
Sir Seward.
And in 1808, Lord Rodney Millbrook married Sybil Harrison, who was then appearing in Johanna Bailey's plays on the Passions, whatever that was. Not good, I gather, but Sybil lit up the stage. Millbrook was wild about her, and he married her.
And then she was murdered?
It was in November 1810 that Lord and Lady Millbrook were paying a visit to friends near Winchester. Millbrook and his host had gone riding. A maid discovered Lady Millbrook's body in her bedroom, strangled to death.
Good Lord.
Just like Sybil Harrison.
Sir Seward, who had gone with the Millbrooks on the visit, scoured the countryside and found a tramp. His name was Pip Donat.
Philip Donato. Pip's a nickname for Philip. And Donat is another version of Donato.
I don't know what it is. And you know all this?
Almost all of it. Go on, Meg.
Terry, I don't like the rest of it.
Let's hear it.
There was a solicitor.
Me?
Could be. Anyway, there was a solicitor, a lawyer in London. He was suspicious of Lady Millbrook's death, so he began to investigate. He learned that Millbrook had grown very tired of his wife, Sybil, and wanted in every way to get rid of her. The solicitor...
What was his name, darling?
Edgerton. Rob Edgerton.
Edgerton? Why, isn't that your middle name, Terry?
Yeah.
What happened, Meg? Did Edgerton learn the truth?
No. The vagrant was drunk when the confession was wrung out of him. He was hanged.
Which is just what might happen to Philip Donato.
Pip Donat was hanged, but Rob Edgerton cast so much suspicion on Sir Seward that he was forced to leave England for the United States.
Well, good for lawyer Edgerton.
Not too good for him. One night his body was found floating in the Thames.
I see.
So, may I suggest, darling, now that you've taken your trip backward in time, please come home
I can't do that. Sir Seward framed a vagrant for the murder of Lady Millbrook, and Pip Donat was hanged. Today, Seward Black, Rodney Harrison's furtive confidant and hanger-on, frames a maintenance man, Philip Donato, for the murder of the actress Sybil Harrison. It's still Donato I'm worried about. Ben, you've got him cold to rights, haven't you?
Afraid so.
Well, let me ask you this.
Huh?
Who's defending Philip Donato?
Friend of the court. Donato's a poor man.
I'd like to talk with him, Ben. Maybe I'll offer him my service.
Oh, no, you won't. Do you want to end up dead in the East River? No, Terry.
Then you do think there's something to what you've told us.
Well, I can arrange for you to see Donato, Terry, but... See, I'm with Meg. Don't get mixed up in this.
You both think there is something to what jumped into my head when I saw Sybil Harrison's picture. Am I right? Ben, make it possible for me to visit Philip Donato.
Well, Meg?
All right. But let me give you a piece of advice, my darling husband. Stay away from the East River.
Good morning, Mr. Donato.
Hello?
I'd like to talk with you for a few minutes.
Oh, okay. I haven't got any money.
This won't cost you anything.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
Mrs. Harrison.
Oh, what's there to talk about?
Who killed her?
I killed her. You see the newspapers?
Did you kill her?
They say so. Maybe I did. I don't remember much about it. It's all in the papers.
Were you drunk at the time?
Nah, no, I don't drink. Oh, I have a beer when I'm watching a ball game, but I don't touch the hard stuff.
Then how does it happen that when the police found you with the picture wire in your hands, you were drunk?
Yeah, I was drunk, all right.
But you don't drink? Do you remember drinking on the morning of the murder?
No.
Tell me what you did that morning.
From when?
Well, from the time you reported for work.
What for?
Because I don't think you murdered her.
What, you some kind of nut?
No. I really have no doubts about who killed Mrs. Harrison. I know who killed her.
Yeah? Who?
Tell me the story.
You think maybe I didn't kill her?
Yes. Now, you reported for work?
Yeah, I relieved the nightman at 6 in the morning. Someone's on duty all the time. You know, people want service all kinds of times.
Why did you go to the Harrisons' rooms?
Oh, it was about 11 o'clock in the morning. The maids had already cleaned the rooms. One of them, Gertrude, she said the kitchen sink was stopped up and I should fix it.
Was anyone in the rooms when you went up, Mr. Donato?
Just Mr. Harrison. He was leaving to go out.
What about Mrs. Harrison?
As far as I know, she wasn't there. I didn't look around. You know, you got a job like mine, you stick to business. They gotta trust you.
So, Mr. Harrison was going out, and as far as you know, Mrs. Harrison wasn't there either.
No, I didn't see her. Mm-hmm. The newspaper said she had a date at the beauty parlor for 11, but she didn't show up.
Now, what did Mr. Harrison say to you when you rang the bell and he let you in?
He said good morning very nice and said he was sorry to trouble me. I said that's all right. I had it fixed up real quick.
Anything else?
Yeah, he said there was coffee in the kitchen if I wanted a cup.
Uh-huh. Did you have a cup after you fixed the sink?
Yeah.
Then what?
After that, I don't remember. It all went blank-like.
It's so simple, it's ridiculous.
Huh?
You were drugged, Mr. Donato.
What?
The drug in the coffee knocked you out. Someone had strangled Mrs. Harrison. She was probably dead in the bedroom and framed the murder on you.
I was? Someone drugged me?
Yes. It happened before. A long time ago.
You mean I was drugged with booze?
No.
Yeah, but I smell all over from booze when they found me.
Of course. The murderer poured whiskey down your throat and over your clothes.
Who was it?
I know, but I can't prove it. Mr. Harrison admitted that he told you to have a cup of coffee, didn't he?
Yeah, at the door when he was leaving. That's when he told me.
And no one else was in the room?
Like I told you, I didn't look around. Hey, you really don't think I killed her?
That's right. But how to prove it? That's the question.
Terry, have you seen the evening paper?
Have I ever?
Well, who talked?
I did.
You?
They make you out to be some kind of nut. Look here.
I know, darling.
Prominent attorney's theory about Harrison killing, and then it goes on about the journey you took backward into time, and Harrison and Seward are going to sue for libel. Why did you do it?
Because I'm right. Some alert reporter wondered about my visit to Donato. So I told him my theory.
But why?
I want Harrison and Black to realize I know that Donato didn't murder Sybil Harrison.
But why? I still want to know why.
This will reopen the case. I've spoken to Ben, though he's not optimistic. But he didn't laugh at Donato's story.
What's he got to work on? The only evidence that drugged coffee is long since gone.
We'll see, darling. We'll check on Seward Black's movements on the morning of the murder. And I want to talk to the maid who serves the Harrison.
Oh, Terry. There goes our trip to Arizona.
No, it doesn't. That's still on.
But...
Ben and the police can handle what has to be done, and I'll be perfectly safe.
Well, I hope so. I'm worried silly, Terry.
Don't be. There's no Thames or East River in carefree Arizona.
Are you enjoying your visit? I hope so. Even science cannot scoff at dreams. And from a dream experience, as Thomas Jefferson remarked in a letter to Thomas Monroe in 1823, we sometimes pick up some hint worth improving by reflection. But can a man's life be saved by an experience in paramnesia? We'll find out when I return after these messages. Insight into Murder. A strange and rather chilling story. A lurid murder in England in 1810. Its duplicate in 1975. Even the names of the victims and the perpetrators are quite similar. And Terence Pierce, otherwise an attractive, successful lawyer, is possessed with the conviction that the man arrested for the murder is an innocent man.
All set for the airport, Terry?
Yep. Packed and ready to go.
How you feeling, huh?
Well, a little nervous, to be honest.
The newspapers have had a lot of fun with you.
I know it.
The papers think you ought to be at the funny farm.
But how about Professor Gruber? He didn't think it's all nonsense.
Yeah, I read the interview with him.
Well, that's everything. Kitchen, heat, draperies pulled, everything.
Hi.
It's nice of you to drive us to Kennedy, Ben.
Glad to do it. Terry's feeling a little nervous.
Yes, I am, too. Those newspaper stories.
They're not what I'm nervous about. It's Seward Black.
He and Harrison had gone back to Hollywood. Didn't you know that?
Oh, I didn't. For the funeral, I suppose.
Yeah, it was yesterday. Harrison said he'd go away for a while. He's badly broken up by his wife's death.
Well, with them on the coast, I've got nothing to be afraid of.
No. We'll make sure of that.
Now, just what does that mean, Ben?
Nothing, Meg, nothing. We're doing some further investigating. Now, Terry's created a doubt about Phil Donato's guilt. Harrison and Black are angry about it, so I wouldn't want anything to happen to Terry, you know.
What? What could happen?
I didn't mean to alarm you. Nothing. Relax.
How can I relax when you're suggesting that Harrison and Black might try to do something to Terry?
Not a chance. Why should they?
Because they know they're guilty of the murder.
Well, that's your theory, Terry, but it hasn't got a leg to stand on.
But you said you're doing some further investigating.
We are. Now, look, let's not talk about it, huh? Okay? You're staying with the Parishes, is that right?
Yes, in carefree Arizona. Kim and George Parrish, you remember that?
Sure. Same address, phone number?
Yes. Why?
Just in case anything develops. I'll telephone Terry.
I'd appreciate it.
And now can we put this fantasy out of our minds and leave? I'm on vacation.
There they are.
Kim, Meg, welcome to the theater.
Hello, George.
Hi. Good fried?
George, it was just perfect. And to land in all this sunshine, it's just marvelous.
I'll get the bags and meet you in front.
Oh, George.
No, I can manage. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Oh, it's so good to see you, Meg. I worried that you might not come. Why? Oh, well, yes, that worried me, too.
Remarkable story.
It's been in the local papers. It won't embarrass you, will it? Good heavens, no.
Terry might be right.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say that, George. Everybody thinks we're crazy. You include yourself, I see. Well, of course. I must say that at first I thought Terry was suffering from something, nervous exhaustion or whatever, but I did the research, and it's amazing that Terry remembers what happened all those years ago as if he had been there. 1810. I mean, it boggles my mind to think the murder of Lady Millbrook could have any connection with the murder of Sybil Harrison. It's been driving us both batty. That's why it was so good to get away. And now, sunshine in your wonderful Arizona.
I'll get the car, Kim.
We'll be right along. I've read, Meg, that your brother Ben has persuaded the police to reinvestigate the charge against Philip Donato.
Well, he's doing it for Terry. The trouble is, there's no solid evidence to be found against Seward Black.
The historic Sir Seward Humphrey.
Hey, you have read about it, haven't you?
Of course. I wouldn't care to see history repeat itself.
This is wonderful, darling. Clean, dry air. And look at the view over the desert and up to the mountains.
Tomorrow I'm going to swim and lie by the pool and burn myself to a crisp.
Pool?
Sure. Look out the other window, the one facing the back patio. You see? Doesn't that look inviting? Tomorrow I'm going to wear it out.
Yes, very nice.
You say that kind of funny.
I didn't mean to.
Water. Terry, you don't think... Oh, no. That couldn't be. Anyway, it was the Thames, not a pool at a friend's house in the Arizona desert. What is the matter with us?
Oh, my fault. That got us both worked up about that miserable murder case over 100 years ago. I'm sorry. Ready to go downstairs? It's getting late. The sun is almost set.
Not quite. You go ahead. I'll be down as soon as I comb out my hair. I won't be long.
You look beautiful.
Run along. I'll be down in a few minutes.
We meet again, Mr. Edgerton.
What? Mr. Edgerton? Oh, good Lord. You're Sir Seward Humphrey. Then it's true. I was right.
It's a long time ago, and I've never forgiven you for your persecution.
But you were guilty as sin.
So I was.
And you caused Pip Donato to be hung for a murder he didn't commit. What are you doing here?
Harrison wanted to get away from Hollywood after his wife's tragic death.
Just as Lord Millbrook left London after the death of his wife, Sybil. I remember. He and his faithful hanger-on, Sir Seward Humphrey, went abroad.
History repeats itself, Edgerton.
I knew that when I spoke to you in Chris's bar. You handled that very well, Sir Seward. But your eyes gave you away.
Oh.
I knew that as Seward Black, you had killed Sybil Harrison and placed the blame on the maintenance man, Philip Donato. All those years ago, he was Pip Donat, a vagrant. He was hanged for your crime.
He was a worthless tramp. Donato is an ignorant cipher.
Now, the innkeeper... Oh, my good Lord. I think the wife's name was Mrs. Kimberly. That's it. She reported that some gentleman had brought the vagrant glass after glass of brandy. You'd gotten Pip drunk, and then you framed him for the murder of Lady Millbrook.
You made it very unpleasant for me in London, and that's why I emigrated to the United States.
Not before you'd committed another murder.
It was quite painless. Your body was found in the Thames.
So it was. And now, history is repeating itself. You murdered Sybil Harrison, doped the coffee that Phil Donato drank, and framed him.
Yes, it was quite simple.
Why did you do it?
Harrison was tired of her two-timing him.
Do you think you're going to get away with the murder?
Of course. I made certain that a maid went up to the Harrisons' rooms and cleaned up soon after I'd deposited Mr. Donato next to Sybil's outsized bed.
Who called for the maid?
Well, that's unimportant.
And where were you supposed to be the morning of the murder?
More details. Harrison and I can give each other alibis. No one has a chance of placing a charge of murder against me.
We'll see about that. You freely confess that you did murder Sybil Harrison?
Well, certainly. It was a pleasure.
Why? Because you couldn't have her?
I wouldn't have touched that. No good.
Just about the same thing you said about Lady Millbrook when everyone in London wondered if you were a frustrated lover.
That's a lie.
I don't think so.
What you think is unimportant. And we haven't completed our little drama. Harrison and I are going abroad.
I'm producing a film in the south of France. But before I go, before my second emigration, shall I say, there's one more thing that I have to do.
I suppose there is. It was the Thames back in 1810.
And in 1976, it's a pool of Harrison's friends, the Parishes. Intimate friends, I might say. Kim is Harrison's cousin. She invited us to spend a few days here until the publicity dies down.
And just how do you propose to have me drown, Mr. Black?
Oh, it'll be quite simple. I don't intend to try to overpower you physically. I rather doubt I could.
You intend to mesmerize me?
Would you settle for tranquilize?
What's that in your hand?
Fall down, Terry! My arm! You dirt! I'll take that, Mr. Black. Now, don't move or I'll break your head.
Ben, what the devil?
I'll be back in a minute, Terry. The police are outside. Let me turn this bum over to them. Let's go, Black. We've been after you for 165 years.
Are you all right, Meg, dear? You're still white as snow. Drink your brandy.
Well, I'm still trembling, and I still don't know what went on.
Well, you were redoing your golden locks, and I strolled downstairs and outside to the pool.
Steward Black was waiting for Terry.
But how come he was here? I don't understand.
Ben arranged it with Kim. Kim's a cousin of Rod Harrison. She invited them to stay here for a few days.
Ben, you used Terry as bait?
Well, there was no real danger, Meg. I had Seward covered all the time. What I wanted was to hear what they would have to say to each other.
But that's horrible.
Not as it turned out.
Terry could have been killed.
It was a weird experience.
It's a nightmare.
No, it isn't, Meg. Ben telephoned me a few days ago. He knew that you and Terry were coming to visit us for a week or 10 days, and he told me what had been going on in New York. It sounded pretty wild, but George thought there was something to it.
Terry's whatever you call it.
Deja vu, yeah. To him, it was very vivid. I was intrigued. I did some research, too.
Well, it struck us that Terry really had a vivid deja vu experience. He knew the murdered woman, Lady Millbrook. And the names fascinated us. Many are so similar, especially the first names. Well, except for Terry's 19th century name, Rob Edgerton.
Edgerton's my middle name, Kim.
Well, then it all fits. Right down to me as Kimberly, the innkeeper's wife. Isn't it amazing?
But why would he want to murder Terry? I know that nonsense about history repeating itself, but without Black's confession, he'd have gone free.
Oh, I don't think so, Meg. Remember the maid who received a call late in the morning to clean up the Harrison kitchen?
Could she identify Black's voice?
Probably. Even more important than that, she thought that the coffee pot had a very peculiar smell, as if it had been burned. Now, she carried it back to her closet, was going to give it a good scouring or tell Mrs. Harrison to buy another one. Well, with all the excitement, she forgot all about it. But we didn't, based on your suspicions and what Donato told you. The contents in the bottom of the pot were analyzed. Heroin.
Well, I'll be. So that's how Donato was doped.
Yeah. The rest was easy. Thanks to you, Terry, we caught the real murderer of Sybil Harrison.
And my journey back into time really was an insight into murder.
It began when a man saw a picture on the front page of a newspaper which jogged his memory and sent him spinning in his imagination back to a time long forgotten. Paramnesia, deja vu, whatever we call it, it was a phenomenon. More remarkable still, what Mr. Pierce saw in his subconscious was a pattern of murder about to be repeated. And it almost was. I'll return shortly with further observations. A dream is the occurrence during sleep of ideas, emotions, and sensations. Upon awakening, we may or may not recall them. Often the dreamer will tell in detail about what happened in the mysterious world of the subconscious. When you are lying in bed on a dark, quiet night, and you slip into sleep and then into a dream, perhaps you'll go back in time to an event that occurred long ago. If so, I hope it will be a less frightening experience than that of Mr. Terence Pierce. Our cast included Gordon Gould, Terry Keane, Court Benson, Earl Hammond, and Joan Arliss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. No writer knew America, loved America, or could write about America better than Samuel Clemens. Even his nom de plume was distinctly American. It was the shout of the leadsman on the Mississippi River steamers, "By the Mark Twain." And it meant that the boat had just passed over a shallow and treacherous place and was now in water deep enough, clear enough, and safe enough. One of Mark Twain's best-known and most beloved characters was Tom Sawyer, whose schoolboy adventures are still part of the schooling of every American boy and girl. But did you know that Tom Sawyer grew older and had more adventures and was called upon to solve a murder and save an innocent man from the noose?
Tom, listen.
What's that?
Look, through the window. All those men headed this way.
What did they want?
Tom, they say my father killed Jupiter Dunlap.
Well, now, there's no proof.
Well, sometimes people get so mad they don't need proof.
You stay inside. Stay with your father. Hand me his musket.
Yeah, but Tom, there's 15, maybe 20 of them.
You'd be surprised what one man with one gun can do. Our mystery drama, Tom Sawyer, Detective, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic, especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan, and stars Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. If you read Mark Twain's The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, you will recall that Tom and Huck had some rattling first-rate adventures at old Uncle Silas's farm in Arkansas. Well, it is now some years later, and Tom is much older, but Tom is still Tom, and Aunt Polly is still Aunt Polly. And when Aunt Polly calls, Tom Sawyer still jumps.
Tom?
Yes, ma'am.
Tom, I reckon you gotta pack up and go down to Arkansas. Your Uncle Silas needs you.
Yes, ma'am.
There's in considerable trouble down there. They think you'll be a kind of diversion for 'em. Marry Anita. And she just said point blank she won't have 'em. So he soured on 'em, and they're worried about it. You remember the Dunlaps from when you was down there?
Oh, yes, Aunt Polly. As I recall, Brace Dunlap's the richest man in the county. About 36, a widower, and proud of his money, too.
That's right.
Everyone's a bit afraid of him. Is he the one Benita said no to?
And I guess it must have set him back some. Well, Silas is trying to soften the blow.
I don't follow you, Aunt Polly.
He feels he can't afford to have a powerful man like Brace Dunlap mad at him. So he's trying to curry favor by hiring Brace's brother Jupiter to do some work around the farm.
How can Uncle Silas afford to hire anybody? He's so hard-pushed and poor as it is.
What a name, Jupiter. From what Benita writes, he's sly, lazy, and sneaky.
That's right. I remember Jupiter. And I also recall he was a twin. The other brother was named Jake.
You mean there's 3 Dunlaps for your poor old Uncle Silas to contend with?
No, Aunt Polly. We don't have to worry about old Jake Dunlap. He got to robbing and killing, but he escaped from jail, went north somewhere, and nobody's heard from him in years.
Everyone says he's probably dead by now.
That's a mercy. The thing that's mostly worrying your cousin Benita is the tempers that no-account Jupiter gets your Uncle Silas into.
Tempers? Aunt Polly, you must be joking. Dear old Uncle Silas? Why, he don't have any temper.
Well, he does now. She says your uncle's a changed man on account of all this quarreling. Everybody blames Silas, because after all, he's a preacher, and he got no call to quarrel in the first place. So he hates to go into the pulpit. He's so ashamed. And folks have begun to cool toward him. All on account of that Dunlap tribe. And the worst of it is...
You mean there's more?
Poor Benita feels it's her fault. So she's thinking maybe she better marry Brace Dunlap after all.
Oh, no, Aunt Polly. We can't let her do that. We just can't. I remember my cousin Benita as so sweet and kind. And I remembered Brace Dunlap as so hard and sour. I was sure he'd be cool to her. I had to put a stop to this. How? Maybe when I'd get there, I'd figure out a plan. Well, the trip began lucky enough. I caught a steamer headed all the way down the lower Mississippi, so I wouldn't have to change at St. Louis. And it was a quiet enough trip, till we stopped at some little one-horse town just below the Arkansas line. And I seen these two men come aboard. One was very tall. The other was very short, but both looked powerful and mean. I noticed they stood by the rail and just stared at everybody on board. Now, they're looking for someone, I said to myself, and I believe that someone ain't going to be happy to see them. But it was clear they weren't looking for me. So I went below to my cabin, and I closed the door. I was about to strike a light when I heard a sound. There was no mistaking that sound. Nothing in this world sounds exactly like it. It was a pistol being cocked. Don't strike a light. You're holding the trump card in your hand, mister. What are you aiming on doing?
I'm aiming on staying in here.
For how long? But I don't have to ask. I know.
What do you know?
You're hiding from the two men on deck. The tall one and the...
How would you know?
I figured it out.
How?
Well, it's truth, ain't it? But I'm stumped.
Why?
I never forget a voice once I heard it. And I heard yours once before.
You could be mistaken.
And I never forget a face, neither. And now that my eyes are accustomed to the dark, I know yours.
Who do you think I am?
That's just the trouble. You can't be that person.
Why not?
Because right now that person's down on a farm in Arkansas.
What's that person's name?
That person's name is Jupiter Dunlap.
Jupiter Dunlap? I ain't Jupiter Dunlap.
Then if you ain't Jupiter, you gotta be the twin. Jake Dunlap. That's who you are.
Shh, don't talk so loud. And don't mention that name. You want to get me killed?
Then you aren't dead.
No, I ain't dead. Not yet. Though I'm coming powerful close. You gotta help me out.
Why?
Because I'm in trouble.
I know that. But why should I help you? Your brother Brace lording it all over everybody.
Oh, that's Brace. That ain't me. I never done you no harm. Nor your Uncle Silas, neither. And I'll never do you none so long as God's in heaven. Now, give me a hand and save my life.
Why did those two want to kill you?
Well, you see, it was a confidence game. The three of us played it on a jewelry shop in St. Louis.
Jewel thieves?
Now, wait, listen to what we done. We dressed up fine, and we ordered the diamonds sent around to the hotel for us to see if we wanted to buy.
And while you were examining them, you had paste counterfeits all ready, and it was the counterfeits that went back to the shop when you said the diamonds weren't quite fine enough.
Say, are you in the trade?
What were they worth?
$12,000.
And you got away with them?
Clean. Only trouble was, you see, we each had the same notion.
What notion?
To rob the others.
What? If that isn't the orniest, most low-down...
Well, maybe yes, maybe no. But the long and the short of it is that I was able to sneak off with the diamonds, and they've been hot on my trail.
And now that trail comes to an end.
No, it ain't. Now, you swore you'd help me get away.
I swore no such thing.
Oh, you gotta help me. Can't leave them two cutthroats to kill me.
Oh, that's no way to talk about your pal.
I'll do anything you say.
Give back them diamonds.
Give back the diamonds?
Yes, to the jewelry store.
I can't return the diamonds.
Why not?
Because I ain't got them. I lost them.
You expect me to believe that?
You gotta believe it. I lost them.
Oh, sure.
It's true. Look, if I still had them diamonds, would I be running for my life like this? Oh, look, if you don't believe I'm telling the truth, search me. Go ahead. Go through all my clothes. Look at my bag.
All right. How can I help you?
All right, now go ashore. Get me some other clothes.
Okay. I'll get you one of those new stovepipe hats and a pair of plaid breeches, maybe green and black.
That'll do it.
A cotton velvet waistcoat, some goggles, some whiskers and goggles.
Now, that should get me off the boat.
Well, let's say it does. Where do you go then? Where could you hide?
I'll go home. They all think I'm dead. My brother Brace will take me in. I'll be all disguised. No one will recognize me.
Yeah, but there's one little thing.
What's that?
Won't people notice that you sound like Jupiter and want to make them think that the other twin that's supposed to be dead, but maybe he's not?
Now, you are a sharp one. Yeah, me and Jupiter, we do have the exact same identical voices. I'll have to play deaf and dumb. That'll do it.
Okay, you be calm. You stay hidden here, and I'll go for those clothes.
Calm? I can never be calm again as long as I live. That's what a life of crime will do. Take my advice, son. Never get mixed up in it.
But I was mixed up in it, somehow. The steamboat was tied up at the dock for repairs, so I had plenty of time to go into the town and buy the clothes Jake Dunlap needed. The goggles and the whiskers weren't easily come by, but finally I had everything, and I headed back for the boat. I took my bundle and went down to my cabin.
Hey, these clothes will do me fine.
And see how they fit. Yeah. Why, you look just like a lecture on spiritualism.
I've done some of that in my time. I could even hold a seance when I was...
Wait a minute, you're supposed to be deaf and dumb, you remember?
Oh, yeah, so I am.
And I even got you these boots here.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm going to keep these shoes.
Oh, but everyone wears boots where you're going.
I got very tender feet, and the shoes I got suit me fine. Well, time I was leaving the boat. Where are my old pals?
Standing at the rail.
Would anyone recognize me?
They might recognize your shoes.
Oh, no danger of that. Everybody wears shoes like these in St. Louis. Son, you've been an angel of mercy to a poor old sinner like me. I'll see you in Arkansas. Oh, I won't let on. And I won't say a word. Seeing as how I'm supposed to be deaf and dumb.
Well, you just remember who helped you. Uncle Silas's nephew.
I never forget a friend.
And you might let your brother, Brace Dunlap, know. And are you sure you won't take these boots?
No, thanks.
Well, then I guess this is goodbye. I'll walk out on deck with you. That is... Well, if you're ready to go.
Ready now as I'll ever be.
And he was. Them outlandish clothes seemed to put a whole new spirit into him. He walked out on the deck with a strong, purposeful stride, like a man who had a mission to perform. He made his way toward the gangplank, where the two men were standing and looking everyone over. He nodded at them, and they stopped and stared at him. Oh, I had an anxious couple of seconds. But they didn't tumble. And in a minute, he was off the boat and lost in the crowd on the dock. I must say, he pulled it off in style. I stood there and watched, and I held the boots in my hand. The boots he'd refused to take because he insisted he didn't need them. I wish I'd known then what I learned later. That the boots would be the means of helping to save my Uncle Silas's life.
Tom Sawyer, detective. And you must admit that Tom attracts danger and adventure just by breathing. just by walking into a room. I mean, most people go on an ordinary steamboat ride and all they get to see is the scenery. How many folks do you know who go on a boat ride and find themselves smack in the middle of a jewel robbery? And just think, we haven't even arrived at Uncle Silas's yet. Well, we complete that part of this adventurous journey when I return in just a few moments with Act 2. Tom Sawyer is bound for his Uncle Silas's farm at Arkansas to help Silas and his family through some rough sledding. The problem seems to be a wealthy farmer named Brace Dunlap who wants to marry Tom's pretty young cousin Benita. But these things take two, and Benita isn't having any. As you've already heard, by a coincidence, Tom has helped save the life of Brace Dunlap's brother Jake. Will this change Brace's attitude? You know perfectly well it won't. Brace wants Benita, and Brace is a man who gets what he wants.
I believe I already told you Jake Dunlap got off the boat safe enough and gave his pals the slip. We were supposed to sail within the hour, but just as we were building up steam, we blew a bolt head or a cylinder head. I never did get it straight. And we were stuck there 3 more days till they fixed it. So it was well over a week later when I arrived. Benita was waiting for me at the dock. I'd forgotten how pretty she was. But she looked so worried.
I'm so sorry, Tom. Forgive me.
For what, Benny?
For 3 miles. We have to walk it. I couldn't even come for you in the horse and wagon.
Oh, I don't mind.
And poor Caesar, he went lame. We can't afford a new horse. If these was other times, a neighbor'd be glad to lend us one, but these are new times, Tom. Bad times.
Brace Dunlap?
Brace Dunlap. Papa tries to be nice to him, but it doesn't work.
Never made Uncle Silas think he could mollify Brace by giving work to that no-account Jupiter.
You know Papa. He thinks that by doing a kind deed, you appeal to a person's better nature. And the trouble is, Brace Dunlap just don't have a better nature. I know that's a hard thing to say, especially for a preacher's daughter.
But it's the truth.
I was willing to give up. I said I'd marry Brace, but Papa said he wouldn't hear of it. And he's turned Papa into a nervous, angry, hateful person. Tom, what am I going to do? I want to save Papa.
Oh, we'll think of something. We kept walking along till I seen a paper posted on a tree by the side of the road. First I thought it was a poster for a runaway slave. But then, when I stopped to look, I saw it was something else entirely. $2,000 reward for the information leading to the arrest and conviction of 3 men who stole 2 rare gems from a St. Louis jewelry store, or for the recovery of the jewels.
Oh, I wish I could find those gems, Tom. $2,000.
It's a lot of money.
Oh, that could make Papa independent. He wouldn't have to fear any man.
Sometime, Benny, when all this is over, I'm going to tell you a story about those gems.
Why, Tom, what do you know about stolen jewels?
Oh, wait a minute. You hear a voice?
Oh, good for nothing. Yes. No, it's Papa. You see, off in the field there, he's yelling at Jupiter again.
Say, it looks like he's fixing to do more than just yell. He's picked up a stick.
We have to stop him. Papa, no!
Acre, don't hurt me. You ought to be lucky I don't...
Papa, no, Papa, please.
Stay out of this, Benny.
Papa, I won't. Papa, look, here's Tom Sawyer. He's come to visit.
Hello, Uncle Silas.
Tom Sawyer? Who's Tom Sawyer?
Oh, Papa, you know Tom.
Don't you remember me, Uncle Silas?
Tom. Oh, yes, Tom. Lord bless you, Tom. I ain't very well these days, and I think my memory's gone. Tom, I was a-praying to the good Lord for a true help in my hour of need, and he sent you.
Are you all right now, Papa?
I know the Lord is displeased with me, children.
Displeased with you, Uncle Silas?
Oh, Papa, not with you.
Yes, he's trying me the way he tried Job. Jupiter is my affliction, and I cannot abide him. I look at him. He stands there shaking, nervous. His hands keep running across his face, and he talks like a fool, and he behaves even worse. And the terrible thing is, I want to kill him.
Papa.
Now, Uncle Silas, you can't mean that.
Yes. I actually and truly wish to take the life of a fellow human being. Me, who always considered himself a man of God. I'm being punished for my evil thoughts, children. Punished.
Now, come home, Papa. You'll feel better for a nice hot supper.
No, child. I'll never feel better again.
But he did. It takes a real strong bad mood to withstand homemade hot biscuits and fried chicken and pie. I swear. Even if Benny didn't have the looks, men would still want to marry her for her cooking. Well, Uncle Silas's spirits were raised up again when suddenly there was a knock on the door. And it was Brace Dunlap. Right off, I could see the resemblance to Jake and Jupiter. But he was younger, better looking. And he had something neither of them had. A cruel, mean look around the mouth. But he did talk nice and pleasant.
Good evening. I'm sorry to interrupt you folks.
Good evening. Will you join us at supper?
I wish I could, Miss Benita, but I'm worried about my brother.
Are you?
I expected him home over 2 hours ago. Would you know perhaps what might have kept him, Reverend?
How would I know? Am I your brother's keeper?
Papa.
Sorry I disturbed you. It's getting dark now. I better go out and look for him. Jupiter! 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 Can you hear me? Now, where can that fool be?
Brace! Brace!
Where are you?
Behind the trees.
Well, come on out. What are you doing there?
Brace, come here. Come here. I got something to show you.
Now, Jupiter, it's late and I ain't had my supper.
Jake is here. Brace. Brother Jake himself.
What? Well, what are you talking about?
Come here. Now, look.
It's... Jake, he's dead.
Yeah.
Jupiter, what happened here?
Well, I was coming toward home, Brace, and I seen this fellow with a beard and goggles.
Yeah.
And this outlandish hat and these funny clothes. And he was running and running, and there was these two fellas chasing after him.
Which two fellas?
I never seen him before, but one was kind of tall. And finally, they caught up with him, and there was all kinds of yelling and fighting, and they killed him.
What did you do?
Well, they was most awful mean-looking fellas, Brace, so I hid behind a tree. Well, I was scared they'd kill me, too. Well, after they killed him, they searched through all his clothes, and then they ran away. And then I seen it was Jake.
Jake?
Yeah, and all this time we thought poor Jake was dead.
Yeah, and so is everybody else.
Well, hadn't we better tell the sheriff, Brace?
Let me study this.
Jake's been killed. Shouldn't them that murdered him be punished?
You're dead right. Just let me keep thinking.
Well, what's to think about?
Well, poor Jake's death should be a lesson to all who presume to violate the law. He lived by the sword, and he died by the sword, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't follow this.
Put on the whiskers and the goggles.
What? What?
Just do as I say. Now,
all right.
Now, there. Now, no one would ever dream you was Jupiter Dunlap. You just take off your clothes and put them on poor old Jake. And you put on Jake's clothes.
Why?
And we'll bury Jake.
Bury him?
Nobody knows about Jake except you and me. And them there two fellas, and, well, they're long gone. They ain't gonna say nothing.
But we just can't go. I mean, we have to tell the sheriff.
We will, in good time. Meanwhile, you, poor old Jupiter Dunlap, you will have disappeared.
Me? But why?
Because we're going to let on that it was you that was murdered.
Me? Murdered? Why? By who?
By who? By Uncle Silas. Why? Because he hates you.
Well, he don't really hate me. He just...
I'm doing the thinking, Jupiter. And at the right time, the body will be discovered. And everyone will think it's you. And we'll even have witnesses to say Uncle Silas killed you.
What happens to me?
Well, you're some poor stranger who's wandered around these parts, and you can stay with me because I'm such a charitable person.
Oh. Hey, won't everyone know who I am?
You're wearing a disguise, remember?
Oh, okay. Hey, but
what?
But everyone knows my voice.
Oh. You ain't altogether a dummy. Wait. That's it. The answer. That's what you are. A dummy. You're deaf and dumb. That's perfect. Now, remember, you mustn't say a single solitary word. Ever.
Judge Farnsworth?
Morning, Benny.
Well, come on in. Sit a spell?
Oh, thank you.
This here's my cousin Tom Sawyer from Missouri.
How'd you do, son? It's a fine state, Missouri.
Thanks, sir.
Is your pa about, Benny?
Oh, he's off somewheres, Judge. You want I should find him?
Well, no. I might just as well talk to you. Benny, have you seen Jupiter Dunlap?
No, Judge.
He's been missing almost a week now.
Well, he ain't shown up here.
There's talk going the rounds about the village.
What kind of talk?
Talk that your pa murdered Jupiter Dunlap.
Oh, but that ain't true.
How do we know Jupiter's been murdered, Judge? You don't have a corpus delicti.
I see you know your law, son, but still the talk is getting powerfully strong.
It's that Brace Dunlap. He'll do anything to hurt Papa.
But the fact is, Jupiter has disappeared.
Oh, Judge, what are we going to do?
I thought you might help.
Me? Well, what can I...
How do you believe your pa is... Well, could he actually have killed Jupiter?
Judge.
Did he ever threaten to kill Jupiter Dunlap?
No. Well...
Yes?
Well, you see, Jupiter drove Papa out of his wits.
All right, that's what I want to hear.
Why?
And I'm a friend of your pa's. And if matters should ever arrive there, and I'm not saying they will, that should be the defense his lawyer should plead.
His lawyer? Well, but Judge...
And don't you ever breathe a word that I've been here and talked about it. You understand? Now, good day to you both.
Oh, Tom.
I can't believe it. Would Brace Dunlap murder his own brother just so he could lay the blame on Uncle Silas?
He'd do anything. He's a devil. He's fixing to have Papa hang.
Oh, now, wait, Benny.
He'd stop at nothing.
Maybe Jupiter just ran off and...
Tom, you can't let him hang Papa. You can't. Oh, promise me you'll save him.
Well, now, sure, Benny. I promise.
Well, all of you who've read the Mark Twain story, and even those of you who haven't, know that the worst is about to happen. And how does Tom propose to handle it? Well, would Mark Twain fail to give one of his favorite characters an inspiration in time of need? You know he wouldn't. So you be here when Act 3 arrives in just a few moments. here we are in a backwoods Arkansas town sometime around 1840 or so. And Uncle Silas is being drawn further and further into a lethal web by clever and vindictive Brace Dunlap. All Uncle Silas has on his side is Tom Sawyer. But right now, Tom doesn't have any idea of how to help.
Things were getting no better. Somebody was spreading rumors about how Uncle Silas must have murdered Jupiter Dunlap. Not Brace. Oh, no, Brace never said one word. But he must have took care that others did. And there was a lot of hot feeling for poor Uncle Silas. Nobody at all ever came to hear him preach on Sunday anymore. And then...
Afternoon, Miss Benny. Would your father be at home?
Yes? Who's that with you?
Oh, this fella, you mean? Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know his name exactly. He's a deaf mute. Can't speak nor hear. Poor soul. Came wandering through town, all ragged and hungry. So I've been giving him a place to sleep and his meals.
By George, the fellow was wearing the very get-up I'd bought for Jake Dunlap. The stovepipe hat, the plaid pants, the waistcoat, the goggles, the whiskers. That's who it was. Jake Dunlap.
Silas, I come here on a most important matter.
You have?
You know, Silas, that I've got money and property, and I mean to do very good by Benita.
Not another word.
Well, what have you got against me?
You're a mean, cruel, evil-minded man.
But nobody else thinks so.
I don't care what other folk think. I know better.
Look at me. How charitable I am. I've taken this poor, afflicted soul into my own home.
Brace Dunlap, leave my house.
Shouldn't we ask Benny what she thinks?
Benny's just a child.
Papa, well, maybe, well, I've been considering...
There. You hear?
Never. You ain't gonna throw your life away on a corrupt, vicious person like Brace Dunlap because you're feeling sorry for me. I won't allow it. Now you, Brace Dunlap, get, before I take down my flintlock.
Now, Uncle Silas, there's no need to get excited here.
You hear me, Brace Dunlap? Get, and do your worst.
Brace, how long do I have to wear these clothes and let on to be deaf and dumb?
Quite a while, Jupiter, for quite a while.
There ain't no fun keeping my mouth shut.
If that stupid old Silas had seen reason, you could have just reappeared and said you'd simply run off for a bit. But this way, I'm afraid you'll have to be dead. Forever.
Forever?
I think it's high time the body was found. What? The body of Jupiter Dunlap. Murdered in cold blood by old Uncle Silas.
But what's going to become of me?
You just play deaf and dumb for a while, and sooner or later, I'll think of something.
Tom, I'm scared. Folks are talking against Papa something fierce.
Oh, but now there's no proof.
Oh, that don't matter to them. They think Papa killed Jupiter just because they want to.
But everybody can see it's Brace behind it all.
Oh, folks see what they want to see. And they see how nice and kind Brace Dunlap is to this poor afflicted dummy. And they keep saying what a kind, generous man Brace Dunlap is. Ain't it a pity about his poor brother?
I don't know what they can do.
Oh, folks can get ugly sometimes, Tom. Listen.
Who's there?
Look out the window, Tom. Oh, look. It's a whole gang of men with dogs, and they're headed this way.
Where's your Uncle Silas?
Asleep.
You go stay with him.
No, Tom.
You do as I tell you now. Stay with Uncle Silas. What happens in a thing like this is that one man with a gun can change a lot of people's minds. Lots of folks just get swept away by excitement of being part of a mob. But they calm down quick enough if they see a gun on the other side. I took Uncle Silas's old musket off the wall and stood outside the door and waited. There was maybe 15 or 20 men, and they were led by Brace Dunlap.
Evening.
Evening. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Is your Uncle Silas at home?
And what if he is?
I'm sure he'd like to join us.
Doing what?
Well, to help clear up some rumors.
What sort of rumors?
Oh, about my brother Jupiter being dead.
How?
Well, if Jupiter's dead, there's got to be a body, don't there?
That would seem to make sense.
So, all the neighbors volunteered to pitch in with their hounds to search. We'll settle this thing once and for all. If we don't find the body, it'll mean poor old Jupiter just run off somewhere.
I see.
We figured Silas, as a neighbor, would like to lend a hand.
Well, Uncle Silas ain't feeling too good. Mind if I take his place?
Oh, not at all.
That should have warned me something was off. But what could I have done about it? I could see Brace drawing the noose tighter and tighter. Somehow I knew they would manage to find the body. But one thing I couldn't understand. Would Brace go so far as to murder Jupiter just to have revenge on Silas?
Here, it's here. This heap of fresh-looking dirt. I turned it over. And all my land, look, it's Jupiter.
Yes, it's my brother Jupiter. Those are his clothes. You can see it's Jupiter.
It's true. Silas must have killed him.
And now you see here, mister.
I was walking through the woods. It was maybe a week ago. I seen Silas and Jupiter. Silas was a-hollering at him. Silas was saying, I'll kill you. And I seen him pick up a stick, a heavy stick.
Now, nobody's got a right to take the law in his own hands. We're all civilized people. Now, let's show this gentleman visiting from St. Louis how fair-minded we are.
Right.
Let's see that Uncle Silas gets a trial.
Yeah, he's right. Let him get
Tom?
Benny, in a couple of minutes, the sheriff will be here.
The sheriff? Why?
They found Jupiter Dunlap's body.
Oh, no.
They're convinced Uncle Silas did it.
Did what, Tom? What?
Papa, they found Jupiter's body.
Oh, did they?
Papa, somebody killed him.
I know. I killed him.
Oh, no, Papa.
I did it. I hit him a good lick and I killed him.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Now, hold on, Uncle Silas. Somebody buried him. Who?
Me. I killed him, then I shoveled him under.
Uncle Silas, you did no such thing.
I did. And I'll swear to it on the Bible in a court of law.
The judge wanted to appoint a counsel for Uncle Silas. But Benny insisted I should be it, which according to the law was legal. And I tell you, there was nothing I could do. I was stumped. I couldn't trap that witness.
I was walking in the woods that evening and I seen Uncle Silas.
But now, if it was the evening, how could you see?
It was the early evening, about 4 o'clock.
Or wouldn't that be the afternoon?
In these parts, we call that the evening.
I was getting nowhere. I couldn't shake his story. He had seen Uncle Silas beat Jupiter. He had heard Uncle Silas threaten to kill him. You could hear folks muttering against poor Uncle Silas. But the worst part of it came when...
Tom Sawyer, as counsel for the defendant, is there any evidence you wish to present?
Well, now, Your Honor...
No, don't listen to no one else. I confess, I killed him.
Order before I clear the court.
I killed him. I'm guilty. I never wanted to harm a living creature. But suddenly, all the wrongs his brother Brace done me come to my mind. All the insults that man, that scoundrel there, his brother, had put upon me. How they plotted to ruin my poor family.
Now. Now I got it. Sit down, Uncle Silas. Sit down. A murder was done, but you never had a hand in it. Your Honor, may I speak?
Please.
For 2 weeks or so now, There's been a handbill offering $2,000 reward for diamonds stolen in St. Louis.
What does this have to do with the murder?
Everything. The night of the killing, the man who stole them diamonds was just running through the woods, chased by 2 others.
Who were they?
His pals, whom he had betrayed. Well, they caught up with him and killed him.
But you still haven't explained why...
They left his body in the woods and ran off. Sometime later, 2 other men came across that body. And do you know what they did? One of them changed clothes with the corpse. From stovepipe hat all the way down to shoes.
How can you make that statement, Tom?
I'll go further. That man that put on the dead man's clothes and disguised himself as the dead man was Jupiter Dunlap himself.
But Jupiter Dunlap's dead.
No. The man that's dead is Jake Dunlap, the long-lost twin brother. And who do you think is the man that buried him? Brace Dunlap.
Your Honor, that's a lie. Am I to be slandered?
Wait, I can prove it. I can prove it. And who do you think is this idiot with the goggles and the whiskers, letting on to be deaf and dumb? It's Jupiter Dunlap himself. No. Will you take off them whiskers, Jupiter? Or should the sheriff do it?
My boy, this is remarkable. This deduction on your part. You haven't seen any of these events, and yet you describe them so perfectly. Case dismissed.
A moment, Your Honor. One moment. One moment, Your Honor. There's a thief in the house.
A thief?
Yes, sir. And he's got $12,000 worth of stolen diamonds.
Point him out.
It's the late dead man here, Jupiter Dunlap.
That's a lie. I never did steal any diamonds.
He did steal the diamonds, but he didn't know it. You see, when he changed clothes with Jake, the diamonds went along.
But didn't those men who killed him take the diamonds?
I offered on the steamboat to buy Jake Dunlap a pair of new boots. But he insisted on wearing his old shoes. Why? And suddenly it came to me. He must have hidden the diamonds in them. Where? In the hill. Where else? I borrowed a screwdriver and unscrewed Jupiter's heel. And sure enough, there was those 2 big diamonds. And they took everyone's breath away. Poor Jupiter. He was sick. Had he only known, he could have gone away and been rich.
I shall keep these and notify the owners. And it will be a real pleasure to turn over the reward money to you, Tom Sawyer. You have earned the deepest and most sincere thanks of this community for lifting a wronged and innocent family out of ruin and saving an honorable man from a felon's death.
Oh, thank you, Judge. But anyone could have done it.
Well, wouldn't you know that Tom turned over the reward money to Uncle Silas and Benita? And he helped nurse Uncle Silas back to health. And the whole town would gather every Sunday to hear Uncle Silas preach. And the entire family was happy as birds. Who says Mark Twain didn't write happy endings? We'll have more to say in just a few moments. We still have Brace Dunlaps, and we will also have our Uncle Silas's. The question is, will we always have enough Tom Sawyers to right the balance? Tom Sawyer was a hero. Perhaps the word hero is somewhat out of fashion these days, and perhaps we're too sophisticated for genuine heroes. But who do we have to replace them? Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Paul Hecht, Evie Juster, Bob Caliban, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
No, these paintings are not mine.
Who's to know the difference?
They're the work of Francois Millet.
Must we discuss that tiresome Millet?
No, you see how each painting bears his hallmark, his unique style?
Monsieur, these things are lost on me. I know nothing of art.
Oh, isn't there anything you could do to help me, Leigh?
Oh, sit beside me, and we can talk more comfortably.
Yes. No, surely there's something you could do for him.
Why?
Well, because one day he would be a glory to France.
Oh, monsieur, you're an Englishman.
Yes.
Why should you worry about the glory of France?
Well, the glory of the world.
Oh, well, I see we must decently dispose of Millet. There's only one way I could hope to help him.
Oh, how?
He would have to be dead.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Man, said Mark Twain, is the only animal that blushes, or needs to. And, of course, looking at it realistically, we have a great deal to blush about. According to Twain, our assorted stupidities come in all sizes and degrees of severity. But the greatest of these is self-importance. And not just the self-importance of individual people, but of entire nations. Look at some of the diplomatic games we play, and how easily they become serious matters of life and death.
I'm sorry, Major. I can do nothing.
But, Your Excellency, the young man is innocent.
I'm afraid he must be sentenced to 10 years in Siberia.
But, that's the same as a death sentence. Can't you help him, Your Excellency?
Please, Major. I sympathize with his youth and his ignorance. If only he had committed a crime like murder or arson or robbery or rape, we could get him off somehow. But to come into this country without a passport? Why, even the Tsar would hesitate to pardon him.
Our mystery drama, The Russian Passport, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic story especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Morse. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We could say that Mark Twain was ahead of his time. We could also say that times never change, insofar as certain basics are concerned. Thus, the humorous sermons Mark Twain preached against red tape, bureaucracy, the timidity of public officials, the suspiciousness between countries, are just as timely as ever. For instance, here we are in a giant beer saloon in the Friedrichstrasse in Berlin. Oh, in the year 1890. And over there near the window are about a dozen or so American students. And they are obviously holding a party for one of their number. And now the party seems to be breaking up as one by one the young men take their leave. And finally, only two are left at the table.
But why go home now, Parrish? Why?
Well, the semester starts at Yale in less than 3 weeks, Ned.
I wish I had your chance to travel to see the world. I wish I had your money.
I'm, homesick.
Homesick?
Yes. I'll make a confession, Ned. I was never away from home before.
You get used to it.
No, every day I get more and more lonesome.
Well, then why'd you make this trip?
It was a gift from my Uncle William. And you don't turn down gifts from Uncle William.
It's a pretty expensive gift. Why would he want to give it to you?
Well, he said he hoped it would make a man out of me.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Well, Uncle William was a trooper in Sheridan's cavalry, and later on he fought the Sioux under General Miles. And then he went to California. He made a fortune in a gold mine. And he doesn't think you're a man unless you're forever shooting someone or knocking him down. So you see, he's always been disappointed in me. I'm very shy. I don't know how to make friends.
Well, bottoms up, Alfred. You'll feel better.
No, I won't. I'll feel worse. You know, that stuff just goes to my head. That's another thing Uncle William has against me. You just can't do anything manly, Alfred. Alfred? Why, a better name for you would be Miss Nancy.
The best way to get even, Alfred, is to have a good time.
I just hate to travel alone.
Well, why?
Well, I'm scared.
Scared? At least see St. Petersburg before you leave.
I'd like to, but...
I'll tell you, Alfred, there is no city in the world like it.
Well, that's what everyone says. And you know something? I want to go, but I just can't go alone.
It's up to you, Alfred.
I already bought my ticket for Paris. I'm leaving tonight.
Well, I better be getting along. I have a lecture. Here, let me get the bill.
No, please. I'd like to treat it. It was so good to meet you and the rest of the boys, to talk to Americans again.
Thanks, Alfred. And hey, believe me, there is nothing to be scared about all the time.
Well, maybe not.
Yeah. Have a good trip. I'll look you up when I get back to the States.
Of course, I'd never see him again. I'm not the kind of fellow people want to be friends with. I don't know what's the matter with me. I'm scared of my own shadow. I'm just afraid to be away from home.
Permit me to introduce myself. Major Tom Jackson, United States Army, retired. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Mr. Alfred Parrish, you are about to make the greatest mistake of your life.
I am?
And it makes me desolate to think you would cut your travel short when you really want to see St. Petersburg.
Well,
You do want to see St. Petersburg. Do you realize you're practically within sight of the place now?
I know, but...
Reconsider, Alfred, reconsider. St. Petersburg, a wonderland in the winter. The River Neva is frozen solid. Can you believe they build roads across that ice?
Roads?
Not just wagon roads. Railroad.
On the ice?
On the ice. And they string lights across it.
I'd give anything to go, but it's no use. You see, I'm a person who just can't travel alone.
Alone? You won't be going alone. Whatever gave you that idea? I'm going with you.
You? You're going?
My boy, I shall show you St. Petersburg as no foreigner has ever seen it. I know the place as well as I know my own hometown in America. Ask anybody. They all know me there.
But, you're too kind. I couldn't inconvenience you.
Oh, it's no inconvenience at all. I was going there tonight anyhow.
But I can't go. I mean, look at these. I mean, here are my tickets. I'm booked through to Paris.
No, yes, so you are.
And they don't let you change your tickets, and I can't afford to lose the money. And this 500-mark note it's all the cash I have, so I couldn't. I mean, you see, it's impossible.
You must never say impossible to your friend, Major Tom Jackson. Give me those tickets.
Wait, what are you doing?
They'll change these tickets for me. They all know me at the railroad station. Everybody knows me. Now, you just sit right where you are. And better let me have that 500-mark bill, too. We may have to pay a bit extra for your new reservation.
But, Major... But he was already out the door. It was all so sudden, it was so incredible, so impossible. It could only happen to me. I wanted to shout, "Stop that man!" But my lungs, they were empty. I wanted to run after him, but my legs were paralyzed. This man, this sharper, this confidence operator, he's stolen my money, my tickets. I've got to catch him, but I can't even get out of this place. I don't have the money to pay my bill. I'll have to explain all this to the waiter.
Yeah?
That man who was just here, you understand?
Nichts verstehen.
All right. My money, my tickets.
Was ist?
I'm trying to tell you.
You sprechen Sie durch?
I am trying to tell you that he took my money and my tickets.
Ja. Sehr gut.
The waiter just shrugged his shoulders and walked away. I didn't know what to do or where to go or what kind of a fool I was to allow a stranger to just walk off with my... And suddenly, his hand was on my arm, the Major.
Quickly! There's not a moment to lose. Come.
But where are we?
I'll explain on the way. Hurry. Right out the door. Let's go.
But where?
Cab! Hi there, cabby. Oh, confound these people. I was delayed at the ticket window. A new man there. He didn't know me. Oh, there you are. Right here, cabby. In you go, Alfred, my boy.
You still haven't told me.
All in good time. Now, Russian consulate, cabby, and let 'em fly. No man at the window didn't know me. Wouldn't make the exchange. Too irregular.
Well, then...
I had to hunt up an old friend, the station master himself, the Grand High Mogul. All right, whoop along, cabby. Don't let him go to sleep on us now. Well, it all took time, but it's all right now. Your luggage is rechecked, fare, ticket, sleeper, all exchanged. Got the documents in my pocket.
But...
What?
I left the beer hall without paying my bill.
Oh, that's all right. They know me. Everybody knows me. I'll square it for you next time I'm in Berlin. Push him along, cabby. Push along.
He was a big, powerful-looking man, just like Uncle William. But unlike Uncle William, he had such an honest, open face. How could I have even thought of mistrusting him? Suddenly I felt much better. Maybe some of his sublime self-confidence might rub off on me. And so, feeling better than I had ever felt in my life, I leaned back and enjoyed the ride to the Russian consulate. But we must have arrived there too late because the guard at the gate tried to stop us. However, the Major merely said,
"That's all right, Sergeant. I'm Major Jackson. They all know me inside."
At least that's what I think he said, because he said it in Russian. Anyhow, he just led me past the soldier, up the steps and into the building. There was a clerk sitting at a desk, and the Major began to talk to him. I couldn't follow a word of the conversation because it was all in Russian.
Impossible. It is after hours.
Oh, come now. You can surely visa this young man's passport for St. Petersburg.
But, my dear sir, I am not authorized.
Then fetch the consul.
But the consul has gone.
And he'll be back?
Tomorrow morning.
Thunder.
Major, is everything all right?
Just fine, Alfred, my boy. Just fine. Well, now, look here, my man. I'm Major Jackson. He knows me. Everybody knows me. Just visa the passport for me yourself.
What?
Well, there's nothing to it. Just visa the passport yourself.
Oh, no. That's irregular. That's no.
But our train leaves tonight.
I couldn't. I'm a married man.
Everybody knows me.
I have children. Ask me to do anything, but not to visa a passport.
No, I'll tell you what we'll do then. Here's the stamps and the fee. Have him visa it in the morning and send it after us by mail. He'll do that, I know. Well?
He may. Perhaps he may.
May? He will. He knows me. Everybody knows me.
I'll tell him what you said, but, you realize that you will get to the frontier 24 hours before the passport will arrive, and you cannot spend 24 hours at the frontier waiting for it. There are no accommodations.
Who said we're going to wait at the frontier? Send the passport along to St. Petersburg.
But they will stop him at the frontier if he has no passport. They won't let him into Russia.
Very well. The chief inspector knows me. Everybody does. I'll be responsible for this young man.
Oh, the penalty for being in Russia without a passport is 10 years in Siberia.
Yeah? Oh, damnation.
Major, did I hear you say damnation? Is something the matter?
No, it's all right, Alfred. I promised you St. Petersburg. I will get you St. Petersburg. Now, look here, my man. You just get the consul to visa that passport and mail it to St. Petersburg first thing.
But
Don't worry. I can fix it. They all know me there. All the authorities, everybody. Alfred, say goodnight to this very kind gentleman.
I don't know Russian.
That's all right. Say it in English.
Good night, sir. Major, did you take care of everything?
Let's be off for the train station, Alfred. You don't have a worry in the world.
Somehow, things cannot possibly run as smoothly as the Major would have us, or even himself, believe. But why can't they? Well, we're about to board the Berlin-St. Petersburg Luxury Express, where further intrigue and excitement await us. And people will be around to inquire about that passport in just a few moments, when I shall return with Act 2. Who and what is Major Tom Jackson? This big, bluff, and charming man who seems to sweep all objections aside, and whose slogan seems to be, "Everybody knows me." Well, no matter, because at this time, he seems to be exactly what poor, shy, self-effacing, timid Alfred Parrish needs. Here they are on the Luxury Express, bound from Berlin to St. Petersburg, at their ease in a beautifully appointed compartment, sipping expensive wines and enjoying all manner of delicacies. What a life, says Alfred Parrish. I never knew life could be so happy, so easy, so comfortable.
Yes, life I see now is a matter of who you happen to fall in with. If my Uncle William had been a man like Major Jackson, how different everything might have been. Well, maybe it's not too late now. For the very first time, I don't feel alone or friendless or unimportant, and what's more, I'm not even homesick.
My boy, look at yourself in the mirror. It proves my point.
What point, Major?
We advertise to the world exactly what we are. What does your face usually proclaim? Fear, uncertainty. Now, that won't do.
But there are times when I am afraid and uncertain.
Shouldn't that be your secret? Now, my boy, look in the mirror and smile. Just smile. That's it. Now, here's what I want you to say to yourself. I, Alfred Parrish, fear nothing and nobody.
Oh, but it isn't true.
Say it.
I, Alfred Parrish.
That's it.
I, Alfred Parrish, fear nothing and nobody.
You see? You see?
What?
Whose face is that in the mirror? Who is that cocky, confident, self-assured, important young man?
It can't be me.
But it is. It is.
But I don't feel confident.
Who's to know the difference? You see, to the rest of the world, you're a tiger.
Well,
that's my great gift. I've taught hundreds, thousands, how to become commanding personalities.
You have?
Oh, yes. Especially among the crowned heads of Europe.
You mean kings?
Oh, yes, sure. They know me. They all know me. Now, you take the Crown Prince of Austria. He has a very strong father, much like your Uncle William.
Oh.
And the Crown Prince of England. Why, he's a man of almost 50 and still under his mother's thumb. Well, I taught them the tricks. Yes, indeed. You got to show your colors. And if they aren't your true colors, who's to know better? Now, the trick is to look a person in the eye. All right, do it. Look me in the eye. Oh, but you have to hold your head up. See what it does for you when you hold your head up? Snap your fingers.
I never seemed able to get the knack of it.
That's no matter. Now say to me, my good man.
My good man?
Oh, no. Put some starch in it. As if you're doing me a favor by even talking to me. Now go ahead.
My good man.
Now you're getting the hang of it.
Well, hey, we seem to be slowing down.
Of course. We're just about at the Russian frontier.
You know, so much of what you say, it is so true. It's not really what you are. It's what other people think you are.
And what would you like to make people think you are?
Well, I would like to be treated with respect.
Such a little thing to ask. And you know how to get it?
No.
Easiest thing in the world. All you have to do is demand it. Oh, here we are. About to embark on a great new voyage of discovery for you, Alfred. Russia. ancient, mysterious Russia.
Is this where they'll ask to see our passports?
Of course.
Well, come to think of it, when we were back at the consulate, the Russian consulate back there in Berlin?
Yes?
Well, I don't exactly remember your bringing my passport away from the consulate with you, but of course you did. I mean, you do have it, don't you?
No.
No.
No, it's, you see, it's coming by mail.
Coming by mail?
Certainly.
I have heard stories of what can happen to foreigners in Russia who do not have passports.
The chief inspector at the frontier knows me. I'll explain to him that your passport's en route. It'll be all right, you'll see.
Oh.
Now, just look in that mirror, Alfred. Let's see that cool, calm, clear-eyed look of confidence.
But I don't feel it.
Let's see it anyhow.
At the frontier, which was just a guardhouse and fence, everyone got off the train, and we waited while the slow-moving line inched toward the inspectors. My heart naturally was in my mouth, but I looked at the major, and he was so supremely confident I couldn't help but feel everything would have to be all right.
Now, you're not to worry. I said I'd make it all come out right, didn't I?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, there's no reason why you and I should stand out here freezing in this cold.
But we have to wait till we get to the head of the line.
You just stand here. I'll go up and explain matters to the chief inspector. We'll be sitting cozy and warm in our compartment in 3 shakes.
Major, is everything all right?
Damnation.
Well, what happened?
It's a new chief inspector, and I don't know him.
Oh, no. This is impossible. I'm not going...
Don't. Steady, lad, steady.
I don't have a passport.
I told you it'll be all right. Just trust the old major. This new inspector, he's as nearsighted as a shad. I watched him examine the other people's passports, and it's a fact.
But you don't...
Just listen. I'll go up, get my passport approved, and then I'll step over to the fence. You see over there?
Yeah.
Where those peasants are standing with their packs?
Yes.
Now, you just mosey up against that fence.
Oh, no.
And I'll slip you my passport right through the bars of the fence.
What are you saying?
Then you get on the regular inspection line. Hand it over and trust in Providence and the fact that the inspector has the eyesight of a shad. You'll pull through, never fear.
But the description on the passport...
What about it?
It is your description. It describes a man of 50, and I'm only...
That's all right. I told you the man has the eyes of a shad. He couldn't see the difference if his life depended on it.
But my life depends on it.
Don't you fret. It'll come out right as nails.
But when I hand him your passport...
You won't be handing him my passport. It'll be your passport.
Well, what do you mean?
You'll hand it to him as if it's your passport. As if there can be absolutely no doubt. As if you're a man of importance, whereas he is just a flunky. Let him see all that in your face.
No, I can't do it.
You
can't.
must.
No, I don't have to. I can wait right here and take the next train back to Germany.
There won't be another train until tomorrow morning.
That's all right, I'll wait.
Where?
Right here.
What, here?
Yes.
In this open field, in the snow, in the dead of winter? You know how cold it gets.
But I can't go any further. I don't have a passport.
But you do have a passport, old boy. Now, Alfred, please, it's easy as pie. Old Fisheye will just wave you in.
I don't know if I can go through with this.
Of course you can. Confidence, Alfred. Remember what I told you about confidence?
But how could I have confidence? I was in a daze. The major had moved up ahead. He had his passport examined, and now he sauntered over to the fence. He motioned for me to come forward, but I was in a daze. Somehow, I got to the fence, and the major pressed the passport into my hand, and then he was gone. I managed to get to the end of the line. Everybody was headed toward a tall, burly, bearded officer, the fiercest-looking man I'd ever seen in my life. He could even have frightened my Uncle William, and he kept shouting,
Sergeant!
Which I later found out meant enter. And then before I knew it, there was There was no one in front of him but me. And he held out a big, beefy hand for the passport, and before I knew it, he had snatched it from my grasp, and his eyes bored deep into mine. They were eyes that were filled with hard and pointy lights of ice and steel, and they didn't look like the eyes of a shad or any other fish either, but they were eyes to pierce into the very marrow of your bones. And he looked at the passport, and he looked at me, and he looked at the passport, and he looked at me, and he looked at the passport, and he looked at me, and I was about to scream, I confess, when suddenly he thrust the passport back into my hand and bellowed,
Judge it. My boy, you were magnificent.
Oh, well,
I could hardly believe it was you. Why, you slapped that passport into his hand and looked at him. Why, I believe it was the most supercilious look I've ever seen.
I was scared to death.
Looking at the two of you, I would say he was scared to death.
Oh, no.
Alfred, you have no idea how commanding a presence you have once you turn it on.
Is that a fact?
Hey, see? I said to you, trust in Providence. And it always comes out right. The fact is, you were meant to see St. Petersburg, and nothing is going to stop you.
Yes, it does seem to be working so far.
My boy, this is only the beginning of a new Alfred Parrish. Parrish? Yeah. The adventurer.
Oh,
You mean you wouldn't like that?
Oh, I certainly...
All it takes is confidence.
Confidence. All I had to do was just listen to him, and life became worth living. It was a joy. He made me feel that everything and anything was possible, that whatever I tried would have to succeed. And, oh, yes, by the time the train reached St. Petersburg, I was in what my mother would call high feather and fine form, and we took a cab to the Hotel Europa, and we walked into that lobby arm in arm.
Your passport, Major?
May I?
Thank you. And may I have Mr. Parrish's passport?
That's perfectly all right. The young gentleman's passport is on its way.
Major, are you saying this gentleman does not have a passport?
It's coming by mail.
But at this point, it does not exist.
It exists. In a mail bag, in the mail coach, on tomorrow's Berlin-St. Petersburg Express.
But it does not exist here and now.
Is something wrong, Major? Remember what you told me. Don't take guff from these foreigners.
Yeah. Well, now look here, my man. You know me. I'll be responsible.
I wish I could accommodate you, Major.
Major, what is wrong?
He has no passport. Therefore, I must ask him to leave the premises.
Now, just a moment, my good fellow.
I cannot allow him to remain under this roof another moment.
Major, please explain.
Major, this young man is an illegal person. He has no status. He must leave. I must call the police.
Major.
I have no choice. I must call the police.
Major.
No, my friend. Surely you wouldn't do that. You couldn't. Why, a little thing like a passport that we can straighten out and
Get me the police immediately.
Major, was that word that he used, police?
No, boy. Don't get hold of yourself. Whatever you do, don't faint. Oh, my lord. Clerk, do you have some smelling salts?
In just a moment, Major, as soon as I complete this call to the police.
Police.
Has Major Jackson come to the end of his rope? Although we shouldn't put it quite that way, for if this is the end of the rope, at the end of that rope, we will find poor Alfred Parrish. Yes, a long, twisting rope that holds together a convoy of prisoners bound for the snowy wastes of Siberia. Is there hope for poor Alfred? Well, there's a third act, and I shall be here with it in just a few moments. Well, now, you know your own name, and you know who you are. But can you prove it? For instance, if you were to find yourself among strangers, your word would be meaningless. proof of your identity could only be established by a piece of paper, which, if you consider it, is rather ironic. Given a choice of believing flesh and blood or lifeless paper and ink, we choose the document every time. How sad. How catastrophic for Alfred Parrish.
There's no need to call the police.
Major, this young man has no passport. This fact makes him a criminal. If I fail to report him, I become an accessory.
Major, what have you done to me?
Hello, police.
I'm going to be arrested. Oh, Major, this is the end.
Never say die, my boy. Now come with me.
Where?
Quickly, out the door. Hurry. Now don't fret. It'll come out all right. Hi, there. Cab, over here.
Major, what is going to become of me? The last time I got into a cab with you...
In you go. That's it. Cabby, palace of the General of the Secret Police. And turn them loose, Cabby. Let them go. Make them whiz.
Major, I'll never see my home again.
Nonsense. Prince Boslowski knows me. He knows me like a brother. He'll fix everything.
He will.
You know what he'll say? He'll say... You're not to worry about any of this nonsense.
Major, it's just that I heard these horrible stories.
That's ridiculous, my boy. The prince and I are old friends. He'll deny me nothing.
Impossible.
But, Your Excellency...
Out of the question.
It's such a little thing.
It cannot be done.
Major, what is he saying? What's he saying?
Oh, well, yes. My boy, he's being very sympathetic. You have nothing to worry about.
Major, I'm afraid this interview is ended.
But, Your Excellency, I will be responsible for him.
Major, I must say that you have done an insane thing to bring this lad into the country without a passport. I marvel at it. Why, it means 10 years in Siberia for him. And there is no way to prevent it. I marvel at this, Major.
What's he saying?
Start to groan.
Why?
And moan. Mama. Oh,
Why?
Mama.
Why?
It might help.
And so, Major, if you will excuse me...
Oh, Mama. Splendid. Oh. Bernhardt herself couldn't beat it.
If it were anything else, if only he had been guilty of murder, arson, rape, a pardon would be a mere formality. But to be without a passport, even the Tsar himself would hesitate.
Your Excellency, all I ask is 24 hours. In that time, the passport will have arrived.
I am very sorry.
Oh, Mama. Your Excellency, you're a father. You have a son. Can't you find it in your heart?
It was a foolhardy thing to do.
I agree.
You deserve a sharp lesson.
Without question.
All right. It's against my better judgment, and if it comes out, it could destroy my career.
God will reward you.
I give you exactly 24 hours to the minute. If the passport has not arrived, if it is not in his possession, do not dare to come near me again. It's Siberia for this young man without hope of reprieve.
My dearest mother, when these sad lines shall have reached you, your poor Alfred will be suffering a fate worse than death. Through my own fault and foolishness, I have fallen into the hands of a sharper or a lunatic. It doesn't matter which. But I think he is only mad, for he has a good, kind heart, and he tries so desperately hard to help me, but each attempt just ends in complete disaster, and in a few hours I shall be one of a nameless, hopeless horde plodding the snowy solitudes of Russia, bound for that land of misery and oblivion, Siberia, and there is no escape. An officer of the secret police sits silently in my room, watching, waiting.
Well, how'd everyone sleep? I must confess, I popped off at once. Well, Alfred, had your breakfast?
How can you think of food?
Oh, come. A hot meal will make you sing another tune.
Do you realize I'm going to be sent to Siberia?
I realize nothing of the sort. Even now, your passport is on the train. It's coming here. It will arrive well ahead of schedule. There isn't a thing in the world to worry about.
And before I knew it, he had convinced me. Once again, he had convinced me that there wasn't a thing to be worried about, and there we were sitting in the dining room of the hotel. Shouldn't the mail be in by now?
Yes. I would say the train has already arrived. The mail has been sorted, and delivery to the hotel is a matter of minutes.
In about 45 minutes, the 24 hours will be up.
Suppose we saunter over to the desk and see my old friend behind the counter.
Major, you are sure the Russian consulate in Berlin sent it?
My boy, nothing to worry about. Nothing at all.
Yes, gentlemen.
Is there any mail for me?
The mail has not arrived.
It hasn't arrived?
No, Alfred, there's nothing to be excited about. Is it due soon?
Usually comes at this time. A few minutes earlier, a few minutes later.
Hey, you see, my boy? No problem at all.
Tell me, have either of you gentlemen seen the afternoon paper? Interesting article here on the vault.
The vault?
Yes. Actually, it is a prison cell on wheels in which serious criminals are transported to Siberia.
Siberia.
The convict is placed inside, and the door is then closed. Yes, it cannot be opened again. No, not until the vault arrives in Siberia.
Why not?
Well, because the only key that opens it is in Siberia.
Suppose someone is placed in there by mistake.
Well, I would say it's his hard luck. He can't be taken out until he reaches Siberia. But the chances are he wouldn't get there alive anyhow.
Alfred?
I don't feel so good.
Confidence, my boy, confidence. The mail will be delivered at any moment, and all your troubles will be over.
Excuse me?
Telephone.
Yes. Front desk? Yes. What's that? Oh, I see. Thank you. Goodbye. Well, gentlemen, if you're waiting for the mail, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The Berlin train has been delayed.
Wait, what are you saying?
You had an accident on the track.
The mail. The mail must be delivered, don't you understand?
Well, it will be delivered, but 3 hours late.
3 hours? I don't have 3 hours. I'm done for.
No, my boy, chin up. I'll think of something.
They'll put me in, you heard him, the vault. The vault, it's a steel wagon dragged to Siberia like an animal in a cage.
I've got it.
No, what do you've got? It's no use. Nobody can help me. Nothing can help me. Siberia.
Forget the passport.
What do you forget the passport?
Cheer up. We can do without it. Guards, come along. We're headed for the American embassy. I had that card up my sleeve all the time. The minister knows me. We were wounded together at Cold Harbor. Been chums ever since.
Major, you wouldn't hold out false hope to a poor condemned...
Everything's splendid. Our troubles are at an end. If we ever really had any. We are going to get you a new passport.
Well, I am only secretary of the legation, you see, and I wouldn't like to authorize a passport while the minister is on Russian soil. You have no idea of the responsibility.
All right, send for the minister.
Well, that's easier said. You see, he's up in the wilds somewhere on his vacation.
Great Scott!
What are you great Scotting about, Major? The prince gave you 24 hours. You've got an hour and a half left. The train is just due. The passport will arrive in time.
The train is expected to be 3 hours late. This lad's life is ebbing away. In that half hour, he's the same as dead and damned to eternity.
I am? Oh, I see the ghastliness of the situation. But what can I do?
Hang it. Write him a passport.
Well, it's impossible. It's totally impossible. How do we know who he is? Now, you yourself only met him 2 days ago. So, you see, there is no way in the world to identify him. Oh, he's lost. There is no possibility of saving him.
Now, look here.
Now, the rules say identification must be positive. Now, would you want me to make a mistake and lose my job? Oh, Lord, it's the last day on this earth for Alfred Parrish.
I will be responsible.
Wait. Shh, wait. Is your name Alfred Parrish?
Yes.
And, where are you from?
Bridgeport.
Bridgeport. Oh, yeah, were you born there?
No. New Haven.
Mr. Secretary, is it possible that you...
No, I must be positive. How long did you live in New Haven?
Till I was 14. And I came back 2 years ago to enter Yale.
When you lived in New Haven, what street?
What street?
Yes.
What street? It was Parker Street.
Mr. Secretary, if you can identify him, please do so.
I must be positive beyond the shadow of a doubt.
But time is running out. The secret police will soon drag him out.
What number, Parker Street?
What number?
Think, lad. Think. The clock is moving.
But it didn't have a number.
There. Shouldn't that...
Now, what kind of house was it?
Brick, 2-story.
Flush with the sidewalk?
Small yard in the front.
Iron fence?
No palings.
Mr. Secretary, there's almost no time left.
Now, what do you see when you enter the door?
What is the difference? What do you want to torture me? I'm as good as dead.
What do you see?
I don't. A narrow hall, door at the end, right? Hat rack.
Parlor?
Yes.
Mr. Secretary, when the clock strikes 6, this boy will be arrested and lost to all the world.
Carpet on the floor.
Yes.
Now, what kind?
Old-fashioned Wilton.
Design?
Hawking party on horseback.
Room next to the parlor?
Dining room.
Did your parents own or rent the house?
We owned it.
Did you have a nickname among your playmates?
Answer him. Mr. Secretary, surely by this time you ought to know.
Sir, we have clearly defined procedures. Now, did you have a nickname?
Well, they called me Miss Nancy.
Surely, sir, that should be something.
Any ornaments in the dining room?
No.
None at all?
Think, lad, think. You have less than a minute?
You mean there wasn't even a picture?
Oh, but you said ornament.
Yes. And what did your father think of the picture?
Speak. Yes, Alfred, speak.
I can't tell you what he said.
You must. Quick, we're almost out of time.
Home and liberty?
Oh, have pity.
Or death in Siberia depend on your answer.
Well, have pity. He's a clergyman.
Look, out with it. What did he say?
He said it was the hell-firedest damn nightmare he ever saw.
Saved! Oh, I will write you a passport. I can now legitimately identify you beyond any shadow of a doubt. I have lived in that house. And I painted that picture myself.
Saved. Give thanks, my fortunate friend. You see, I told you, trust in Providence. And let us be grateful to God that he made this artist. If indeed he really did.
Did Alfred have a good time in St. Petersburg? We don't know. Mark Twain doesn't say. And although what he writes is always fascinating, what he doesn't write is, in many cases, even more so. For instance, who is Major Jackson? And why? A most mysterious man. But this spot on the dial is the place where such people are encountered. I shall be back shortly. Stories must have heroes and villains, and Mark Twain's tales are filled with a great many of each. But not all villains are actually conscious of their villainy. It is possible for the greatest crimes to be performed by fairly decent people in the routine performance of their legitimate duties. But you'll find nothing routine here at this spot on your dial, 7 times each week. Our cast included Robert Morse, Robert Dryden, Russell Horton, Earl Hammond, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Burn him!
Then let it be done day after tomorrow, the 21st day of the noon.
This is not the usual manner. They do not kill. They hold for ransom.
Well, Clarence, don't worry about it.
Well, you say I'm not to worry, but they burn me at the stake high noon the day after tomorrow.
No, Clarence. They won't be able to swing it. I won't be here.
Well, I wit not what thou sayest, Sir Boss. Where shalt thou be?
In Hartford, Connecticut.
Oh, is that the place of magic and enchantment where Sir Kay captured thee?
Oh, it's a place of magic and enchantment, I guess. In some ways.
But dost thou intend to return there?
Oh, I don't have to return. I never left.
Sir Boss, my poor wits cannot understand.
Don't worry about me, Clarence. I'm still there. All this is only a dream.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. This is our bicentennial year, a time to pause and count our blessings. And among the greatest of these are the men and women of letters who flourished in our native land, who created a literature that was both typically American and universally admired. After all, it was our own Edgar Allan Poe who invented the kind of stories you hear on this program, and our own Mark Twain, who carried them to the most sublime heights of fantasy and fun. At this time, we propose to give you an exhilarating taste of one of the most exciting stories of fantasy, mystery, and suspense the world has ever known.
Tell the king that if I am not released from this dungeon immediately, I shall cause a mighty calamity to befall this realm.
Oh, please, sir, have mercy.
Tell the king that I can call forth my magic powers and destroy the sun.
Destroy the sun? But
what?
Well, how can a man destroy the sun? It cannot be done.
Clarence, my boy, look at me. Do I look stupid?
Oh, no, sir.
Then, if it can't be done, why would I be willing to bet my life I can do it?
Our mystery drama, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic, especially for the Mystery Theater, by Sam Dan, and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Luden's Medicated Cough Drops. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Right now, True Value hardware stores offer you what's missing from almost everybody's life at this time of year: sunlight and warmth. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you they offer a General Electric sun lamp kit and a Titan radiant heater. The GE sun lamp is for fun and relaxation. Its ultraviolet light gives you a healthy, natural tan, even now when it's too cold for most of us to sit out in the sun. Get the lamp, a clamp-on holder, and a safety guard, and a Sun Worshipper's Guide, all for just $13.77. And True Value hardware stores offer the Titan Radiant Heater for warmth. It's designed for use in barns, garages, and chilly basement workshops, so you can work in comfort, even in the cold. It gives you 2 fan-forced heat ranges controlled by an automatic thermostat. It's portable, and you can mount it overhead, too, out of the way. It's just $19.88. The GE Sun Lamp Kit and the Titan Radiant Heater. Sunlight and warmth from your participating True Value hardware store. And you can charge it on Master Charge at many stores.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau on the metric system. You know, use of the metric system as a uniform system of measurement in this country is growing rapidly. But, of course, you want to know how it will affect you, right? Well, take driving your car, for example. The kilometer will replace the mile in expressing distances. Right now, 1 mile is equal to 1,760 yards, or 5,280 feet. Now, isn't it easier to remember that 1 kilometer is equal to 1,000 meters? Your car's speedometer will also change from miles per hour to kilometers per hour. So will speed limit signs on the highways. And again, the standard unit of measure will be the meter. And so when you order a tank full of gas, the liquid measure will be in liters, not gallons. For example, a fill-up of 16 gallons is equal to 60 liters. For more information on the metric system, write to Metric Information Office, National Bureau of Standards, Washington, D.C.
Mark Twain begins his story with these words. It was in Warwick Castle that I came across a curious stranger. He attracted me by his candid simplicity, his marvelous familiarity with ancient armor, and the restfulness of his company.
I thought I would tell you my story, but I've kept a journal. Oh, how long ago that was. Do you know about transmigration of souls? Do you know about transposition of eras and bodies? Ah, well, read and learn.
He was gone. I examined the sheaf of papers he had left with me. Most of it was parchment, yellow with age. Old, incredibly old. Carefully, as I feared they would crumble within my fingers, I began to turn the pages. And now begins this stranger's story.
I'm an American, born and reared in Hartford in the state of Connecticut, a Yankee of the Yankees. My father was a blacksmith, my uncle was a horse doctor, and I was both at first. Then I went over to the great arms factory and I learned how to make everything. Guns, boilers, engine, just about any and every kind of machinery you can imagine. I had a couple of thousand men working for me, but although they were under my jurisdiction, they refused to be under my thumb. You there! Shut that machine down.
Who says so?
I say so.
Well, who do you think you are?
I'm the boss.
Well, why didn't you go soak your head?
I'm giving you an order.
I don't take orders from you.
How about this kind of an order?
Out.
Now, shut that machine down. Well, you see, you couldn't explain to him he was doing the wrong thing and wasting company time and material. So I had to develop other methods of communication. Well, that worked out pretty good for a while. But, as the good book says, he who lives by the fist. We had a big, sulky fella named, aptly enough, Hercules. A surly brute he was. Everybody left him strictly alone. I should have left him alone, too, but I had to prove who was boss. Oh, he laid me out with a crusher alongside the head that made everything inside crack. It seemed to spring every joint in my skull. And then suddenly the world went out in darkness. When I came to, I was sitting under an oak in the midst of a broad and beautiful country landscape. And there was a fellow on a horse looking down at me. A fellow fresh out of a picture book. In old-time armor from head to heel, with a sword and a shield and a prodigious spear. His horse had armor on, too, with red and green trappings that hung all around him. Oh, it was all gorgeous to look at. And then this apparition spoke to me.
Fair sir. Fair sir, will ye joust?
Will I which?
Will ye try a passage of arms?
Will I what?
For land or lady or knightly honor?
What are you giving me? Get along back to your circus before I report you.
Sir, thy incivil, discourteous, and unmannerly answer shall receive the chastisement it so richly deserves.
And don't hurry back. As he galloped off, I thought I'd seen the last of him. But wouldn't you know, he suddenly turned around, came a-rushing back with his long spear pointed straight at me. I saw he meant business, and so I was up the tree when he arrived.
Varlet, stand and fight.
Now, friend, I don't have any real quarrel with you.
Wilt thou tilt with the lads?
What makes me think he's from a circus?
Then draw thy sword.
He has to be from an asylum.
Cowardly wretch.
And so I'd better humor him. Friend.
I be not friend of thine.
Can't we discuss this reasonably?
Dost thou acknowledge thyself captive of my sword and spear?
Absolutely, and I'll be sure to acknowledge it to your keeper.
But of a surety, thou must this acknowledge to my keeper and thine, his beloved majesty, King Arthur.
How far are we from Bridgeport?
Bridgeport? I wit not the name. Come, we hie toward Camelot.
Camelot? You're kidding.
Of a surety, varlet, thou art most free with thy tongue, and thou speakest the strangest language.
Camelot. Camelot. I repeated the word over and over. Camelot was promptly the name of the asylum from which this lunatic had escaped. Well, I walked along beside his horse, hoping, expecting at any minute to see a familiar sign. And without warning, there stood in front of me a huge castle with flags and banners flying from the towers. I stopped. I was almost petrified with shock, because I could see the place was filled with people dressed in the most outlandish costumes. And when they saw me, they were almost struck dumb with fright.
Fear not, gentlefolk. This dark and evil magician can do no further harm. I have vanquished him in terrible combat. Let us now throw him into the dungeon to await the pleasure of the king.
And they did it. Into a damp, dark, foul-smelling cell. And I didn't know what to think. Yes, I did. This could only be a dream that I had actually been somehow hurled back in time into King Arthur's court, a place I had hardly ever thought about or, to tell the truth, cared very much for. And then the cell door was opened, and in came a slim young fellow in shrimp-colored tights that made him look like a forked carrot. The rest of him was all blue silk and yellow lace. He looked at me, and he said,
I have come for you. I'm a page.
Go along. You ain't more than a paragraph.
Indeed, thou speakest a foreign tongue. What is thy name? From whence dost thou come? And thy raiment. Such outlandish clothes.
Well, friend, do me a service. Do you belong to the asylum, or are...
Fair sir, me seemeth...
That'll do. You're a patient. Oh, if I could just see the head keeper for a minute. Just for a minute.
Head keeper? Oh, but that is a passing strange way to refer to His Majesty.
Clarence.
I am called Amias Le Poulet.
Oh, well, I'll call you Clarence for short. You look like a good-hearted fella.
Yes, 'tis true. And it shall be my undoing. For I was born in an unlucky year.
No, there's no such thing as an unlucky year.
Oh, indeed there is. 13 is most unfortunate, and I was born in 513. Wherefore, it is well known...
Oh, wait. Clarence. Hold. Stop. Say it again, and say it slow. What year was that?
513.
513? You, don't look it. Now, come, my boy. I am a stranger and friendless. Be honest and honorable. Are you in your right mind?
Forsooth.
Never mind that. Either I've become a lunatic or something just as awful has happened. Now tell me, honest and true now, honest and true.
Hmm?
Where am I?
In King Arthur's court, and it please you.
And it pleased me. Oh, well. And according to your notions, what year is it now?
538, 19th day of June.
No, it can't be. You mean to tell me that I'll never see my friends again? Never again?
Perhaps the divine will shall permit thee to.
Well, how? They won't be born for 1,300 years.
Please, good sir, be of merry countenance.
Oh, merry countenance. Do you realize... Wait, Clarence. What virtue are we Yankees celebrated for throughout the civilized world?
Mayhap I have not heard.
Thrift, Clarence. Thrift. Now, your true Yankee never throws anything away, because you can never tell when it'll come in handy. I happened to read one time that the only total eclipse of the sun during the first half of the 6th century occurred on June 21st, 538 A.D. at exactly 3 minutes after noon.
Eclipse? Good sir.
Yes, sir, Clarence. Eclipse.
Eclipse. Is it peradventure something good to eat?
Now, ask me how I intend to use that seemingly unimportant, insignificant, no account, irrelevant little fact. Ask me.
If it please you, sir.
You say this is the 19th of June, 538? Well, Clarence, I say it's the 19th of June, 1879.
What magic dost thou speak, sir?
In either case, the day after tomorrow has to be the 21st. No eclipse is scheduled at all in 1879. Therefore, if we do have one, it's no dream, Clarence. It's no dream.
Come, sir. It is the signal that the dinner is done at the round table, and my master and thine, Sir Kay, desires to show thee before the king in the court.
Sir Kay?
Yes, sir.
And what plans does Brother Kay have for me?
Oh, sir, jest not. No humble monk is he. Sir Kay is foster brother to our liege King Arthur himself. He will have thee kept here till thy friends ransom thee.
Clarence, none of my friends have been born yet.
Oh, sir, speak not such madness.
All right, let's go. Get the exhibition over with. And what if I am among lunatics? I'm smart enough to become boss of the asylum.
Boss? Is that thy name? Sir Boss?
King Arthur's court. How do I describe it? An immense place filled with loud contrasts, a babble of sound, a rainbow of color. The place was a madhouse, and at the center, a round table. And around it sat a great company of men dressed in splendid hues. Well, finally the king raised his hand, and it must have been a signal for silence.
Sir Kay, my good brother.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Is this the sorcerer?
It is even true, my liege.
Yes, it must be true. Who but a sorcerer would wear such outlandish clothing?
This suit cost $15, second hand.
The suit is one of enchantment.
Who's that?
That's Merlin, sir.
Merlin?
Merlin, the mighty magician whom all men fear.
The suit is one of enchantment. I behold in him a creature of the devil.
A creature of the devil?
Your Majesty, I see the devil emanate from his body. Burn him.
Well, then, if it must be done...
It must be done, Your Majesty.
Then let it be done day after tomorrow, the 21st day of the month, at high noon.
This is not the usual manner. They do not kill. They hold for ransom.
Well, Clarence, don't worry about it.
Well, you say I'm not to worry, but they burn me at the stake high noon the day after tomorrow.
No, Clarence. They won't be able to swing it.
Swing?
No, you see, I won't be here.
Well, I wit not what thou sayest, Sir Boss. Where shalt thou be?
In Hartford, Connecticut.
Oh, is that the place of magic and enchantment where Sir Kay captured thee?
Oh, it's a place of magic and enchantment, I guess. In some ways.
But dost thou intend to return there?
Oh, I don't have to return. I never left.
Sir Boss, my poor wits cannot understand.
Don't worry about me, Clarence. I'm still there. All this is only a dream.
And I read on in the stranger's ancient manuscript, where he says he was carried off to a dark and narrow cell in a damp and filthy dungeon, with some scant remnants for dinner, some moldy straw for a bed, and no end of rats for company. And we must leave him there until it is time to return with the second act in just a few moments.
You can have great taste, lots of great taste and taste with Luden's. They're medicated cough drops with great taste in every box. Wild cherry, sweet and savory, menthol, cool and flavory. Honey, the way you wish with lemon or licorice. Oh, you can have great taste, lots of great taste and taste with Luden's.
Luden's, the medicated cough drops that don't taste medicated. They taste great. Use only as directed.
Who's just about wiped out smallpox and smallpox vaccinations? Who got the world's pilots in control towers to speak English so you can land safely? Who helps you in dozens of ways? The United Nations. Learn what it's doing for you. Get the free UN booklet. Write United Nations Association, Box 475, New York 10017. There's always been a U in the UN. Presented by this station and the Ad Council.
Dreams. We all seek to understand the many ways in which God reveals His Word. Throughout time, God has spoken to man in dreams. Jehovah said in the Old Testament, "Listen to my words. If a man be a prophet, I make myself known to him in visions. I speak to him in dreams." So pay attention to your own dreams. They might well reveal flashes of the future, predictions and warnings of things to come. They may give you a glimpse of God's guidance to lead you back to the peace and security of His way. For your free booklet on dreams, write to the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021. That's the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021.
Yankee, a two-fisted foreman in a Connecticut arms factory, picked a fight with the wrong party one day. When he recovered consciousness, he found himself in a strange place, peopled by folk who claimed to be members of King Arthur's court. Indeed, because of his odd 19th century clothes and manner, he has been judged a sorcerer and has been condemned to the stake, the usual fate of such people in those times.
Oh, what a dream. What an astonishing dream. Well, I've waked just in time from being hanged or burned or drowned or something of that sort. Now what I think I'll do is nap again till the factory whistle blows and then go down to the plant and have it out with Brother Hercules.
I give you good morning, Sir Boss.
What? You still here? Go along with the rest of the dream. Come on, scatter.
Oh, thou art indeed most merry, Sir Boss. Thou canst laugh in the face of dire peril.
All right. Let the dream go on. No, I'm in no hurry.
Prithee, Sir Boss, what dream?
What dream? Why, the dream that I'm in right now. The dream that I'm in King Arthur's court, a person who never existed. And the dream that I'm talking to you, who are nothing but a work of my imagination.
Oh, indeed. And is it a dream that thou art to be burned tomorrow noon? Answer me that.
Clarence, I need you.
Aye, Sir Boss?
Clarence, the only friend I have. Don't fail me. Help me devise some way to escape this jail.
Escape?
Yes, escape.
Oh, do but hear thyself, Sir Boss. Escape?
The corridors are filled with men at arms.
Ah, no doubt, no doubt. But how many? Huh? Not too many, I hope.
A full score. One may not hope to escape. Besides, there be other reasons. Weightier reasons.
Other reasons? What are they?
Well, 'tis said Merlin, in his malice, has woven a spell about this dungeon.
A spell?
And there bides not the man in this kingdom desperate enough to cross its lines with you. Oh, now, God pity me, I've told it. And you, Sir Boss.
Yes?
Be kind to me. Be merciful to a poor boy who means thee well, for shouldst thou betray me, I'm lost. Sir Boss. Sir Boss, please. Please.
Merlin. Merlin has wrought a spell, Merlin, forsooth. Oh, I never. Merlin, that cheap old humbug.
Sir
That maundering old fool. Bosh, pure bosh. The silliest bosh in the world.
Beware. These are dreadful words.
Of all the childish, idiotic, chuckle-headed, chicken-livered superstitions that I ever... Do you know why I laugh?
No. But for our blessed lady's sake, do it no more.
Well, I'll tell you why I laughed. I laughed because I'm a magician myself.
Thou?
Thou? That's absolute sooth, Clarence.
Thou? A magician?
I've known Merlin 700 years. Don't interrupt. He's died and come alive again 13 times, and he always travels under a new name. Smith, Jones, Jackson, Robinson, Peters, Haskins, Merlin. Always has himself a brand new alias. I knew him in Egypt 300 years ago.
300?
In India 500 years ago. And he's always blathering around in my way every place. He makes me tired. He don't amount to shucks as a magician. Knows some of the old common tricks, I grant you, but he's never gotten beyond the rudiments and never will.
But, Sir
He's
Boss...
well enough for the provinces. One-night stands and all that sort of thing, you know. But, dear me, he oughtn't to set up as an expert.
But Merlin...
Anyway, not where there's a real artist. Clarence, I'm going to remain your friend right along, and in return, you must be mine. I want you to do me a favor.
Aye? If it be in my power.
Get word to the king that I'm a magician myself, and the supreme grand high yuckamuck, and the head of the tribe at that. Tell him that I'm just going about quietly arranging a little calamity here that'll make the fur fly in these parts if Merlin's project is carried out and any harm comes to me. Will you do me that little favor, Clarence?
Oh, Sir Boss, please, I'm frightened.
Now, Clarence.
Promise me, poor sinner that I am, poor unworthy sinner, that thou shalt always be my friend, Sir Boss.
Sure.
And thou shalt never turn against me.
Never.
Never cast any of thine awful enchantments against me.
Absolutely.
And thou wilt always protect me.
Always.
Well, then, I hasten to do thy bidding.
Well, I could see how things work in this asylum. People simply take you at your word. So I was feeling good for a while. And then it occurred to me, when this boy calms down, he'll wonder why a great magician like me should have to beg a nobody like him for help. And he'll see that I'm a humbug. But then I reasoned, these lunatics can't really think. So I felt better. But then I got frightened again. I had sent the lad to scare his betters with a threat. Suppose they called my bluff. What could I do? Should have thought about my calamity first. Well, maybe the threat itself will be enough. Maybe. Clarence?
Sir Boss?
Well, Clarence? Speak. Tell me. Give me the verdict.
I hasted the message to our liege, the king.
Yes?
And
yes.
straight away, he had me led into his presence. He was frightened, even to the marrow. And straight away, he said...
I give the order for the instant enlargement of, what name is this mighty enchanter, lad?
Sir Boss.
Sir Boss. Rescue him at once from the vile dungeon, clothe him in silks and furs, lodge him as befits one so great, and let us pray that he will forgive us our foolishness.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your leave to speak.
You have our leave, Merlin.
This threat, this calamity, of what does it consist?
I know not. Lad, has Sir Boss described its awful nature?
No, sire.
And wherefore, lad, hath he not named it?
Well, mayhap, Merlin, it is too awful.
And mayhap, it does not exist.
It does not exist.
He hath not named his brave calamity. Verily, it is because he cannot.
But, Merlin, it may well be.
It may well be foolish and idle vapor.
Or do we dare provoke one of such great magic powers, Merlin?
Let him prove his brave words.
If thou sayest so, Merlin. Lad.
Your Majesty?
Return to, Sir Boss, and in all courtesy prevail upon him to consider all the factors in this perplexed case, and name the calamity, also the nature of it, and the time of its coming.
A sellout. I could have had a sellout if not for Merlin.
Oh, Sir Boss, delay not. To delay now were to double and treble the perils that already encompass thee about. Oh, please, be thou wise.
Be wise.
Name the calamity.
Is that all? Just name the calamity?
Oh, yes, Sir Boss, oh, yes.
Name the calamity.
Yes. For one of thy mighty powers, a calamity should be but the work of a moment.
Well, you just don't pull a calamity out of thin air, Clarence. Now, if I could get out of here and collect the eclipse.
Oh, the thing that thou did speak of before.
Clarence, it seems I recall that Columbus or Cortez or one of those people used it as a trump card against some savages. Do you follow all this?
No, Sir Boss.
Mm-hmm. Why don't I play that trick myself?
Sir Boss, if thou canst arrange for a calamity...
And why not? Wouldn't be plagiarism, because I'd be getting it in nearly 1,000 years ahead of those parties.
Sir Boss, life hangs upon it. Dost thou have a calamity?
Now, just tell me once again, tomorrow is the 21st day of June, and this is the year 538.
It is true, Sir Boss.
Well, very well, Clarence. You shall go to the king, and I shall tell you what to say.
I await thy words.
You shall say to the king that at the noon hour tomorrow, I will smother the whole world in the dead blackness of night. I will blot out the sun, and it shall never shine again. The fruits of the earth shall rot for lack of light and warmth, and the peoples of the earth shall famish and die to the last man. Go, tell this to the king.
And when the threat was made, when the sought-after calamity was described, as the stranger wrote in the faded parchment document, poor Clarence turned pale and collapsed with fright, and the Connecticut Yankee had to carry the boy out of the cell and hand him over to the guards. Well, now I must hand you over to some folk who have some words of wisdom for you, and then we shall all return here for the third act.
Isn't it nice to know you're free? To see the things you want to see. To touch the heights you dare to reach. To know you're all that you can be.
You seem to be in a hurry, sir.
Yes, I am.
You are in a hurry?
Oh, yes.
Well, no doubt you're rushing down to buy a Buick Electra because you know that Electra has the kind of ride and comfort Buick's famous for.
That's right.
And because you know it's America's second largest selling full-size luxury car.
You got it.
So you're hurrying because you want to get there before the Electras are all gone.
That's very good. How did you know I was going to buy a Buick Electra?
Well, it was on the shopping list you dropped back there, you see. Dozen eggs, quart of milk, Buick Electra.
Son of a gun, I forgot the pistachio nuts.
That's not on the list.
Well, I forgot them anyhow.
Buick on the wings of the wind. How it's gonna be your spirit's free. Who will cope with tomorrow for a brighter new day? There's one hope for tomorrow, the children of today.
There is only one hope for tomorrow, the children. Yet there are children in this world right now who have no hope for a brighter today.
They're hungry, illiterate, living in misery, and when they grow up, if they grow up, they'll pass on this hopelessness. And it's the world's loss and the world's shame. You can help children to grow up with healthy bodies and educated minds, with a zest for life that they'll pass on to their children and to our world. Won't you please send a check to Save the Children Federation, Box 970, Grand Central Station, New York 10017. That's Save the Children, Box 970, Grand Central Station, New York 10017. Think about tomorrow.
We've got to save the children and save the world. Help them to grow.
Well, where is Mr. Mark Twain's misplaced Connecticut Yankee? Is he actually in King Arthur's court? There's only one way to find out. Wait and see if there's an eclipse. The eclipse, as you probably know by now, shall perform a double duty. It will set the date beyond all shadow of a doubt, and it will also save our hero's life.
Clarence, did you deliver my message?
Oh, yes, sir, boss.
And?
Oh, we're struck dumb with fear and dread.
Let this be a lesson to you. Never lose hope, do you hear?
I hear, sir, boss.
Even when it's darkest.
It is even so.
Now, tomorrow. Tomorrow, I could have submitted meekly, given way to fear and terror. But I thought my way out of a tight place instead. And tomorrow noon, they'll conduct me to that stake, but I won't be burned on it.
No, sir, boss.
Tomorrow noon, I shall become the most powerful man in the kingdom. I can't wait for tomorrow. And I'll even tell you something else, Clarence. We may not have to wait for tomorrow.
True, sir, boss.
Because you see, the calamity that I told you to describe to these people.
Do not say those dread words
I'm
again.
sure everyone's terrified. Isn't that true, Clarence?
Verily, sir, boss.
Well, if I know human nature, they'll come here to see me, to try to compromise. And Clarence, listen, even as I mention it, it's the compromise on its way. Listen, they're coming. And if it's a good compromise, I'll accept. But if it isn't, I mean to stand my ground and play my hand for all it's worth. Sir Kay, and to what do I owe the honor of this visit?
The steak is ready. Come.
The what?
The steak.
Oh, but there's been some mistake. The execution's set for tomorrow.
The order has been changed and set forward a day.
But today Look, no, it has to be tomorrow. It has to be.
Come, it's almost noon. Hasty.
Lost. I was lost. There was no help for me now. I was done for good. I was dazed. I was stupefied. I had no command over myself. The soldiers took a hold of me and pulled me along with them out of the cell and along the maze of corridors and finally into the fierce glare of daylight in the upper world. And as we stepped into the vast enclosed courtyard of the castle, I received a shock. The first thing I could see was the stake.
We see before us one who has threatened to destroy the sun and thus end for all time all life on this earth. I say he speaks falsely. I say he is an impostor.
Merlin, speak thou more gently. Mayhap he does plan something magical?
There is no need to placate this false magician, sir. Soon we shall see if he can save himself.
I scarcely heard Merlin's gloating voice. I knew now. I was a man without hope, and with each passing moment the realization that I was about to die crept inch by inch through my veins and turned me cold.
Sir Boss! Sir Boss!
Clarence, what are you doing here?
I am thy servant, Sir Boss. It is meet that I serve thee to the end, but there shall be no end.
There shall be no end, you say?
We know thou hast prepared a calamity.
I have prepared a calamity, Clarence.
Has aught gone amiss, Sir Boss?
They changed the day on me. The calamity was set for tomorrow, not for today.
I know, and 'twas through me that the change was wrought.
Clarence, What are you telling me?
When I spoke thy words to them, when I revealed the calamity in store, oh, how mighty was the terror it did engender. Then also I saw that I could save the sun.
Save the sun,
It would not be necessary to destroy the sun.
But Clarence...
Yes, Sir Boss. Thou canst very well destroy the sun and return to thy far-off realm. But all here would be dead.
That was the idea.
Yeah, and so I pretended unto this one and that one, the king, Sir Kay, Merlin, Sir Lancelot, that thy power against the sun could not reach its full until tomorrow.
Clarence,
so if any would save the sun and save the world, thou must be slain today, while thy enchantments are but in the making and lack their full potency.
Maybe I should have explained that...
It was but a foolish lie, but you should have seen them seize it and swallow it in the frenzy of their fright, as if it were a salvation from heaven. And all the while, I was laughing in my sleeve to see them so chiefly deceived. See how happy the matter is spread?
Happy? For whom?
Well, for all of us. Consider, thou wilt not need to do our son a real hurt. Make but a little darkness.
A little darkness.
Only the littlest little darkness. And cease with that.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When they see that first shadow fall, they will go mad with fear. They'll set thee free and make thee great. Have thy triumph, good Sir Boss. But I implore thee, remember my supplication and do the blessed sun no hurt. For my sake. And I am thy true friend.
I can promise you this, that the sun shall suffer no hurt from me, ever. I guess when we're done in more by our friends than by our enemies. Tomorrow I could have worked a miracle. Today I can only be fuel for a fire. Poor Clarence. What could I say to him? How could I explain it? I wanted to frighten the king and Merlin in the court, and I did. And I also frightened Clarence as well. I should have thought of that. All Clarence really wanted to do was to save the sun. He actually thought I would have to destroy it to prove my point. Well, it should be a lesson to me. But unfortunately, I won't be able to learn from it. How do I get out of this? If it's a dream, I don't seem to be waking up. And here are the soldiers piling up rows of very flammable-looking wooden faggots all around me, around my ankles, my knees, my body. And I hear the voice of a monk droning something in Latin. And now comes a man. His face is masked, the executioner. He carries a blazing torch. He kneels down at my feet. He's ready to apply the torch. And it's no dream.
Ye have threatened us with destruction.
Answer him, Sir Boss. Remove the smirk from his evil countenance.
Thou hast threatened our very font of life, the blessed sun itself. Well, show us thy powers.
Merlin, do not force
Your
him
Majesty, the man is a liar. He has no powers at all. He has lied.
Now, Sir Boss, now. Make them all quake and tremble.
Poor Clarence.
Poor Clarence? What sayest thou? Why poor Clarence?
Because...
Sir Boss, look.
Oh, the sun.
Look, everyone. The sun.
The sun.
Thou hast begun thy magic. See the black about the sun.
The eclipse. Hey, it can't be.
Sir Boss, spare the sun.
Apply the torch. I am Merlin.
I forbid it. I am the king.
Then I shall apply it myself. I am Merlin. I fear no one.
Stand back, old man, before thou encounterest the wrath of Sir Boss. Even now, he destroys the sun.
Now, those are but random clouds. Hand me the torch.
It's the eclipse.
Executioner, hand me the torch.
I say no. Stay where you are. If any man moves, even before I give him leave, I will blast him with thunder. I will consume him with lightning. Even the king. Now it's for you, John W. Merlin. Sit down. Sit down, or you're a dead man. That's better.
Sir Boss, be merciful.
I will think it over, Your Majesty.
To say no further into this perilous matter, lest disaster follow. It was reported to us that thy full powers could not attain their strength until tomorrow.
You think these are my full powers? I'm feeling very weak today.
Name any terms, fair sir, even to half of my kingdom. Oh, but stop. Oh, stop this gathering darkness.
I should like to, Your Majesty. Believe me, I should like to.
Thou shouldst like to?
But once begun, these calamities are difficult to untrack. It's best not to start them.
We understand full well, but each moment it grows more dark. And see, the people are struck dumb with fear.
As they should be.
How long, oh, how long shall thy anger last?
Oh, Your Majesty, Sir Boss never remains wrathful too long.
I implore thee, Sir Boss.
I shall let this darkness grow deeper for a little while longer in order to serve as a lesson.
Oh, we have learned our lesson.
Have you? Then let all be silent while I gather my powers in order to reverse this terrible darkness and save our glorious sun. Clarence, what day is this?
The 21st.
The 21st? Hang it. You said it was the 20th.
Oh, by thy favor, Sir Boss, numbers flow through my head as water through a sieve.
Well, then, if it's the 21st, this is the 6th century, and this is King Arthur's court, and I might as well make the most of it. O King, I have reflected. Whether I blot out the sun for good shall rest with you. These are my terms. You shall remain king over all your dominions. You shall appoint me your perpetual minister and executive.
Oh, yes. Oh, verily, yes.
Pay me 1% of such actual increase of revenue over and above its present amount as I shall succeed in creating for the state.
Anything thou wilt demand.
And if I can't live on that, I shan't ask anybody to give me a hand. Is it satisfactory?
Anything. Now, please, good Sir Boss, restore the sun.
Very well. First, you must untie my hands that I may use them in this business.
Away with his bonds. Set him free. Do him homage. He is the king's right hand. His seat is on the highest step of the throne. And now, good sir, sweep away this creeping night. Bring us light again. And let us bless thee.
I would say that you have all had just enough. Let all stand. Let all look toward the heavens. And now I declare, let the enchantment dissolve and pass harmlessly away.
Oh, the sun.
Look, the silver rim of the sun emerges.
The sun returneth.
I, the boss, have so commanded.
All hail the boss!
Hail the boss!
Hail the boss!
And so he became the boss. And to a primitive country, he brought the blessings of soap and toothpaste and gunpowder and books and railroads and telephones. And how did it work out? Well, this is only the exciting beginning of the story. Our purpose is to get you to go to the book itself and enjoy Mark Twain's glorious spoof on, when Mark Twain spoofs, he spoofs just about everything. But before you run to your library or bookstore, wait a few moments for me to return.
America's big, beautiful travel value is available again. Greyhound's All-American Ameripass. 7 days unlimited travel for only $76. 7 consecutive days of travel everywhere Greyhound goes in America. Canada, too. Go where you want, when you want. Be a real free spirit. Leave when you like, any day, every day of the week. Only Greyhound serves 48 states. You don't pay for your All-American Ameripass until you're all set to go. And like Greyhound's 3 other Ameripasses, you'll enjoy special discounts on hotels, meals, sightseeing, and other good things. So get going with a Greyhound All-American Ameripass. 7 days unlimited travel for only $76. It's a great way to get in touch with family and friends for less money, because Greyhound's in touch with more of America.
Greyhound's in touch with America. Take a little time to ride along.
A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court. All we could hope to do in the limited time allotted us was get him there. You, of course, should follow his progress. And in this bicentennial year, what could be a happier celebration than several hours with the most American of all writers, Samuel L. Clemens, or, as he would have it, Mark Twain. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Robert Dryden, Russell Horton, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Lawyer Wilson. What could he have said? Hay, feed, and grain merchant Wilson. What could he have said? Go down the list. Robert Titmarsh, Eliphalet Weeks, Archibald Wilcox, Ingoldsby Sargent. What could he have said? I want to know. What did he say? What could he have said? It was the only topic of conversation. The 19 Incorruptibles, starting with Banker Pinkerton on top and ending with poor Edward Richards on bottom, walked about with white and drawn faces, as if each of them was feverishly figuring out a way to get at that money. A head of steam was building higher and higher and fiercer and fiercer. Sooner or later, it would have to bust.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and the Greyhound Ameripass. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Didn't Sophocles say, "The gods hate utterly the bray of bragging tongues"? And haven't we also been taught that pride goeth before destruction? Certainly, the prophets and the sages and the poets have had enough to say about the besetting sin of pride. Why, then, is pride so prevalent? The subject intrigued Mark Twain so deeply that he created one of the deadliest stories about pride ever written. Our mystery drama, The Man That Corrupted Hadleyburg, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. According to Mark Twain, you could cheat just about anybody. Back along the turn of the century, there was a town called Hadleyburg, which advertised itself as the most honest and upright place in the world. Incorruptible Hadleyburg, envied by its neighbors. And yet, one day, untainted, irreproachable Hadleyburg fell from grace. How did it happen? May I introduce you to Jack Halliday?
I knew it would happen one day, and I said so. But nobody listened to me. After all, I was only the editor of the Hadleyburg Gazette, and it was a paper that lost money. So, what did I know about anything? Anyhow, putting the story together, here's what happened. One night, old man Richards, who works at the bank, he's one of the 19. I'll tell you who they are later. If I have to stop to explain everything at the beginning, I'll never get started. Well, old man Richards and his wife Mary are having supper.
Edward, I know you're tired, dear, but you must have your supper.
I'm not hungry. I'm so clear worn out. You know, Mary, it's hard to be poor at our time of life. Grinding away at a salary, another man's slave.
Oh, but Edward, we have our good name.
Yes. And that's everything. Don't mind my talk. It's just a moment's irritation. It doesn't mean anything. Who's that?
Someone's at the door.
Who would knock at this hour?
You sit, Edward, and finish your supper. I'll see who it is.
Who is it, Mary, dear?
What? That's strange. There's no one here.
But we distinctly heard someone knock.
Edward.
What is it?
Come here quickly. Edward, look.
Look at what?
On the doorstep, this bundle.
It's a sack.
Oh, what does it mean?
It means someone left a sack on our doorstep.
Yes, but for what reason?
Well, let's bring it inside and find out. Here, let me. Oh. Mary, I can't lift it.
Oh, well, now what do you suppose can be in it?
There's a piece of paper attached to it. Here, let me put on my spectacles.
Oh, Edward, what does it say?
It says, to be published or the right man to be sought out by private inquiry, either will answer. This sack contains gold coin weighing 160 pounds and 4 ounces.
Oh, Edward.
Help me. Help me drag it inside.
Oh, mercy on us.
Quickly. Shut the door, Mary. Lock it.
Oh, Edward. What do you suppose?
The paper. The paper. There's more written on it.
Oh?
I was a gambler. A ruined gambler.
Oh.
I arrived at Hadleyburg late at night, starving and in rags. I begged for help, and I luckily begged of the right man. He gave me $20. He also gave me life and hope. I returned to the gambling table.
Oh, Edward, who would have given a stranger $20?
I became rich, and I remembered a remark he made. It gave me the inspiration to reform, and I have. I don't know who that man was, but I want him found, and I want him to have the money in this sack.
Oh, Edward, can you imagine how much money there is in there?
I would find him myself, but I cannot remain here. But this is an honest, incorruptible town, and I can trust you folks to help me.
Well, how can we help?
The man can be identified by the remark he made to me when he gave me the $20.
Oh.
Please publish or reveal what I have told you so far to anyone who you think might be the right man. If he says, yes, I was that man, and the remark I made was such and such, open the sack, and inside you will find a sealed envelope with the remark. If he has made the correct statement, give him the gold.
Oh, can you imagine, Edward? All that gold.
You may publish what I have revealed to you in your local paper and add the following instructions. 30 days from now, let the candidate appear at the town hall and hand his remark in a sealed envelope to the Reverend Mr. Burgess. And have the Reverend Mr. Burgess destroy the seals, open the sack, and verify the remark.
Someone in this town befriended a stranger, gave him $20, and now... And now
that man who set his bread afloat upon the waters shall become rich.
Oh, Edward, what was it?
Was I that man? Was I that benefactor?
Yes.
No, Mary, no.
Oh, well, just as well. We could never accept that gold anyway. It was gambler's money.
We must make the inquiry public. All the other towns will be sick with envy, because no stranger would ever trust such a thing to any other town but Hadleyburg. Let me run over and tell Jack Halliday.
I didn't believe him till I came running back to the house with him. And there was the sack, and there was the letter, just as you've already heard it. Well, you remember I said Edward Richards was one of the 19? Sure. There are 19 leading citizens of Hadleyburg. Ed Richards is the least of them. The poorest, the most unimportant. He just about makes it under the wire. Well, these 19 set the tone and spirit of Hadleyburg. The 19 uncorruptibles. Just keep them in mind. Well, I said to Ed and Mary Richards, let's get this money right over to the bank and have old Pinkerton put it right in the vault. And we roused him out of bed, and he did it. And the whole town turned out. Everyone became so excited. You can imagine. Anyhow, poor old Edward Richards finally went home.
I think I know who that man was, Edward, who gave the stranger the $20. Barclay Goodson.
Yes. Yes, you may be right, Mary. It would have been like Barclay. May he rest in peace.
Do you remember what he said about this town? It may have been honest, but it was narrow and self-righteous and stingy.
And I remember how he was hated for it, too. I guess he was the best hated man around here, except for Reverend Burgess.
Former Reverend Burgess. Wait. Doesn't it seem odd that the stranger should have appointed Reverend Burgess to deliver the money?
Mary, Burgess isn't a bad man.
Oh, nonsense. He would still be a minister if he
It
hadn't...
was all because of the rumor of his being with that woman.
Well, he was guilty.
No. No, Mary, he wasn't. He was innocent.
Hey, but what are you saying?
Mary, I was the only man who knew he was innocent. I could have saved him, but, well, you know how wrought up the whole town was. It would have turned everyone against me. I just didn't have the courage.
Oh, I see.
I have another confession, Mary. When there was talk of riding him out of town on a rail, I sneaked over to his house and warned him to leave until things cooled off.
Oh, Edward, if anyone had found out...
It scares me yet. Everybody thought it was Goodson who warned him. And when folks started to mumble about him, Goodson buckled on his .45 and invited them to state their case to his face.
Oh, that was just like Goodson. The way it was like Goodson to give that $20 to a tramp.
Why are we so sure it was Goodson?
It couldn't have been anyone else. Oh, why didn't we keep the gold?
Mary.
Why didn't you realize that we could never find the right man because he's dead and buried in his grave?
Do you realize what
As long as the money would go to someone who needed it as badly as we do, who would have been hurt?
You know how we've been raised, how we've been shielded against all temptation. So it's absolutely second nature not to hesitate for a moment when an honest thing has to be done.
Oh, I know. But it's an artificial honesty and as weak as water when temptation really comes, as we have seen this night.
Mary, there's no use
Oh,
going...
Lord knows I never had any doubt about my indestructible honesty. Until this minute.
Now, dear, you mustn't go on this...
Edward, I know exactly what you're thinking right now.
You do?
You are thinking, if a body could only guess what the remark was that Goodson made to the stranger.
Yes. Then I feel ashamed about it.
Well, that's what I'm thinking myself.
If only we could guess.
Maybe we don't have to guess.
What?
We're all creatures of habit, Edward.
Yes, I suppose that's...
You can almost predict what a person would say in a given situation. Now, take Mr. Pinkerton, the banker. Suppose a beggar were to ask him for charity. What would he say?
Why isn't an able-bodied man like you gainfully employed?
Exactly. Now, think of Goodson. What were some of the things Goodson used to say?
But, Mary...
Think. Now, think. What were Goodson's best-known remarks about charity, for instance?
Mary, even if I could remember, that's no guarantee that Goodson would have made the exact same statement on this particular night. Would it do any good?
Yes. Because then you would write it down on a piece of paper, seal it in an envelope, and hand it over to the Reverend Mr. Burgess.
And suppose Mr. Burgess then breaks open the seal, and it comes out that what I claim he said wasn't the remark at all.
Well, nothing then should Nothing gained.
Do you realize the whole town will be there? The whole county, the whole state? I would be disgraced.
Oh, you could brazen it out.
Mary, I'd be terrified.
The money. Oh, the thought of all that money is driving us out of our minds.
Mary, why don't we just go to sleep?
Sleep? How are you going to be able to sleep? You know what we're going to keep asking ourselves?
Yes. Yes. What could he have said?
Yes.
What could Goodson have said to the stranger?
What could he have said? I was also sure it was Goodson. Goodson had to be the benefactor. But what did he say to the stranger? Well, if you think that only Edward and Mary Richards were plagued with the question, let me tell you they had plenty of company. No one was getting any sleep in any of the houses of the incorruptible 19. For instance, Lawyer Wilson. What could he have said? Hay, feed, and grain merchant Bilson.
What could he have said?
Go down the list. Robert Titmarsh, Eliphalet Weeks, Archibald Wilcox, Ingoldsby Sargent.
What could he have said?
What did he say? What could he have said? It was the only topic of conversation. The 19 incorruptibles, starting with Banker Pinkerton on top and ending with poor Edward Richards on bottom, walked about with white and drawn faces, as if each of them was feverishly figuring out a way to get at that money. A head of steam was building higher and higher and fiercer and fiercer. Sooner or later, it would have to bust.
And it did. You know perfectly well that what we have here is a situation where an irresistible force is about to encounter some highly movable objects. Incorruptible Hadleyburg is in for a workout. Is Mary Richards correct in her analysis? Will the town's reputation collapse under its first real test? It may. It may not. Just wait here till I return with Act 2. Why do you climb a mountain? Because it's there, is the usual answer. And in this case, the simplicity of the reply contains a universal truth. Nature abhors a vacuum. The very fact that something exists can motivate someone to do something about it. Here you have Mark Twain's town of Hadleyburg. It has a reputation for honesty. This fact by itself is enough to inspire someone to try to destroy the reputation. Jack Halliday continues our story.
I wish I could tell you what went on in Hadleyburg as the weeks went by and that fateful Friday drew near. Everybody from Hadleyburg was walking around with a long face. Everyone agreed that the benefactor had to be Goodson. But one thing kind of intrigued me. Why was Reverend Burgess named as the judge or referee or whatever? Burgess, who'd been treated so shabbily by the town. Could all this be a trick on Burgess's part to get even? Reverend, I think I've been your friend.
Yes, Jack, you have.
How do you figure in this sack of gold business?
I have no idea.
When Goodson was alive, you two were close.
Well, I suppose we were kindred spirits.
Reverend, you know more than you're telling. I'm convinced of it.
Why is everyone so sure the benefactor is Goodson?
Well, who but Goodson would give a stranger $20? Oh, now, wait. You would, Reverend Burgess. You would.
Well, for that matter, Jack, so would you.
Where would I ever get $20?
If you had it, you'd give it away. And for that matter, so would poor, timid little Edward Richards. Think about it.
I thought about it. And the more I thought, the less sure I was of anything. Meanwhile, as I found out later, the mailman had been to the Richards' home and left behind a letter. And what a letter.
Dear Mr. Richards, I have just returned from Europe and heard about the event in your town of HADLEYBURG. You don't know who made that remark, but I do. It was Goodson.
Oh, do you see, Edward?
We were old friends. That night I passed through your town, and Goodson waited with me at the railroad station. Some tramp approached him and asked for a handout. I saw him give the man the money, and I heard what he said.
Edward, why would this man
After the tramp left, Goodson and I talked till my train arrived. He mentioned practically all of his fellow townsmen, and I could tell he actively disliked most of them.
Oh, that does sound like Goodson.
He did mention your name as a rare exception.
Oh?
He said you had done him a good turn once, and that possibly you may not have realized the full value of it.
What was that, Edward?
He said he wished he had a fortune so that he could leave it to you. Well, then, in that case, if you really did him that service, you are his legitimate heir and are entitled to the gold.
Oh!
I trust to your honor and honesty as a citizen of HADLEYBURG. I will reveal to you the remark that Goodson made. This is it. You are far from being a bad man. Go and reform. Very truly yours, Howard L. Stevens.
Oh, Edward, the money is ours.
Mary, do you realize I'll have to tell a lie?
What lie?
I'll have to claim that I was the one that gave the $20 to the stranger.
Oh, that's a technicality. Edward, you read what this Mr. Stevenson said. Well, you do deserve the gold, and so...
And why do I deserve the gold?
Why? Because, as Mr. Stevenson pointed out, you did Mr. Goodson a good turn once.
No.
What do you mean, no?
I don't remember ever having done Goodson a good turn.
Oh, come, you're always helping people.
No, I remember. I did Burgess a good turn, but not Goodson. I never had anything at all to do with Barclay Goodson. I was afraid to be seen with him.
Oh, think.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
Mary, I know all this honesty HADLEYBURG brags about is a fraud, but I'm too old, and I'm too tired, and maybe I'm too frightened to change my ways, and I just won't have anything to do with it anymore.
Edward!
No, it's my very last word on the subject.
Well, that's how it was at that point with Ed and Mary Richards. That letter bore an out-of-state postmark. But do you want to know something extremely interesting about that letter? It came in 19 copies. 19. And that letter was delivered to 19 homes in the village of HADLEYBURG. Each and every one of the 19 incorruptibles received it. Dear Mr. Wilson, I have just returned from Europe.
Dear Mr. Wilson, last night I passed through your town. You're far from being a bad man. Go and reform. Good morning, Jack.
Well, Mr. Wilson.
Jack, I've been thinking. I don't advertise enough.
I agree.
I always held if you sell hay, feed, and grain, folks come and buy what they need anyhow.
But now you've changed your mind and you want to advertise.
Yeah, you guessed it, Jack.
What's gotten into you?
Well, we got all those strangers in town on account of, you know what.
Wilson, what's really on your mind?
Jack, the reporters keep asking me questions about myself, you know.
And,
well, I don't know what to tell them.
Well, just tell them the truth.
Well, I do. But it sounds kind of stuffy.
I guess it would.
Yes. So, what I was thinking, Jack, was that you might write me a kind of short autobiography.
Wilson, you're an old fraud.
Oh, Jack, you know all about me, and I'm willing to pay
All right, Wilson, but I'm warning you. I intend to get to the bottom of this.
Jack.
Ah, but there's no Lawyer Wilson himself. Your old rival Wilson was just here.
Really?
Now, what can I do for you?
Well,
you want me to write your autobiography?
No, not at the moment, Jack. I want to arrange for some advertising.
Well, I believe it isn't ethical for lawyers to advertise in this state.
Oh, well, I wouldn't dream of advertising my law practice.
Oh, you wouldn't? Well, what would you advertise?
My intention of running for the state senate.
Say that again.
I said I intend to run for the state senate.
Oh, come on, Wilson. Who'd vote for you?
I have every prospect of victory.
You're the most unpopular man in town.
I don't know about that. I think people will be eager to vote for me.
Oh, do you? Well, why on earth should anyone even dream of voting for you?
Now, how much does a full page cost?
I've never seen such a change in the atmosphere. Everybody walked around with a smile. Everybody seemed to have a new lease on life. That is, everybody among the 19 Hadleyburg incorruptibles. Why, even Mrs. Inglesby Sargent, who came in to give me the full information on a church supper, seemed to be bursting.
And don't forget to write, Jack, that everyone is to bring a covered dish.
I never forget.
Jack, I'm thinking of ordering some special cards.
Oh, yes?
You know the Sheridan Mansion? Well, I think I finally convinced Inglesby to buy it.
Well, that would take a lot of money.
Oh, that's not going to be a problem very much longer.
Oh, it isn't? Why not?
Oh, that would be telling. Jack, a simple, tasteful engraved card to read Mr. and Mrs. Inglesby Sargent at home at number 1 Sheridan Place. Oh, do you suppose we could change the name of the square to Sargent Place if we own the property?
I know how much money it takes to buy that mansion, and if you've got all of it, you can afford to do anything. It made no sense at all. I couldn't account for it. What was the sudden outburst of sunshine and roses among all the 19? Bright plans, extravagant spending. Had all these people lost their minds? Only one person seemed unchanged. Edward Richards.
Mary, leave me in peace.
Edward, no, the money is rightfully ours.
But I keep telling you, I didn't do any service at all for Goodson.
And I keep telling you, it may have been some tiny, picayune thing that you can't even remember.
Don't weaken my resolve.
Goodson befriended a stranger in the presence of a witness.
Mary.
And in so doing, he made a remark. The witness, a friend of Goodson's, remembering that Goodson felt kindly to you, wants to do you a good turn. Now, that's all there is.
No, I could believe it. I could accept it if...
If what?
If I could ever remember doing Goodson a good turn.
Oh, Edward, you must have.
What? How?
Well, things are relative.
Oh, please, Mary.
Oh, did you ever say hello to Goodson on the street?
Well, of course.
Well, that's a good turn.
That's the...
Did most people ever greet Goodson? Smile, say hello, tip their hats, shake hands, or stop to chat?
Hardly anyone. No, I didn't either. I just...
Yes?
I just smiled and nodded.
And that was enough. Oh, don't you see, Edward, that little bit.
No.
As Goodson said, you wouldn't know the value of it. Now, who else would say hello to Goodson? Oh, Edward, can't you see the hand of Providence? Oh, come, dear, right. You are far from being a bad man. Go and reform.
Mary, do you think I should?
I think you should. And you think you should. Now, all we need is the paper, the pen, and an envelope.
Yes, indeed, that's all you need. People do become a bit erratic, not to mention unhinged, at the prospect of a fortune in gold, or anything else, for that matter. Well, here goes incorruptible Hadleyburg. Can we salvage anything? The cleanup begins when I bring you Act 3 in just a few moments. You are far from being a bad man. Go and reform. Such a phrase is worth in the neighborhood of $40,000, which may be small potatoes today, but it was certainly a bumper crop about 80 years ago. The question is, how many people know that phrase, and how many of them are willing to utter it? For this information, we need to hear from Jack Halliday, the local editor.
The town hall never looked finer. The place was festooned with all kinds of flags and bunting. You'd think it was the 4th of July. The sack of gold sat on a table in the center of the stage, and it made mouths water all over the house. Finally, Mr. Burgess was introduced. The Reverend Mr. Burgess. Everyone in town loved him now, and he spoke without rancor, as if nothing had happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have here in my pocket an envelope.
Mary, I'm scared.
What's to be scared
Which
about?
I shall open. And here is the letter inside.
Mary, that's on blue paper. We didn't use blue paper.
And it reads as follows. The remark which I made to the poor distressed stranger was, you are very far from being a very bad man. Go and reform. Signed, Jeremiah Bilson. What?
Mary, did you hear something?
Order, please, order. I see that Mr. Wilson is also on his feet. Why do you rise, Mr. Wilson?
Because you called my name.
No, sir, no. I read the name Bilson, which is signed here. I, Jeremy Bilson, signed that letter. You, Wilson, are a liar and a fraud.
I'm the one who befriended that poor stranger, Mr. Chairman. I wrote you a letter myself. I, William Wilson.
Just a moment. It seems I have another envelope in my pocket.
That's it. That's fine.
All right, then. I shall read it. The remark I made was, you are far from being a bad man. Go and reform. Signed, William Wilson.
Mr. Burgess.
Order, please.
Mr. Burgess.
The chair recognizes Jack Halliday.
Both of them couldn't have made the same remark. Both of them didn't. Mr. Bilson said, you are very far from being a very bad man. Wilson said, you are far from being a bad man. No, very. Therefore, you should open the sack, sir, and read what the test remark is.
Well, with your permission, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby break the seals and open the sack.
Mary, what have we done? Do you suppose he has our letter in his pocket?
I find here 2 envelopes. One is marked the test remark. On the other it says, not to be opened until all written communications addressed to the chair have been read.
Let's hear the test remark, Mr. Burgess.
This is what the benefactor claims he said. You are far from being a bad man. Go and reform.
That's exactly what I said. And Bilson is a liar and a fraud, and I'll tell you about it.
Mr. Wilson, you're out of order.
No, I insist. I am the man who befriended the stranger. I know what I said. I was in my office writing this note to you, Mr. Burgess, when Bilson came in on business, and he may have seen the note on my desk, and therefore...
That's an infamous lie.
Yes, and he couldn't even cover it correctly.
Order, gentlemen, order. Neither of you has quoted the remark correctly. Order, please. The full remark is, You are far from being a bad man. Go and reform. Or, mark my words, someday for your sins you will die and go to hell or Hadleyburg and try to make it the former. Mr. Chairman, 2 out of 19 incorruptibles have succumbed to temptation, I think. Our fair town of Hadleyburg now has a new image. I will sue any man who impugns my honesty. Mr. Chairman, I move we adjourn this meeting. We cannot do so at this point, Mr. Halliday. Why not? Because we have other claimants for the prize. I have received a number of letters. Perhaps one of them can repeat the true remark.
Oh, Mary, we're doomed. We'll be disgraced.
Letter number 3. You are far from being a bad man. Signed, Inglesby Sergeant. You are far from being a very bad man. Who's incredible as that? Nicholas Whitwell. You are very far from being a very bad man.
Well, it became a picnic after that. The house was in hysterics. One by one, the incorruptibles were stripped naked. Figuratively speaking, that is.
Mary, we're going to be disgraced. Oh, Mary, why did we do it?
I don't know whatever got into me, Edward. Oh, forgive me.
He's saving us for last. I know it. Oh, Mary. Oh, all I ever had was my good name. Now, I don't even have that.
Oh, pray. That's all we have left. Pray that Burgess will be merciful.
Yes, let us pray.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that's all.
Mr. Burgess, how many of those letters did you receive?
19.
Well, sir, I've been holding count, and you only read 18.
Oh, did I? Well, I must have been mistaken. I guess it was only 18.
18? We have 19 incorruptibles in Hadleyburg. But only one of them is the genuine article. Only one is truly as advertised. I propose a cheer for the cleanest man in town. The only so-called important citizen who didn't try to steal that money. Edward Richards.
And now I shall read the other letter in the sack. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no test remark. Nobody ever made one. Order, please. Order. There was no beggar, no contribution. At one time, I passed through your town. I was offended by your lofty, snobbish pretensions. I was insulted by your overbearing vanity. I decided to discover if your vaunted integrity was genuine. And now you have seen what I have done. I'm sure I caught every last man to whom I wrote that letter tipping off the test remark.
That's right. He did, down to the last man.
Well, the contents of the sack belong to all who claimed it.
Now, wait a minute. You mean these sharpers get the gold after all?
Order, please, ladies and gentlemen. I must abide by the instructions. And so I shall now cut open the sack and distribute the contents among...
What is it, Mr. Burgess?
Friends, this isn't gold. These are just gilded pieces of lead. Yes, Yes, correct, Mr. Chairman. I propose we auction off the sack and give the proceeds to the one honest, incorruptible left. Ed Richards.
Come on. May I speak? My name is Stevenson. Mary, it's that Mr. Stevenson.
Stevenson?
Oh, do any of you gentlemen know me? I am a collector in rare coins and curiosities. And I think I might buy this collection. And on it, engrave the names of the 18 incorruptibles. I do.
Sir, I return in. I warn you, I will sue you to an inch of your life.
I beg you, sir, not to threaten me. I know my rights. You and anyone else can prevent me from gaining possession by outbidding me. $1,000.
Oh!
3.
Keep it up, gentlemen. Keep it up. Remember, the proceeds go to Ed and Mary Richards. Honest, most honest. Do I hear it? Do I hear it? 10,000. 10,000. 10,000.
I must
All right.
confess.
I don't know what to tell you.
I won't be tempted again. I won't.
Listen, you're giving it so much money. We could be comfortable for the rest of our lives.
Mary, I should confess, but I can't. Burgess, why did he save me?
Maybe I lost the letter.
25. I'm going to confess.
$1,000. 37, I hear. Hey, Will the auctioneer grant a slight intermission? I must consult with... We will have a 10-minute intermission.
During which time the 18 incorruptibles got together to pool their resources, and finally they bought the sack for $50,000.
Oh, Edward, I'm exhausted.
Well, finally we can go to bed.
Oh, but I won't be able to sleep.
I know. $50,000.
Oh.
Mary, I can't believe what happened.
We'll be given the check in the morning. You'll believe it then.
Suppose...
Suppose what?
Suppose this is Mr. Burgess's way of getting revenge. He was accused of adultery, but I knew it was a lie. I could have saved his reputation. I didn't.
Edward.
No, Mary. Now he's waiting. Don't you see? He's toying with me. Let the town praise me, and then he'll produce that letter and destroy me.
Edward, you don't know that.
No, I'm going to confess everything.
Where are you going?
Out. I'm going to tell everyone I see that I tried to steal the money, too.
Edward!
We thought he was mad. He went through the streets bareheaded, without a coat, stopping people, knocking at doors. We thought the ordeal had been too much for him. But no, he convinced us. And then Hadleyburg really fell. Our last incorruptible was gone. Literally. Because that night he caught the fever that killed him. And I was with him at his last hour. The Reverend Burgess came to visit.
Edward, I would never have betrayed you. You would. You would have. I destroyed the letter you sent. I wanted to save you. You, after all, saved my life once by warning me. No. You were angry with me because I could have cleared your name. But you see, I was afraid, and you hated me for it. You were waiting for revenge. Poor Edward. You couldn't have cleared me. You had no real evidence to offer. You see, I was to blame. I was guilty. Like everyone else, I'm only human. Like everyone else, I too could be tempted. Hadleyburg is a well-corrupted village.
I guess there isn't an awful lot more to tell. Hadleyburg had its name changed by special permission of the legislature.
And what its new one is, I won't say. But we're a town now, like other towns. Neither better or worse. But at least we're human, which is about as good or as bad a thing as you can say about anyone. Thank you kindly for your attention.
And thank you, Jack Halliday. This has been a visit into the Mark Twain country of Hadleyburg. And you can find a Hadleyburg almost anywhere you look, even in your own. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, moderator of these mystic meanderings. As you must surely know by this time, certainly we remind you of that fact often enough, the detective story was invented by our own Edgar Allan Poe. For all the good it did him, Poe died virtually of starvation. Arthur Conan Doyle, an Englishman, took all of the principles laid down by Poe and proceeded to make a fortune with Sherlock Holmes. Whoever said life was fair? This irked Mark Twain no end, and so, determined to strike a blow for America, he wrote a satire to put Conan Doyle in his place. And in this battle between the Titans, all of us are the winners, as you are about to hear.
Inspector, I've been robbed.
Of what?
An elephant.
An elephant?
A white elephant.
Well, what do you want us to do?
I want you to find him for me.
Find an elephant on the streets of New York City, and a white elephant at that?
Well, I realize the difficulty.
If you lost a dog or a cat or even a pet mouse, well,
I'd offer a reward.
This will tax our resources to the utmost. With so many places of concealment, how does one find a stolen white elephant?
Is this task beyond the powers of the New York City Detective Force?
Sir, nothing is impossible for a New York detective.
Our mystery drama, The Stolen White Elephant, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic, especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan, and stars Robert Dryden and Ian Martin. It is sponsored in part by Time Magazine and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Mark Twain, being duly sworn, deposes as follows. This curious history was related to me by a chance railroad acquaintance. He was a gentleman of more than 70 years of age, and his thoroughly good and gentle face and earnest and sincere manner imprinted the unmistakable stamp of truth upon every statement which fell from his lips. He said,
It was in the year 1878, or was it 77? No matter. I was a major in Her Imperial Majesty's Bengal Lancers in India, you know. And one morning, I suppose it was at lunch, or it might have been in the evening. Anyway, I was summoned by my commanding officer, Colonel Chumley Hogan Yale, or had he been recalled, then well, it's no matter. As I say, I was summoned. Sit down, Smathers, sit. Do you know where Siam is? Well, I suppose I might find it on the map, Colonel. Well, it seems that the king kicked up no end of a row about the border or some such rot. Yes, sir. Yeah, cheeky beggar. Well, he was treated to a whiff of grape shot, I can tell you. That brought him to his senses, eh, what? Quick enough? Yes, sir. Well, as a sign of his gratitude, he intends to send Her Majesty a token of his esteem. Yes, sir? An elephant. An elephant? A white elephant. Why a white elephant. It seems it's a sacred animal and all that sort of thing.
But whatever will the Queen do with the white elephant?
Ours not the reason why, Smathers. You are placed in command of the White Elephant Party.
Yes, sir.
I must remind you that the fate of Her Majesty's Indian Empire is in your hands.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, you are to guard the beast with your life.
It shall be done, sir.
It's up to you, Smathers, to deliver this white elephant into the hands of the Queen.
Into her hands?
Smathers, England expects every man to do his duty.
Yes, sir. A ship was fitted out for me, and my servants and all officers and attendants of the elephant. And together with the elephant, we sailed across the Pacific and landed at San Francisco. There, a special train awaited us, and we crossed your great country, arriving a week later in the city of New York. En route, I had come to know my charge rather well. We spent many happy hours together. He was rather an intelligent elephant, taken by and large, but he did have a somewhat limited vocabulary. Well, we arrived in New York, and I placed my charge in admirable quarters while we awaited the boat that was to take us home again to England. I, meanwhile, was enjoying the sights of your fine metropolis, little realizing the catastrophe that lay in store. And then, late one night, my slumber was disturbed by my agitated servant.
Sahib, leave the land of dreams. Arise, come awake. Sahib, there is news.
Ganga Das? What is it? What?
Ominous news, Sahib. Frightening news.
Ganga Das, will you just tell me?
The elephant.
Oh, yes, the elephant.
The sacred white elephant. Our elephant.
Well, what about the elephant?
The elephant is gone.
Gone?
Stolen.
Oh, no, don't say that.
I would say something else if that would make the Sahib happy.
I rushed to the building where we had quartered the elephant, and there was a gaping hole in the back wall, as if somebody had broken through the bricks and masonry and thus been able to make away with the elephant. Oh, yes, the place was in ruins, and so was my career. I had failed. The fate of the empire had been placed in my hands, and I had faltered. I could look forward only to ruin and disgrace. And then I remembered that I was in New York, where the head of the detective force was the celebrated Inspector Blunt. Oh, if anyone could save me, if anyone could restore that elephant.
You realize, Major Smathers, the Herculean nature of this assignment?
Oh, indeed, Inspector, I do.
An elephant, especially a white elephant, one does not easily lay one's hands on a creature of this sort in New York.
Oh, I realize this, Inspector.
There are hundreds, virtually thousands of places where one could hide a white elephant.
That is true.
Why, if you weren't looking for him, you could pass him on the street and hardly notice him.
Yes, of course, I appreciate the difficulty, but tell me that you will take the case. Inspector Blunt, you are my only hope.
A stolen white elephant. Think of it. Trying to find a stolen white elephant. It's got looking for a needle in a haystack beat all holler. Major Smathers, I'm your man.
Inspector Blunt. Oh, I tell you, he was a man to inspire confidence. He was a tall, thin man with a strong, compact frame. A person of no common order. Calm and in command.
This is no ordinary case. Every step must be warily taken.
Oh, yes, sir.
And secrecy must be observed.
Of course.
Not just plain secrecy, but profound secrecy.
I understand.
Speak to no one. Not even to the reporters. I will handle the press personally. I will tell the Fourth Estate only what it will suit my ends to let them know.
Now, to business, systematically. For nothing can be accomplished in the detective business without strict and minute method.
Oh, I'm sure I agree, Inspector.
Now then, the name of the elephant?
His name, yes. Hassan bin Ali bin Selim Abdallah Mohammed Al-Hamul Yamsachip Boyd Sultan Edi Butfor.
Does he have a nickname?
Jumbo.
Place of birth?
Siam.
Parents living or dead?
Dead, I believe.
You positive?
Well, is it important, Inspector?
One must be thorough in these affairs. Now, can you describe this elephant?
Oh, yes, of course. He was a white elephant.
I'm afraid we must do better than that. Height?
19 feet.
Length from apex of forehead to insertion of tail?
26 feet.
Length of trunk?
16 feet.
Length of tusks?
9.5 feet.
Any distinguishing marks?
Distinguishing marks? Well, now, it would seem to me that...
My dear Major, this minute detail may be boring to you, but the fact is, the more closely we can describe the elephant, the easier he'll be to identify.
Well, I don't know about marks, Inspector, but you might also add that he likes to squirt water on people. Through his trunk, of course.
Oh. Well, we'll be able to identify him now beyond the shadow of a doubt. Howard! Have 50,000 copies of this description printed at once and mailed to every detective office and pawn shop on the continent.
Pawn shop, Inspector?
A favorite destination for thieves with stolen merchandise.
I hadn't thought of that.
Now, it'll be necessary to offer a reward.
And what sum would you suggest, Inspector?
To begin, $25,000.
$25,000?
Well, it's an intricate, difficult case. There are 1,000 avenues of escape and unlimited opportunities of concealment. And these thieves have friends everywhere.
These thieves? Then you do know who they are.
Never mind about that. I may not. It'll be necessary to describe this elephant further.
Describe him further? I thought we'd given a fairly detailed...
We haven't scratched the surface. If he has any peculiar eating habits, say, that'll make him easier to notice. What does he eat?
What does he eat? Oh, well, he eats anything.
He must be more precise.
Well, then, Inspector, he will eat a man.
Yes?
He will also eat a Bible. You can say he will eat anything between a man and the Bible.
I'm afraid that's too general. Details are what are needed in our business. Now, as to men, how many men will he eat at one meal or one day if they're fresh?
Oh, he wouldn't care if they're fresh or not. At a single meal, he would eat 5 ordinary men.
5 men. Here, let me write that down. What nationalities would he prefer?
Well, as to that, he's completely indifferent.
So much for men. What else will he eat?
Well, he would eat bricks, bottles, clothing, cats, oysters, ham, sugar, pie, potatoes, hay, oats, everything really except boarding house rice pudding.
What does he drink?
Anything that flows, milk, water, whiskey, molasses. It's no use to go into particulars. Whatever fluid occurs to you, just to set it down. Oh, of course, he will drink anything except European coffee.
Thank you, Major. You have provided us with excellent clues. Howard! Detail Detectives Jones, Davis, Halsey, Bates, and Hackett to shadow the elephant. And Detail Detectives Moses, Bacon, Murphy, Rogers, Tupper, Higginbotham, and Bartholomew to shadow the thieves.
The thieves? Ah, then you do know. Oh, this is uncanny.
Alaric! Place detectives at all terminals and docks and all roadways leading out of the city to watch for the stolen white elephant. Dispatch detectives as far north as Canada, as far west as California, as far south as Florida. And remember, it must all be done with the utmost secrecy. That'll be all.
Oh, Inspector Blunt, I marvel at how much ground you've covered in so short a time.
Well, one does these things by instinct, Major Smathers.
Yes. Is there anything I can do to help?
Yes. You must maintain secrecy.
Of course.
So far, no one knows of the theft except the thieves, your servants, yourself, and I, and my men.
I shall see to it that my servants say nothing at all.
Good.
Inspector Blunt, you realize the international crisis that can be created if that elephant isn't found soon?
Yes.
Then, can you give me some hope?
Major Smathers, I am not given to boasting. It is not my style. But we shall find your elephant.
Very well. You heard all the details Inspector Blunt demanded. And what is genius but the capacity for taking infinite pains? And it's just as well. Because if you're looking for a stolen elephant in the city of New York, you certainly need a genius to find him for you. I expect to find you waiting here for me when I return in just a few moments with Act 2. Poor Major Smathers of the British Army in India. He has been entrusted with a sacred white elephant to bring home as a gift to Queen Victoria. While stopping over in New York, the elephant has been stolen. But Smathers has every reason to be hopeful. After all, the search is in the reliable hands of Detective Inspector Blunt, than whom, well, let us pick up the Major's story.
Awake, Sahib. It is only I, thy servant, O protector of the poor.
What?
And those the heaven-born wish to read the newspaper.
Oh, it's you, Gangadas. Oh, what a dream.
Inspector Blunt has sent them.
Inspector Blunt? Who is Inspector Blunt?
The police, Sahib.
Oh, then it's no dream. It happened. The elephant has been stolen. Oh, yes, I remember now. And I did talk to the world's greatest detective, Inspector Blunt.
If the center of the universe will deign to look, it is in all the newspapers.
But how could it be in the newspapers? Inspector Blunt said that it must be kept secret.
It was the mighty police Sahib himself. You see what it says in the papers?
Let me see. Inspector Blunt, confident stolen white elephant will be recovered. Huh? Inspector Blunt expects immediate arrest. Blunt says international intrigue behind great white elephant theft. Blunt says elephant was stolen to effect succession of British throne. Oh, wait till I see that man. Inspector, you said the papers must not be told.
They must not be told unless they ask. And when they ask, they must be told. You understand? Detectives must keep on the good side of the newspapers.
But why?
My good fellow. Fame, fortune, reputation, constant public mention. These are a detective's bread and butter. He must publish his facts and his theories. Well, you know what will happen?
No.
It will be assumed that he has none. Therefore, we must publish our plans. We must show the public what we're doing, or they will assume we're doing nothing. Isn't it better to have a newspaper say, Inspector Blunt's extraordinary theory is as follows, than to have them print something harsh or sarcastic?
Yes, I see your point, of course. But, for instance, in the Gazette you say that although the rear wall of the building was torn out and the only door was locked, you didn't believe that the thieves had removed the elephant through the open space, but they took him out through some, as yet undiscovered outlet.
Exactly.
But then why did the thieves trouble to make the hole in the wall?
To mislead me. But I'm too clever for them.
Oh. But it also says in the papers that the $25,000 reward is only being offered to detectives. Is that quite correct?
Oh, yes, indeed.
But it would seem to me that the reward should be offered to anyone who would find the elephant.
Yes, but it's the detectives who will find the elephant. Now, if some other people were to find him, it would only be because they were watching the detectives and taking advantage of the clues that they stole from the detectives. So you see, regardless of who finds the elephant, it's the detectives who deserve the credit and the reward.
Ah, yes, of course. That does sound reasonable.
First report's coming in. Now, let's see. What have we here? I've got a clue. Found succession of deep tracks across a farm. Shall follow them. Detective Darley, Flower Station, New York.
I see. That's absolutely marvelous.
Well, Darley's our best man. Your beast is as good as found. Just arrived at Barker, New Jersey. Glass factory broken into during night. Have eyewitness reports of elephant. I'm staying with it. Detective Baker. One of my top people, Baker.
Yes, but dear me, how could the elephant be in both New York and New Jersey?
Be assured, Major, there is a rational explanation.
Well, then, what is it?
Wait a minute, another telegram. Shadowed elephant tracks 3 miles. Large, deep, ragged they were. Met a farmer who says they're not elephant tracks at all, but holes where he dug up trees last year. Darley, Detective, Flower Station, New York.
Well, how do you account for that?
Well, this farmer, this alleged farmer, is obviously a confederate of the thieves. His purpose is to deceive Darley. Alaric, send the following coded message to Darley. Arrest the farmer and continue to follow the tracks to the Pacific if necessary. You see, the wires are humming. Coney Point, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania?
Oh, yes. This operation is national in scope. Gas company office broken into during night. And huge 3-month stack of unpaid gas bills taken. Looks good for our side. Murphy, detective. Good heavens, Major. Would he eat gas bills?
Oh, yes. Gas bills, water bills, coal bills, grocery bills. The beast is omnivorous.
Inspector Blunt. Oh, send her in. Wow, now, progress indeed. I am about to interview a special informant.
Informant, Inspector?
Yes. We have strings into the underworld. A job like this cannot be kept secret within the criminal fraternity. Major, you're about to witness the solution of the case. Oh, Lily, sit down.
What do you want?
You know what I want? Information.
I don't know nothing.
Now, Lily, this is no way to talk to an old friend.
I don't know nothing.
Tell me about the elephant, Lily.
The elephant? What elephant? You want to know about elephants? Go to the circus.
Now, Lily, you have already made your ritual objections.
Whatever that is, I didn't do it. I even got an alibi.
So, let us get down to business.
Look, I'm out of the business now, Inspector, so help me. I'm going straight.
Who would steal an elephant?
Are you kidding?
Who would steal a white elephant?
Oh, a white elephant. You should have said so in the first place. A white elephant. Let me see. Name's on the tip of my tongue.
Would it be, by any chance, Barge Criswell?
Barge Criswell? Yeah, sure. It's got to be Barge.
How do you know?
How do I know? Oh, he's been all over town bragging about how he's done it.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. Everybody knows it's Barge.
You sure?
I'll swear to it on a stack of Bibles.
Sounds too pat, Lily. You sure you're not making this up?
Why would I make it up? Oh, come on. Have I ever given you a bum steer, Inspector?
Why would Barge Criswell or anyone else steal a white elephant?
That's what I asked him. Just the other night. I said to him, Barge, tell me, and why would you steal a white elephant? You know what he done? He just looked at me and he said, why would I steal a white elephant? Because he's there.
That crazy Barge Criswell. All right, thank you, Lily. That will be all.
You don't want me to tell you nothing else, Inspector?
You may go now.
Any time, Inspector.
Goodbye.
Don't take any wooden nickels, Inspector.
Well, I tell you, Inspector, I mean it's nothing short of miraculous. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, how you drew the information from her, such subtlety, such skill.
Routine in this profession, my dear Major.
And what is your next move?
Our next move is to apprehend the thieves and collect your elephant.
Yes, but where is he?
Shouldn't it be obvious?
Well, to a genius, yes. To me, no.
He is here.
Here?
Right here. In New York City.
New York. But the telegram...
Cleverly arranged for by Criswell's crewmen to throw us off the scent. The elephant's been here all the time.
But where?
In Criswell's apartment.
In Criswell's apartment? Of course.
And now we shall recover your beast, Major. You may wire your government, tell them the matter is settled, the case is closed. And now we move in for the kill.
Alaric! I want 100 men armed to the teeth. We will surround the home of Barge Criswell. We will take him, dead or alive.
May I come along, Inspector?
Are you armed, Major?
I have a revolver.
Good.
What was that?
What was what?
Well, that sound.
What sound?
I could have sworn that I heard the elephant.
The elephant?
Yes, the elephant, as if he were...
As if what?
But as if he was somewhere in this very building.
How could he be in this building?
Somewhere deep in this building.
You realize, of course, that that's impossible.
Oh, but I'm so sure that I heard him.
Oh, yes, you probably did.
After all, if I didn't know better, it would be possible to think that he could be here. The place from which he was stolen was just down the street.
Major, it's entirely possible that you did hear him.
Is it?
You heard him because you wanted to hear him.
I don't understand.
We're about to capture him. You were so filled with anticipation that in your mind, you can actually hear him.
Ah, yes. That accounts for it.
Well, shall we proceed?
The sight of a task force of New York City detectives about to spring a trap on a band of desperate criminals is awesome indeed. As a military man, I had nothing but praise. In just a few hours, every detective was in his place. The house was surrounded, the neighborhood sealed off, and we were ready to move in for the kill.
Be careful, Major. Keep under cover.
But I intend to take an active part in this operation.
Very well.
Barge Criswell! Barge! We know you're in there. The house is surrounded. There's no hope of escape. Barge, come out.
He ain't here.
A likely story. Barge, send out the elephant.
What elephant?
You know what elephant. Barge, send out the elephant, and then come out with all your men.
Barge ain't here. The elephant ain't here. Ain't nobody here but me.
Barge, I'll count to 3. And if you're not out here by then, we'll come in and get you. 1.
But I tell you, Barge ain't here.
2.
He ain't here.
Barge, I said 2.
Barge ain't here. The elephant ain't here. Ain't nobody here but me.
Very well, Barge. If you want to hide behind a woman's skirts, it won't help you. I'll count to 3 again. 1, 2, 3. All right, man, let's rush the house. Come on.
And so the assault is on. And a full-fledged battle it is, too, from the sound of it. A dangerous business, this, being a detective, especially when the quest is for a sacred white elephant. Inspector Blunt has woven a tight tapestry of clues and deduction. Surely success should crown his efforts at last. Well, wait for the third act, which I shall bring here in just a few moments. How does one find a white elephant in New York? Especially when it's been stolen by a band of experienced, resourceful, and desperate thieves. Well, one turns the famous police inspector Blunt loose. One watches Blunt use all of his almost miraculous powers of deduction. And one sees him march inexorably to where his quarry is hidden.
Have we any casualties? 5 men dead, Inspector.
But, Inspector, how was that possible? We were the only ones who fired. No shots came from the house.
Being a detective is the most hazardous of all professions, Major.
But what do we do now?
Man, cover me. I'm going there myself.
And I shall go with you.
Open the door, or we shall break it down.
Is your revolver loaded, Major? Yes, sir. Be ready for anything.
What's all the noise about?
Where is he?
Where is who?
Madam, I advise you do not play the fool. Where is the elephant?
How could I have an elephant in here?
I ask the questions, madam. You furnish the answers. That is the nature of our relationship. Is that understood?
Yeah.
Now then, where is Barge Criswell?
Barge Criswell?
Where is he?
You ought to know where he is.
Madam, I warn you.
He's dead.
Your lies cannot save him.
You're crazy. Barge Criswell's been dead these 15 years.
Madam, I shall arrest you as a material witness.
Barge was hanged.
Yeah, hanged?
You arrested him yourself. Here, I still keep the newspaper story. Here, you see? Barge Criswell hanged.
Hand me that. Brilliant detective work by Inspector Blunt led to the conviction and hanging of the notorious Barge Then it's true. He is dead.
Even a detective would know that.
But all the clues led to... It had to be Criswell.
Please, Inspector, don't be distressed.
Major, you must admit the only reason Criswell is innocent of the crime is because he happens to be dead.
Quite right, Inspector.
Do you still have faith in me, Major?
My faith is not some fair-weather trust to be dispelled by the first cloud.
You don't know how much that means to me. I shall make the recovery of your white elephant my life's work. I will find him if it kills me. Perhaps we'd better double the reward.
Consider it done, sir. What was that?
Yes, I think I heard it.
It sounded like the elephant. As if he's right here.
Right here. Our ears deceive us, Major.
Well, but I could have sworn I just heard...
No. We want to hear him. Rest assured we soon shall. I am now constructing an entirely new theory concerning the motives and modus operandi of the international band of elephant thieves.
International?
That was my fatal mistake. I was too, parochial, too limited in my quest. Yes, indeed. The insidious hand of a foreign power is very much in evidence.
I have every faith that you're correct, Inspector. But if I had faith, the same could not be said for the local and international press. Every day, new reports were received of elephant sightings. and further stories of his wild depredations. The headlines would read, "Harvests demolished, factories destroyed, death and devastation. Inspector Blunt has a new theory. Inspector Blunt has a newer theory. Inspector Blunt fooled again." I was so disturbed by all this, but not the inspector.
My dear Smathers, this is all deliberate on my part. I am spreading these stories to lull the thieves into thinking they're safe. To make them think they're dealing with an incompetent fool. Therefore, they shall become careless and make the fatal error that will seal their doom. Do you understand?
Of course I understand. Well, the sheer brilliance of that strategy takes my breath away.
It is merely standard detective procedure.
But to allow yourself to be unfairly pictured and caricatured as a buffoon...
One must play the hand one is dealt and hope for a vindication of history.
In heaven's name. Did you hear...
Imagination. Sheer imagination.
But I could have sworn it was the elephant.
Pay no attention. A message from Dolly. Hogansport, Ohio. Elephant passed through half hour ago, creating panic. Raids through streets. Killing 2 plumbers, a traveling salesman, and a sheriff. And this is from Gloversville, New York. Elephant broke up anti-temperance meeting here this evening, placing his trunk through the window, and he washed it out. Whole region in terror and pursuing him. Signed, Murphy.
But how could the elephant be in both Ohio and New York?
Major, this is no ordinary elephant. And here we have no ordinary case.
Oh, yes, that is true, I suppose. But why do I keep hearing the elephant so clearly?
You mean, why do you think you hear him so clearly?
Well, I wish that...
Yes? What do you wish?
Nothing, Inspector. No, I have faith in you. I shall have faith in you to the death.
The protector of the poor has a visitor.
Oh, dear. Who is it, Gangadas?
A highly placed person. The British ambassador.
What are you waiting for? Show him in.
If the center of the universe will permit. I have never seen a more angry Sahib in my entire unimportant existence.
Oh, dear, but I can't help it, Gangadas, so show him in.
Rotten show, Smathers.
It is indeed, Lord Churlish.
No end of a flap, you know.
I understand.
But where can the beggar be hiding? Well, that's the problem. Queen wants her elephant, dear boy, don't you know?
Oh, I'm sure she does.
Every day she asks the PM, Mr. Gladstone, where's my elephant?
I am sorry about that, sir.
And, of course, all he can give her are excuses. And she looks at him, she says, well, I'm sure dear Mr. Disraeli would have no trouble finding my elephant if he were Prime Minister.
It's reached that point, sir?
Oh, yes, government's about to fall any day. Where is that blooming elephant?
Well, we are making progress. Inspector Blunt and the New York police.
Of course, fellas. Well, it's your show, but I've taken the liberty to sound out Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes?
He would be willing to take ship for New York and find the elephant within 48 hours.
I see, sir. Am I being ordered to dismiss Inspector Blunt and hire Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
No, my boy. You are being advised.
Well, then I shall think it over.
Oh, yes, I would do that. Because if the elephant is not found immediately, you shall be court-martialed, dismissed from the service, tried for treason, and either imprisoned or hanged. Is that clear? I believe the reward should be higher.
Well, it's 150,000 now.
Yes, well, the case is extremely complex.
Well, whatever you think best, of course. Oh, no, Inspector Blunt. I could swear...
This may be the very news I've waited for. I'm on his track. He cannot be more than 15 minutes ahead of me. Detective Darley, Rosebush, Michigan. Inspector, don't you think that we should... This is it. Blue Cheese, Wisconsin. Elephant sighted in field 2 miles north. Signed, Detective Stump. Major, we've got him now. We've got him. Are you sure? Positive. He is now in the midst of my men. He and the miscreants who have abducted him. Go on, Major. Get some rest. You shall be notified as soon as he's been returned here. Awake, Protector de Poor.
What's the matter?
A message from the Sahib of the police. News.
What kind of news?
Great news.
Oh, yes?
Hassan bin Ali bin Salim Abdullah.
Old Gangadas. What about Hassan bin Ali bin Salim Abdullah Muhammad Ed Hamali?
He has been found. All right, quiet, boys, quiet. It is now my pleasure to divide the $150,000 reward money among all fine men who cracked this case. Inspector, I came as quickly as I could. All right, quiet now, boys. Let's hear it for Major Smathers, who never lost faith. Hey! You found him? Where is he? In a cellar. The cellar? The cellar of this building. But hurry. Oh, my stars. It is Hassan bin Salim. You want to know how we found him? Yes, oh, please. I revisited the scene of the crime, hoping, of course, that the burglars would do the same thing. They do that, you know. Hassan. Sometimes they revisit the scene of the crime.
Hassan, say something.
I noticed hairs on some of the broken bricks. And then in a sudden flash of intuition, I saw the whole thing. Hassan had broken a wall himself.
Do you suppose he's asleep?
No, he's not asleep. Oh. And then I noticed footprints in the ground. And I followed those footprints.
Why is he lying there so quietly?
He's dead.
Oh.
The footprints led through the alleyway.
Yes. Oh.
And there was a hole in the wall in the back of our building. And he must have fallen through it down here to the basement, and he couldn't get out.
Hassan dead?
He, died here of starvation. Poor beast.
Hey, Inspector Blunt, I hear a telegram from Detective Darley from Monroe, Utah. Have followed elephants track.
Ah, Darley. One of the finest minds on the force. Have him return and get his share of the reward. Well, Major, we found him for you.
Oh, yes, Inspector. You found him. Well, I don't care what anyone says. Oh, I may be a ruined man today and a homeless wanderer on the face of the earth. But my admiration for that detective, whom I believe to be the greatest genius the world has ever produced, remains undimmed. And both he and I shall be vindicated by history.
And thus ends Mark Twain's story. And while the cynical may sneer and the scoffers may doubt, who is to say what verdict shall be returned by history? Perhaps a greater plan, a mysterious design, did not wish for the elephant to reach the queen. Do we know? Of course not. But if this were the plan, could two better men than Major Smathers and Inspector Blunt been selected? I'll be back in just a moment. And what is the moral of our story? Mark Twain was not fond of pointing out morals. As a matter of fact, he said, persons attempting to find a motive in this narrative will be prosecuted. Persons attempting to find a plot in it will be banished. And persons attempting to find a moral will be shot. Well, nothing of the sort will ever happen to you if you join us here 7 days each week. Our cast included Ian Martin, Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Peter Donald. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You're killing them. They won't be dead. Look. The earth is opening under their feet. They're going. They're gone. The earth swallowed them up. Oh, those poor people.
Oh, don't weep for them. They're of no value. That's the history of the world, isn't it?
Well, good morning, Theodore. Oh, you startled me, Uncle Peter.
How could I startle anyone?
I didn't see you coming.
Were you busy with great thoughts?
Oh, no. I was merely talking to this... Oh. Well, there was someone here just a moment ago.
Oh, yes, my boy. I know it affects me, too. I keep seeing people who aren't there myself.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Time Magazine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. So often, it is the unpredictable that changes the shape of our future. Some people plan each move very carefully. Others take life as it comes. But all of us, at one time or another, inadvertently see or hear something that was not intended for our eyes or ears. The darkest of secrets have been shared unexpectedly, and so has the guilt that goes with it. Our story is a case in point. But there's more. Can you always be sure of what you see or hear?
You will pay for this. I have done nothing. You have dared to come here behind my back. If you would challenge me, sir, then let it be sword for sword, like honorable men. Too late. Much too late. You have dishonored her, and for that you must die. And now, she shall be next.
Our mystery drama, What the Shepherd Saw, is from a short story by Thomas Hardy, adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell, and stars Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. On the Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, England, is a mysterious ruin, a stupendous collection of upright stone slabs and lintels laid out in a ceremonial pattern. It is called Stonehenge, and archaeologists date the earliest remains as far back as 2000 B.C. There is evidence that the largest, or Hellstone, came from Marlborough Downs, some 20 miles to the north, where natural outcroppings rise from the ground. And as though it were a pattern for Stonehenge, you will find here a trilithon, 3 oblong stones in the form of a doorway, a ruin known as the Devil's Door. There are tales of strange happenings and apparitions hovering over this eerie place. One was prompted by an occurrence in the 18th century, but I'll let William Mills tell his own story.
I will be haunted forever by the events of 3 nights which utterly changed the course of my life. For better or worse, I cannot say. True, I have become an educated man, but perhaps I should have remained an ignorant shepherd on Marlbury Down. I hated that place, and yet there is magic in it. The night my tale begins was as cold and clear as only England can be in the last week of December, with a moon that shone bright and hard on the Devil's Door. Each stone had been worn, scratched, split, attacked by 10,000 different weathers. But that night, those stones glistened silver with frost, and they were frightening. I tended the flocks under the tutelage of... well, he had a name, but we always called him the Old Man.
Be ye sleepy?
Old man, who could be sleepy on a night like this?
I'll get along home and rest for a few hours. The ewes need no more tending until daybreak.
Don't leave me, old man.
Oh, now that's the first time I ever heard you ask for my company.
It's bitter cold, and I do not choose to walk alone on a night like this.
You do not choose to do anything, no more than I.
May I at least take refuge in the hut?
Aye, it is warmer there, and I left a few coals in the brazier.
Thank you, sir. Even though I wish you would stay with me.
What's gotten into you, boy? I said you could nap a bit, but mind not longer at once than while the shade of the Devil's Door moves a couple of spans. For you must keep an eye upon the ewes.
He left me, and I made my way to the hut, a short distance from the Devil's Door. This tiny hut was completely hidden by a dense growth of firs, a sturdy bastion of bushes which protected it from the elements. There was an opening on one side, like a paneless window, with the firs cut through beyond it, so I had a clear view of the down where the sheep were grazing, and of the ominous stone doorway which cast a shadow at all times, like the pointer on a sundial. I was restless. I couldn't sleep. It must have been around 11 o'clock when I sat bolt upright, then crept to the window opening with a premonition that something was wrong. Not a sound from the sheep, but in front of the trilithon, stark in the moon's glare, stood a man. He was slender, dressed in black. I was overwhelmed by the sight of this astonishing presence in such a lonely spot. My astonishment doubled, for a second figure glided across the plain. This time, a woman. A figure of elegance wrapped in a long fur cloak.
You have come, Harriet.
You summoned me? But why, Fred? Why?
Oh, my dearest, it has been so long. Let me hold you in my arms.
No. Fred, please. I have come here, yes, but not for that.
How long I have dreamed of this moment.
Fred, let me go. How did you get here? You wrote that you were in the provinces, across the ocean.
I have seen many lands and many faces since I last walked these downs. But always I have thought only of you.
Oh, I'm flattered. But surely there's some other reason why you've called me here so strangely.
Yes. I have heard that the Duke does not treat you well.
Oh, he's sometimes hot-tempered, but for that he should not be condemned.
I have heard that he speaks roughly to you.
I have no right to question the character of my husband. You don't even know him.
Harriet, dearest, is this fair or honest? Your life with the Duke is a sad one.
You know nothing about the way I spend my days. My life passes quite pleasantly.
Pleasantly? The world should be spread at your feet for the beauty of your face.
Don't speak like that and don't stare at me so.
Yes, you are a duchess, and I am no more than a soldier of fortune. But it is not impossible that I may be able to help you.
I did not call on you for help. You summoned me. Well, if that's all you have to say, I see now that I should not have come. It was foolish and impulsive of me.
If I weren't a gentleman, I would take you away with me. I could do it, you know, to save you from
Fred,
the hell.
let go of me.
At this dramatic moment, the wind took their voices away. And when next the man spoke, it was in dull, flat tones.
Very well. I see you are dead and lost to me.
Then let it be that way. And set me free.
As I once loved you, Harriet, I love you now, more so than ever. But you are not the woman you once were. So be it. I will never see you again.
Oh, Fred, there's no need to take such a tragic tone. Things have changed, except that you are my friend. So why shouldn't we meet?
When?
I don't know. I would not be here now, except that the Duke is away from home.
When will he be back?
The day after tomorrow, or the day after that.
Then meet me again tomorrow night.
Oh, no, Fred. I am here out of pity. Because in your letter you sounded so forlorn. I believed you were the one that was in trouble.
I have traveled 2,000 miles just to assure myself that you are all right. You must see me once more.
I repeat, I cannot. If anyone should find out, there would be slander and heaven knows what.
Then tell me two things. That you did love me once, and that your husband is unkind to you often enough to make you think of the time when you cared for me.
I confess to both. But owning to them shows a weakness in character, and I would not want you to infer that I could ever resume our old relationship.
There is so much more I must tell you. Will you come once more?
Oh, you're very persuasive. One final goodbye, then. I will meet you tomorrow night or the night after. Now let me go.
They parted, with the Duchess hurrying toward Shake Forest Towers, the mansion which dominated the countryside. The man watched until she was out of sight, and then set off in the opposite direction. Silence and emptiness. I was uneasy with a nameless fear. And then I knew why. From the shadow cast by the Trilobon stepped another figure. I could not see his face, for he wore a visored cap. A stocky person, booted and spurred, obviously a horseman. He marched toward the spot where the two had held their tryst. I was terrified for fear he would discover the opening. But he stopped and walked heavily back to the Devil's Door. Then I could see the glint of the object he held in his hand, a long and shining dagger which he pointed meaningfully in the direction the first man had taken. Sheathing the wicked blade, he strode off, and soon I could hear the receding beat of horses' hooves. I trembled at the implications of what I'd seen. Of course, this second man had been witness to the meeting of the Duchess and the man named Fred. I was leaning against the sill of the opening, mesmerized when I heard the sounds and the shouts of the old man.
Bill Mills, come here at once.
What's happened? Why have you returned so soon? It's too early for you to be back.
The sheep, lad, the sheep. I tossed and turned on my bed, but you were the one who was sleeping.
But I have not shut an eye.
Ah, a shepherd you call yourself. Look at the flock. Something has disturbed them.
I give you my word. I have been watching.
Yonder lamb has strayed from its mother. Go after him, Bill. And the old ewe has twins. Light your lantern and bring it to me. The moon is getting low.
I scrambled, rescuing lambs which seemed to be straying in all directions. Surely they had not been like that before. Had I been too preoccupied to notice their distress? Or had the sheep, too, lain still in the presence of unexpected visitors?
This is not like you, Bill. First, you have not done your duty,
And now you have lied to me.
I do not lie, old man.
Don't make it worse.
I went to the flock, and then I remained at the window all the rest of the time.
And you saw nothing?
I saw no straying sheep.
Aha. The Duke's men will be after us for this.
After us for what?
For not doing our duty.
Sir, not a sheep has been lost.
No thanks to you.
I promise not to let it happen again.
You can keep that promise. Tomorrow night.
But I wondered if I could. Other promises had been made. And who knew what I might be witness to on the following night? Or the one after that?
Who knows, indeed, what may next take place in the shadow of the Devil's Door? Windswept Marlborough Downs, where only shepherds roam at night, has now become the stage for a drama enacted by three people whom we must learn more about. We'll be there for further developments when I return shortly with Act 2. The second night, like the previous one, was cold and brilliantly clear, and the massive Devil's Door glistened with silver frost. Bill Mills had been tending his sheep, but shortly before 11 o'clock, he hastened to the hut and took up his post of the night before at the open window. And he did not have long to wait, for almost at once came not the couple whose words he had overheard, but a rider on a galloping horse.
Beyond the Devil's Door was a gully and a stand of furze bushes much like the one where I was hidden. Now I knew why I'd not seen the horse last night. Horse and rider were blotted out completely before the man emerged alone from behind the dense bushes. And as this short, heavy-set figure moved into the light of the full moon, I gasped at my earlier stupidity. Of course. It was none other than the Duke himself. The man on whom my livelihood depended, the ruler absolute of our community. I'd only seen him before at great distances. And now, he was walking directly toward my hideout. He would find me, and heaven knows what would be my fate. This time, he would discover the way that led to the door. I quickly burrowed under a pile of straw in the corner and tried to lie as still as the dead. I felt like an insect about to be stepped on by a giant's foot.
Hello? Hello, anybody in there? Yes, this should suit my purposes nicely. When they come, I'll be ready.
I was scarce breathing, but the heavy breath of the Duke and his mutterings assured me that he was too busy to pay attention to any stirrings from my corner.
A nightly meeting. I must surprise her before she comes.
Stealthily, the Duke left the hut, and I crept to the window opening. The slender young man was there, pacing back and forth in the moonlight. He had no chance to run or defend himself as the enraged Duke, arms outstretched like a vulture's wings, descended upon him, made a grab for his throat, and caught him by the collar.
Let me go. If you seek my purse, I am but a poor soldier and have no gold. You have taken something more precious than gold.
Who are you?
And what do you want? No man or woman deceives me. I seek revenge. I have done nothing to you. You have dared to come here behind my back. What? Did she send you to trap me? She shall pay for this as well as you. If you would challenge me, then let it be sword for sword, like honorable men. Too late. You have dishonored her, and for that you shall die the death you deserve.
The young man put up a valiant struggle as they skirmished into the furze bushes out of my range of view. But I could hear the awful sound of battle, and finally, the thud of a falling body as the Duke cried triumphantly, "She shall be next." Silence for several seconds, but a bloody dagger was tossed out onto the grass. And then the Duke appeared, dragging the inert body straight through the devil's door and down into the gully beyond. Oh, I knew that the sheep needed tending, but I dared not move. Shortly, the Duke came back to reclaim his weapon. He wiped the blade until the steel glittered wickedly. And should he return to the hut, I knew that dagger would be at my throat. But he paced back and forth by the trilithon, stopping often to glance in the direction of Shake Forest Towers. After what seemed like hours, but could have been no more than 30 minutes, the Duke returned to the hollow, and sometime later came back, leading his horse, which he mounted slowly and rode away. I was in a panic. My promise to the old man was forgotten. No one was going to leave me alone with a dead body. Whatever the consequences, I had to get away. Which way to run? Impending disaster made me follow the Duke. And soon I'd taken a shortcut, which brought me up to the very gates of his estate. I crouched in the bushes and stared in fascination. For there, at the portal, stood the Duchess in her long fur cape. The Duke's horse was approaching.
Ah, my dear, you have come.
And what are you doing here at the gates?
I came to welcome you.
I wasn't expected till tomorrow.
I was at the turret window, and I saw your horse far out on the down.
Why are you up so late if you thought I would not return until tomorrow?
I couldn't sleep because something very strange has happened.
There's no question that something has happened. Let us go inside. I have a score to settle with you.
No, please. You must listen to me. And it's such a perfect night.
A perfect night for meeting?
Of course, and here you are. My dear husband, home just in time to help me solve a troublesome problem.
Very well. A few minutes more or less won't matter now.
But it's really serious. My cousin, Fred Ogborn, Captain Ogborn as he is now, was a great admirer of mine when he was a boy.
My dear, you have far too many admirers.
We were children who played together. I was 6 years older. He was absurdly fond of me. I had not seen him for many years, and I'd quite forgotten about those old times.
Then why must you bring it up tonight, of all nights?
Why? Because of what has happened. The day before yesterday, I received a mysterious note. It came from Fred. He begged me to meet him at once. What he had to say in his note frightened me out of my wits.
He threatened you?
No. He recalled our early friendship. And then he wrote something like this. If my life and future are of any concern to you at all, I beg you that you will grant me my request.
What did the man want?
He requested that I meet him at 11 last night by the Druid Stones and Marbury Downs.
He dared ask you to go there alone?
Well, the tone of his letter was so distraught, I thought I had...
Only a fool would answer such a request. And besides, I don't believe what you're telling me.
They had walked almost beyond the range of my hearing, and I was hanging so closely on every word that I must have become careless. For the Duke broke off suddenly and looked in my direction.
What was that?
It's only Hero.
Oh, yes, he's rubbing down. I'll call the stable boy and we'll go into the house.
Well, wait, no, dearest, not yet. I must explain to you what I've done.
I know perfectly well what you have done. You've deceived me.
My Lord, I have never deceived
you. You went to this man at night and alone.
But I had to. You were not here.
You would have shown me this letter if I had been here?
Well, of course, my dearest. And you've not heard the rest of it.
Well, go on.
He said that his entire happiness depended upon seeing me again.
And you were all too willing to believe him.
Well, of course I believed him.
This is too much. The hour is late and I'm weary.
Dearest, let me talk a moment more. I'm still too keyed up to sleep, even though I feel safe now with you beside me.
Your safety is something you should have thought of long before.
You're quite right. I think it took courage for me to go alone to meet my cousin, don't you?
Courage is scarcely the word I would use.
He was so changed. A full-grown man and an officer.
And no doubt attractive.
And he behaved so badly. What he wanted of me, I don't know even now.
You don't know?
Don't be angry, my lord. I went there to help him.
And so you fell into his arms.
Oh, how can you imagine such a thing? His manner was disgraceful. I held out my hand. He grabbed me around the waist. I was at his mercy. I protested until he calmed down.
And then he persuaded you
Well, he was incoherent. His words were so strange that I knew I should never have come, and I attempted to run away.
Why didn't you?
Well, I tried. He grabbed me again. I pleaded with him to let me go. And he said he would do so, if only I would give him a promise.
Oh, what sort of promise?
That I would meet him again, either tonight or tomorrow night.
So that's where you were going when you said you would come to meet me.
Oh, no, my lord. I had no intention of meeting him tonight.
How can I be sure of that?
He asked me to be there at 11 o'clock.
Oh, what the devil are those sheep doing all over the hillside after midnight?
They act as though they're frightened.
And they're running everywhere. Where's the shepherd? Shepherd! Old man! Where are you?
Look, out there. Someone's rounding them up. But it's not the old man.
Boy!
Your Grace?
Come here! Come here! Get these sheep away.
I'm sorry, Your Grace.
I've never seen these animals up here before. Why are they running all over my hillside?
I'm sorry, Your Lordship. I must have fallen asleep.
Where do you come from?
Over yonder.
In which direction?
I live over there, beyond the bonfire. It must have been the flames that awakened me.
Then these are not the sheep of the old man.
Oh, the very same, my lady.
But he lives down below near the Devil's Door.
Tell me, shepherd, do your sheep graze by the Druid stone?
Only when the grass is high.
Would you say the grass is high tonight?
Oh, no, my lord.
Oh, the night before?
No, not then either, my lord. If I don't round up my straying flock, the old man will never forgive me.
All right, get these creatures away from here. And I warn you, boy, if you and your old man do not pay more attention to your duties, you'll hear from me.
One moment more. I'd like to question the boy.
You are coming with me, and you are coming now. Now, that shepherd boy is not the only one who will pay for the consequences of this evening.
The boy was frightened. I hoped to question him. If he saw me running across the down, then you surely would believe me.
I believe what I know to be true.
Then you will help me.
There's just one way in which you can be helped, and I plan to take that course.
Well, I knew you'd see it my way. You'll go with me, won't you?
Go with you where?
Well, since I failed to meet my cousin tonight, he'll be expecting me tomorrow. And we'll give him a surprise.
We?
Well, of course, my dear. You will go with me to the Devil's Door.
How can you suggest such a thing?
I told you Captain Ogburn behaved disgracefully, and I want him to be taught a lesson.
He won't be there.
Oh, of course he will. I have no doubt he's waiting still tonight. And he'll be there tomorrow, just as faithfully. I'm sure my cousin is in some kind of trouble, and you will help me reason with him.
Why should I have anything to do with him?
Because you're my husband. And aiding my kinsman would be no more than human kindness.
Oh, that's a most extraordinary request.
Then grant it to me, out of compassion.
I will go with you for only one reason. To prove to you that your cousin is not the faithful admirer you take him to be.
I expected the old man to unloose his rage when he found me with the flock in total disarray. But he was grimly calm and unquestioning. I wanted to run far away, and I would have if there had been anywhere to go. I must plan my escape somehow, for I could not tolerate spending the lonely nights of the future so close to a moldering corpse. Nor could I tell anyone what I'd seen.
The young shepherd, of course, knows only part of the story. He has already been witness to a clandestine meeting and a crime. He has also heard the Duke vow that his wife will be next. Innocence and guilt do not concern the shepherd. He has been merely the unwitting spectator to a drama. But now, by implication, he fears for his own life. Events of the next night will unfold when I return shortly with Act 3. Is the Duchess as innocent as she would have her husband believe? And is the Duke a viciously cruel man or only a jealous husband? We have many unanswered questions,
and another surprise in store for William Mills. The next night, when a lamb strayed to the very shadow of the trilithon, I hastily retrieved him, glancing in fear toward the hollow beyond. I more than half expected a ghost to rise from the ground, a grisly apparition. With the lamb in my arms, I was heading for the hut when 2 figures came into view across the down. There was only one place to hide, in that terrible depression in the ground where the body was hidden. Clutching the small, woolly animal for comfort, I remained on the ground with my eyes closed. They were close enough for me to hear their voices, the Duke and the Duchess. My only thought was of the next bloody deed. If this was to become the lady's burial ground, what would become of me?
I do not see him.
I told you this is a fruitless mission.
Perhaps he's been delayed. The hour is only just past 11.
More likely he had no intention of coming.
Perhaps he saw us both, and he wouldn't understand why you were with me.
I'll come away. I tell you, he's not here.
Wait, there is something over there. I saw the bushes.
I warn you, we must get away from here.
I know someone is down there. Fred? Fred? Don't be afraid. The Duke and I have come to help you.
No, stand back.
What are you doing? Don't harm him. Fred, come out of the shadows.
It's only one of the sheep.
No. Fred is down there. Look.
Who is there? Come out.
Oh, please, Your Grace, I was after a stray sheep.
Oh, it's you, boy.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been there?
Well, only just now, my lord.
Well, it's the same boy of last night.
He's a lying scoundrel.
Shepherd boy, have you seen a man here this evening, waiting in the shadow of the devil's door?
Oh, no, my lady. No one but me and the sheep.
A tall man.
No, I swear to you, my lady. There's been no one here this evening.
You see, Harriet, you'll get nothing from him.
Well, I implore you then, let him go. But ask him to keep watch. And then when Fred does come, the boy can give him a message bidding him to come to the towers.
I dared not move. And for once, I prayed that the old shepherd would come before morning. I was ready now to tell him everything. I could no longer live with the thoughts that tormented me. A short while later, to my horror, it was not the old man who came across the plain, but the Duke, returning without her ladyship.
I know full well you're keeping something to yourself. Now tell me the truth and no harm will come to you. Stop blubbering, boy. That hut over there. It's a good place to hide, isn't it?
Well, it gives shelter from the wind on cold nights.
And you can see things from there, can't you? What's your name?
William Mills, Your Honor, but I'm nobody.
Have you seen anything strange these nights you've been watching?
Please, Your Lordship, don't hurt me. I will go far away from here.
Perhaps this steel dagger will refresh your memory. Did you see anyone or anything that happened here last night?
My Lord Duke, have mercy. I have never seen you walking here, or riding here, or lying in wait for a man, or dragging a heavy load, or...
Well, it is well to know that you have never seen these things.
Never, my lord. Never.
So which do you choose? A repetition of those same things now? Or to keep a secret all your life?
Oh, I promise to keep the secret, my Lord Duke.
And what assurance do I have that you can be trusted?
I beg your grace. Try me.
Very well. Something about you is above the ordinary youth. Perhaps I can make your life easier.
Oh, anything. I'll do anything you say, my lord.
And you must change this smock for a real cloth jacket. And those thick boots for polished shoes.
Oh, gladly.
And you shall be taught what you have never yet heard of. And be put to school. And made a man of.
I shall obey your every order.
Very well. Come here to the Druid stones. And kneel down.
Anything you bid me to do, Your Grace.
This was once a holy place. An oath sworn here is doubly an oath.
I will swear it, my lord.
And say this after me. May all the hosts above, angels and archangels, punish me. May I be tormented wherever I am in living and dying and for always, if I ever speak of what I have seen done on this Mulberry Down. Amen and amen. Then kiss the stone.
repeated the words and kissed the stone. And that night, I slept in Shake Forest Towers. And the next day, I was sent away to begin my studies in a remote village. For 22 years, I kept my vow. I was a steward now for the Duke, and although I lived alone in a house apart from the towers, one evening, I received a mysterious summons. My destination was a well-kept cottage where I was greeted deferentially and led to a back room. The bed held an emaciated man whose ancient, weather-beaten face looked vaguely familiar.
It is you and you alone I would speak to, Bill Mills.
Very few people know my name.
The time has come for me to set my mind at rest.
You have made a mistake, old man.
I made a mistake many years ago when they searched so many months for that captain fellow. And all the time, I knew.
What did you know?
I knew exactly where he was. And so did you.
Old man, you are raving.
Nay. My mind is clear, and my memory is sharp. That night so long ago, I could not sleep, no more than you. I saw what happened.
By the Trilithon?
Aye. And when the bloody deed was over, I looked into the badger hole just to be sure. And the body was there for all these years, without a stone to mark the grave.
Why did you not come forward?
I am but a poor peasant like you, and I could not betray the Lord Duke, my master.
Then why do you speak now, so many years later?
Because I would free you from spending the rest of your life bearing the burden of this guilty knowledge.
Old man, you make it even more difficult.
I think not. My voice grows faint. Come closer to the bed, and I will tell you what I have done.
After what the old shepherd told me, I could not sleep. My past had opened wide. The long years spent so furtively in spite of creature comforts. Next day, I dared express myself man to man to the Duke. Never before had I gone so boldly into the library without knocking. My patron had long since lost his heaviness of build. Indeed, he was almost a skeleton. His white hair was thin, and his hands were nearly transparent.
Oh, it's you, Mills. Now, sit down. You look concerned.
Old times have come to life.
Old times be cursed. To which old times do you refer?
That Christmas week 22 years ago when the late Duchess's cousin Frederick implored her to meet him on Marlbury Downs. It was just such a night as this. And I saw that meeting, as you know. She met him once, but not the second time.
Mills, shall I recall some words to you? The words of an oath taken?
In spite of my sealed lips, the truth will be known.
I tell you, I wish to hear no more.
No fear of treachery from me. I am a man to whom you have been kind. But tonight, I learned all our caution was to no avail.
I did what I had to do to protect my Duchess. Do you think for a moment that she ever guessed?
She never did, I'm sure, to the day of her death.
Then nothing else matters.
Oh, but something does. You have not heard me out.
What is that bell tolling for? Who's dead in the village?
That's what I came to tell you. The oldest man, the old shepherd.
Dead at last, huh? How old was he?
94.
And I am only 70. I have 24 more years.
My lord, I learned this evening that the old man shared our secret.
I don't believe it. Not unless you broke your oath.
He was there, on the down, all the time. But I did not know he was there, nor did you.
Nor did anyone else, and now the man is dead. Why do you torture me with memories?
2 hours ago, the vicar went to see the old man. And to him he confessed all just before he died.
I will see the vicar at daybreak tomorrow.
To what avail?
To stop his tongue. Till I am dead. Like the shepherd.
It was 22 years to the night. And for the first time in all those years, I walked over the down to the Devil's Doorway. As always at that season of the year, the full moon blazed nearly white, and the ancient stones glittered with jewel-like frost. Irresistibly, I was drawn to those massive slabs, the mysterious entry to a long-gone pagan temple. And then, from the direction of Shake Forest Towers, I saw a ghostly figure crossing the plain below. It was the Duke, looking like a sleepwalker, clad only in light dressing gown and slippers. I pulled myself into the deepest shadow, and as he drew near, I knew that he was not asleep. His eyes glittered, and he went purposely to the gully behind the stones. After creeping to the edge, I could remain silent no longer, for the Duke was crouched, inhumanly, digging in the ground.
Stop it, my lord! My lord, this is maddening. Then help me, Mills, help me. We must destroy the evidence. I doubt if much evidence is left, but whatever is there cannot be dug with bare hands. Get me a shovel, then, and hurry. Oh, my oath does not hold me to this. My orders will be obeyed. Not to the point of desecrating a grave. Then I have a better plan. Replace this earth and be at my gates in 2 hours, prepared for a journey.
A journey, my lord?
I'm sick to death of your asking questions. Do as I say.
I knew my destiny was forever linked with the Duke's, and I must do his bidding. It was near daybreak when I approached the massive portals of Shake Forest Towers. But no horses were waiting. The gate was locked. And then a servant carrying a lantern hurried down the pathway from the house.
Oh, Master Mavis, I'm glad you've come.
Where are the horses?
What horses?
Well, his lordship said they would be ready for our journey.
Then you don't know of the terrible tragedy.
Oh, I've come to meet the Duke.
But his grace is dead.
How can it be?
Come into the house, Master Mills. The vicar will tell you.
I want to know at once.
Well, sometime during the night his lordship left his room. He went out in the cold without a word to any of us.
Go on.
And wandered around who knows where, enough to catch his death of cold. Oh, come, sir, into the house. It's a bitter night.
Where is the Duke?
On his bed, where they've placed the body.
Talk sense, man. What has happened?
Well, his grace returned some 2 hours since and climbed into the second story, lost his balance, and fell downstairs. We tried in vain to revive him, but he never breathed again.
So William Mills was released from his oath and could face the future with a clear conscience. But that's not quite the way it works. Those 22 years had taken their toll, and guilt by implication never really set him free. He lived to only half the age of 94. As we said at the beginning, an innocent witness may become a participant simply because he is there at a certain time and place to see and hear things never meant for his eyes or ears. Marlborough Downs is still inhabited by shepherds, but today's sheepherders steer clear of the Trilithon, for it is said even today that during the nights of Christmas week, flitting shapes are seen in the open space around the Trilithon, together with the gleam of a weapon and the shadow of a man dragging a burden into the hollow. Our cast included Russell Horton, Marion Selby, Ian Martin, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Can you give us your position?
I can try, but with this maze of instruments, I'm not familiar with them.
Where are your pilots?
Both in a coma. Botulism poisoning.
Any chance they'll be out of it within the next hour and a half?
Hard to tell. I'd say kind of doubtful. They both were hit so bad it's a toss-up whether they can hold out against respiratory paralysis.
And there's no other qualified commercial pilot aboard?
That's right. Only guy ever flew anything is me. And then it was just a little old one-lung Cherokee prop you flew by the seat of your pants.
Well, if you can fly a Cherokee, you can fly a DC-9.
You're going to have to teach me, brother. And I sure hope you can in the next hour and a half. Because if you don't tell me how to bring her down, I guess we're just going to head out over the Pacific and drop into the sea.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Join us at 8:07 tomorrow night for the CBS Radio Mystery Theater on KVOR, Colorado Springs. In 1 minute, 9 o'clock, CBS News, followed by local and regional news, weather, and sports, and more music.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We call ourselves modern, don't we? We say these are modern times. The years past are prehistoric or ancient or medieval. We say with some pride that we are modern, as though we'd smartened up considerably and discarded old, worn-out, discredited theories and practices. Yet our medicine has its roots in antique magic, and our science has its origins in archaic superstition. Without magic and superstition, it is unlikely we could have survived to become modern.
She has everything. A loveliness to take your breath away. She has sweetness and gaiety. But she has something else. I don't know what it is.
She has a wild talent. She's always had it.
But what is it, a wild talent?
No one knows precisely. Except those, perhaps, who take the trouble to learn.
Our mystery drama, The Red Frisbee, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Luden's Medicated Cough Drops. I'll be back shortly with Act One. One of the Earth's loveliest seas is the Caribbean. In a gentle curve on the bosom of that sea lie the islands known as the Antilles. A man has come to one of these islands not only for the brilliant sky, the soft sands, the hot sun, and the cooling winds, but for the quiet and the isolation that only an island can give. What he finds there, we will tell you in this tale.
I'd come to the island after 3 years spent with an Aboriginal tribe in the interior of Australia. I needed to relax and reflect and try to sort out the ideas I wanted to incorporate into my article for the Anthropological Journal and later expand into a book. With me, I brought my voluminous notes, a suitcase full of old clothes, and my dog. Haven't you had enough? Okay, one more time. Okay, fetch. Ha ha ha, good dog.
He's so beautiful.
What?
He's beautiful.
Oh, whoa, thank you.
Have you always had him?
Sure, since he was a puppy. He's been all over the world with me. We just spent 3 years in Australia together before we came here.
Look, here he comes. What's he got in his mouth?
Oh, that's a frisbee.
A what?
A frisbee. You know, one of those
round plastic things that you throw, you know.
No, I don't know. I never had a Frisbee.
Oh, well, they're kind of fun. They go sailing through the air. All right, drop it, boy. Drop it.
Oh, he doesn't want to. He knows he looks handsome with a red Frisbee in his mouth, with his black hair and all. What kind of dog is he?
Labrador Retriever. All right, drop it, boy. Good boy. That's enough now.
Oh, throw it again for him. I like to see him swim with it in his mouth. He looks so beautiful.
Okay. Fetch.
Oh, he's a good swimmer, isn't he?
Oh, yes.
Will he swim out very far?
Well, as far as I can throw the Frisbee, I guess.
That's wonderful.
You like to swim?
I can't.
You can't swim? You live on this wonderful island and you can't swim?
I used to be able to.
What happened?
I forgot how.
You forgot?
Yes. Oh, here he comes with his red Frisbee.
How could you forget?
I just forgot. Oh, look. He wants you to throw it for him again.
He'd do this all day if I throw it for him.
And would he swim very far up?
I suppose he would.
All dogs can swim, I guess.
No, not right away. They have to be taught.
Like people?
Not exactly, but they have to be made to realize that they can. That's about what it amounts to, I guess.
They don't always know that they can.
They're as surprised as anybody when they find out.
It's fascinating. Are you going to throw the Frisbee again?
I think he's had enough for today. We both have.
Will you be coming back tomorrow?
I imagine so.
Maybe I'll see you here.
That'd be nice.
Well, bye, Ben.
Bye. Hey, wait a minute. You, young lady.
What?
How did you know my name?
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. I watched her swinging off down the beach. I judged she might be about 17, though she could as well have been 12 or 20. She wore a sort of shapeless smock. Her legs were a ruddy brown from the sun, and her hair was streaked in shades of gold. I remembered her eyes, which were the startling blue of Delft china. I heard again her clear young voice calling,
Goodbye, Ben. See you tomorrow.
And the next day I was on the beach early in the morning. Not now, boy. No. We're waiting for someone. Well, what is it, boy? Hey, what are you doing? Where are you going? Come back here. He'd seen her before I did, before she rounded the curve in the shoreline. Or had he simply sensed her coming? Or what? At any rate, there she was, swinging down the beach toward me.
Hello.
Hello there.
You're out early.
So are you.
I didn't keep you waiting, did I?
No, I'd have waited all day.
Oh, you wouldn't have had to do that. I knew you were here. I had to do something for my mother first.
How'd you know I was here?
I knew.
But how?
The way a person knows those things.
But people don't just know those things.
Don't they?
Oh, you saw me from your house. Where do you live? Do you have a place on the beach?
Oh, no. We live in the Great House.
What's the Great House?
Just a house. They call it the Great House because it used to be where the governor lived. The Spanish governor, long time ago. Ben, aren't you going to throw the red Frisbee for the dog? See, he wants you to.
How'd you know my name is Ben?
I guess you told me.
I never told you. You never asked. I never told you, but when you left yesterday, you said, goodbye, Ben.
Why don't you throw the Frisbee?
Ben is my name. But you had no way of knowing that. My name
I really don't care what your name is. May I throw the red Frisbee?
Sure, go ahead if you want to.
I do want to. There, fetch, boy. Why, he does swim beautifully.
What's your name?
Nicky. You told me yesterday that dogs had to learn how to swim.
Now, what I said was they have to find out that they can swim. I guess that's true of people, too. Probably we can all swim, but we have to find out at some time or other that we can. It's quite a discovery for a person or a dog.
How did your dog find out he can swim?
Well, it was when we were in Australia. I made a weekend trip to the Great Barrier Reef, and of course I took him along. I was sitting on the beach with him the way we're sitting now, and I had this red Frisbee, same one I have now, and I threw it into the water. And he plunged in after it and brought it back. Next time I threw it further, and he brought it back. I'd never thrown it so far that he couldn't stand up in the water. But then I did. I threw it way out to where the water was over his head.
But he went after it?
Oh, yes. And he got to about 3 feet away from it, and all of a sudden his feet didn't touch bottom anymore. But he stretched his neck out and grabbed the Frisbee anyway between his teeth. And he tried to turn around to bring it back to me, and that was when he found out he couldn't touch bottom.
And he started to swim?
Not yet. He sank under the water.
Oh, no.
He came up again right away. He looked so surprised, and then he went under again.
What did you do? Did you just stand there?
He went down for the 3rd time, and I started in after him.
I should hope.
But before I got to him, he started to swim, paddling away like mad. You know the way dogs do?
Oh, I know.
And there was such a look in his eyes, such a look of triumph, belief in himself. It was as though his ancestors from way back, hundreds of thousands of years ago, had whispered to him somehow down the ages as though they'd said, "You know how you can do it." And he did it. I've never forgotten that.
That's a beautiful story, Benedict.
It's true. What did you call me just now?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. You called me Benedict. Yesterday, you called me Ben. Well, that could be a lucky guess, but Ben is usually short for Benjamin, and my name is Benedict. And that's what you called me.
Well, if that's your name.
Yes, but how did you know? How could you know that?
You're kind of hurting my arm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ben, would you like to meet my mother? I'd like you to.
All right. Anytime.
Will you come this afternoon for tea?
I'd love to.
Ask anybody where the Great House is. Everybody knows the Great House.
All right.
Oh, and Benedict, be sure to bring your dog with you.
It was easy to see why it had been called the Great House. The woodwork was solid mahogany and carved. The doors were mahogany, too, nearly 6 inches thick. The rooms were large and square and full of sunlight. The girl, Nikki, met me at the door and took me to her mother. A beautiful woman with the same Delft blue eyes.
This is Benedict, Mother, and this is his dog.
I'm so glad, Mrs.
Oh, why don't you call me Monica? Since you and Nikki are such good friends, we're very informal here.
Well, thank you.
Ben, may I take the dog down to the beach?
Nikki, please.
I just want to throw the red Frisbee for him.
Please, Nikki.
May I, Ben?
Well, if you want to.
I won't stay long.
I hope you don't think my daughter's rude. She has strange ways, but she's a good girl.
She's a wonderful girl.
Oh? You think so?
She has everything. She has a loveliness that takes your breath away.
Yes, she is lovely.
She has sweetness and gaiety.
Yes?
But she has something else. I don't know what that is.
You don't?
Do you?
She has a wild talent.
A what?
A wild talent.
Well, what is that? What is a wild talent?
No one knows precisely, except perhaps those who take the trouble to learn.
All talent is wild, really. It comes from heaven knows where. It cannot be coaxed or bribed or bought. It cannot be cultivated. It cannot be manufactured or in any way acquired. But no matter where it comes from or in whom it resides, talent is never a tame thing. It is always wild, as the winds are wild, as the seas are wild, as the world was in its beginnings and as it remains at its core, wild. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. On sands, the color of a ripe peach, on an island in the blue waters of the Caribbean Sea, Benedict has met a girl called Nikki, who lives with her mother in a stately home called the Great House. Nikki has persuaded Benedict to come to the Great House to meet her mother, but no sooner had introductions been made than she asked to be excused to take Benedict's dog to the beach, leaving Benedict alone with her mother.
I hope you don't think my daughter rude. She has a wild talent.
A wild talent? Is that what you said?
You've never heard of such a thing?
I can't say I have. What is a wild talent?
Well, no one knows precisely. If you take the trouble to find out.
Well, what is it? Is it mystical? Is it magical?
Would it help if I said that it had something to do with extrasensory perception? Thought transference?
Did your daughter tell you that she knew my name without my ever having mentioned it?
No, she didn't tell me. But then she wouldn't.
And not only that, she called me Ben, which is my nickname. And the next day she called me Benedict, my given name. Suppose she was lucky in guessing that I'm generally called Ben. She could have assumed it was the diminutive of Benjamin, a pretty common name. But she didn't. She called me Benedict, a fairly uncommon name. I'm surprised she didn't mention it to you.
Nikki's very casual about such things. She takes them for granted.
But does she think that everyone is so intuitive? Doesn't she realize that she is somehow different?
I don't think she gives it any thought at all.
Tell me, has she always had this wild talent?
She never showed any sign of it. At least none that I noticed until 2 years ago. Until...
Yes?
Until her brother died.
Oh, she didn't tell me. I didn't know she'd had a brother.
He was drowned.
Oh, I am sorry.
Well, my goodness, you were invited here for tea and I've never given you any.
Oh, that's quite all right.
No, I'll put the water on right away. It won't take but a minute.
There's no hurry. Nikki?
Oh, it's you.
Your mother's in the kitchen. She'll be right back. Nikki, are you all right? You look a little... You're not feeling ill or anything, are you?
I'm all right.
Well, did you two have a good time with the red Frisbee?
Oh, yes. I threw it very far out.
Well, fine.
Tea will be ready shortly.
Nikki's back.
Nikki? Nikki, go upstairs immediately and lie down.
The tide turned.
Go upstairs, take a hot bath, and lie down in your room.
Yes, Mother. You see, the tide turned and I had to come back.
I'm sorry, Benedict.
What's the matter with her? She said the tide turned.
It was when the tide turned that her brother drowned. Benedict, I don't think we can have our tea today, but come back tomorrow, will you? And I'll explain what she meant when she said the tide turned.
I wasn't sure that I'd see Nikki on the beach the next morning. She looked so pale, so ill when she returned to the great house the previous afternoon, as though she'd seen a ghost, would be the way some people would have described it. And from the little I'd learned of her brother's death, I thought this might indeed be true. Nevertheless, I went to the beach at my accustomed early hour in the company of my dog, carrying in his mouth his beloved red Frisbee. The dog looked up suddenly, just as he had the day before. The Frisbee dropped onto the sand, and he started his gallop down the sand. I knew then that Nikki would soon come into sight. And so she did, her loose smock blowing in the wind, her brown legs carrying her confidently, almost arrogantly, toward me.
Hi, Benedict.
Hi. How are you?
I'm fine.
I'm glad.
Where's the red Frisbee? He wants you to throw it.
Let's hear.
May I throw it for him?
Certainly.
Fetch, boy.
How's your mother?
Oh, she's fine. I'm sorry you didn't get any tea yesterday.
Oh, that's all right.
She thought she should look after me.
Did you do what she said? Did you take a hot bath and lie down in your room?
Of course. That's what I always do.
Nicky, does the turning of the tide always upset you?
Turns at different times, you know. Sometimes it's rather gentle, and sometimes it isn't gentle at all.
Well, that depends on the sun and the moon.
Does it?
It's because of the attraction of the sun and the moon that the tides ebb and flow. They act unequally on the waters of the earth. They disturb their equilibrium. Do you understand?
All I know is that here they happen quickly. Suddenly. There's no warning.
Well, that's because...
Well, never mind why it is. I wouldn't understand it anyway. I'm not clever like you. All I know is that when the tide goes out so fast, one hardly has time. Oh, here he is. With his red frisbee. May I throw it again?
Of course.
Rich!
Nicky,
Did you like my mother?
Very much.
What a pity I had to spoil everything.
You didn't spoil anything.
Oh, yes, I did.
No. As a matter of fact, she invited me to come back today for tea, and I accepted.
And you do like her?
I told you
Because I know she likes you.
Did she say so?
No, not in those words, but I know she does.
Now, just how would you know a thing like that,
Do you think I have to be told things in order to know them? Or read them in a book? People often tell things that are not true, and books can be wrong. But when you know, well, then you know.
That afternoon at the great house, things went almost exactly as they had the day before. Nicky greeted me, then greeted my dog, then said...
Did you bring the red frisbee with you?
Of course. We never go anywhere without it.
Mother will be down in a minute. She knows you're here. May I take the dog to the beach and throw the frisbee for him?
Well, if you want to, but...
I do want to. Nicky, where are you going? To the beach. I wish you'd stay.
I am sorry, Ben.
Oh, that's all right. She enjoys the dog. Let her.
Well, she's forever doing this.
Doing what exactly?
Bringing men home to meet me and leaving us alone. Men of all ages, all nationalities. I think she wants to marry me off or something.
That shouldn't be hard, provided you wanted to cooperate.
After my son was drowned, I was very melancholy for a long time. Very long time. I shut myself in my room, wouldn't talk to anyone for almost a year. Finally, my husband grew tired of a wife who was no wife at all, and he left.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wish I could have been. Actually, I didn't care. Well, now, let's have our tea, shall we? This time I have it all ready for you, and some little cakes.
Oh, splendid. I'm hungry. I spent a long time on the beach today, and it gave me quite an appetite.
Well, help yourself. Lemon or milk?
A little milk, please. Nicky informed me on the beach this morning that you like me.
Well, I do. Here's your tea.
Thank you. I asked her if you'd said so, and she said no, that she just knew.
As usual, her instincts are right.
She has a great contempt for things that are learned and a great devotion to things which are simply known.
I've never been quite sure just what she means.
Why can't she swim?
Oh, well, she used to swim quite well.
What happened? Did it have something to do with the tides, with the turning of the tide?
It had everything to do with the turning of the tide.
I'm curious. Living on an island, one would think she would... But if you don't want to tell me...
I've never talked about it since it happened. But since it happened, Nicky hasn't been able to swim. Not a stroke. She's tried, poor child, but she just can't.
She says she's forgotten how.
How can one forget a thing like that? I thought it was something once learned, never forgotten. Nicky forgot how to swim the day her brother was drowned. they'd gone in the ocean together. On a beautiful day, just like this one.
Well, if you don't want to talk about it...
No, I do. They swam out to where some rocks jutted out into the sea. And they played on the rocks for a while, sunned themselves, went back into the water again. It was then, just then, that the tide turned.
It started to go out?
The tide turns suddenly down here. They can catch you unawares. At first they laughed. Really, they laughed, so Nicky told me later. But as the receding tide grew stronger, they stopped laughing and clung to the rocks. They started shouting for help. No one.
Please, don't go on.
They grew weaker, and it grew harder to hold on to the slippery rocks. The tide grew stronger, and at last my son let go. And the tide started to carry him out to sea. Nicky swam after him, but she couldn't quite reach him. And then...
Please.
Some natives who had just beached their boat saw them, and they knew immediately what had happened. They went out after them. They reached them. At least they reached Nicky. They hauled her into the boat. And then they turned to save her brother. But it was too late. He'd gone under. He never came to the surface again.
There was so little I could say when Monica finished her tragic story. I got up to go, sickened by the inadequacy of my own limp words. But at the door, she said,
"Come back tomorrow, will you, Benedict? Come early."
"If you want me to."
I do. Tomorrow morning. I need to talk to you. You think you've heard everything, but there's more. Oh, there's more.
Have you ever been a guest in a house far grander, far more beautiful than your own? Perhaps it overlooked the bluest of seas, and flowers grew all around it. Palms and pines, and little yellow birds that perched on their branches. And perhaps you thought to yourself, how could anyone ever be unhappy in such a house? Well, as our story has intimated, and will later reveal, anyone can. I'll return shortly with Act 3. On a Caribbean island, in her home called the Great House, the woman called Monica has been telling Benedict the tragic story of the drowning of her son 2 years before. The boy's sister, Nicky, had been saved, but her brother drowned. Unable to go on with the tragic tale, Benedict took his leave. The next morning, I took my dog to the beach, proudly carrying his red Frisbee in his mouth. I was prepared to wait for Nicky to appear around the bend in the shoreline, but I found her waiting for me, staring intently out to sea.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, here we are.
I want to talk to you.
Well, how about him? He wants you to throw the Frisbee for him.
Later I will. I have to tell you something.
What's that?
My mother loves you.
Oh, now, Nicky, you couldn't possibly know a thing like that.
I do know it.
It's impossible. We've only met twice.
But you're going to see her again this morning. She told me.
No, she wants to talk to me about something.
She loves you.
It's impossible. We hardly know each other at all.
What difference does that make? She hasn't loved anyone for 2 years, and now she loves you, and you...
What about me?
Do you love her?
What do you think?
I don't know.
What's happened to your wild talent?
Oh, that.
That's what your mother calls your way of knowing what other people are thinking and feeling.
Everybody wants to give names to things. They think once they've given something a name, they've got it pinned down. Like your dog. He's not really a dog. He's what he is. And he wouldn't be any less than what he is if we called him something else. Or didn't call him anything at all. So why call having feelings about people a wild talent? Why call it anything?
I think I see what you mean. Look, it's time for me to go see your mother. You want to come with me?
I think I'd rather stay here with your dog. I'll throw the frisbee for him. See, he wants me to.
All right. And when you get tired of that, come to the great house.
Maybe I will.
I walked slowly to the great house, not really knowing that I wanted to hear the end of Monica's story. She'd been so distressed the day before. But I'd given my word, and when she admitted me, she seemed composed and cordial.
Thank you for coming, Benedict.
Well, I said I would.
Well, where's your big black dog? I'm used to seeing you two together.
I left him on the beach with Nicky.
Did she say anything to you this morning about me?
Well...
Did she? Please tell me.
She said... I don't know where the notion came from. I'm sure not from you. She said that you were fond of me.
She said more than that, didn't she?
Yes. She said that you loved me.
Yes, she told me that, too, that I loved you. I'm sorry, Ben. I hope it didn't embarrass you.
Not really.
You see, ever since her brother's death and her father's desertion, she's been trying to find someone for me to love, someone to replace the loss. She brings men to the house the way you'd bring gifts to someone who is ill.
That's very sweet.
Sweet, yes, but futile. Well, now, I told you yesterday that I had more to tell you about the day my son was drowned.
Monica, it must be painful for you to talk about
No, it's not the drowning I want to talk about.
No?
It's what came after. When the natives came to this house. One of them came into the room, this room, and he told me about the turning of the tide, about the children clinging to the rocks, about the letting go, about setting out in the boat to save them. And I waited, of course, to hear that they'd been rescued. There was a silence for a few seconds. And then the man said, "The girl is alive, ma'am." And I said, "What about the boy?" And there was another silence. And then he said, "Ma'am, the boy was drowned." And I stared at him. I was filled with horror and shock. Terrible shock.
Oh, of course.
And then I heard myself say... I heard myself. The words simply just burst from me. I never meant... But I said it. Not gently, not softly. It was a cry from my heart. I said, "Oh, why did it have to be the boy?"
Oh, my...
No, wait. You haven't heard it all. You haven't heard the worst. I heard myself saying those terrible words, and then I looked up, and standing in the doorway was Nicky. Nicky, my daughter. And the look on her face. The stricken look on her young face. She couldn't have misunderstood what I meant. But if one of them had to be saved and one had to die, why couldn't it have been the boy who was saved? Why couldn't she have been the one to die?
What can I say?
What can anyone say? I've tried to atone for my awful words. There is no atoning. I said them. I meant them when I said them. And she knew. What has happened is that Nicky has been trying to give me back my son in some way. Any way. Any man who was attracted to her, and many have been, she's brought to me. Laid them at my feet, so to speak, offering them to me as though she were the guilty one because she lived while her brother died.
That's Nikki at the door with my dog. She said she might... Well, shall I let her in, or shall I tell her to wait or go back to the beach?
Tell her to go back. I can't, not right now.
Of course. Where's Nikki, boy? It's just the dog. Nikki's not with him.
Where would she be?
I left her with the dog at the beach. Monica, the dog's telling us something.
Well, Nikki, where is Nikki?
Come on, let's go to the beach. She's not here.
What are you looking for?
The red Frisbee.
What for?
I don't know, except she said she was going to stay here and throw it for the dog.
Well, why would she have changed her mind? Why did the dog come to the house without her?
Could she have gone someplace else?
Where? Why?
She'd have taken the dog with her.
Ben, I see something.
What?
Out there in the water.
It could be...
Nikki can't swim.
I'm going in. It could be her.
I'm going to fetch a boat. One of the fishermen.
Hurry.
No.
If that's Nikki, she's pretty far out.
I see a boat. Help!
The fishermen with their boat got to her before I did, and it was they who saved her. When the doctor had been called, treated her for exhaustion, ordered her to bed, and left, Monica joined me downstairs in the drawing room of the great house. She's going to be all right.
Yes, thank God.
In a few days...
Benedict.
Yes, Monica?
Nikki was right. I do love you.
Because I saved your daughter? No, I didn't do that. The natives did.
I loved you before that. Nikki knew it right away.
Oh, that wasn't love. It may have seemed like love, but it wasn't. You felt gratitude. You felt relief. Because after 2 years, you told me the story of the drowning and all that it came after. You trusted me to understand, and I think I did. There's a feeling that mothers have for their sons that's unlike any other. It's the closest thing to pure love that a woman can feel. Now, I don't know why this should be so, but it's so. No, you don't love me, Monica. No, I'd like to go up and say goodbye to Nikki.
You're leaving?
Mm-hmm. Going back to the mainland.
I hope you'll come back one day.
Oh, I shall. I shall.
Come in, Ben. Hello.
You knew who it was, didn't you?
Of course.
I'm leaving tomorrow, Nikki. I came to say goodbye.
Oh. When are you coming back?
Oh, next year, after I've done some writing. You knew I'd come back, didn't you?
Of course.
Nikki, when I swam out to try and save you...
You didn't really have to do that, you know.
I was afraid you'd drown.
But I was swimming.
You can't swim, you told me.
I was swimming. Not very well, but I was swimming. It came back to me.
Why did you swim so far out? When they picked you up, the water was way over your head.
I had to.
Nikki, were you trying to drown yourself?
I told you. I was swimming.
Yeah, but so far out.
I was looking for my brother.
Nikki, you must have known you couldn't find your brother.
I had to try. I've been trying for so long to give her something. Someone. I couldn't.
It's not up to you, Nikki. Your mother has to find someone to love who loves her. She has to do that by herself.
If I could do it for her, she'd forgive me.
Forgive you for what?
For... I don't know.
For being alive?
I guess so. Yes.
Nobody has to be forgiven for that, Nikki. It's not a sin to be alive.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure. Nikki, when I was swimming out to try and rescue you, I found something floating on the water.
I found this.
Oh, why, it's the red Frisbee.
The waves should have brought it back to shore. Why didn't they?
Because I kept it with me. It's how I learned to swim again. Remember you told me how your dog found out he could swim? How you kept throwing the Frisbee further and further until he was over his head? And how it came to him all of a sudden that he could swim. Well, that's what I did. I kept throwing the Frisbee out further and further, and suddenly it came to me. I could swim. Ben, it was just like you said about the dog. I felt so triumphant. I believed in myself.
Nicky, I have to go now.
Ben, you love me, don't you?
Now, how did you know that?
I just knew.
You haven't lost your wild talent after all, have you?
Oh, that.
It's a beautiful thing to have a wild talent.
I suppose so.
Do you by any chance love me?
I don't know. Not yet.
Maybe it'll come to you. I hope when it does, you'll discover that you do love me.
Next year. When you come back. Then I'll know.
While I was packing, the dog sat watching me, the red Frisbee in his mouth. There was always a chance we might go back to the beach again. And I thought, what will Nicky say a year from now? Will she say yes, she loves me? A warm feeling swept over me, a certainty that she would. A bright glow of anticipation. She loves me even now, I thought. She just needs time to find it out. What do you think? I said to my dog. And he dropped the red Frisbee on the floor, stood up on his hind legs, and licked my face. Was he trying to tell me that I would still have his love, even if I couldn't have hers? Or was he telling me that I was right? That I, too, had a wild talent?
Does a wild talent live in each of us? Can we stop trying to be so clever, so learned, so successful, and return somehow to what we call primitive? To the style of living where our feelings count for more than our brains? Where our feelings count for everything, if they are free and tuned to the world we inhabit and the creatures that inhabit it with us? Once again, I can only ask the question. I do not have the answer. I'll be back shortly. They say that when Gertrude Stein was dying, and knew that she was dying, she turned to her friend and companion of many years and said, "Alice, what is the answer?" And Alice replied, "No one knows." Then Miss Stein, after a long look at her friend, said, "All right, then, what is the question?" Our cast included Robert Dryden, Jada Rowland, and Terry Keane. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, for heaven's sake, why didn't you stay out of my life? Why did you have to call me?
I want to see you, Edith.
No, you can't. You can't look at me. I don't want to see what I look like in your eyes.
Why not?
Because I'm an old woman now.
No, not you.
Yes, I'm old. Older than I ought to be, thanks to you. I look older than my mother does. That's what my last 10 years were about, Harry. Working like a dog. No money, just getting poor and old.
Let me come up, Edith, just for a while. We could talk.
No, stay away from here. You understand me? You say you're a dead man? Fine. Stay dead.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
I'm E.G. Marshall. The world, as we all know, is round, and therefore each journey we take must, in the end, bring us back to where we began. The geographers discovered this only a scant few hundred years ago, but the philosophers always knew it. For all philosophy is a journey into the unknown. And at the journey's end, the philosopher, like all other travelers, must come back again. As the book tells us, there is nothing new under the sun.
What a fantastic battle. Isn't that great? It looks so real. Tremendous writing and acting and direction. I told you tonight, it's the greatest show ever. That man, right there on the left there, over there on the screen. Look, he's been hit. You can see the blood on his face. And now he drops. That's a beautiful performance. Nah, he's not such a hot actor. Oh, to play a death scene like that? Playing? How can you say he's playing? You know all these guys are really being killed. Killed? But this is just a feature film, isn't it? Sure. Are you telling me that the actors died? For real? How can you get them to do that? Well, pal, that's showbiz.
Our mystery drama, There Is No Business Like, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Howard Da Silva. We have always reached for the stars. We have always dreamed of breaking the barriers of time and space. And as the years have gone by, what has seemed fantasy has slowly been approaching reality. In this generation, man is no longer earthbound. He has already broken the umbilical cord that has tied him to this planet. And soon he shall cut the bonds that have imprisoned him in this time. A man named Roger Sterrett has already done it. Or so he says.
Of course, no one believes me. I suppose it would be different if I could get the machine to work. But the trouble is, you see, the circuits were destroyed as I was getting back. And so it's gone. Well, it's not really gone, but the basic circuits no longer exist, and I can't seem to remember how Prescott designed them originally. Anyhow, Prescott is dead now, and he was the scientist. You see, he died as soon as we arrived there.
Arrived where, Mr. Sterrett?
There, Doctor.
And where is there?
Well, as far as I can make out, it was somewhere in our own country, in the future.
The future? And you claim a person named Arthur Prescott was with you?
Yes. He died when we got there. But they didn't believe me.
Who?
The other people, the people in the future. I explained it to the censor.
The censor?
I guess that's what they call their judges. Well, that's what a judge is, actually. And she didn't believe me.
She?
The censor. She reminds me of you. That is, you both keep asking the same questions, and neither of you believe me. And you have the same voice. I'm so tired.
Mr. Sterrett, please trust me. I want to help you.
But why are you keeping me in this place? Why do you think I'm insane?
I never said that.
Do you have to say it? Isn't it obvious?
Now tell me again what you were trying...
I've told you 1,000,000 times.
Yes, but you never told it completely to me.
Oh, let me alone. Nobody believes me anyhow. I should have stayed there. I was getting pretty good with a gun. I could have lived indefinitely. Do you know why? Because I was born to act. It's my true talent.
But according to your records, you're a machinist.
Yes, but acting was an undiscovered talent until I needed it. Suddenly, at the age of 40, I discovered I was an actor.
But what does acting have to do with what...
Showbiz. When I arrived there, I was sentenced to it.
Sentenced to showbiz?
For murder. You see, they thought I murdered Arthur Prescott.
And for that you were sentenced to showbiz? Now, excuse me, Mr. Starrett, but do we mean the same thing by showbiz?
Sure, showbiz. You know what showbiz is. Entertainment. Theater, movies, radio, TV. Show business.
And you say you were sentenced to it?
Oh, yes. They used that in the future where I was, instead of prison.
Ah, I see.
Oh, no. Don't say you see, because you don't see. You don't have the faintest idea of what I'm talking about, and you know it.
Well, I...
You want me to trust you, but how can I? You think I'm crazy. How can you possibly understand what I'm saying?
I'm trying. Now, according to the police, you and someone named Arthur Prescott worked on this time machine.
Prescott was a mathematical genius. I mean, he knew all about the formulas and so forth.
And you?
Me? Well, I can make just about everything. Just give me the right tools. So we were a great team.
Mm-hmm. And you claim you constructed this time machine?
Oh, yeah. His brain, my hands. We did it.
And then?
When it was finished and I checked it out, I discovered there was bad news for Prescott.
Oh, what kind of bad news?
He shouldn't go.
Why not?
He was too frail, too sickly. You see, the point where the past, present, and future kind of mix and match, and where you break out of whatever phase you're in, is very turbulent, very violent.
And you thought it would be too much for Prescott?
Yeah, but he insisted. And we got into the machine and got ready for takeoff or whatever. And things started to happen. I guess he didn't fasten his belt protector securely enough. He was hurled against the wall, and that's how he hit his head, and that's how he died. I must have passed out, too, because when I recovered, I was in something that looked like a cell. And there was a woman who looked something like you.
What is your name?
My name is Roger Starrett.
Which is it? Roger or Starrett?
I said it was Roger Starrett.
I would advise you that you are on trial for your life.
My life? What did I do?
The charges against you will be stated in due course.
Where am I?
You know where you are. In an auditioning studio.
Please, you must help me.
Your name?
I told you, Roger Starrett.
No one in our society has two names.
Our society? What society is this? Oh, good Lord. I remember. The time machine.
The time machine? Oh, that's what it was.
Yes. You mean we succeeded? We actually went forward in time?
Is that the premise of your program?
We started out in 1976. What year is this?
Are you licensed to devise entertainment programs?
Licensed?
Of course not. That is another charge against you. A very serious charge. Even more serious than murder.
What murder?
A man was with you in that metal globe. He was killed by a blow on the head. Why did you kill him?
I didn't kill him. It was an accident.
An accident? Do not lie to me. I want to help you.
But it's true.
A lie will only result in your being sentenced to showbiz. Do you want that?
Please.
Tell your story.
Okay. A man named Arthur Prescott and I...
Why do you insist on giving him two names?
Because everybody has at least two names where I come from.
Where do you claim to come from?
The United States.
Where are your personal papers?
They were in my wallet, but it's gone.
We read those fake documents.
They're not fake documents.
Continue.
We built this time machine. It brought us here, wherever here is, and Arthur hit his head against the wall of the machine, and that's how he died. And here I am, and that's the truth.
Very well. You were given an opportunity to defend yourself. I shall now deliver my verdict.
Verdict?
We shall call you Roger. You're charged with the following, in order of importance. First, designing an entertainment without a license.
An entertainment?
The time machine fancy. A much overdone cliche. Second, carrying false papers.
But that's my Social Security card, my driver's license.
Third, murder.
But I didn't...
And therefore, you will serve a minimum of 15 years in showbiz. You are sentenced to become a member of the cast of Killers and Cops.
But
There is no appeal from the verdict. I, the censor, have spoken.
After a while, a man came by. He was kind of short and stout and good-natured. He wore large-sized metal-rimmed spectacles.
Hello, Fitch. Glasses is the name.
Glasses?
Sure, because I wear these cheaters. It's my public image. Let's go.
Go where?
Over to the Killer Cop Motel, where we eat, drink, and make merry, because tomorrow night we may die. Let's move, Fish.
Why do you call me Fish?
Oh, I'm in with the writers. One of them's a chick. She's got a thing for me. So I romance her along. It's a great way to keep alive.
I don't understand.
What's not to understand?
You know what I think? I think I'm dreaming.
Yeah. The word's out. You're either a little bit of a loon, or maybe it's like amnesia, huh? Look, the writers already got your character figured out.
But I...
Yeah, you're a fish. Like you come and go quiet as a fish. And you leave no more trail than a fish moving through the water. Ain't that a concept, huh? What's your sentence?
15 years.
You gotta be kidding, that censor. Who can live 15 years in showbiz? Tried the pool yet?
No, I'm just trying to figure out...
Figure out what?
Oh, everything. Where am I?
Oh, you're a cool character.
What year is this?
Okay, I'll go along with you. 2076.
2076? Are you telling me the truth?
Why would I lie?
2076?
Well, what's the punchline?
I don't know what to think, what to say.
It could be worse. Now, the trick is to go for one of the writers. That's how to make sure you live longer.
I wish I knew what you were talking about.
Here comes Baby now.
Baby?
Yeah, my meal ticket. I should say, my life preserver. Not too bad, huh?
Hi, Glasses. Is this Fish?
You just hooked him, Baby. Fish, say hello to Baby.
Hi, Fish. Think you'll like it here?
I don't know what it's all about.
I thought we'd get acquainted. You're my character.
I thought I was your character, Baby.
The censor assigned me Fish. Oh, it's just about that time.
What time, Baby?
Time to look at the special. I get a credit on that.
Good for you.
We're going all the way back to World War II, back to 1940-something. There was a battle of the Bulge. We're staging it.
Wow.
We have 700 in this big secret.
700?
Turn it on. Use the big screen. We missed the titles. The openings. Those are tanks. German tanks moving toward Bastogne. See, I start with a long shot. Now, you see the guns on those tanks start moving as if they're searching for the targets. The targets of human beings.
Baby, it's gotta be a masterpiece.
And now, suddenly, we're in the full fury of the fight. Bam! Tap! Close up.
Nobody calls it the way you can. What do you say?
It's great. It's a great theater.
Yeah, look at the movement in her directing. The rhythm she gets.
Here. There's a guy on the left hand of the screen. In the middle distance. We'll close up on him in just a few seconds. He's about to step on a mine. Watch it.
Yeah, that's it. Look at his face.
The mine just blew off his leg.
See how he caught his face like he can't believe it. He just can't believe it. Now he drops. Sheer poetic beauty in the motion as he falls, slowly, gently like a rose petal fluttering to the ground.
Baby, when you describe it, a guy could cry.
As he tries to support himself on the leg that is no longer there, comes death. Death is the only comfort to soothe his sorrow.
How do you get that effect?
What effect?
The effect of his leg being blown off and then his dying. How is that done?
Oh, you mean, how is it done?
It's done with a modified landmine.
You mean you actually blew his leg off? And what I'm looking at, these men are actually being killed?
Well, what did you think?
What do you think, Fish? But that's
showbiz, Fish. That's showbiz.
About which it is said, there is no business like. But there has never been show business like this one. Oh, well, yes, there has. Think back. The gladiators in the Roman arenas. They were showbiz, weren't they? So you see, the more things change, the more they remain the same. I'll be back shortly with that, too. Realism. That's the thing today. We want real life in our theater. We want real situations that involve real people. Isn't that so? Well, we're listening to a story that is supposed to be taking place in the future, where realism seems to be very much a part of the day. Not only are the situations real and the people real, but real things actually happen right before you on the screen.
Are you telling me, Mr. Starrett, that in the show business, in that future time you claimed to have visited...
I did visit there. I was there.
The actors actually died?
They actually did whatever you saw them do, Doctor. They were eaten by sharks, by wild animals. They drowned. They starved. They died in the operating room. Whatever the story called for.
There must have been many dead actors.
You think of all those shows, I would say easily 100 would be killed each week.
But where did they find so many actors?
Well, they weren't really actors. They were just convicts.
Convicts?
Well, what I mean is, Doctor, they were convicted of crimes.
Serious crimes must have been very prevalent in that future world.
Serious? Anything was serious. You said something bad about your superior. That was serious. You had it. You were in showbiz.
Well, what kind of superiors are you talking about?
The superiors ran everything and everybody worked for them. It was kind of a drab place, you know?
Drab?
Well, everybody had to work, keep their mouths shut, and do as they were told. That's why they had this exciting showbiz, so that you could keep the masses quiet. But I didn't know that until later. Anyhow, a few days later, I was at the pool.
Hi, sis.
Hi, baby. Glasses isn't here.
I see that.
He said he was going down to the range. He wanted to practice pistol shooting some more.
I would say he needs it.
Should I tell him you were asking for him?
But I wasn't asking for him.
No?
I dropped around to see you.
Me?
Yep. You're on tonight.
That's right.
I would like to give you a word of advice. The script calls for you to be watching the action from a street corner phone booth, a typical 20th century locale. You see...
I think so.
Now, when you hear the first police car coming along, just step out of the booth.
Step out of the booth?
Yeah, there'll be a doorway. Just move inside it.
Any reason?
There are going to be a lot of bullets flying around, and I don't want you to get killed your first time out.
Oh, it's very nice of you, baby.
Do you know why I'm being nice to you? It's because I want you to be nice to me.
Oh? I thought you belonged to Glasses.
I don't think you have that quite right. I don't belong to anybody. But all of you on the show belong to me.
Hi. Can I see you for a minute, Fish? I mean, if I'm not bothering you or anything.
It's okay, Glasses. Come on in.
I want you to do me a favor.
Sure, if I can.
I always treated you right, right? I give you tips on everything. I help you along.
What do you want?
Put in a word for me. I mean, with baby.
What kind of word?
Don't play stupid with me. She goes for you, I know. She dropped me the minute you came in sight.
Glasses, it's not because of anything I did.
I know. I wasn't the one who made a play for her the first time either. She decides. She picks out who she wants. And when she gets tired of him, look, I don't care, except...
Except what?
Except she doesn't like a guy to hang around after she gives him the gate. See what I mean? So she writes him out of the script. And you know what happens then?
Yes, I know.
Yeah. So, could you put in a good word for me? You might tell her I give the show a lot of comedy.
You do, Glasses. You really do.
Tell her that. I'm not just asking this for myself, but for you, too.
For me?
Your day's gonna come. It'll have to. She'll get bored with you, and some new guy'll come along, and... So, if we can manage to set a precedent...
What kind of precedent?
Well, we could make her realize she don't have to kill a guy just because she wants to drop him. Promise you'll try.
He does give the show a lot of comedy.
Let me worry about that.
Well, I'm only trying to help.
Put your arm around me, Fish. Listen to that music. Oh, honey, I know you're scared. But baby here's going to look out for you. I'll keep you alive, sweetie. Just trust baby. Now say you trust me.
Baby, I'm only trying
Don't try to help Glasses.
But he's a good friend of mine.
I'm the only friend you've got. You're in showbiz, and don't forget it. You'll have to kill him.
Me? Kill Glasses?
Tonight, he's going to try to kill you.
But he wouldn't.
Why not?
Well,
First of all, he's madly in love with me.
Yes, but that's
He
not...
hates you because you took me away from him. Second, the lead on Killers and Cops is up for grabs. Sarge was wiped out last week. The two most popular cops are you and Glasses. Now, Gorilla and Glasses are great pals.
Gorilla?
He's the hood you're going to have to capture tonight. You and Glasses are going to have him trapped. Glasses has already worked it out with him. He won't shoot at Gorilla.
But the script says he's supposed to cover me.
So his pistol will misfire. Just wait and see. That gives Gorilla a clear shot at you. And you're dead. Dead. Now, here's what you have to do, sweetie. Fire what looks to be a wild shot and kill Glasses by mistake. Then radio back for help in capturing Gorilla.
I find it hard to believe that Glasses
You
would...
better believe it. And now, give baby a great big kiss.
Okay, Gorilla. We know you're in there. Come on with your hands up. No good, Fish. We'll have to go in after him.
Listen, why don't we get on the radio and call in for help?
Why? Because that ain't in the script.
But it makes sense, doesn't it?
It ain't in the script.
But if we go after him ourselves, both of us can get killed.
That's showbiz.
Well, if that's the way you want it.
The way to keep alive, the best way to keep alive, the percentage way, is to follow the script.
Okay.
The script calls for you to move toward the door of the house, and I cover you.
Okay, let's do it.
Go ahead. And Fish, good luck.
Gorilla, this is your last chance. Okay, Glasses, I'll be moving in along the wall. Now, cover me. Here I go.
You didn't kill him, Fish. You didn't kill Glasses.
I couldn't.
I knew that, so I told Gorilla to make sure to get him.
You told Gorilla?
I told Gorilla I knew about the little deal he'd made with Glasses. I don't mind you boys having your little intrigues, but when I want something done,
I want to be obeyed. So Gorilla very obligingly shot glasses for me.
I never killed anybody in my life.
Oh, come on. That guy they found you with in that phony-looking spaceship?
But I explained how that happened.
Yeah, well, you better learn how to kill.
I don't know if I can.
You'll have to kill. To keep alive.
And did you kill?
Yes, Dr. Simon. I killed. I learned how, and I became popular. There were fan clubs. I received mail. I was a hero. And then one day, something happened. I was sent to the cell, and it was the same cell where I had been tried. And my assignment was to pick up a new member of the Killers and Cops cast. Somebody who had just been sentenced to showbiz. All right, if you're ready, let's go.
I refuse.
That won't do any good.
I refuse to kill.
I know how you feel.
You? Why, you're the most bloodthirsty, vicious...
What were you sentenced for?
Something you would never understand.
Try me.
Protest. Social protest. I want people to rise up and change their drab and dismal, suffocating lives. To think for themselves.
All right, let's go, Brain.
Brain?
That's right. The writer has already figured out how to use you. You're going to be a brain. A kind of thinking machine who figures everything out intellectually and scientifically. If you'd like to have lunch now, Brain, we can have it served right here at the pool.
99% of the people in this country can hardly make ends meet, and you live in such luxury.
You too, Brain. From now on, you too.
But it's not right.
Never mind that. Get to know everybody in the company. We try not to kill each other, except when she insists.
Hi, Sis, darling.
Hi, baby. Meet Brain.
That's just what I came down for. To get acquainted. You're my character, Brain.
I thought I was your character, baby.
The censor assigned Brain to me. Now, what am I going to do with you?
Oh, with a name like Brain, he might make a good guy to keep in the office. Who doesn't get out in the street. And suddenly I realized what I was doing. I was begging for my life, just as Glasses had been pleading for his when she met me for the first time. Because I saw what Glasses must have seen. That baby's eyes were now for the new man, which meant that the old one would not be long for this world. And a chill went through me. What was I going to do?
She's right. Baby's 100% right. A writer is truly a god. He, in this case, creates a world and everyone in it, and gives them life and love and death, purely as whim or mood or fancy may direct. But what happens when a writer is not restricted to the printed page, but is allowed to play God in a real world? The answer, if there is an answer, will be forthcoming in Act 3. Ancient Rome had her gladiators who fought to the death, her lions and tigers who hunted human prey in the sands of the arena. Her vast Colosseum could be flooded with water to float war galleys that could stage real sea fights, and the public ate it up. Now, sometime in the future, it seems, a jaded public demands the same kind of thrills. Well, that's showbiz.
Hi, Fish.
Hi, baby.
I want to talk to you about tonight's script. I took your advice about Brain.
You did?
Yeah. He never leaves the office. His brain works like a computer. Feed him the facts, and you can almost see his brain batting out the answers. Great?
Great.
Now, he figures out where this gang of smugglers has to be hiding. He gives you the information. You decide to go after them single-handed.
I too? Why?
Well, it's obvious. You see, you're the fish.
Yes?
The fish that swims alone, silently, never leaving a trace. Deadly like a shark. The lone shark.
How many smugglers are there?
5 of them.
And where will they be hiding?
Oh, it's in the script.
Could I read the script?
Sure. But why? I just told you what happened.
Well, I'd like to read it.
You're the first actor who ever wanted to read a script. Okay, Fish. They're in that building down the block. You see it?
I see it.
Now, the minute you walk across the street, the cameras begin to roll.
All right.
Goodbye, Fish.
Well, why don't we just say au revoir?
Huh?
See you around.
Okay. Run! Fish! Fish! What are you doing?
What was I doing? Doctor, I can tell you what I was doing. She never caught on. I just didn't accept the script the way all the others did. I studied it, and I prepared for it. I figured out the fight with the smugglers in advance. I just didn't let it happen. The smugglers were going to get at me from 2 sides. So I tossed a hand grenade at one group, then I used tear gas on the other. And I was able to finish them off.
But surely, Mr. Starrett, you couldn't keep doing this indefinitely.
Yes, Doctor, I could. You have to understand the people I was up against. They were mostly beaten and defeated to begin with, scared. And they didn't really know how to think.
Why not?
Because all their thinking had always been done for them. It was a terrible world. I never got out into it because, well, actually, I was a prisoner. But I passed through it. In a limousine, when we'd go from one location to another, and driving through the city, I'd look around, and you know what it seemed like?
Yes?
It seemed like the pictures we see of those dictatorship countries, drab, dull, and people who don't seem to have much fun, and crowded. There just wasn't room for everything. Masses of people and buildings, one on top of the other.
And there's nothing more you can really tell us about this future world?
Baby said it. She said it was the old story. Feed them bread in circuses, and you keep them in line.
And you were part of the circus.
I got to be the whole circus after a while. My exploits, you wouldn't believe some of them. I can hardly believe them myself. Single-handedly, I wiped out whole gangs. I destroyed entire mobs.
How could you keep doing it?
I told you, I planned it in advance. I prepared the ground. There was a girl in the prop department. I could get her to fix the guns the killers would be armed with. Little things. Lots of little things.
But sooner or later, your luck would have to run out.
It did. One day I was called in to see the boss. The real boss. I mean, the censor.
Hi, Fish.
Hi, censor.
Your writer, Baby, has just created a special.
Yes?
A World War II special. She has asked permission for you to star in it.
Oh, but I'm just doing fine on the Killers and Cops series.
Not really.
But the ratings...
They're falling.
It's the most popular show on.
You're becoming a bore. Too predictable. You always win. We can't have that.
Why not?
Because you represent the establishment.
Well, even so, it's a great show.
And the people hate the establishment.
But that's treason.
Of course. And so, rather than have them do something about it, we must give them a chance to express themselves vicariously. Therefore, occasionally, the establishment must lose.
What am I supposed to do now?
World War II still exerts a peculiar fascination. Some time ago, Baby created the Battle of the Bulge. But now she's done something even bloodier. The Battle of Casino.
But my image is of a cop.
Your image is of an actor. You are believable in anything.
But
This meeting is adjourned.
And this is the battlefield, this long, rocky hillside. Up there is the replica of the monastery. Let me show you where your detachment will be ambushed.
This time, I don't see how you can fail to kill me, baby.
Fish, what a way to talk. I never want to kill any of my actors.
Artillery, machine gun fired, mines. You're going to get me this time.
Believe me, Fish, I want you to make it. I'm going to pray for you.
Maybe you'd better pray for yourself.
For myself? Why?
Well, you could be in trouble, too.
Me? I'm top writer.
How long do you stay on top in showbiz?
Nobody has to worry about me.
I worry about you, baby.
You do? Why?
You were my first girl.
Oh, sure.
My first girl in this world.
Oh, you're back to that I come from another world business?
It's true.
Oh, sure.
Do you know where my time machine is?
In the museum.
I'm not allowed to go out into the world alone, baby, but you could take me there.
Why would I want to do that?
I could prove to you that it's legitimate.
Oh, sure.
Baby, you'll need a great new show.
Why, I've got 2 great shows now. Killers and Cops and my new special.
Killers and Cops is going to die.
Why?
Because it's losing the lead. Me.
What makes you think you're so
I'm too much part of that show. What other actor has ever lasted any show for as long as a year? Even 6 months. The show is dead without me. And this special is going to be a turkey.
How do you know?
Because you're due. You're too successful. You have enemies.
So we are.
The Battle of the Bulge had excitement. It had intrigue. Casino, what was it? Just a slugging up a mountainside. Has all the suspense and excitement of a slaughterhouse. So they'll all say, baby's lost her touch. But my way...
What do you mean, your way?
A great new show about a time machine.
It proves what you know. That old turkey's been done to death.
Because it was a phony. Mine is a real time machine.
Oh, sure. Sure, you're just trying to get out of the Battle of Casino because you're scared.
You're the one who should be scared. You need a time machine show. What a great hit. Look, we call it the Parade of the Worlds.
Who gets killed?
Suddenly, we were the charge of the Light Brigade. All of them get killed.
Hey, that would be something. And you know what else? We could push people out into the Roman Colosseum, right into the middle of the lions. Or go way back and let people loose in one of those prehistoric jungles among the dinosaurs. Oh, yes. There are possibilities.
I knew you'd see them.
The trouble is, how do we get to that machine?
Well, you said it was in the museum.
Yeah, but we need special permission, and nobody ever gets that.
Not even you?
Not even me.
Oh, we can lick that.
Even so, what good does it do us to get to the machine?
To prove it's real. They think it's a fake. But once we show them...
You could be right. How do we get to it?
Well, I still have one more show to do on Killers and Cops. Now, why don't you have the action take place in the museum? You get these crooks who are out to steal...
Say no more, Fish. All circuits are go. The script calls for you to park right in front of the museum. Now, this time you're disguised as the curator. Now, we go inside.
We?
I'm going to act in this one, too.
No, but...
You see, Fish, in case it's on the level, if it's really a time machine, what's to stop you from stepping inside and saying goodbye forever?
Oh, but I promise you...
So I'll hold this gun on you at all times. The gun you gave me is no good. I checked. It's loaded with blanks. That little prop girl. I rearranged things after she went home.
Well, what can I tell you?
Nice try. We arrive... Pull over. The cameras will roll the minute we step out of the car.
How can we walk up like this? The crooks could just pick us off.
There are no crooks.
There aren't any.
Keep walking and do as I tell you. Now, all we have to do to go forward is throw this switch.
That's all there is to it. But why are there no crooks?
I rewrote the script. The plot is for you to take me into this museum to show how you can use a time machine to catch crooks. Once in here, I kill you.
Why do you want to kill me now?
Because I don't want to share writer's credit on your new idea. This machine works. That means you created a show.
But I don't have a license.
You're with me. It means I accepted you as a collaborator. You're now a writer. Well, before that happens...
Both of you, step out.
That's the censor.
Both of you have broken the law.
Let's escape.
Step out.
No.
We'll be killed for this.
In this world, you get killed sooner or later anyhow. Does it matter when?
Yes, it matters to me.
Step out.
You heard her. Step out of the machine.
No.
It's an order.
So what? Let's get out of this world.
I can't.
Do you want to die?
I can't disobey an order. That's how it is. That's how we're trained. You wouldn't understand. You're not from here now. I know it.
I'm going back home.
No, you're not. Touch that switch and I'll shoot.
You're crazy.
Let go of me.
Let the gun fall to the ground.
I'll kill you. You're disobeying the censor. I have to kill you.
Both of you, step out. Machine gunners, flamethrowers, be ready to destroy them.
That's how it happened, Doctor. That's why she's dead. The gun went off and it killed her.
Yes?
It's the truth, Doctor, the truth. The censor ordered her police to fire at us, but I'd already pulled the switch. But one of the flamethrowers, he hit the wall before we could get out of there, and it fused all the circuits together, which is why I can't show you how the machine works.
And that's your story?
Yes, Doctor.
That's how you claim the woman was killed?
Baby, I had to kill her in self-defense.
I see. Orderly, take Mr. Starrett back to his room.
You mean so?
We'll talk again tomorrow, Mr. Starrett.
But I'm not crazy, Doctor. I'm not a homicidal maniac.
Please, go quietly, Mr. Starrett. It's important for you to try to maintain your equilibrium. Orderly? Dr. Paris, this is Dr. Simon. This, Roger Starrett now, he's completely insane. I think he has to be institutionalized for just about the rest of his life. I know it's a pity, but that's showbiz.
And, of course, there's no business quite like it. What happened to Roger Starrett? Well, he has become a character on a show you have just experienced. And during your lifetime, you will witness thousands of shows on which people come and go. They arrive from nowhere and return to oblivion. However, I shall return right here in just a few moments. One day soon, you will attend a show. You will see a play on a stage or a screen, or hear it on a radio, and the plot will call for someone to die, and the actor accordingly falls down dead. But you know that after the curtain comes down, that actor will rise up again, a living being. But what about the character? For a brief interval in time, he had life too. Is he dead? Well, that question should hold you until tomorrow. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Joan Loring, Robert Dryden, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
So you see, my dear, we're talking about at least $3 million.
And that's why you hired me. So I could cheat Mr. Gillespie.
Oh, now, cheat is a harsh word.
But it's true. And what will you do with me afterwards?
Why, we shall give you your share.
Won't you just kill me the way you killed everybody else?
We killed the others because they forced our hand. Give us no motive.
and we'll let you live.
Aren't you afraid I'll go to the police?
No, because we will have evidence to show that you were the one who poisoned Mrs. Daimler.
But that's a lie. Oh, I don't want any part of it.
Oh, my dear Miss Watson, what are we proposing? Only to make you fabulously wealthy. Why are you being so difficult about it?
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Is there anything more insidiously disturbing, awake or asleep, than the slow drip, drip, drip of a faucet with a worn washer? A tap, not quite turned off. An unknown leak somewhere in the plumbing. Particularly in the far reaches of the night. It can murder sleep better than Macbeth. But even by day. Our mystery drama, The Lady of the Mist, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Rosemary Murphy. It is sponsored... Drayton Manor is not nearly as old as the House of Drayton itself. By that I mean that the structure is probably not much over 200 years old. But the Drayton family is listed in Burke's Peerage as far back as the War of the Roses. And the present house is certainly built on the foundations of the ancient castle which guarded the head of the lake and the river that feeds into it. But this is 1975, and once again, a remodeling is in order.
I located the trouble right here, Lady Drayton.
Miss Drayton, Mr. Giles. The title, such as it is, evolves only on the men in direct line. My brother Charles, for example. Or if I had a son.
You, a son?
We shall hope it isn't likely since I'm not married. So, that great booming drip of water I hear in my bedroom is just caused by this leaky old faucet.
All it is, Mum, that it bounces off the drain and makes it all echoey-like and strange from below.
Can't we do something to stop it? My brother and his new bride have to sleep right under this.
I tried a new washer, Mum, but the old stem is so warm.
Can you stop the noise is the important thing.
Oh, yes. All it takes is to be careful. Like when you turn off this here cold tap, you just gives it an extra little nudge-like, and she's tight as a drum.
Well, thank heavens. That drip, drip, drip was like the Chinese water torture. Enough to drive a person stark, staring mad.
Oh, yes. Nothing new in these parts, though, or in this family. Hey, your ladyship.
Miss Giles. Miss. Sir Charles is the lord of the manor, but in this day and age, who pays attention to such things anymore?
Oh, around here we cling to the old ways and the old superstitions. Sort of rubs off on you without your knowing it, you might say. Just looking out that window there at the waterfall, twilight coming on as it is. If I didn't know better, I could swear I could see the Lady of the Mist peering through there like it was a veil or a curtain.
Now, come along, Giles. I don't know what's come over you.
Oh, just remembering and hoping she's resting easy now.
Who?
What puts the water madness on you like she did to poor Sir Charles' first wife?
Oh, Giles, nobody knows if the woman really ever existed. It's all just folk legend.
Oh, she existed all right. You'll never convince me or any of the plain folk hereabouts she didn't. Lonely she is, calling people across the veil to the other side to keep her company. And the animals.
The what?
Well, they've took the water madness again ever since the news of the wedding. Peter Dombey found 2 of his sheep wandered, and they came up drowned in the lake. And I lost me old cow. I'll take odds that's where she's off to. Oh, she'll turn up one of these days.
If your lady of the mist is lonely for company, why pick on animals? I'm sure she'd rather have someone to talk to. But even if she doesn't, why does she return them?
Dead, she does. It's their soul she wants us all, you see. Shades and specters, just like ourselves. And it isn't only animals. What about the Blodgett boy 5 years ago, eh? And comes to that, what about her poor first ladyship 10 years ago?
Why, Giles, you know that was an accident.
Suicide, some still whisper.
What nonsense. You saw her slip yourself, and me try to save her.
So I did. But lately I've taken to wondering if maybe the lady didn't call her. Especially with Sir Charles marrying again.
I haven't any more time listening to country gossip. Come along, Giles. We've loads to do to prepare for them coming. I don't know how we'll ever manage it. At least that drip has been fixed. Pick up your tools and let's get along.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to hear one word of this from now on. Do you hear? I want this Lady of the Mist put to rest.
Oh, yes, sir. If only she'll stay there.
I should have been more vexed with Giles if I hadn't been so put out with Charles. Of course, I was a perfect fool to have financed his little jaunt to Europe, and more than that, to let him go alone. I knew, of course, there would be women. There always are in Charles's life. But that he would get married again. Well, it was just like the first.
I hope you'll take to Meg, Vanessa, darling.
Oh, I know I will. I mean, how couldn't I, since she's your sister?
Well, she's quite a bit older than I, you know, and Margaret, Meg, is sort of county, if that means anything.
You mean Grosse Pointe, Michigan, Philadelphia Main Line, that sort of thing?
Do I?
Yes, well, I can live with that. It's how I was brought up.
Oh, I can't imagine it. You, Tweedy, stuffy, and old-fashioned.
Oh, no, not me. I'm kind of a heller, matter of fact.
You?
Oh, I warned you before we got married that I'm not quite the real me. I mean, I'm just still so shook up after Mom and Dad totaled themselves in that car wreck.
Oh, darling.
You know, until I met you, I thought I'd never be myself again. But thanks to you, I'm on the way. You know, I feel a little guilty about it. But, Charles, I've never been so happy in my whole life.
Well, just give me the chance, and I'll make you that always. You know, I was just thinking.
What?
The manor is pretty far out and sort of isolated.
Oh, but while I'm getting my head put together again, it's just what I need. To be alone with you.
Well, we shan't be exactly alone. I mean, there's always Meg.
Oh, darling, I don't mind at all about sharing the house with her. You're the one I'm going to be selfish enough not to want to share with anyone. Oh, come on, Charles. I'm dying to get there.
Meg, this is Vanessa.
How do you do? I'm so glad to meet you. Okay, may I call you Meg? And please call me Van.
Yes, of course.
Van?
Well, I must say I've never seen you so bowled over, Meg. Of course, Vanessa is radiantly beautiful, but...
It isn't that. Of course she is, but you didn't warn me that she'd be so incredibly like... I'm sorry. Perhaps I put my foot in it. No, that's all right, Meg. I know Charles was married before. He told me all about it. He did?
Of course I did. Thing to do, after all. Van and I have no secrets. Brenda never was strong, and the pneumonia was just too much for her.
Do I really look so much like her, Meg? My dear, time dims memories. There is a resemblance, but just for a moment. And one can see that there's nothing weak about you. Pity I was silly enough to bring the whole subject up. Now, come along in and let's see about getting you settled. But I was lying, of course. The resemblance to me was startling. So startling that for a moment it had taken my breath away. And I had found my heart pounding in my head as if saying, she's come back. Not again. Oh, no, not again. Couldn't be again. But the pleasant, familiar process of dinner and after-dinner coffee buried such thoughts below the veneer of normal hospitality. It wasn't till Charles went out to put the car away and close up the garage that they started to sneak back insidiously. More coffee, Meg? Oh, I didn't mean to sound as if I were taking over. I just... Oh, my dear, it's your house now. Oh, our house, I hope. You can't know what it is to have a family again, feel cared for, and not alone. You took your mother and father's death very hard, I suspect. I flipped. It was so sudden. Well, I mean, everyone knows that in the normal course of events you're going to lose your father and your mother, but you think, well, I guess in hindsight, I thought there'd be some advanced warning. It wouldn't just happen like one minute they were there and the next minute they were gone forever. We have to take these things in our stride. Yes, but do you know what happened on my 18th birthday? No, I didn't. They were hurrying to get back in time to spend it with me. My birthday surprise. And instead, the surprise I got was 6 months in a psychiatric clinic and another year on the couch. Good heavens. Oh, don't look so shocked. It's all behind me now. I'm an old lady of 20 now with her head just about screwed back on straight. And Charles... Well, Charles is the one who'll complete my cure. Now that I've got him, I don't need anything else. I just hope I can be woman enough to make him feel the same about me.
Well, you girls get acquainted while the old man's back was turned.
I hope so. I'm sure I learned a great deal. Now, I think I should leave you two alone.
Oh, you don't have to move, Meg. I was going to suggest to Van that we go on up to our room. It's been a long day. All right, Van?
Oh, yes, dear. Let's go up to our room. Our room. 2 words like a scalpel which opened up the wound and let me look at it openly for the first time since the news of the marriage. Our room. Why, that was my room, which I had to vacate to accommodate this intruder. Worse than that, an intruder returned almost as a ghost to haunt me. Brenda, as she was 10 years ago. I crossed to the window and looked out. The park was bathed in bright moonlight. At the end of it, the beams glistened and bounced off the silver lake, and the mist of the waterfall that fell from the cliff into it. I couldn't hear Charles and Van, of course, but later I was to know a part of their conversation which charted my course. Charles, come here to the window.
Huh? What are you looking at, darling?
How peaceful and lovely it all is. And that curtain of stars falling down to the lake. Every drop of water in the moonlight looks like a star.
Yes, my dear. Now, come away. Let's get to bed.
Just one moment. Let me soak it all in. Look, Charles. Isn't it strange?
What?
The waterfall. If you look at it long enough, you could swear that column of mist looks like the figure of a white lady looking out from her window into the night, like me.
For heaven's sake, come away from the window, Brenda.
Brenda?
I'm sorry. I meant Vanessa. Oh, forgive me, my darling. That's Meg's fault, talking about her tonight. I won't ever make such a slip again, I promise you. everything's going to be all right.
Do you really get that feeling that it isn't going to be all right at all? Ancient legends that people refuse to let die. A first wife who seems to be afflicted with the same problem. And a sister who seems to feel that her way of life has been threatened. Not a very auspicious homecoming for a new and young wife whose only search is for peace and love. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Well, perhaps too much of my life is concerned with brooding night fancies, which vanish with the light of dawn. Certainly breakfast the following morning has been a pleasant and cheerful meal, with the bright sun streaming in the windows and drenching the green grass of the park and the dancing blue of the lake with sparkling warmth. Now as Van, Meg, and Charles rise from the table...
I'm glad you slept well, Van.
I certainly did, Meg, like a top.
Well, what's on the program for you two today?
Well, I thought maybe Van might like to have a look at some of the scenery around the manor.
First of all, I want to start by walking down to the lake and looking at that mysterious lady I saw last night.
What mysterious lady?
Oh, it's just that old optical illusion that... Oh, good morning, Giles. You, looking for me?
Begging your pardon, sir, but Molly said you'd be finished breakfast and it'd be all right for me to come in.
Of course it is, child. And you haven't met Sir Charles's new wife, have you? Van, dear, this is Mr. Giles Folkham, who lives down the road and who's not only an invaluable part of the family, so to speak, but also a fount of local knowledge.
How do you do, Mr. Giles?
Oh, Lord bless me, lady. Not Mr. Giles, it is, plain and simple.
Giles is our jack of all trades and master of most of them. Giles, did you want something?
Oh, yes, sir. I wanted to know if you'd be wanting the horses ready this morning.
Well, what do you say, Van? We can ride, use the carriage, or potter about in the car?
Well, we're going to go down to the lake first. I want to look for the lady.
Oh, begging your pardon, Mum, but if I was you, I'd stay away from the lake, at least for a while.
What does that mean, Giles?
Why, you know what I was telling you, Miss Drayton, and you said that
Oh, you mean all that nonsense about the water madness turning up again. Did you find your cow?
Now, wait a minute. What's all this about water madness?
Well, you know, sir.
Please, everyone knows but me. Can't I be let in?
Oh, it's just some silly local superstition. Why don't you get along and have a nice ride?
Yes, why not? What shall it be, Van? Auto, carriage, or some good stout horse flesh? I've a nice docile little mare if you fancy the last, and I did see some riding clothes of yours, didn't I?
Oh, yes, I love to ride, but no docile little mares, please. I'd like something with a little get up and go. Well, excuse me, Meg. I'll go up and change. You coming, Charles?
Oh, I'm half dressed for riding already. You could bring down my jacket, if you will, or I'll be up in a moment. Just want to check out the tack with Giles.
Right, dear.
You go ahead, Giles. Right with you.
As you say, sir.
Meg, what's all this about Giles's cow?
Oh, you know, the usual. It's been a dry summer, and while you were off in Europe, a few cattle turned up drowned.
Giles lost a cow?
No. At the moment it's just missing, but of course he's convinced the Lady of the Mist is up to her old trick.
Now look here, Meg, I don't want any of this nonsense brought up in front of Van.
I'm sorry, but she has to know sooner or later.
Oh? You don't like Vanessa?
I didn't say that.
Then what are you saying?
Great heavens, are you too blind to see for yourself? The resemblance. You married the same woman you did 12 years ago, except for the accent. It's like bringing a ghost back to haunt us all.
I think we'll stop this right here, Meg. I'm quite madly in love with Van. It's a whole different thing than that childish schoolboy marriage of years ago. But if you don't like it, you can get out. You don't have to live here.
May I remind you that the manor may be yours by entail, but it's my money that keeps it running ever since you gambled your own away.
Now let me tell you something in return. As it happens, Vanessa was left a very rich girl. And not only has she given everything to me in her will, but she's already given me power to handle her money. So I don't need you anymore, Meg. The apron strings have come untied.
Charles, I don't want to quarrel. I don't know how this started.
Nor do I. I just want you to know how things stand. Like it here, and you're welcome to stay. If you don't like it, you can lump it.
At first, I was shocked beyond belief. Charles hadn't defied me since he was a little child, and I was left to bring him up. Then suddenly, I was monstrously furious. The years were rolled back, and it was Brenda all over again. An interloper had chased me from my room and from my rightful position. Title or not, I was the lady of Drayton Manor. It was mine, and nobody was going to take it away from me. It didn't take me long to recover. It was just something to handle, as I always managed to handle things. The only question was how. That would have to be resolved. In the meanwhile, as time passed, things progressed exactly as I might have foretold. Charles!
Oh, what is it, Van?
You're not going off and leaving me like this?
Well, good Lord, it's only for the day. I can't let old Gookie down. The pheasant are running, and we always shoot over our land together.
Why can't I go with you?
Oh, don't be silly, Van, my dear. Hunting is men's business. No place for a woman. I'll be back by twilight.
And leave me alone again all day?
Not alone. You'll have Meg around for company.
It isn't working that way, Charles. I'm afraid... I don't think Meg likes me.
Oh, what nonsense. Meg's a bit stiff and formal, that's all. You'll break her down. Now, don't hold me up, darling. Can't keep Gookie waiting.
Just like Brenda. The woman, I should say the girl, just didn't fit in with our sort at all.
That's the last of the draperies, your ladyship. Where shall I have them took?
What on earth's going on here?
Just a moment, Meg. Right up to my bedroom suite, Giles.
Oh, yes, your ladyship.
I asked you a question.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm going to do over our bedroom, for a start, anyway.
Do over the bedroom? But it's full of family heirlooms.
Excuse me. You can start taking them up, Giles.
Yes, your ladyship.
See, that's just the trouble, Meg.
What?
Well, they are heirlooms, and I'm sorry, but they loom over me. I'm trying to shake off all the cobwebs I've been fighting against. I don't want a past. I want the future for myself and for Charles. Oh, I know that heavy old furniture and those musty old drapes are tradition, but they depress me, and I want it to be light and airy. So please try to understand.
Oh, I understand, my dear. Of course I understand. This was just the beginning. First the drapes, then the furniture, then me. Relics of the past to be thrown aside. Well, I had no intention of being cast aside, but I had to bide my time. So I concealed my feelings, and I waited.
You know, Van, darling, I've been thinking, and I do owe you an apology.
You do? Why?
Oh, about the hunting thing and other stuff. I've been neglecting you, I suddenly realized, and I never meant to.
Oh, darling, I do miss you, but I can't take up all your time. It's only that, well, while we're on a sort of honeymoon...
Yes, I know. I tell you what, why don't we run up to London for a little trip?
Oh, I'd love it. And while we're there, we'll go on a real shopping spree.
Yes, anything you say.
You know what I want to do?
What?
The whole house. Refurnish it. Let some light and fresh air in. Would you mind?
Oh, not I, but...
Meg. I'm afraid she won't be very happy about it.
Oh, she'll come around, and if she doesn't, we'll pack her off on a jaunt to the continent or around the world or something. Matter of fact, if we have to, we'll just move her out altogether. It's just you and I from now on that come first.
I'm not ashamed to say that I was eavesdropping every bit of that conversation from behind the hedge in the rose garden. But how dare they change Drayton Hall, cast me out? Oh, no, never. You'll go first, Lady Misfit. Can't understand how Charles can stand to have you around to remind him of... Then, it isn't quite the same. But how can I move unless I have her to myself? And then, suddenly, by the most tremendous stroke of luck, it was all arranged.
Hello? Yes, this is he. What? Good Lord. Oh, Mrs. Chatham, I am sorry. I'm devastated. What can I do? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. I'm devastated. What can I do? Oh, yes, of course. No. I wouldn't have it any other way. One of the best friends I ever... Look, I'll drive up right away and stay through the funeral. Yes, only too glad to be of help.
What is it, darling? Something happened to Reggie?
He's dead. Heart attack. Just like that.
Oh.
His mother is in an absolute state. Can't take hold. Look, I'll throw some clothes in a bag and go there right away.
I'll go with you.
What? Oh, no, dear. Wouldn't work. Under the circumstances, much better I go alone. You will excuse me, won't you?
And now I had her to myself. As soon as she was safely in her bed that first night, I started the water dripping. Not for long, just long enough to find out if it would waken her, and she'd hear it. I don't want to be alone again. Oh, Charles, I love you so. All right with you here, but when you're away... What's that? What's that sound? You're sure you didn't hear it, Meg? Not a sound, darling.
It's a loose faucet or something, maybe in the plumbing. It's a strange sound. And
don't you worry. We'll have Giles get rid of it. Matter of fact, why don't we stroll down to the lake right now?
What's he doing down there?
He's installing a little present from me to you.
Present?
Yes, a light, so you can illuminate your favorite waterfall and the local legend.
The Lady of the Mist. Oh, I've forgotten about her. Yes, let's get out into the air and listen to some pleasant-sounding water. And maybe you could tell me the legend about her?
Delighted to, dear. And Giles can add his own embroideries. He makes it quite an adventure, like listening to a ghost story on a windy night when one was a child. I had to move fast. Hadn't much time, and I could see my way to removing Vanessa from my life and hers.
Charming English gentlewoman, Meg Drake, isn't she? And it's becoming quite clear in her genteel way, mad as a hatter. But does she really think in a few days she can drive Vanessa mad? Or what is the way that is quite clear to her? I'll return shortly with Act 3. So here we go with Meg leading Vanessa down the garden walk, in more ways than one. And now, the closer we come to the waterfall, which looks so charming at a distance, and whose gentle sound is muted and not heard at the manor, a different picture of it emerges. The terrain is lovely. The soft screen of water that falls, a truly beautiful curtain of mist, and the lake stretching beyond, smooth as glass. But right beneath the rock, where the water falls, is a pool that spins in a quite terrifying counterclockwise whirl, creating a deep bowl with a hole at the bottom that seems to suck everything away into infinity.
I like it better from a distance. It's a little shivery close up. Especially that evil-looking swirl of water in the pool. It's like some huge drain. What is it?
Oh, that'd be the entrance to the cave, or the other world, like where she lives.
He means the Lady of the Mist.
Well, what is her story, anyway?
Oh, she was some poor lady in the Middle Ages. The lady of the old castle which used to stand where the manor house is now.
Built on some of the old foundations is the manor.
Possible. At all events, men being what they are, my lady's husband lost interest in her for some other woman, or more than one, and one night she came out, just as dusk was falling, and threw herself into the pool.
Committed suicide?
Oh, anything falls in that pool gets sucked down out of sight. Shaft there seems to have no bottom.
She doesn't want their bodies, you see, only their souls.
But what for?
To keep her company on the other side, wherever she lives between heaven and hell. They say she puts the water madness on them.
And when that happens, no matter how strong a fence you build, you can't keep the animals in. No holding them when they hear the sound of water in their heads that draws them in.
Sound of water in their heads. Oh, I'm kind of sorry now I got this close to it at all.
Had to happen sooner or later. Best to have things out in the open. Oh, by the way, Giles, her ladyship thought she heard some sort of water noise in the house last night. Any idea what it could be?
Why, no, Mum. You know, we checked everything out before Sir Charles and her ladyship came back. Oh, unless...
Have another look and see, will you?
Yes. Did you hear it, too?
No, not a sound. What's the matter, Giles?
Oh, nothing, Mum. I was just remembering what you told me about the First Lady.
That'll be quite enough. On you go back to the house, Giles. Her ladyship and I will follow.
Oh, yes, Mum.
Shall we get away from here? It's damp and dreary.
Yes, let's. It's out of the sun. I can feel a chill in my bones. Meg, what was it that Giles started to say about the First Lady Drayton?
The first?
I mean, Brenda. You cut him off, didn't you?
Did I? I don't know that I meant to. Why would I?
You're hiding something from me, Meg.
Oh, dear. I'm not a very good dissembler, but I'd rather you ask Charles about it.
Charles isn't here. Anyway, he said she died of pneumonia, didn't she?
Well, Van, dearest, it was just a little, you might say white lie. He just wanted to save your feelings.
Save my feelings? About what? Oh, she was found in the lake.
Well, yes. She fell off the rock. Oh, dear, I didn't want you to know. Charles will be very annoyed with me.
It was an accident?
Well, now it's out, I suppose you might as well know all the way. It was suicide. Both Giles and I saw her, but were too late to stop her.
Oh, how awful. But why? Why?
I think we've talked enough about it.
If you don't tell me, I'll get it from Giles.
It's a silly theory. He thinks his Lady of the Mist resents anyone who tries to take her place as the Lady of the Manor.
Why? Did every one of them drown?
I have no idea. You see, the manor was empty for years until Charles and I reopened it. Everything's changed now. You certainly haven't a thing in the world to worry about. Everything was ticking along like clockwork. Or better still, like a jigsaw puzzle. The pattern was being built to create the picture I needed. I did some things that night. Took the telephone receiver on the maid's floor hall off the hook so Charles couldn't get through if he tried to call. When I turned the tap on, I left it running most of the night.
Good morning, Vanessa. What's the matter? Didn't you sleep well?
Oh, Meg, I had the most awful night.
Whatever is the matter? Here, let me get you some tea.
I've been up all night.
You couldn't sleep. Why?
Well, first of all, I was expecting Charles to call me. And I waited and I waited. I just don't understand why he didn't call.
Well, maybe he will today. Is that what kept you up all night?
No. Charles didn't find out what was wrong, did he? What that leak was?
No, my dear. He couldn't find a thing. Don't tell me you heard it again.
It started about 1 o'clock, and it lasted most of the night. You didn't hear it?
No, I didn't hear a thing, and I'm a very light sleep. Is it still going on now?
No. It stopped about an hour ago, just as mysteriously as it began. Oh, and there's another thing, Meg.
Yes, dear.
It was kind of you about the light.
Light?
On the waterfall, but I think maybe if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, Van, dear, what is it? You must tell me.
Well, I was so restless with that Chinese water torture going on. And I could see the light was on. And I went to the window and...
And what?
Well, I know it's just auto-suggestion or whatever you call it, but I could swear I saw a woman in white behind the spray, and I even thought I heard her voice. What's the matter with me? Oh, Meg. I feel I'm coming all unglued just the way I did after Mom and Pop.
Now that settles it. I think we ought to have Dr. Vickers over to look at you.
No, please, I don't want... I don't need a strange doctor. I'll be all right. All I need is some sleep.
Oh, it was all working deliciously. The timing was going to be perfect, and this time I was going to be quite safe. It's been very risky with Brenda. I made the tea, dosing it carefully, carried it up to the hall table, nipped up to the next floor and started the tap again, and put the phone back on the hook. Not asleep. Here's the nice cup of tea I promised you.
Sleep with that awful, unending, relentless noise.
What noise, dear?
You mean you can't hear it?
You don't mean the water sound?
It's driving me mad. Can't we stop it?
But, darling, there's nothing to stop. Whatever it is, it's all in your... Well, I shouldn't put it that way. You must have an inner ear infection or something. Now, really, this time I insist. I am going to call Dr. Vickers.
Yes. Maybe it better. At least maybe he can give me a sedative.
Yes. Now, in the meantime, you must drink your tea.
Don't you hear it?
Darling, why wouldn't I tell you if I did? Why wouldn't I tell her, indeed? Oh, everything was going just splendidly. She drank her tea obediently, not realizing she was getting another nice jolt to keep her on the ragged edge. Then I called the doctor. On the way down to let him in, I turned off the tap, of course.
Very sensitive, very highly strung young lady. She doesn't take any kind of medicine, does she?
Oh, no, Dr. Vickers. Not now, anyway.
What do you mean, not now, Miss Strayton?
I told you about her parents, how protected she'd been, and that she'd been under psychiatric care for several years.
Oh, yes, possibly. There is a slight dilation of the pupils, but then she's under such a strain that
I'm a very unstable girl.
You think this girl might be suicidal?
It's what terrifies me.
Well, Well, I've given her a sedative and she should rest now. I'll look in again after supper. She should be watched very closely, very closely. I don't think she should be left alone for a moment, just in case.
I could promise him that all right, silly old dodderer. This time I knew I had him locked up as my witness if I needed him. Now all I had to do was wait for dusk and hope the last act would play itself as perfectly. Vanessa, what are you doing up?
I wanted to call Charles, but something seems to be wrong with the phone.
It's always acting up in the country.
But maybe he's been trying to get in touch with me. Oh, can't we go to the village and phone?
But Charles took the car.
Isn't there a carriage? Or could we go by horse?
I wouldn't think of it. It's much too far in your condition, but Giles has a phone. I could go over there.
Oh, no, I don't want to be left alone in the house.
Well, if you feel up to it, dear, it isn't far. You would come along and make the call yourself.
Oh, yes. Oh, please. Please take me. I'm sorry I'm so slow, Meg. I just feel so dizzy and weak. It's so dark.
Don't worry, my little one. You'll soon be at rest. What are you stopping for? Come along.
All right, Meg. Isn't that the waterfall?
Of course. We have to go over the path across to the top to get to Giles.
I don't want to go. Wait. I don't want to go that way.
It's the only way for you to go. The only way you have to go.
Meg! You're hurting me.
Don't worry. You soon won't ever hurt again. Just like Brenda, only this time easier.
What are you doing?
Sending you to join your Lady of the Mist. Won't it be sad when you turn up days later drowned?
You must be mad. You're mad.
No, you are a mad one. Going to be a suicide just like Dr. Vickers was afraid you might.
No!
Meg, in heaven's name, are you out of your mind?
Charles, how?
Let me go! No!
Van, what's going on? Darling.
When did you get back here?
I've been trying to reach you since yesterday. I was frantic when I couldn't get through and you didn't call me, so I drove back. When I found the house empty, I went running over to Giles, half crazy, wondering what had taken place. And then I just saw you.
But why didn't you phone Giles?
Darling, Giles doesn't have a phone.
She lied about that, too. Everything has been a lie.
No, calm down. What was a lie? Who? What are you talking about?
Meg! She was trying to kill me. Throw me over into the lake. Just as she must have done with your first wife.
Meg? But where is she?
It's too late. When you called out, you distracted her. I was trying to break free, but she lost her balance and she... Maybe we can help.
No. If she went over, no one can help her. And from what you're telling me, nobody should. Poor Meg. She must have been mad as a March hare. Oh, Van, darling. I suppose after this, you won't want anything to do with the Draytons.
Oh, darling, I am a Drayton. I just want you to promise me one thing.
What?
Don't ever, please, don't just ever leave me again.
Meg's body never did turn up. Perhaps just as well. And Charles never did leave Vanessa alone from then on. Well, let's be sensible. After the crisis was over, no two sensible people take a statement like that literally. What both of them did leave alone was Drayton Manor. Forever. Under the same circumstances, what two sensible people wouldn't? I'll be back shortly.
Give your hand to a friend.
The most successful selling cold medicine in the world is a little capsule. It's Contact. It contains no ingredients for aches and fever, no cough medicine, yet gives you longer relief per dose than any pill, any liquid. Full-time 24-hour relief of your sneezing, drips, and congestion. Contact. Its tiny-time pills contain ingredients to work up to 12 hours. That's longer relief per dose from those symptoms than any pill, any liquid. So, give your cold to Contact. All day, all night. Full time.
Give your cold to Contact. Give your cold to Contact. Give your cold.
Use only as directed.
This year, don't just go to another hotel. Go to another world. The Americana world. Whether you're on business or pleasure, all 19 hotels are an uncommon pleasure. Plunge into a world of many pools and beaches. Then smash an ace at our tennis courts. Score a birdie on our golf courses. Or conduct your business just minutes away from your hotel. Americana is a world of convenience. And a gourmet world of everything from the seafood in Mexico City to the sirloin in Washington, D.C. And reserve a ringside table at Americana's World of Excitement. With everything from flying Indians to flaming swords. You'll take home a world of memories. Acapulco surf, Hawaii sunset, Palm Springs fairways, San Juan's casinos, Korea's temples, New York's theaters. But you don't have to conquer the Americana world, just a piece of it. Dial toll-free 800-433-1776 for reservations or your travel agent.
What's the big idea? The big idea is the Astoria idea. An idea designed to come through with many happy returns for you.
Astoria Federal celebrates its new Glen Cove office with big ideas. Free safe deposit boxes for accounts of $5,000 or more. Free souvenirs. A world of door prizes plus 38 exciting gifts for new deposits.
Thank you for tuning in this evening for Mystery Theater on WAKR. We hope that you've enjoyed this evening's presentation and that you will join us again Monday through Friday at 11:05 p.m. The best way to enjoy Mystery Theater is to turn off the lights, lock up the house, and listen as E.G. Marshall opens the squeaky door on a new story. The Mystery Theater Players and the WAKR.
E.G. Marshall. In this tale, we're leaving the supernatural for the natural. Not that the mystery is less deep. This is a story of human beings and the passions and desires that consume and drive them. A story that concerns one of the 7 deadly sins. In many ways, the most repulsive of them all. But which of them? That is the matter of our story. Let Detective Louis Stein mention only one of them.
You listen to me, Tony, boy. The more time I spend on homicide, the less I pretend to understand it. I've seen guys knocked off in an argument over a hockey game. Dames who stuck a knife in their husbands because they forgot to bring home the margarine. Candy Hart was doing your little Polly picture out of a chance in the spotlight. Envy is as good a motive for murder as the next one. And murder is what we've got right here.
Our mystery drama, The Slick and the Dead, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Jovan Collections for Women and for Men. I'll return shortly with Act 1.
When you say Budweiser,
I was getting off a super slab, and this weak thing said to me,
if you got me here, it's gonna be a mean
got the king of fears for 100 years, Jim standing on the side. And I'd love to hear that thing say at the end of every ride.
There is no other one.
That's right.
There's only something left. Because the king of fears is bleeding all the rest. When you said that word, you said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Of all the crimes on the police blotter, the most fascinating of all is the crime of homicide. Not alone because the killing of a fellow creature is the most final of all crimes, but because the reasons, the motives, the mysterious why of it are the most complex in all sins against society. For gain, for revenge, for jealousy, for 1,000 reasons, including just no plain reason at all, murder one deserves its ranking. In Candy Hart's case, all the basics of how, where, and even when are satisfactorily explained before a story even begins. What we are concerned with is why and who. Watch it, Detective Carbo. Let the boys get the basket out. Oh, sure, Lou. Good-looking chick. Yeah, before somebody wrung her neck. What'd you get from the doctor? What you usually get from a doctor, double talk. She was strangled with her own pantyhose sometime in the wee hours of the night. Couldn't pin it any closer than that? He will after the autopsy, sometime early this morning. Well, what time did the maid say she found her? Around noon, when she was making up the rooms. Just walked in and found her, huh? Well, no, not quite. See, the clerk who let her in came on duty then. He wanted to know if she checked out. Why do you want to know that? Want to ask him yourself? He's in a room down the hall. Yeah. All right, nothing more to do here. She signed in as Ruth Sniffen. Sounds like a phony. Could be. Her address was phony. And when we checked her purse, we drew a blank. Too little there, if you ask me. Somebody ripped her off? No, money was there, and lipstick, compact gum, some keys, a pencil, and a couple of hair ribbons. Hair ribbons? Mm-hmm. Hair ribbons. So? Well, nothing. It's just a funny thing for a dame to be carting around. Why? She's got long hair. Yeah, that's right. Come to think of it, though, you might have a point. How come? Well, you take my kid, Debbie. She's got this long hair, too, you see, and she takes ballet. So? Did you get a good look at that one before they carried her around? Oh, sure, she was one looker. No, her legs, I mean. Did you notice how muscular they were? Yeah. You know, dancers use ribbons to tie back their hair. Maybe this will give us a lead on who she is. Isn't there anything in her bag? That's the whole point. Nothing. No letters, papers, no credit cards, Social Security, nothing. Tell you what, you go call Chorus Equity. That's the dancers' union. See if they got a Ruth Sniffen. I'll take this hotel clerk and see what he knows. What's his name again? You ready for this? Yeah. Cabot Lodge. What? How's that grab you? I wasn't ready for that. Lay odds you won't be ready for him either. I just knew I should never have registered her. I told Mama that this morning, first thing at breakfast. Why, Mr. Lodge? And is Lodge your real name? Well, of course. Cabot Lodge? Well, not really Cabot. Albert, actually. But in my profession, names are so important. Hotel clerk? No, in charge of the desk. I work the middle shift because Mama's more or less invalid and needs care. I see. Yeah, of course, I had it legally changed, years ago. Now, why was it you told Mama, your old lady, that you should never have registered her? The Admiral Hotel has a reputation second to none. And nothing like this, but nothing has ever happened here. All right, let's make this simple and quick. I saw the girl. She looked like a nice, clean kid to me. Why wouldn't you check her in? Well, look, I don't want to go into all the problems of running a hotel, but mainly because she had no baggage. She paid in advance? Well, yes. You asked for it because she had no luggage? No, actually, I see. If I could reconstruct the scene, Inspector, Detective. Detective. You see, it was a little after 3. Now, I had taken over early. You see, I had just put my yogurt and my macrobiotic dinner, I'm dieting again at the moment, away in the fridge and taken over the desk.
Well, the day man is so messy. And I was just, tidying up things when this girl came in. Yes, ma'am. May I be of assistance?
Could I have a single room, please?
Do you have a reservation?
No.
Oh. And just how long would you desire the accommodation?
Just for one night.
See, yes, we have a very nice room. 14B.
How much is it?
That would be $28, plus tax, of course.
Nothing cheap, less expensive?
I'm afraid not.
All right, that will be fine.
Oh, splendid. The Hotel Admiral is delighted to welcome you as a guest.
What was that for?
To get a boy for your luggage.
Oh, I don't need him. I haven't any bags. I just need a place to rest for a while and make some phone calls.
No baggage?
I'll pay in advance. May I register now?
Why, of course. And in no sense did I mean to suggest that you,
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Lodge, I see from the desk plate.
Yes, that's correct. Now, here's the registration, and I hope we can make you comfortable for your short stay.
I'm sure you can. I expect to be comfortable for some time to come.
What do you mean by that, Crack? Well, I hadn't the faintest. So she registered, and when you came to work today, she hadn't just spent a couple of hours, she was still here. Yes, and over her checkout time. When a maid couldn't get into her room? Oh, the maid could have entered immediately with her pass key, except for the protection of our guests, we have instituted an extra lock of the fall kind. You mean as well as the regular latch lock that closes automatically? Mm-hmm. There's another lock that you turn the knob to close from the inside. That's right. And it can only be opened or closed from the outside by key. So the maid reported both locks shut and called you because the room was supposed to be vacated. That right? Yes. Mm-hmm. Then what did you do? Well, I phoned the room. There was no answer, so then I became a little worried. I went up myself and used my key for the protection lock, and we went in and found her. Dead. Yes, poor little thing. On the floor. And the bed had been swept in just as we saw it? I guess. Nothing was touched. Everything left as it was. All right. Just one more question. You seem to be a very sensitive man, Mr. Lodge. You have any idea why this girl took that room? Well, it could have been an assignation. Even in the best-ordered hotel. Even in the Admiral? Well, I shudder to admit it. Do you have any visitors? No, not that the hotel knows of. But of course, it's impossible to check. Did she make any outside calls? Yes, I prepared a list for you. Here they are. Good. How about incoming calls? No, we have no record of those. Excuse me? No, I'll take that. Detective Stein.
Hey, Lou, I gotta hand it to you. I got a make on a DOA.
Yeah, who?
Her real name is Ruth Sniffen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it seems like Taurus Union here doesn't allow two dancers with the same name, right? So, there was this older dame named Ruth Sniffen at the same time our Ruth Sniffen joined...
Tony, do me a favor. I've had enough small talk to last me to my grave. Just get to the point.
Yeah, okay. Our Ruth Sniffen is Candace Hart.
Candace?
Yeah, Candy Hart, dancer. She's now playing in What a World on Broadway, and I got an address for her, too, 1324 Christopher Street in the Village. And she has a roommate named Polly Pitcher. Yeah, you want me to follow up? The Pitcher dame is home right now.
All right, get Polly Pitcher down to the morgue for an identification, and meet me at the station. Maybe we're starting to move at last. And don't let that pitcher spill till I'm there to sop it all up.
So far out, I don't dig it. I mean, Candy was making it all the way.
All the way?
Well, Mel Guinness just left the show to have her baby, and Candy got up to do her solo. She was sitting on top of the world.
She have any boyfriends?
Are you kidding? Oh, don't get me wrong. Candy was good, but she didn't get ahead strictly on her dancing.
That's kind of a nasty crack.
Oh, I was on my way out of the apartment. I just wish I'd left sooner.
Your way out?
Oh, that's right, Detective...
Tony Carbo.
Oh, Detective Carbo. What I meant to say is I was moving out because Candy and me didn't cut it.
How come?
I don't know how much you know about dancers, Detective... Stein. But to be one, you gotta be a little crazy, right?
Right.
Right? How could you know?
I have a 17-year-old daughter wants to be one. Here's one. What's the difference? She's hooked.
Oh, honest? Oh, I'd like to meet her sometime.
I don't think you could talk her out of it.
Who wants to?
No, you said you're all nuts.
Sure. But
who wants to live any other way if dancing is what you really want?
Go on, Miss Pitcher.
About what?
About why you were leaving, first of all.
Oh, well, just Candy and I didn't sort of hit it off like. She was, like by me, she was kind of a hard case.
Can you make that a little plainer?
Well, you know we were in a show together.
Yeah, what a world. Hey, I thought it was a knockout. And I remember you. I'm sorry.
You remember me, honest?
Tony, I'm talking to the witness, if she is one. Now, you said Candy Hart was a hard case. Why?
Oh, it's difficult to put into words. When the solo spot fell open, nobody questioned. I get it. I was chorus leader. I'd go right in. Only I didn't, because Candy shafted me.
How?
Well, I guess the producer had a kind of thing for her, you know. All I know is a special rehearsal was called Saturday night for today, Monday. And yesterday afternoon, Candy was planning a trip out of town.
And there's a connection?
The rehearsal was for Candy to go into the solo.
Yeah. And the trip out of town?
Make your own guess. The producer lives in Eastport, Connecticut, and that is where she was headed.
It looks like she never got there. I wonder why.
Gee, I don't mean to knock her, and I'm really just totaled by what happened. Well, maybe I'm way out of line, but that's the way I had to figure it when she left here.
All right, let's go over it piece by piece and try to figure again. Something went wrong somewhere with whatever plans Candy Hart had. What, where, why, when, a million questions. Let's just start here with the beginnings. And see, can we find not what's right or wrong, but what went wrong. The classic pattern of the result of that dreaded word, murder. Inexcusable. The taking of another's life, for whatever motive. I once asked you to be judge and jury. That doesn't apply in this case. Here, you are the detective. Make your own decision who is responsible for the death of Candy Hart. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Now we continue with the mystery of the death of Candy Hart. Who caused her death and why? Remember that you are a detective along with detectives Lou Stein, 1st grade, and Tony Carbo, 3rd grade. Shall we make you detective 2nd grade, since these reports come to you secondhand? And see if you can point the finger to the murderer as the case unfolds, while Candy's roommate, Polly, is being questioned. All right, Miss Pitcher. Incidentally, just for the record, is that an AKA?
A what?
AKA, that's also known as, an alias. He means, is it your real name?
Oh, yeah, sure. I really am Polly Pitcher. Well, Pauline, to be exact.
Mm-hmm. You said you figured your roommate Candy was off for a little weekend whirl with the producer of your show. Is that right?
I don't know. Sometimes I'm kind of a big mouth. Maybe I should have clammed up.
Not with us, baby. I've been paying. No, it's all right, Miss Pitcher. You just go right ahead and tell us again why you thought there was something going on there.
Well, the way I told you. I'm chorus leader. I've done the solo a couple of times when Mel Dance was out, so nobody thought much about it. She sprained her ankle, I'd go right in. And this time, a rehearsal was called, and the word was that Candy would be the one. Now, not that she wasn't good, but... Oh, gee, I hate this.
Miss Pitcher, let me say something. A girl is dead. This is a homicide. Somebody strangled Candy Hart deliberately, and she didn't die nice. So the nice things have to stop right here. We don't cut any corners anymore. Let's just get down to the nitty-gritty, which is not nice, but that's where we are. Now, I'll say some of it for you because it isn't fact, just like you say surmise. Okay? This producer and Candy Hart were making it together. That was the talk, right?
That was the talk.
All right. What's his name?
Henry Spence.
He lives in Eastport, Connecticut.
Right.
And you figured she was going to spend Sunday night with him. Why?
Well, Sunday morning when we got up, Candy asked... Hey, Polly, you with us? Oh, I'm awake, yes. Oh, I have a mother of a headache. Oh, some aspirin and medicine, Joyce. That won't cure what ails me. You got any liquor? Oh, some cooking sherry is all I have. Oh, sure. The All-American Health Club. What am I doing rooming with an AA? Oh, thanks for the boost, but since I never had to have it, I never had to kick it. When are you going to get with it, Polly? You're going to be an Elsie Dinsmore for the rest of your life? Oh, knock it off. The needle has lost its charm. And... oh, did you so much sleep? Anything else I can do for you? Yeah. You got a bag I can pack some clothes and stuff in? You still said... I thought I was the one moving out. Oh, I'm not moving out. Just overnight. Nothing permanent like you. Oh, look, I'm not in all that rush. I won't duck out on you till you have someone to take over for me. Well, maybe it'd work better the other way, baby. Huh? How'd you like to take over the place and get yourself a roommate to share expenses? Oh, it's your apartment. I didn't think that was... Everything's up for grabs at the moment, baby. I could be moving in with someone else. Can you spring me an overnight bag? Well, I haven't anything until tomorrow night. I rented to Jeannie Shepherd for a bus tour. She's due back tomorrow night. Oh, great. But you have an overnight bag. The zipper's stuck. Can't get it open. Boy, wouldn't you know. What's the heavy date? My future baby doll. You mean our big man? The reason for the rehearsal tomorrow, you going into the solo? No hard feelings, Polly. That's only for openers. Spencer may have something going beyond that. Oh, boy, you're playing with fire. You mean Isabel and her bag? The guy is married. You're buying a lot of trouble. Don't you worry. Isabel's out of town, and what anybody doesn't know won't hurt him. We got any shopping bags kicking around? The best I could do is a plain old supermarket job. Solid. And after tonight, maybe you won't have to worry about making any moves. Look, I don't want to get out of line, Candy, but what do you mean? Lots of things are going to be settled by tomorrow morning. I got one thing going for me. And if Spence doesn't come through as advertised, he's in real trouble. You make it sound like blackmail. All in the point of view. The way I look at it, I'm just trying to make it easy all around. Guys do marry more than once. What about Bill Pastor? Bill? Oh, he never meant that much to me. Come on, let's dig up that shopping bag. I may be traveling third class this last time around, but you better believe it, baby. From then on, it's first class all the way.
As far as you know, when Miss Hart left here, she was headed for Eastport to meet Mr. Spence.
That seemed the idea.
And she took her whatever she wanted to take with her in a shopping bag?
Yes.
And that's the last you saw of her?
Of course.
But you didn't know where exactly she was headed?
I thought up to Eastport. I mean, she called Central Terminal about train.
But obviously she didn't catch one. She didn't mention anything at all about a rendezvous in New York at the Admiral Hotel?
Not to me.
You quite sure?
Sure. What do you mean?
Look, it's maybe a little early in the game. But you do know your rights, don't you, Miss Pitcher?
My rights?
Yeah, you don't have to answer anything without legal counsel if you don't want to.
I don't understand. I have nothing to hide.
Nobody said you did. What's got you back up, Tony?
Nothing. I just wanted to know where she stood.
Yeah, that's right. It's up to you, miss. Your roommate Candy Hart left here with some overnight stuff in a shopping bag.
Hey, Lou, she never said she knew what was in the bag. It's all right, Detective, I did. When I brought her the bag, she had the stuff all laid out to go into it. Night clothes, hair curls, the works.
May I complete my question now, Detective Carbo?
Yeah, sure, Lou, sure.
Miss Hart left here with clothes and effects for overnight in this shopping bag. Now, you thought she was headed for Eastport and a date with Mr. Spence?
I did.
Now, you had no way of knowing that she might be meeting him here at the Admiral Hotel instead.
I've answered that already, no.
But she did leave here with the shopping bag.
Yes, the one I described.
Okay, Miss Pitch. Okay, I guess that's all for now. You wouldn't be planning to leave town suddenly, would you?
Of course not. I'm under contract.
Lou, are you kidding? Polly, I mean, Miss Pitcher will be doing the solo from now on. always know where to find you every night in the week, except Sundays.
I guess you do.
Yeah. And anyway, we got your address. We got your phone number.
It's a free world. How can a girl ask for secrets anymore?
By me, outside of my work, all she'd have to do is ask anytime she wanted to.
By me? Anytime I want to, I'll ask. So long, fellas. Be seeing you.
You might have bet. I'll take the word for the deed. Just in case, you mind if I call sometime, like, outside business hours?
Why not? Could be something new in a girl's life.
She kind of got me, huh, Tony? Got a little picture, then? Okay, Lou. I put in my 8 to 4, 4 to 12, whatever tour I'm on, but off duty, my life is my own. Don't get uptight on me. I'm not sticking my nose in what you do off hours. But I do have to tell you to watch it. I could have fallen for that little dame 2 years ago myself. That still doesn't mean she's leveling with us all the way. What are you talking about? Tony, the more time I spend on homicide, the less I pretend to understand. I've seen guys knocked off in an argument over a hockey game. Dames have stuck a knife in their own husband because they forgot to bring home the margarine. Candy Hart was doing Polly Pitcher out of a chance in the spotlight. Envy is as good a motive for murder as the next one. You don't seriously think? I'll tell you what I seriously think. You better stop thinking about her as anything but a suspect. And you better get moving to clean this thing up. Now, we're splitting from here on in. You can have this bill passed to the boyfriend that was mentioned. I'll take the Spence guy who looks like he might just be the whole crate of apples. So let's get on the ball. Yes, Detective, whatever the name was. Stein. Oh, yes, that's right, Stein. I'm quite aware that Candy, Miss Hart, is dead. You know, I had to appear in front of the entire cast of the musical at rehearsal break the news. Yeah, I know. That why you came to town, Mr. Spence? I beg your pardon? Make the announcement, I mean. Sir, I am in town every weekday. I run an office here. Just because I have one hit doesn't mean I haven't other projects in work. Sure. Now, let's see. Rehearsal was called for 4, is that right? That is correct. And we didn't know who the homicide was till around 3:30. Well, I can check with my secretary, but it was shortly after that time that the appalling news was transmitted to my office. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, it wasn't until I got to the theater for rehearsal that I was told the news. Yeah. What time did you get in this morning, Mrs. Spence? I beg pardon? What train did you take in from Eastport this morning? I didn't. I drove. Oh. Put your car in the garage? Yes. Good. A ticket will show what time you pulled in. That is correct. As a matter of fact, I came in yesterday from the country. Oh. In fact. When was that? Well, sir, it so happens that my wife and children are visiting her parents this weekend. I found myself at loose ends, decided to come into the city. And what time would that have been? In the middle evening, after dinner, say 8 or 9-ish. My garage will know what time I left the car. Yeah, they do. 8:47. Then where did you go? Not that it's any of your business, but to my apartment, where I worked until after midnight. Went to sleep, came down to my office at the usual time, around 10 a.m. Got a doorman at your apartment? No, actually, I own a brownstone. I have the bottom floors, rent out the top. And you say you were alone? I was. Did you make any phone calls? Did you see anybody during the evening? I made several phone calls, but got no answer. No, I didn't see anyone. So you were all alone from, say, 9 p.m. until at least somewhere after 8 the following morning? Unfortunately, yes. Sure. I mean, you're an intelligent man, Mr. Spence. I mean, you can see where all this is headed, right? Naturally. Now, Candy Hart. Why was she suddenly packing a bag to come and see you in Eastport while your wife and family were away? What? Was it because she was getting that solo spot instead of the regular girl who filled in? Has Polly been giving you some kind of a story about me and Miss Hart? I've done a little checking around. I had to warn you there was a lot of talk. It doesn't mean a thing. A theater company registered gossips like a family. As a small village, Sir, Candace Hart was an employee, a talented one, but nothing more. That why you invited her up for the weekend or for Sunday night?
Who said I did that?
There's a taxi service meets all the New York trains. They got an office that side of the track. My information is you drove in with your white caddy, license number UV557, in time to meet the 12:05 from New York. Now, you seemed annoyed there was no one on it. You went over to Mario's place for a couple of snorts till the next train. When no one was on that for you, you drove off and went, where?
You seem to be doing all the telling. Why don't you finish?
That's all I got. The rest you told me. You came to New York. I'll give you a bracket, 12 to 4 a.m. Were you at the Admiral Hotel during those hours?
I was not, sir, nor to the best of my belief, except to have a drink in the bar waiting for a train, have I ever been anywhere in the Admiral Hotel.
All right, so much for who at the moment. It wasn't you. Now, another big question you might be able to answer.
Yes.
Why? Why would anyone want to murder her, and why did she take a room in the hotel? Think it over, Mr. Spence. And remember, like I said in the beginning, you don't have to answer anything without a lawyer's advice. Where there is murder, there is most always motive. Not the casual hit and run of the mugger, the accident of panic, the mindless menace of a gun maliciously discharged into a crowd. Candy Hart's murder was motivated. By what? Jealousy? Fear of blackmail and a broken family life? Those are all we know so far. Either would be enough, but there are others still to consider when I return shortly with Act 3. While Detective Lewis Stein was questioning Haywood Spence, Detective Tony Carbo was questioning a man whose name had arisen only obliquely so far in the investigation, but a man whose testimony would prove to be surprisingly illuminating, since it introduced a whole new element into the case. An enigmatic young man named Bill Pastor. I'm Detective Tony Carbo, Mr. Pastor. Come in. I'm sorry to drag you down to the precinct, as I couldn't locate you.
Well, I was hauling the load. I just got in. Dispatcher gave me the message. What's the rap?
There's no rap, just a couple of questions about a girl named Candy Hart.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You knew her?
Yes. Yeah, I know her. Yeah.
You know what's happened to her?
I can read, can I? It's in the afternoon paper by now.
Yeah. Sorry you had to hear about it that way. I gathered from this picture you had a sort of thing for Candy.
Oh, all right, let's get that straight. I wanted to marry her. Don't try to dirty it up.
Ease off, man. Nobody's trying to dirty it up. I'm only doing a job.
Yeah.
You want it the hard way? Okay. Where were you between 12 midnight last night and, say, 4 o'clock this morning?
Zonked out.
You want to make that clearer?
I was sleeping. I had a haul freight out of here from Boston. 6 o'clock this morning, I just dead-headed back.
Okay.
You can check it out if you want.
I already have. Not that it matters. When was the last time you were in touch with Candy Hart?
I saw her a few days ago. She gave me my walking papers.
Mm-hmm. How come?
None of you. Well, what's the difference anyway? Who fights City Hall? I wasn't good enough for her. Except when she needed me.
You want to clear that up?
Yeah. She called me last night.
What time?
Around 6.
From where?
I don't know. First off, I thought it was from out of town, from that Spencer's place.
Yeah, what did you think of second off?
Nothing, because I got the kiss off. You want it all flat-foot? You can have it, with my compliments. I still can't figure it. Yeah.
Bill, it's Candy.
Hey, how are you, baby? Where are you? Where?
Never mind that for the moment. I need help.
Oh, what am I here for? You got it.
It's pretty crazy, Bill. I just didn't know who else to turn to.
I like that.
You wouldn't. I mean, whatever I say goes no further.
You just have to ask.
I'm asking.
So you can bet it. Not on your life.
Okay. Now here's what I need to know. If someone has a sack full of dough in, like, small bills, kind of worn, could they be traced?
No. Wait a minute, kid. What are you mixed up in?
Bill, don't ask questions. Just give me answers.
Well, how would I know?
You know why? Oh, I know it's not like that with you anymore, but you do have, like, connections.
Listen, where are you? Let me come up and talk to you.
No, first answer me.
Okay. The answer is, I don't know. I don't know where they came from. Do you?
No, but I can guess, and they're not legal.
Counterfeit?
No.
Lifted, stolen?
Not exactly.
How small denominations?
5s, 10s, 20s, a few hundreds. Not new.
What do you want me to say, Candy? I've been up the river. I don't want to buy it again. It could be okay, but if it was me, I wouldn't try to pass it.
What would you do with it?
Broker it, fence it. Those boys know how to spread it.
What would that cost me?
How much you got?
Never mind that right now. Let's say it was 100,000.
Oh, well, with no connections, you'd be lucky to keep maybe 25%.
And if I had connections like you?
Candy, even if I had it, I wouldn't touch it. Now, you listen to me. Whatever you got to stake, forget it. If it's the wrong side of the law, it is worth nothing. Turn it in. Now, look, you want me to help? Tell me where you are, and I'll come up and we'll work it out.
Forget it, Bill. I never had money like this in my life, and I'm hanging on to it come hell or high water.
Candy, honey, believe me, you're making a mistake. Candy! Oh, how can you be so crazy and stubborn?
And that's all? She hung up on me. And you've got no idea where she was calling from?
No, I tried to trace her to that roommate of hers, but she never gave me the time of day anyways.
I wouldn't press your luck, Lizzie. You keep your mouth off Miss Pitcher.
Like that, huh?
You better make that clear.
What's the use? You name me loser. It's my middle initial. I wish you better luck. Polly's a nice kid. It's just out of my class.
Mm-hmm. But Candy wasn't.
She let me know it often enough. We might have made it if I could have got it down to earth. Sometimes I wanted to drag her there with my bare hands and knock some sense into her.
Johnny, I've been looking for you. What are you doing in here? I'm looking through this morning's printouts from the teletype. Lou, read this. Franz, the scribe Gottschalk, convicted counterfeiter and forger of oil paintings, booked today as the perpetrator of the recent theft of the famous Whistler from the Flaxenheim Museum. Yeah, he was picked up while trying to extort extra ransom money for the Whistler canvas after Rudolf Schneer, the curator of the museum, had already paid the first demand for $100,000. Well, I still don't see... No, hold it. Listen. Gottschalk claims he never received the first $100,000. That the shopping bag supposed to contain the money had been switched for one resembling it, containing articles of women's clothing, a hair curling machine, and a tape recorder. That's what Candy got the dough she was talking about to her boyfriend. And why she ducked her appointment with Spence and holed up in the hotel. But how? Look, she can't tell us. All right, then, Miss Gottschalk, where they got him? We're going to have a few words with that shakedown artist. Supposing we just go over it again, friends, and this time let's do a little singing. I've told you it's the truth. I want to know how that girl got the money. Franz, Gottschalk, whatever your name is. I like better just Frank. I'm an American citizen. Yeah, you will like it straight out of the clean. I still am, even if I cannot vote. Frank, if you don't come clean with me, there are a lot of things you're not going to be able to do for a long, long time. This isn't just an extortion rap anymore. It's maybe the big M. I have nothing to do with murder. Okay, convince me. Play fair with me. I'll give you all the breaks I can. All right. I stole the Whistler.
I cut it out of the frame. It was such a pity to deface a masterpiece, but it was only a little. So I arranged my ransom terms. It's simple to get the picture back. On a word from me, the curators to take $100,000 in small bills contained in an ordinary shopping bag to Central Terminal. Is to go to the waiting room, locker 463, which you will find open, and put inside the bag. Then I know he does not spy on me. He must sit with his back to the lockers for 2 hours, not to move. Not to speak to anyone, not even to look around. Because there's warned they will be watched every moment.
Mm-hmm. You had accomplices?
No. I work alone. But how is she to know that? So I wait at the station. I see him come in. He's a small man, not so steady on his feet, you know. All of a sudden, from another direction comes this girl running and bumps into him. Well, my heart is in my mouth. Both of them stumble and fall, the shopping bag with them.
Ooh, wow, the money fell out.
No, Kotsidunk. I see them get to their feet. They are talking, but I cannot hear anything except all of a sudden the girl cries out, "Get out of here before I call the police."
But that gave you the heaves.
Well, my heart stopped, but he calmed her down somehow, handed her bag, and brought the shopping bag to the box, put it in, and then he went and sat. I moved to get the bag, made one look to check the contents.
Now, wait a minute. I'm ahead of you. She had a bag, you said. She had a bag. You mean a shopping bag?
That is right.
And when they knocked each other over, somehow the bags got switched, right?
Right. The bag in the box had only some ladies' undergarments in it.
That must have given you a real jolt.
Believe me. But I was not letting her get away with the money so easy. I locked the box. I turned to look for her.
And you followed her to the hotel where she checked in, bided your time, then went up to her room, got in by some gig or other, took your money, stopping only long enough to strangle her so she couldn't witness against you.
No, I did not.
Turned to the locker where the police picked you up.
I had lost her. I looked around. I couldn't find her. I thought perhaps in the other bag, in her bag, I could find an address, some name to know who she was. Please, you must believe me. I am not a murderer. I did not kill her. Please give me a chance.
The odds are better than you deserve. There are 3 others who have just as good motives as you. Now, all I've got to do is figure out which one of you 4 it was. Now, if...
Hey, wait a minute. My odds are wrong. Now,
you know something, Frank? There's only one person who could have murdered Candy Hart.
Just as a matter of interest, and for the fun of it, are you, as the audience so often is, way ahead of our detectives and our story? Could you name the murderer and his or her motive now? Have you perhaps even known from the beginning? Or would you like now, before we complete our story, to pick your own candidates? Now, for those of you who feel you know or have guessed, here is the solution.
I don't know what possessed me to do it, except that, well, I can't expect you to understand. But my vacation was coming up next Monday, and as usual, I just have no money. To be able to travel, to see the world, instead of being chained all day listening to Mama's whimperings and complainings. And then suddenly this blessed chance. No, I should say this terrible temptation.
When the girl came in with the bag full of money.
Yes. She was dusty as if she had fallen and all disheveled, and well, she was just definitely not a candidate for the Admiral Hotel. Well, I was thinking of telling her that we were all filled up when she put down her bag to register. Oh, Lord, help me, it tipped over, and the newspaper covering it at the top slipped aside, and I saw it was full of money.
So you let her in?
Yes.
And later that night you went up and used your pass key to get into her room?
She woke up and recognized me and turned on the light. I offered to share, but she was impossible. She said she would scream her head off if I didn't get out. For the first time in my life, perhaps, I lost my head.
I snatched at anything to gag her, and somehow it was around her throat, and then before I knew it, she was dead. Well, I had nothing to lose. I took the money. I thought I could get away with it. I knew that money was stolen, but somehow, I don't understand. Somehow, you guessed. And the worst thing of all, I just don't know how we're going to break the news to Mama.
I'm not sure I understand all the way myself, Tony. How did you pick it?
Well, first off, I couldn't see our desk clerk Lodge ever letting anyone into the hotel without baggage, a woman especially. And second, once we knew the money was involved, I figured that let Spence and Pastor out of the picture.
And little Polly, you never figured was in it at all.
You said it. Now, as for Gottschalk, if he killed Candy and took the money, why try a second holdup? But most of all, it's my total recall.
Like how?
You notice those special protection locks at the hotel?
Mm-hmm. The regular fault type.
Right. Protection for the guests from the inside. But the only way to close that special lock from the outside was to have a key. And the only person who had that key was the hotel clerk. Elementary, my dear Detective Stein.
Now, what am I supposed to say? Amazing? You didn't think I didn't twig that right from the beginning? It's just that I couldn't figure that mama's boy having any reason for... Well, I guess we're never too old to learn, huh?
So there it is, all wrapped up, finished, ended. As you guessed it? If you did, well and good. And if you didn't, there's always the enjoyment of a puzzle slowly unraveling, a mystery becoming clear. I hope you enjoyed it as a change of pace and as a reminder that the order of natural events is frequently just as chilling as the supernatural. I'll be back shortly. Pick up a pickup. Pick it up and take it home. Just to pick up a few loose ends, the extortion money was, of course, returned. And while Mrs. Lodge temporarily went into incredible shock, she eventually, in spite of her infirmities, imagined or otherwise, lived out her years quite happily. Her son received a life sentence, but in a strange way made his own adjustment to imprisonment, which he finds has many things in common with the hotel business. And Detective Tony Carbo is married to guess who? Our cast included Russell Horton, Rosemary Rice, Mandel Kramer, Josephine Premier.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Our tale is about spies. Don't be fooled by the disrepute into which the spy has fallen in the news and in our estimation. The spy has always been with us. Secretly or furtively, he seeks information with the intention of giving it to a hostile party. And for every spy, there is a counter-spy. What motivates them? Greed? That is true of an informer, but not of a spy. Usually it's love of country. Sometimes it's hatred of another.
Mr. Ferris, we are in trouble. You are suspected. Well, so you said, but I don't see how. The coded telephone message, it was audited. That is why our plan to destroy the tanker off Galveston failed. 2 valuable men are dead, and the plan failed. Your usefulness to us may be over. After all the information I've supplied to you, for which you are paid substantially, you are merely a paid informer. You have been useful to us. We do not want to lose you as our supplier. And I don't want to be exposed. We would not allow it. You know too much. Before you would have a chance to talk, you would be dead.
Our mystery drama, The Ferret, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Elliott Reed. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Even before history was recorded, kings and heads of clans, barbarian despots, and even the semi-civilized employed spies and paid them fortunes for secret information which might tip an advantage to them. Although we are adjured to treat our fellow men as we would treat a brother, life does not work out that way. We want what another has, and sometimes we achieve it by subterfuge. And the instrument of subterfuge is the spy. Cocktail, Monk?
No, thanks. You go ahead, Amory. You deserve one after what happened in Galveston. Well, for once we fixed their wagons. It is Ferris, right?
No question about it. You intercepted the coded telephone call. I have no doubt that it was phoned in by Ferris.
Yeah.
He's the only person I know of at Energy Exploration who has contact with Warren.
Well, it's hard to believe. A guy on a big security job selling out his own country. For what?
Money.
Oh, when do we move in on him?
We don't. Not yet. But No. I've had instructions from Washington. We've got Ferris whenever we want him. But we want the big fish behind him. The men paying him for the information.
Warren?
And many more.
Mm-hmm. Well, there are ways of making Ferris talk.
No good. Warren and the others would just scatter, and before they did, Ferris could be dead. They play rough. You know that.
Yeah. What's the plan?
Cat's paw.
Mm-hmm. Who?
Me.
Washington's orders?
My suggestion, but they bought it.
All right, fill me in.
I'm about to, Monk. My life will be in your hands.
You must be feeling pretty good, darling.
I am. Had a pleasant day, Laurie?
Better than usual. I visited Penny's teacher. Our 12-year-old has been put into advanced study.
Well, that's good news. I didn't know she was an overachiever, except at tuning in the television set.
Well, that pleased me, of course. But the reason I said you must be feeling good is the article in tonight's paper.
Oh? I read a contract on the train, so I didn't buy a paper. What article?
It's by some columnist waving the flag about somebody's quick work in Galveston.
The oil tanker.
How can you be so complacent about it, Amory?
I'm not. It was one of our small achievements.
Small? You prevent a tanker from being blown up and you call it a small achievement? It saved our country millions of gallons of oil. 2 of the men who planned the sabotage were killed.
Yes, and there are more where they came from, Loris.
But we're doing something about it. For a year, all I've heard from you is that one project after another at Energy Exploration is being hindered because the information is being leaked to enemies in other countries. You've been worried about it, and so has Clem Ferris.
Oh, he's been concerned, all right.
Well, I should think he would be. How can it happen? Everyone at the Bureau has been carefully screened. Isn't that where the leak is? How is that possible?
If we knew, darling, we'd do something about it.
There must be an informer there.
Could be. Security is watching every one of us very carefully.
Even you?
Even me. Even though I'm just the lawyer who specializes in land deeds.
Oh, it's got to be some scientist. Maybe some man in geodynamics. Their knowledge of sources of raw energy would be worth a lot to anyone who wants to cripple our energy program. Maybe there's a spy.
If there's an informer, Loris, you can be almost certain there's a spy.
Then isn't there also a counter-spy?
I really wouldn't know, darling.
Sometimes you can be so unsatisfactory. There you are, working at a sensitive bureau overrun with informers and spies and counter-spies.
Oh, Loris, you read too many spy novels.
You don't believe that kind of thing goes on?
Oh, probably, in a very business-like way. Spying is a business.
just as the law is a business. I don't want to disillusion you.
But you laugh at me. Telephones are tapped. There is microfilm.
And micro recorders in tie bars and cufflinks and so on. Yes, I suppose so. But what's important are not those who play the cloak and dagger game. It's the country or the person behind them. We may have prevented one tanker from being blown up and 2 men were killed. They were only tools. It's those behind them we have to worry about.
You know more about all this than you're telling me, Amory. I sense it. What is it? Who is it?
I don't even dare to tell myself.
What?
I mean it, Loris. Speculation could be an invitation to a trip to the morgue.
Good evening, Mr. Ferris. Evening. You would like something? A cocktail, perhaps?
No, thanks. Let's get this over with, Warren. My nerves are a little ragged.
Understandable. To some, life is precious. You do not want to lose yours.
You might say that.
It depends on the plan we have worked out. Perhaps it will succeed, but we are dealing with a very dangerous person. The Ferret. A counter-spy. We assume it is a man.
The Ferret? Who the devil is the Ferret?
We would give a great deal to know. It is a person without a shadow.
You think perhaps this Ferret works for energy explorations?
How else to explain the suspicions now directed at you? The intercepted coded telephone message.
Yeah. Well, you said you had a plan. Does it involve me?
Yes, critically. I pointed out that their counterintelligence wants more than just you. It wants to net those behind you, those I represent. So they wait. We cannot afford to wait. If we destroy the Ferret, the evidence against you is destroyed.
All right. What do you want me to do?
Look, it's quite simple. You are being followed, of course.
Oh?
Don't be naive. You come into New York by train each day, isn't that so?
Yes, I boarded Larchmont, an 8 o'clock train.
Good. And tomorrow?
Same routine.
Also good. Now, when we leave this restaurant, you go to Grand Central, yes?
Yes, I'll take the 6:45 home.
And with you, you will take a package.
All right. What's in it?
A detail, and unimportant. Now, tomorrow morning, when you take the train from Larchmont, you will have the package with you.
All right.
And you will lose it. You will leave it on the rack overhead on the train. And that is all.
Hello there. Yeah, what can I do for you? I lost a package when I came in this morning on the 8 o'clock from Larchmont.
Oh, what's it look like?
Oh, it's a box about 12 by 18 and 3 inches deep. It's wrapped in brown paper.
Your name on it?
It might be Ferris. Clem Ferris.
Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, I got it. This it?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, sign here.
There you are. And thank you.
That's okay.
Goodbye.
Well, it worked, Amory. How do you feel?
Nervous.
Did you see the kid with the camera?
No.
Pretty smooth. 18 or so. I talked to him. He was taking pictures, he said, for some school project.
Down in Lost and Found?
Oh, sure. He said he'd been all over Grand Central. He likes them light beams that filter down into the upper level.
Swell. And he got a picture of me?
That's right. Just when you turned away from the guy in Lost and Found. Well, you're it now, Amory.
Operation Cat's Paw.
Yeah. Now what?
We have lunch across the street, and then I have a surprise in store for Mr. Ferris.
I'd like to see his face when you walk in on him.
I'll be just my pleasant, simple self.
Yes, Linda. Amory Mills? Certainly. Send him in.
Hi, Clem. Look what I found. My package. Where did you get my package? Lost and found. Grand Central.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. How the devil did...
Don't I deserve a thank you?
Of course. I'm just mystified. How did you know I'd lost it?
I left it on the train this morning, and I was going to pick it up tonight. I really don't understand.
Oh, it's quite simple, Clem. A friend of mine, Ted Palmer, rides the same 8 o'clock you take into town from Larchmont. He's always the last off the train. He saw the package and turned it into Lost and Found.
But how did you find out about it? I'm just curious.
Well, Ted and I played squash and had lunch. He told me about picking up a lost package. I asked him more about it, and he suddenly remembered your name and that I work here with you. So I strolled over to Lost and Found, picked it up, and saved you a trip.
I see. Well, that's something. Thanks, Amory. I appreciate it.
Oh, that's all right. I've done my good deed for the day.
Linda, try to reach Mr. Warren at his office. Leave a message. I must see him at 5:30 at Gino's on 53rd. Tell him it's important.
His face dropped a foot, Monk. What about this Ted Palmer? Don't worry about Ted. I can trust him. I gave him the story we agreed on.
Well, didn't he ask any questions?
Sure. I told Ted to say he'd found a package left on the train. Then we played squash, and over lunch he remembered the name Ferris. Told me, and I picked up the package to say Ferris the father.
Uh-huh. Wasn't your friend curious?
Certainly. But Ted's a good guy, and he'll stick to the story. I told him he'd read all about it one of these days in the papers.
Well, he's got to know you're mixed up in something funny, Amory. Like, how come you go out of your way to pick up the package at Lost and Found? Unless he's a dope, he'd have to wonder.
He's no dope, and he did wonder. I told him I'd explain later. Oh, listen, stop worrying about Ted.
Okay. Well, now I got something for you. Did you know that Ferris is meeting Warren at Gino's?
No.
Neither did I. I've called off Ferris's tail, so who except Ferris would know he's meeting Warren?
I had no idea. How'd you find out?
Phone call?
Man or woman?
Hard to tell.
I'll be darned. Wheels within wheels.
It's a big operation, Amory.
Do you think the Ferret could be involved in it?
Maybe. This cat's paw idea sounds like one of his. Or hers.
In some ways, each of us leads a double life. We appear one way to those whom we report to, another way to those we trust and regard as harmless. We have two faces. Think about it. Why do we ever practice deception? For self-protection. If you're severely critical of your boss, chances are you'll be discharged. If you have reason to believe that your son-in-law is cruel to his wife, do you tell him so? Not often. Then, what about a spy? Consider his way of life as it continues to unfold when I return for Act 2. The Ferret is a spy, a counter-spy. He wears a number of faces, one for his wife, one for his employer, another for his friends, to whom he appears to be just an ordinary person, and still another as he goes about his dangerous business. And it is dangerous. His death would go unmarked. Even though we know who Amory Mills really is, we're about to discover what a counter-spy does. The stake is high. It's his life.
You are impetuous, Mr. Ferris. You are suspected. We should not be seen together in the public restaurant.
I had to see you. The package was picked up at Lost and Found and returned to me.
Ah, the plan worked. Wait, you say it was returned to you? That I did not anticipate. We expected the package to be claimed and examined, but returned to you?
That's right.
It's odd. We have a picture of the man who claimed it. Here. See this?
That's Amory Mills. He's a lawyer for us. What do you make of it?
What did he say?
A friend of his named Ted Palmer picked up the package. He turned it in. My name was on it. Palmer and Mills had lunch together. Palmer mentioned the package, and Mills picked it up to save me some trouble. That's the story.
Yes, it could very well be a story. I don't like it.
It sounded straight to me. I spoke to Palmer. He confirms what Mills told me.
Either it is true, Oh, your Amory Mills is the counter-spy in your company. The Ferret. Mills? Nonsense. He's just a simple, competent lawyer. Works on land deeds. He's open and good-hearted. I must judge for myself. Can we arrange that? I suppose so. Tonight I will accompany you home, if it is not too much of an inconvenience for Mrs. Ferris. Now, this is what we must arrange.
Hey, you're on time.
Sure. The train made it for once.
Well, wash up. We're going out.
Oh?
Lucille Ferris telephoned and insisted we come over for cocktails. Her husband's bringing home some big shot from some export-import company, Mr. Warren. Maybe you know him.
Warren? No, I don't know that name, Loris. Oh, honey, do we really have to go? I thought I'd watch television with Penny.
Oh, good heavens, Amory. This is Mr. Ferris, your boss. We can't turn them down. Now go on, wash up, and change.
And, darling, don't bug Ferris about your concerns.
If I'm concerned, he must be a lot more concerned. Information must be leaking out of there to our enemies.
Oh, enemies. Darling, the world isn't like that.
The newspapers said that...
Well, sure, there's spying going on, but there's counter-spying, too. I just can't believe there's a spy in every closet.
Then you explain why, time after time, there's an attempt made to destroy a new offshore oil rig, or there's a mysterious explosion in a natural gas field, or a tanker sinks without explanation. Explain those, Amory. And you don't think there are enemies at work? And right in your company, which is a very sensitive one. Energy exploration is almost like a government agency. Someone in there is stealing confidential information. Mr. Ferris knows that. I want to ask him what he's doing about it.
He won't tell you much. Why should he tip his hand?
Well, maybe not. I just want to hear from him that something is being done about it. Just because you're complacent doesn't mean I am. Now, go on. Clean up.
Who'd you say the guest was? The import-export big shot?
Warren. Mr. Warren. You don't mind my asking all these questions, Clem?
Oh, certainly not, Loris. I'm interested that you're concerned. So is Amory, I'm sure. Oh, of course. But security isn't my line of work.
You do legal work, yes, Mr. Mills?
That's right. I'm one of the lawyers at the company.
All those confidential documents.
Oh, sure. Land condemnation proceedings. Nothing confidential about those. The suits are tried in the newspapers before we ever get to court.
You proceed against the owners?
We have to. It's tough on them, but if we have to have the land, the courts condemn it.
Well, that is confiscation.
The people are paid a fair price for their property, Mr. Warren. It's the greater good for the greater number.
Oh, yes. The democratic principle.
You don't believe in it, Mr. Warren? It is Warren, isn't it? English name?
Yes. On my mother's side. Partly. In this country, I take her family name.
Oh, I see.
No, you do not see, Mrs. Mills. I am many things. My father was from the Mediterranean. My mother, English. My blood is from the desert and from France and England. It is mixed. So are my thoughts about the different forms of government. Here it is the principle of the greatest good for the greatest number. Under a demagogue, a dangerous concept. Hitler preached it.
He distorted it.
Now, darling, let's not get into that. Don't be a flag waver.
Well, I don't know why not, Amory. Loris is a concerned American. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
No, but as I was saying to Loris earlier this evening, I just can't imagine that there's a spy in every closet.
But something's been going on at energy exploration. You said everyone was worried about it and that security had been tightened. And maybe that's why that oil tanker escaped. Isn't that so, Clem?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
Oh, you must have been pleased. The blow's been ripped off so many times.
Ripped off?
Slang for stealing, Mr. Warren.
Ah. You suspect that someone has been stealing information, Mr. Mills?
Well, I wouldn't really know. As I said, I'm just the lawyer in charge of land deeds, things like that.
Well, it's obvious to me.
Darling, you have got spies on the mind. You read too much fiction.
Well, there's a lot in them, and they're not all that much fiction. Well, I'll join the ladies. And don't be too long, Amory. We have to get the babysitter home.
All right, dear.
Good night, Clem. Mr. Warren.
Good night, Laura. Good night. Nice party, Clem. Glad you enjoyed it. I wanted you to meet Mr. Warren here. He's an old friend of mine from the time I was an embassy clerk in the Middle East. I told him about the adventures of my missing package. A delightful story. It is like fiction. No, just fact. My friend Ted Palmer found it and mentioned it to me at lunch. I walked across the street to Grand Central and lost and found and picked it up, returned it to Clem. Very considerate. Well, Clem carries important papers from time to time. We don't want them to slip into the wrong hands. Meaning? Morris does get worked up about the Bureau and the series of accidents we've had in the field, but she may have a point. It would be to the advantage of some countries to impede our plan to become energy-free. Yes, I see. It is not a nice world. By the way, Emery, I thanked your friend Ted Palmer this afternoon. Oh, that was considerate of you, Clem. It is a strange story, Mr. Mills. Not really, Mr. Warren. Just a good deed. Now, if you'll excuse me. Of course. We do have a babysitter to get home. Good night, Mr. Warren. Good night. Don't bother to see me out, Clem. I'll say good night to Lucille, and I'll see you in the office tomorrow. That is where he is wrong. What do you mean? He is the man. Amory Mills, the ferret? What, he's just a simple going along. You're wrong. He is a very dangerous counter-spy. We think he is tricked into reclaiming that package. He plays into our hands, only to return the package to you with a story so preposterous you believe it. I ask you, Mr. Ferris, who would hear about a lost package and then go out of his way to pick it up and return it to its owner? I ask you also why this Ted Palmer did not telephone your secretary and say that he had the package. Why tell Emery Mills? And why wait until lunchtime? Did Palmer speak to your secretary? She didn't mention it. I'll ask her in the morning. Too late. Tomorrow we dispose of Emery Mills. Oh, come on. I don't want murder on my hands. You prefer your own death, Mr. Ferris? This is what you will do. On some pretext, you will have Mr. Mills leave New York.
Now, wasn't that pleasant?
Very nice.
I'll keep the babysitter until we have some supper. Scrambled eggs and bacon, okay?
Sure. I'm stuffed from all those hors d'oeuvres.
Well, come on out in the kitchen and keep me company.
Oh, okay.
I didn't like that Mr. Warren. I wonder what his real name is.
Alibaba, the rug dealer. I don't know.
He's a villain.
You're funny.
Go ahead, laugh. I have an intuition about people. Something's wrong with him.
Oh, darling. That's just as dumb as saying persons with eyes close together are criminals.
Okay.
Anything I can do?
Stir the eggs slowly. I'm going in to check in with the babysitter. Stir slowly.
Slowly, she says. Mr. Warren is a villain. Oh, what a word. If we could bottle her energy, we wouldn't have a problem.
Amory?
Yes? You sound upset. What is it?
Pam's been here since 4. I was out shopping until you came home from work. The telephone rang, and Pam answered it with Lucille Ferris. She invited us to cocktails, right?
Yes. Go on.
Well, Pam just remembered something else. Just after I left, a man came in from the telephone company. He said he was there to repair the phone.
I see.
There's nothing wrong with the phone, Amory.
Now there is.
Well, what do you mean by that? You frighten me.
I'll check the phones. They've been tampered with. Bugged.
What? But why?
I work in a high-security job, darling.
Then there are spies at EEI.
It looks like it. If I'm right, I won't remove the bugs, but remember this. No matter who telephones our number, say nothing significant. Talk nonsense. Pretend that we've been taken in. The phone tap goes somewhere. I want to find it. And don't, under any circumstances, open the door to a stranger. The many faces of everyone.
but especially the face of a spy. The word creates an unpleasant picture. We think of a spy as someone dishonorable, and we're right. He's a thief. But the greater thieves are those who employ him. They do it to gain an advantage over others. So in the name of dishonor, the spy exists, never doubt it, and performs his furtive work, and who is to say who is the more dishonorable? The spy or those who avail themselves of his services? I will return shortly with Act 3. Someone once wrote that a traitor never sees his danger until his ruin is at hand. History bears out the truth of the observation. Clement Ferris is a traitor. He is a powerful man in Energy Exploration Incorporated, and he has been selling information vital to our energy research to a spy named Warren. But a bland, apparently harmless young man named Amory Mills is a counter-spy, and the silent, deadly contest between the two has been joined. How it will be resolved, we are soon to discover.
Good morning, Amory.
Morning, Clem. You wanted to see me?
Yes, this is short notice, but I've had a call from young Fisher in New Orleans, the engineer. He'd appreciate it if you'd come down there right away.
Oh, well, of course. What's the problem?
Well, as I understand it, Fisher's work is being held up because his inventory on steel is low, and when he ordered additional material, the price was increased on him.
That can't be, Clem. We have a contract with the supplier. I'll get on the phone.
No, I've already done that. I want you down there to settle the problem on the spot. Can you leave before noon?
Well, sure. I'll go home and pack and head for the airport.
I've already made reservations for you at the Cajun.
Not the Roosevelt?
Well, you like the Cajun. It's small and intimate. Good luck, and telephone me tomorrow.
Operations lost and found?
You've got the public payphone in Grand Central at the bottom of the stairs on the lower level. This is the anchorite.
Good. Now listen carefully, Monk. I'm leaving at 3 for New Orleans on business, but it's not business. Ferris, or more likely his friend, a Mr. Warren, 5'6", thin, black eyes and swarthy skin, has become suspicious. I'm being sent on a one-way trip.
I know what to do. Where are you staying?
The Cajun.
I see. Bourbon Street. All right. I'll handle it. Anything else?
If I don't make it, you also know what to do.
Yeah. Ferris is the guy.
And Warren's the paymaster. I hope to see you, Monk.
You will.
You know something, Henry? I've decided that either you're really absent-minded or that you're devious.
Oh, come on. Devious. That means crooked. Me? You know me.
I should. But sometimes I wonder. I mean, this trip, for instance.
Well, darling, it came up all of a sudden. I told you that.
We saw the Ferrises last night. Didn't Clem Ferris say something about it then?
No. Why?
Because I've never seen New Orleans. And with 24 hours' notice, I could have gone with you. That's why.
Oh, well, darling, we'll make the trip together some other time.
What's happened now in New Orleans?
Oh, nothing very important.
That must be important if Clem gives you a few hours' notice and sends you flying off.
Darling, it's just some problem with a local supplier of steel we need to complete the installation of a new rig off the coast. Now, can I bring you something from New Orleans?
Yes. You.
Thanks, Laura.
I don't know why, but I've got a very funny feeling about this trip of yours.
Oh?
I can't explain it. Just be careful.
I will. And listen to me, darling. If you hear anything bad about me, ignore it. Will you do that?
What? Are you superstitious, too?
Not a bit. I'm just telling you. Don't worry about me. And don't worry about anything you might hear. Got that?
Henry, you're holding something back. What is it?
Look, darling, the work I'm in is sensitive. You know that. Even though I'm just a simple lawyer who shuffles papers all day long and draws deeds for condemning land, a lot of money is always involved, and so are a lot of
interests. Guys can get hurt. You know that. I've told you that before. So be prepared not to believe anything you hear. I can take care of myself. Nothing's going to happen to me. Not bad. I wonder how long I'll have to wait. Who is it?
Lost and found. Compliments to the Cajun, Mr. Mills.
Oh, how nice. A basket of fruit.
May I put it on the table?
Sure.
May I suggest you don't touch it?
All right.
Until later?
Whatever you say.
Management also wanted me to check the fire escape.
Go right ahead. But why would I need to use a fire escape? Is there danger of fire?
I never can tell, Mr. Mills. Fire escape's useful if there's a fire or just for slipping away without being seen.
I'm not going to try to skip out if that's what you're afraid of. At least not willingly.
That's the point. Excuse me.
Hello? Oh, Mr. Fisher. Well, I'm here, all right. Are you the engineer? I see. Yes, the sooner the better. Come right up. I'm in 211. Who is it?
Fisher.
What? Mr. Warren.
Sit down, Mr. Mills. I must talk with you.
But I was expecting Mark Fisher. He's the engineer who...
Oh, we know Mr. Fisher.
I know you're a friend of Mr. Ferris's, but I am mystified. Why are you in New Orleans? And why have you come to see me? Has Ferris sent you?
You play the fool.
I hope not, but I sure feel like one. Ferris sent me down to check on a problem Fisher's got, and I'm supposed to try to straighten it out, solve it. Are you involved? Who are you, really? Security for EEI?
You delight me.
Well, that's nice to hear. Sit down and tell me how.
I will do that.
Have you come with some special instructions for Mr. Ferris?
You might say that.
I really don't understand.
Well, then I will explain.
Would you like some refreshment? I can call down for room service.
No. That would be fatal.
Fatal? Hey, what's going on?
It will be fatal anyway. But my way, it is so much neater. You have been caught, Mr. Mills.
I have. What's the charge?
You are not Amory Mills. You are counterintelligence.
Are you all right, Mr. Warren? You sound crazy.
It is you who are, as you say, crazy. You know who I am, and you know who you are.
Of course. You're an import-export dealer and a friend of Mr. Ferris's. I'm Amory Mills, a lawyer who specializes in land deeds. Let's take it from there.
I also represent foreign interests.
Oh?
You play act this so well. No wonder, for so long, the Ferret has had this awesome reputation for counterintelligence, but no longer. You have been found out.
You really are crazy. I'm going to have to ask you to leave, Mr. Warren.
I don't think so. This is my security.
You shoot me? Why the devil would you do that? What have I done?
Oh, yes, I will not hesitate to shoot you. What you have done, Mr. Mills, is to interfere. Mr. Ferris does not like this. I do not like this. He loses money. The interests I represent lose even more. We fail to make haste in delaying your country's search for sources of energy.
You pay Ferris for information and then sabotage our... Why, that's incredible.
You are marvelous. The stage lost a great gift when it lost you, Mr. Mills. Come now. We will no longer talk like fools. I am a spy. Ferris is in my employ. You are a counter-spy. You work for your own country. You have been caught, Mr. Mills, and you will die. But not before you tell us everything you know.
Who is us?
Oh, there are several of us. You and I will leave here and go to another location. There we ask you questions.
You make it sound unpleasant, Mr. Warren.
It can be very unpleasant, I assure you. Our methods are very refined. You will talk, Mr. Mills.
Rather than that, what if I resist?
I have this gun with a silencer attachment. I shoot you.
And carry me through the lobby of the hotel and out into Bourbon Street?
We take you down the fire escape, Mr. Mills. The Cajun is not your modern hotel. That is why you are here. Mr. Ferris made the arrangements at my instruction.
Clem Ferris. So you've been paying him off to supply you with information which you use to sabotage our energy program. It's hard for a simple guy like me to comprehend. It's like a cloak and dagger story.
This is not a story, Mr. Mills. This is a real life. Now, on your feet.
What? Oh, Clem.
It's true, Lois. I don't know what else to tell you. His body was found in the river. The police identified him from the papers in his wallet. Whoever waylaid him beat him until he was horribly disfigured.
Oh, Amory. Amory's dead. But why?
Lois, everyone in this company is a potential target for our enemies. Perhaps Amory had been snooping around.
Oh, Clem,
I don't know what else to say, Lois. I'll see to the arrangements. And don't worry about money. Amory was killed in the line of duty. You'll be well provided for.
But without Amory, I don't want to live.
Who? Mr. Monk. Who is he, Linda? Oh, I see a friend of Amory Mills. Yes, I suppose I'll have to see him. Tell him to come in.
Mr. Ferris?
Yes? Who's this other man with his hat pulled down over his face? What kind of guy?
Oh, Clem.
Amory Mills. I thought...
I've got to have a talk with you, Mr. Ferris.
Amory, I heard you'd been waylaid and murdered. I told Loris. I can hardly blame you, Clem. It could have been me. Some guy slipped me a knockout drop in a saloon and stole my wallet. The police caught him and brought him in.
You say this other man, the man who was found in the river with his face disfigured. He was dark-haired, about 5'6", swarthy skin, a Mid-Easterner.
But why was he found in the river, disfigured and dead?
I think you know why.
I'm not a mind reader, Mr. Monk.
And I'm not a school crossing guard, Mr. Ferris. Now get your hat and come with me.
What?
Unless you can prove otherwise, Mr. Ferris, you're a traitor to the United States, and you're under arrest.
Your wife okay? Yes, thank you. And thanks for New Orleans.
Good job, Avery. Also, you mean a lot to us. Well, thanks to you, we got Ferris, Warren, and a whole network of his little assassins. You saw the evening's headlines?
Yes. Monk, who really was behind all this? I mean, on our side.
I don't know. Some say the Ferret. Why?
Well, several things. First, Ted Palmer really did pick up that package of Ferret's and drop it at Lost and Found.
Yeah, I know. But if it had Ferris's address on it...
His Larchmont address.
Well, then he must have telephoned Ferris.
He did. The message never got to him. Another thing. Who found out that Ferris was having drinks with Warren at Gino's? You said somebody telephoned you, but you couldn't say whether it was the voice of a man or of a woman.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, who was it who pulled the strings behind our backs? You mentioned the Ferret. Who is the Ferret? Could it have been Ferris's secretary?
Linda? No, she was taken into custody.
Is she there now?
Well, I wouldn't know. I see what you're getting at. The Ferret could be a woman.
Could be. And we'll never know. There's an old German proverb, if my aunt had wheels, she'd be an omnibus. And if each of us was honest, if each of us refused to reach for what others have and we do not, what a moral world it would be. Utopian? It is indeed. And that is why we have spies, and why those spied upon have their counter-spies. A final observation when I return shortly. If you you have any doubt about the validity of our story, I refer you to the newspapers and magazines and some of their recent reports. Can you doubt that there is a silent network throughout the world of men struggling against each other to obtain information and to invalidate it? It's rather a creepy idea, isn't it? Our cast included Elliot Reed, Patricia Elliott, Court Benson, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Jovan Collections for Women and for Men. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Think. You are lying on your back. There's something above you, and it has blotches on it. Your head rolls to one side. A big shape is coming toward you. The shape makes strange little noises. For good or ill, it comes closer and closer. It hovers over you. It encircles you. It lifts you. It holds you. It thrusts something into your mouth. You are a baby, and you are 12 days old.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all?
You are my darling. You.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the sweetest of them all?
You, my angel. You.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the cleverest of them all? You. You. You.
Our mystery drama, Mirror, Mirror, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and all state insurance companies. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Think how hard it is to be a very young baby. Helpless is the word for it. Unable to stand, sit, walk, or even turn over. Unable to distinguish one object from another. Only light from dark. Unable to comprehend what is said to you. Unable to convey your own feelings except with moans, gurgles, and crying. Unconscious of everything, really, except your own, your very own, very private person.
I was in Mozambique with my husband when I heard of Claire's death. The letter from my mother gave no details, and there was no question of my being able to return home for the funeral. But I was pregnant with my first child and had already decided to go back to the States for the birth. Being close to 40 years of age, I needed the nearness of my mother and the care of American doctors. I was barely settled into my mother's house when the phone rang. Yes? Hello?
Jessica, is that you?
Yes?
Well, it's Mrs. Connor, dear. Claire's mother.
Well, of course, Mrs. Connor. I was going to call you.
Well, your mother told me that you were coming back from that place.
Mozambique.
Yes, and I figured you might be home by now.
I got here the day before yesterday.
Well, Jessica, dear, I know
Yes, I am.
But I wondered if you could find time to come by and see me.
Well, of course. I was planning to anyway, just as soon as I got
I want to have a little talk with you. After all, you were Claire's dearest friend.
Well, of course, Mrs. Connor. When would be convenient?
This afternoon. Would that be all right?
Perfectly all right.
5 o'clock? Come for tea. And we'll have a nice talk. And, well, there's something else. But never mind about that. I'll tell you when I see you.
The air was cool and the sun was warm when I set out to walk the mile or so to where Mrs. Connor lived in the house that had been Claire's. It was September, very like the day nearly 25 years before when I had originally met Claire. That was the first night at Stapleton Academy, finishing school as it was called in those days, and the main corridor was filled with laughing, chattering girls. Some of them were there for the second year, but it was my first experience away from home. I stood stiffly against the wall and envied those who seemed so relaxed, so easy in their ways.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I like your dress.
Thank you. I like yours.
My mother made it.
Oh.
My name's Claire Connor.
That's a pretty name.
What's yours?
Oh, Jessica Chapman.
Are you a boarder or a day pupil?
What?
Do you live in Stapleton?
Oh, no, Chicago. Just outside, that is.
Oh, you don't mean it. You can't. Where outside?
It's a suburb. Sugar Glen.
Sugar Glen. You don't mean it. You can't.
Where do you live?
Oh, I'm embarrassed to tell you, Merton.
But that's very near Sugar Glen.
It's the other side of the track.
But I go to Merton a lot when I'm home. I go there all the time to take
the elevated into Chicago. I know.
Well, it always seemed very nice, Merton.
Well, it's not. But I won't always live there. You see, someday I'll live in Sugar Glen or New York or Paris or Venice, one of those places. Listen, have you got a roommate or a room by yourself?
I don't know yet. They haven't told me.
Well, let's ask if we can room together. You want to?
Oh, yes.
Well, we'll have lots of fun. We'll be best friends. You want to? And we'll tell each other everything and not tell anybody else. It'll be just you and me. You want to?
Oh, yes, yes. And so it came about. That night, Claire and I sat up till daybreak, eating ginger snaps and zuzus and drinking orange squash and sucking on bullseyes. The next day, I broke out in hives and had to go to the infirmary. But Claire came to see me there and stayed as long as they'd let her.
Well, classes don't start till tomorrow, so you haven't missed anything. Oh, I bought some material for drapes. I hope you like it. You see, it's pink, which is my favorite color, and has blue flowers and stuff. Oh, how are your hives? Do they itch?
And so it was all year. Just Claire and me. I'd never had a best friend before, and I'd never known anyone like Claire. We'd go into town together and have chocolate fudge marshmallow sundaes with nuts. And sometimes we sneaked off to see a movie if it had Joan Crawford in it, because Joan was Claire's idol. One day we were in Stapleton, and we saw this little antique shop. And in the window, there was a mirror.
Oh, Jessica, look.
Look at what?
That mirror.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, I'd give my immortal soul. Look, it's got 3 panels. You could see yourself front, back, and sideways all at once, practically. Oh, I bet it cost $1 jillion.
Oh, that gold carving.
You want to go in?
You want to?
You bet.
Yes, young ladies?
Well, we wanted to ask you about that gold mirror in the window.
You're interested in the mirror?
Kind of.
You show good taste. It's very old, that mirror. My wife found it in Paris.
Oh.
Used to belong to Sarah Bernhardt.
The actress?
The great Bernhardt herself. That's what they told my wife in Paris.
Oh, well, is it, how much? Is it expensive?
Priceless.
That's what I thought.
How much do you think you could spend?
Well, not very much.
How much is it?
Well, I should get $500 for it.
Come on, Jess.
However, I'd take a little less. 400?
Oh, I'm afraid we don't have anywhere near that. Thank you, anyway.
Come back any time. We'll talk about it.
Jeepers. $500. That's all the money in the whole world.
You could save up for it.
Oh, you know what my allowance is? $20 a month. That's the smallest allowance of any girl in the school.
I felt awful for days after that. My family sent me $100 every month, and I never spent all of it. There weren't that many things to spend it on. Finally, it came to me that the thing that would make me happiest would be to give Claire the mirror.
Jessica! Oh, Jessica! I can't believe it! Oh, you are the dearest, the sweetest. You are my best friend. You are my only friend. It's you and me, Jessie. Just you and me against the whole world forever and ever.
Remembering all this, I was smiling a little as I arrived at the house. But the smile faded as I wondered what I'd say to Claire's mother. There's so little to say at such times, and so much had happened since the days at Stapleton Academy. I needn't have been concerned, though, because Mrs. Connor did most of the talking.
You and Claire were so close. Such dear friends, Jessica. You were her only friend, her only real friend. You understood her.
I was very fond of her.
Now, I've been going through her things. She had so many lovely things. 2 mink coats and a mole skin and jewelry. Oh, heavens. Later, when we've had our tea, I'll take you upstairs and show you, and you can pick out whatever you like as a remembrance.
Oh, I don't wear much jewelry anymore, Mrs. Connor. You see, I married an archaeologist last year, and we travel a lot to very out-of-the-way places.
Oh.
And...
But there must be something of Claire's you'd want.
Well, actually, Mrs. Connor, there is one thing I'd love to have. That big mirror. Claire had it at the academy.
You wouldn't want that mirror?
Oh, yes, I would. I gave it to her, actually. And I've never forgotten how she loved it. I could store it at my mother's house till my husband and I settled down enough to have a place of our own.
I don't know where it is.
Oh, maybe you don't know the one I mean. It's a 3-way mirror, full-length mirror. Claire loved it because she could see herself from every angle. It has a lovely gold frame. When the man who sold it to me said that it had belonged to Sarah Bernhardt, though, of course, we never believed it.
I'll have to look around for it.
Well, she always kept it in her bedroom.
You are going to have a baby. Is that right?
Yes. Imagine, at my age.
Melisande came back for the funeral. At least she did that. Her father didn't.
Well, Stanley and Claire were divorced.
Oh, not divorced. Oh, never divorced. He just up and left her and took Melly with him.
But Melisande wanted to live with her father, Mrs. Connor.
Yes, and after all Claire did for her, from the instant the child was born, she raised her exactly the way she'd been raised herself, with all the care and attention. Melly was never very pretty, you know, like Claire. Strange, because Claire was so lovely. And Stanley was a handsome man, whatever else he was or was not, but poor Melly. And Claire did everything for her. Clothes, lessons. The child could speak French at the age of 7. And Claire had her nose fixed. Gave her a cute little turned-up nose. And if Stanley hadn't snatched her off when he did, Claire was going to have her chin altered, shortened sort of to balance her nose, the way I had Claire's legs fixed.
Oh, Claire had beautiful legs.
Uh-huh. But she wouldn't have had if I hadn't had them broken and straightened.
You had her legs broken?
And straightened. It's a simple procedure. Claire was born with slightly bowed legs, unfortunately, but the operation made them absolutely perfect. Melly never had those advantages when she went to live with Stanley. When I saw her at the funeral, she had a certain chic, but it wasn't at all what Claire wanted for her. Stanley never did anything for her, not a thing.
He just let her grow up.
Precisely. Well, now, why don't we have our tea? I have oatmeal cookies I made myself. I just have to pop them in the oven. Remember how you and Claire loved oatmeal cookies? With lots and lots of raisins? Well...
While you're doing that, Mrs. Connor, could I go upstairs and look for the mirror?
I just remembered. It's broken.
Broken?
Yes. Yes, it broke.
Oh, well, I could have it fixed.
I think we threw it out.
Claire would never have thrown it out. Look, if it's just the glass that's broken, I could have it replaced, and that would be simple.
I really don't know what happened to it. Best forget about it. Now, you just sit there, Jessica, while I give the cookies 10 minutes in the oven and set up the tea tray. All right?
All right, Mrs. Connor.
And forget about the mirror. Don't even think about it.
Have you ever tried not to think about something? Anything from immortality to a lavender mouse? You will find that in your striving to avoid thinking about certain things, you become totally unable to think about anything else. This is the impasse Jessica reached when Mrs. Connor said, "Forget about the mirror. Don't even think about it." We'll return shortly with Act 2. Has it ever bothered you, however slightly, that never, never will you see your own face? Anyone else can see it, and many do every day. By sunlight, by moonlight, by candlelight, or in the glare of searchlights. But you yourself have never seen it, nor will you ever see it, except in a mirror.
So I tried not to think about the mirror. I thought about Stanley. Good old Stanley. I'd known him all my life. Stanley was very handsome, with lovely manners, always had money to spend and spent it generously, and was consistently, everlastingly dull. Such a nice boy, my mother said, and I couldn't deny it. But I longed to know other boys, not so nice, maybe, but likewise not so dull. Like the boys Claire knew. How do you do it, Claire? All the boys are chasing after you all the time. You're so popular.
Oh, you've got Stanley.
Oh, Stanley? I want to know scads of boys the way you do. But they just don't know I'm alive.
It's easy. You really want to know?
Oh, I'll say the word.
There's only 2 things you have to learn how to make a boy notice you.
No fooling.
You won't tell anybody else?
Word of honor.
Well, the first is, I had a dream about you last night. And if that doesn't work, you say, I have a bone to pick with you.
I don't get it. Why would you say things like that?
Because they're intriguing. You tell a boy you had a dream about him, he can't wait to find out about what you dreamed. Now, the same thing if he thinks you're a little mad at him. Not really mad, just sort of miffed. Comprenez-vous?
I don't know if I do.
Try it. You'll see. It works.
Well, it didn't work for me. Maybe I didn't say it right. Most of the boys just gave me a blank stare. Once it worked, sort of, with Charlie Gale. He came up to me at the end of a dance and said, "Okay, what'd you dream about me?" And I said, "I forget." Because, of course, I hadn't ever dreamed about Charlie Gale, and I hadn't the forethought to think up some things. Charlie said, "Well, it couldn't have been much of a dream if you can't remember it," and he walked away. I never tried out "I have a bone to pick with you," because I was never really mad at anybody, not even miffed. I never got to know anybody that well. So I was stuck with Stanley, and he took me to dances and movies and parties, and everybody took it for granted that one day Stanley and I would get married. I started taking it for granted myself.
But he's so good looking, Jessie. I think he looks like John Gilbert.
I guess so.
And rich.
I guess so.
And he graduated from Princeton.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want?
I don't know.
Oh, he's crazy mad for you. He's your slave.
I was very fond of Stanley. I'd always been fond of Stanley. And my mother kept telling me that I'd love him once we were married, and I started to believe that. One night at my house, Stanley had come for dinner, and my folks left us alone after dinner because they trusted Stanley implicitly. And he and I had been talking in the desultory way we always did about announcing our engagement, setting a date, and whether to buy a house or rent an apartment. All those topics that sounded to me more as though we were going to open a small business rather than get married. When all of a sudden, Stanley jumped up from his chair.
Guess what that nutty friend of yours said to me the other night?
Who?
Claire Connor.
What'd she say?
She said she had a dream about me. Can you tie that?
Did you ask her what the dream was about?
Well, sure. I was sort of...
Intrigued?
Yeah, sort of intrigued.
Well, what was the dream?
Some goofy stuff. You know how dreams are. Seems I was some kind of knight. Like Lancelot or Gawain, one of those. And she was Elaine, the lily maid of Astolat. And Merlin the magician was there, and he...
And this was all in Camelot?
No, it was right here in Sugar Glen. That's the intriguing part of it. Out on the golf course at the country club. Seems I rescued her from the sand trap on the 16th hole. I told you it was a nutty dream.
Well, how would Claire know there was a sand trap on the 16th hole? She doesn't play golf. The Connors don't even belong to the club.
Well, I know, but she walked around with me one day. Somebody stood her up for a date, and she didn't have anything to do. But wasn't that a nutty dream?
Claire's family didn't belong to the country club. Not many people from Merton did. But I'd invited her there lots of times. Actually, I was sort of showing off. She was so pretty, so peppy. And in those days, being peppy was about the most important thing to be. And I wasn't peppy. I was shy and introverted, and lots of girls and boys, too, considered me a drip. It was very depressing to be considered a drip. But Stanley didn't think of me as a drip. He thought of me as a peach of a girl. And this made me, if not more loving toward him, at least more grateful. But then...
Jessie, I've got to talk to you.
What about? What's the matter?
I think Claire's mad at me.
What about?
I don't know. That's just it. I saw her at the sweet shop this noon. She was with Charlie Gale, and they were right at the next table, and all of a sudden she leans over and she says, "I've got a bone to pick with you, Stanley Sherman." Naturally, I said, "Why? What have I done?" And she said, "Tell you later." I thought maybe she told you.
No, Stanley, she didn't tell me.
Not that I give a hoot, but I hate to have anybody mad at me. You know how it is.
Oh, sure. I know how it is. I knew how it was, all right. And I knew I was losing Stanley. Claire's line was working on Stanley. My Stanley, who didn't have a line any more than I did.
You know what Claire was mad at me about?
What?
Because I hadn't called her up for 2 weeks. I hardly ever call her up, except once in a while when you're busy. And I asked her a couple of times if she wanted to walk around the golf course with me, because I couldn't find anybody to play with. She wanted to carry my clubs, but of course I wouldn't let her do that.
Of course you wouldn't.
But she was awfully interested in the game. She said she'd take some lessons, only of course you can't do that unless you belong to the club. I may have said something about teaching her myself. She says I did. But if I did, I forgot.
Claire didn't forget.
No, and she's been feeling terrible about it. And that's what she meant when she said she had a bone to pick with me. Can you tie that?
I wasn't a bit surprised when Stanley called me a few weeks later and said he had to have a talk with me. A serious talk, he said. And I knew instantly what the serious talk would be about. It would be about Claire.
You're going to think I'm a heel, Jessica.
No, I'm not.
I don't know how it happened. I swear to you.
What happened, Stanley?
I fell for somebody.
Claire?
How did you know?
I just knew.
Your best friend. I'm an awful heel.
Are you in love with her?
Yes, I am.
Do you want to marry her?
Yes.
Well, then, do it.
You mean it's all right with you?
We were never really engaged.
Well, we talked about it.
That's all we ever did. Just talk.
Oh. I feel so much better. I thought maybe you'd... I was so afraid that
I just want you to be happy, Stanley. You should know that.
Oh, I'll be happy, all right.
You've already asked Claire to marry you?
Yeah. Anyway, I said something or other. I was telling her she was a wonderful girl, so much fun and pretty, too, and I couldn't imagine any man not being in love with her. And she said, "Does that mean you, too?" And, well, I said, "Yes, me, too." And she said how happy she was, and could we build a house in Sugar Glen, and I said I thought it was a neat idea. And the more I thought about it...
The neater it seemed.
Yeah. Oh, Jessie, you really are a peach. There's not many girls would be so understanding.
I told you. I just want you to be happy.
You know what Claire said after we got it all settled about the house and everything? You know what she said?
What did she say?
She said, it'll be just you and me, Stanley. You and me against the whole world till death do us part. And right then, I knew she was the girl for me.
I felt very little when Stanley married Claire. Ours had been such a tepid romance, if indeed it had ever been a romance at all. I was still friends with both Stanley and Claire. He built her a big house in Sugar Glen, and they had a Pierce Arrow and a Packard Roadster with wire wheels. They went to all the country club dances, and they gave wonderful parties in the big house. Suddenly, sitting in the drawing room of that very house, waiting for Claire's mother to serve tea, my mind jumped to the big bedroom just above me, Claire's bedroom. A big, square room with 6 windows all curtained with white silk net with ruffles. A chaise longue with a blue satin throw covered with real Duchess lace. A dressing table holding more than a dozen bottles of French perfume. A white bearskin rug beside the big canopied bed. All so different from anything she'd had before she married Stanley. Everything different. Except the mirror. And there I was, thinking about the mirror again.
Well, here we are now. I brought milk and sugar and lemon because I couldn't quite remember. Now, why don't you pour? And I'll go and get the cookies. I had to let them cool for a minute, but I'm sure they're ready now. I'll be right back.
The mirror. I couldn't get the mirror out of my mind. It was my strongest link with Claire. The thought of it took me back 20 years. Now, Claire was dead. I was married. I was about to have my first child. I was sitting in Claire's house, waiting for Claire's mother to serve me oatmeal cookies. And all I could think of was the 3-paneled, gold-frame mirror that I had given Claire when we were schoolgirls.
I have to give them another minute to cool. They're still sticking to the pan. Let's have a cup of tea, and then they'll be ready. You pour, will you?
If you want me to.
Just lemon for me.
All right. There you are.
Oh, thank you.
Mrs. Connor, about that mirror of Claire's. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh. Why do you keep talking about that mirror?
Did you burn yourself?
You keep going on and on about that mirror.
No, Mrs.
I told you to forget about
it.
it.
I'm so sorry.
That mirror. That cursed mirror. That mirror killed my precious Claire. That mirror killed my baby.
Are you wondering how an inanimate thing like a mirror could murder a living person? How a thing of gold and glass and quicksilver could bring death to a woman of flesh and blood? How a thing of ornamental beauty and some practical use could prove fatal to its owner? We'll tell you how when I bring you Act 3 in a moment. Jessica, paying a condolence call on the mother of her dead friend Claire, keeps returning to the subject of an antique gold-framed 3-panel mirror, which she had given to Claire when the two of them were best friends at Stapleton Academy for Young Ladies. Claire's mother became so agitated at the mere thought of the mirror that she dropped her cup of tea.
That mirror, that cursed mirror, that mirror killed my precious Claire.
Oh, Mrs. Connor, I didn't know.
Killed my baby.
Nobody told me.
Well, there were a lot of confused stories about it. None of them true.
But what was true? How could the mirror...
The mirror fell over on top of her.
Oh, no. But how could it?
I don't know. It was very old, of course, and I I suppose it had got to be very rickety and unstable.
But it just doesn't seem possible.
There was glass all over the floor. Claire was cut horribly. She bled to death.
Oh, Mrs. Connor.
She was all alone in the house. I'll never forgive myself for not being there.
But you couldn't have known. Not possibly. You can't blame yourself in any way.
I came here to live with her, you know, after Stanley deserted her and Melisande went to live with him. So I moved in and we tried to make some kind of a life. I remember Claire said to me, "It's just you and me now, Mummy. Just you and me. Like when I was little." And then not to be there when that terrible mirror killed her.
We won't talk any more about the mirror, Mrs. Connor. I am so sorry that I kept bringing it up, but I didn't know that it had any...
You won't want the mirror now, will you?
Well, we'll just forget all about it.
I think that would be best. Well, now, tell me about yourself. You're going to have a baby?
Yes, at my age.
I hope it's a little girl. A pretty little girl that you can dress up in lovely clothes and teach all sorts of things. How to get along in the world. It's not easy for a woman, you know, as I used to tell Claire.
Oh, I don't think it's easy for anybody.
Oh, maybe not, but especially a woman. Oh, heavens, I completely forgot about the cookies.
Never mind about the cookies. I ought to be getting on home.
Well, I could wrap some up for you to take with you.
No, never mind. I think you need to be alone right now. I'm afraid I've upset you.
Oh, that's all right, my dear. You didn't know.
I'll come back another time.
If you do that, dear. And we'll talk some more about Claire.
As I walked home, I thought about the last time I'd ever seen Claire. It was a very special visit because I had something very special to tell her. I found her in her big, airy bedroom, standing in front of the three-way mirror. Oh, the mirror again. It wasn't going to be so easy to forget that mirror.
Jessie, come on in. How do you like this dress?
It's beautiful.
Well, Charlie Gale is taking me to the club dance Saturday night.
How is Charlie?
Oh, you know Charlie, sort of a goop. But he's better than nothing. Oh, you know, before I wouldn't have looked at him twice, but now...
Do you ever hear from Stanley?
Well, he writes me every month. First of every month. When he sends me the check. He doesn't write anything except how Mellie's doing. So I don't know how he is. Oh, well. I married a millionaire. And look how it turned out.
Claire, I've come over on purpose to tell you something.
Oh, what?
I'm getting married.
You what?
It's true. I'm getting married.
Who to?
Well, you don't know him. His name's Bob Orlovsky. He's an archaeologist.
Oh, what kind of name is that, Orlovsky?
We'll be traveling a lot. He goes on digs. That's what they call those expeditions where they dig up old ruins. And I'll go with him.
Is he good looking?
Well, not very. But he's a beautiful person, and I love him a lot.
Am I going to meet this beautiful person?
I'm afraid not. I'm going to meet him in New York, and we're going to get married there. And then we'll be leaving right away.
But you're not going to have a wedding?
Well, I'm a little old for that, don't you think? No, we'll just get a judge or somebody like that to marry us, and then we'll be off the next day.
But doesn't your mother want you to have a wedding?
She doesn't care. I think she's so happy to get me off her hands.
Aren't you ever coming back to Sugar Glen?
Well, eventually. Maybe. We don't know. Oh, well, we'll probably visit from time to time.
Well, what'll I do without you?
You'll be all right.
I suppose.
You always manage somehow. Look, I have to be going.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Jessie. Be happy.
I shall. I know I shall.
Yes. Well, write to me when you have time.
Well, of course I will. Goodbye, Claire. Best friend.
Bye.
I had gone only a few steps down the hall when I heard Claire's voice. I thought she'd remembered some last-minute message for me, so I'd gone back. The door of her room was still open. Claire stood before the three-way mirror, and she was speaking not to me, but to her own reflection, speaking softly, tenderly, lovingly.
It's just you and me now, sweetie. Just you and me against the world. It's you and me, honey. Just you and me.
From somewhere, and who knows where, had come other voices, soft, tender, loving.
My sweet baby. You're so wonderful, Claire.
Claire, you're so popular.
So peppy and everything. My beautiful, precious girl.
All those boys chasing you?
Darling child. Adorable girl. Dearest heart. So lovely. So wonderful.
Walking home, it all came back to me. But how much of it had really happened? I had seen Claire, dressed in her pretty ball gown, standing in front of the mirror. That much had been real. I was sure of that. And I had heard her talking to her reflection. I was pretty sure of that. But where had the other voices come from? Her mother's, Stanley's, my own. Had they drifted down the years to echo themselves at that particular moment? Or had they emerged from my own mind, so attuned to Claire for so long, so worshipful of her person, her ways, her personality, her whole self? I began to understand a little. Everyone who had known Claire intimately had adored her. First her mother, then me, then Stanley. All of us her devoted acolytes. Only Melisande, her own daughter, had refused to bow down. I wondered, had we, the three of us who worshipped her, been picked for that very reason? Or had it been some lack in us, some deficiency, that made us seek her out? Some feeling of incompleteness that made us need someone stronger, surer, someone who seemed so enviable in every way. Lost in my own reflections, I was not at all surprised when I reached home, and there, sitting on the front steps, was Stanley. It seemed very right that he should be there.
Hello, Jessie.
Stanley?
I heard you were in town.
I'm going to have a baby.
Yeah. I heard that, too. That's wonderful.
I think so. How are you, Stanley?
Oh, same as usual, I guess.
How's Melisande?
Great. Mellie's just great.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Could we sort of sit down on the steps, talk for a few minutes?
We can go inside.
No, this is all right. Unless you'd rather.
No, this is okay.
Swell. Well, you look wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
It's being pregnant, does it?
Really?
No. Being happily married is what does it, but being pregnant is extra.
Yeah. I sure missed the boat with you, Jessie.
Oh, we wouldn't necessarily have been happy, married to each other, Stanley.
Maybe not. I ever tell you why I left Claire?
No, you didn't.
I'm not very quick at catching on to things. Took me about a year to find out why Claire married me. It was to show me off.
Oh, Stanley.
Yep, to show me off. It wasn't the money. The money was important, but it wasn't just the money. It was other things. Now, you may not agree, but I'm not bad looking.
You're very handsome.
Well, I was.
You still are.
And that was important to Claire. She was always after me to get my suits made in London, Bond Street, that sort of dribble. And I wasn't allowed to wear the same suit 2 days in a row.
That's hard.
And it was important to Claire that I had, well, what you'd call good manners.
You always had good manners. I remember very well.
I was brought up that way. I didn't have anything to do with that. And she liked it that I could speak good French. But that was because I took French in school, 6 years of it. It wasn't my fault I could speak good French. It didn't have anything to do with me. And I knew a lot about food. Well, my mother knew a lot about food, so naturally
Claire didn't have a chance to learn all those things while she was growing up.
But those things didn't have anything to do with me. They were all learned things. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, Stanley, I do.
I got the feeling like some tailor's dummy ordering fancy food in perfect French.
Stanley, that's really very funny.
So, I left.
And Millie went with you?
Yes, because she was turning into a little dummy, too. I mean, a little mannequin with perfect clothes and perfect manners.
Yes, and a perfect French accent.
Yeah. And she couldn't stand it either.
Do you know where I've just come from, Stanley?
No, where?
Your old house. The one you built for Claire. I went to see Mrs. Connor. She wanted to talk about Claire.
I ought to go see her, I know. But I didn't even go to the funeral. Mellie went.
Mrs. Connor told me. And she told me the awful way Claire died.
Yeah, that was pretty awful, all right.
And it was especially awful for me, because I gave her that mirror.
I know. When you were in school together. She loved that mirror.
It's so hard to see how it could have fallen on her. I mean, it was very sturdy, you know, even if it was old.
What do you mean, fell on her?
The mirror fell over on her and cut her. Oh, didn't you know? You must have. She bled to death.
It didn't fall on her.
Mrs. Connor told me.
She smashed it. She put her fist through it.
You can't mean that. How do you know?
Well, Mellie told me. Mellie saw the mirror. 3 big holes, one in each panel.
But she was cut all over.
No, she wasn't. Just the main artery in her right wrist. The mirror was still standing when they found her.
Why? Why would she do a thing like that?
I don't know. I'm not much good at figuring out things like that. But I know what I think.
What do you think, Stanley?
I think she just got tired of looking at herself in the mirror and nobody looking back at her.
And so we come back to the very young baby, the one we mentioned at the beginning of our story. 12 days old and unconscious of everything but his own small self. Perhaps by now he has discovered his fist. Later on, he will discover his toes and other interesting parts of his body. But it will take a long time before he discovers things outside his own person, people other than himself, and an even longer time before he learns to love them. I'll be back shortly. What we have tried to tell you is the story of a narcissist, someone eternally in love with himself. In this instance, herself. All of us are susceptible to this affliction. We all continue to dote on ourselves long past the age when we should be turning our interest elsewhere. But we never do completely. And the result is that the world is largely populated by very large babies, by children grown old. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Carmen Matthews, Marion Haley, and Nat Polan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Good Lord.
Oh, no. Not again. Our room's been ransacked.
What a mess. Every drawer open. Look what they've done to our clothes.
Oh. Well, at least they've left us something. Not like before when I lost everything I owned.
Yeah, well, we'll soon find out what they did take.
Let's see. Not interested in my jewelry or the pocket radio. You'd think someone might take that.
They busted open this suitcase, but the traveler's checks are still here.
Peter, I haven't missed anything yet. Whew, but it's a nasty feeling to have someone paw through your personal things.
Oh, you know what they were looking for. Now, where did you hide it?
What, Peter?
Our most important piece of evidence, your photograph of the painting.
I told you it's in a very safe place. You have the photograph.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.